Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2330 to Chapter 2379. He had to start from the beginning. When Mirror's Grudge came to Sam's room, he quickly covered the entire room with his own power and created multiple mirror images. Mirror images were created by using the mirror as a medium and space as a guide to create a circular inverted space. It had the nature of an illusion, but it was not only an illusion. The mirror world gave the mirror image an unimaginable sense of reality. If you could not find a way to break the mirror image, you might even be trapped in the mirror world forever. However, breaking the mirror image was not easy. Apart from crushing the mirror image with great power, there was only one way to destroy the mirror image. First, one had to be in the real world, not a mirror image created by the mirror world. This could be seen from what happened to Sam and the other apprentices. Those apprentices entered the mirror world in the first place, and everything they did was in vain. They thought they could become the saviors of the world, but they ended up as prisoners instead. Little Sam, on the other hand, was different. Before the mirror image was formed, he had already entered the real room. In other words, Sam was already in the real world from the very beginning. Even if there was only one inverted mirror space, there would only be one of them. Sam tried his best to control himself by only going back and forth between the real world and the mirror space. If he chose to go through the window, he would probably get lost in different mirror spaces just like the other apprentices. Of course, even if Sam did not go through the window, Mirror's Grudge would still find a way to make Sam lose himself in the mirror images. Jingyuan didn't do that. Perhaps it was because he thought that Sam was just a mortal who couldn't fight back, so he didn't use his full strength. This was also one of the reasons why he failed. Next, after finding the real world, Angor had to learn the rules between the real world and the mirror space. A mirror image was a reflection of the real world. No matter what happened in the real world, the mirror image would record it as it was. Just like a mirror, it reflected all changes. No matter how Sam moved a table or a chair, the mirror image would show what happened after he moved it. That was the rule. Little Sam was moving tables and chairs in the mirror dimension. Although the tables and chairs in the real world could also move, it was not a rule. It was Jingyuan Grudge who simulated the rule with its own death aura. After learning the rules of the mirror image, there was one last thing to do: find Mirror's Grudge's soul inside the mirror image. To break the mirror image, Angor had to find the source of everything, which was Mirror's Grudge itself. Only by harming Mirror's Grudge's soul could they break the mirror image. Mirror's Grudge's soul could always hide in the mirror space unless absolutely necessary. Angor's grudge could not hurt it. Once you enter the mirror dimension, it can create countless mirror dimensions and make you lose yourself in the endless mirror dimension. If they didn't enter the mirror dimension, how could they attack its main body? Sam's grudge gave him a perfect answer. According to the rules of mirror image, all changes in the real world would be reflected in the mirror image space. Whether it was material changes, such as moving tables and chairs, or energy changes, such as lighting a fire, they would all be reflected in the mirror image space. Little Sam was in the real world at that time and burned the bookshelf. The raging fire did not only burn in the real world. It was also discovered by the mirror and copied into the mirror space. Therefore, the room in the mirror space also began to burn. In order to keep an eye on Little Sam, Jingyuan left a mirror image in the mirror space, and the result came out. Little Sam was very lucky. By igniting the flame in the real world, he managed to burn the Mirror's Grudge in the mirror space. Sam noticed that the fire in the mirror space grew brighter, which meant Mirror's Grudge's clone was set on fire. Sam was lucky enough to injure Mirror's Grudge's clone, which led to the obvious cracks in the mirror space. That was how the trapped apprentices found a chance to escape. That was why Freud mocked those apprentices, saying that if it weren't for Sam, they would have been trapped in the mirror dimension forever and would have eventually perished. They should be more grateful to Little Sam than to be the savior of the world. Sam listened to Angor's explanation in a daze. My careless action became the key to breaking the mirror? Angor also heard Sam's muttering. Angor agreed that Sam was the key to breaking the mirror. However, he didn't think that Sam's action was completely unintentional. When a person was in an unknown danger and couldn't analyze the situation calmly, his or her subconscious mind would guide him or her to make a decision. And the subconscious mind was often the source of inspiration. Sam's decision to set the house on fire was a bit abrupt. Angor assumed that Sam's intuition was what guided him to make the right decision. Even if Sam's mind didn't think so, his intuition helped him make the right decision. Sometimes, luck wasn't just a coincidence. Angor didn't say it out loud. Instead, he took the chance to give Sam a warning. Spirit proximity body is a double-edged sword. It can bring you both good and bad. Just like what happened this time. You killed the farmer, and the farmer turned into an undead spirit to hunt you down. You're lucky to have avoided it this time. But luck won't last forever. As long as you keep walking down the path of wizardry, you'll run into many similar situations in the future. You won't be able to keep going if you only rely on luck. You have to strengthen yourself so that you can deal with all kinds of situations. Young Sam nodded in agreement. Angor also praised Sam's performance. Sam's performance today was commendable. Compared to the other apprentices, little Sam looked even better. Several minutes later, Freud came down with a soul-capturing bottle in his hand and a big smile on his face. Behind him, there were 6 listless sorcerer apprentices following behind him. The 6 apprentices didn't want to face Angor, so they quickly hid behind Drew. Drew glanced at them and sighed. He didn't want to scold them in front of Angor. You got the mirror's grudge? Angor looked at Freud. Freud shook the gray soul-capturing bottle. It's inside. After a short pause, Freud walked to Sam and patted his shoulder with a smile. I have to say, Sam played a very important role this time. The soul of this grudge mirror is too weak. Sam's power was reduced by more than half after being burned by the grudge mirror. I can deal with it easily now. The mirror's grudge is a special undead spirit, but it hasn't been born for long. Its soul strength, fighting sense, and experience are all very weak. If grudge mirror could exist for a longer period of time, it would increase the strength of the soul and increase its fighting experience. By then, not only Freud but also most wizards would have a hard time dealing with it. The mirror's grudge's abilities all had a lot of room for improvement. For example, the death mirror image had too much space to manipulate. The mirror's grudge only used it to trap enemies, but it had more potential than that. Besides, the mirror's grudge could also teleport through the mirror, which was a very powerful ability. Once he grew up, even soul wizards would be envious of his ability to meddle. Should I ask Taurus to do it now? Angor shook his head. Not now. I'm interested in the death mirror image created by the mirror's grudge, so I'll study it for a few days. I can give it to Taurus later. Angor had been observing the death mirror's grudge for a long time. It had the basics of illusions and the power of space. The more he observed, the more interested he became. This was the first time he saw the combination of illusions and space manipulation in real life, and he only read about it in books. The mirror's grudge's illusion wasn't a traditional one, but Angor still wanted to keep it for a few days so that he could study its secrets. After Freud handed the soul-capturing bottle to Angor, the day's farce was finally over. Because the performance of his apprentices was really unbearable, Drew took the initiative to clean up the mess in order to regain some of his dignity that had been crushed to the ground. Little Sam was sent to another room to recuperate. Angor and Freud went to the underground cavern filled with death energy. Yada was also in the catacombs. He was guarding Sunny. Alda's eyes lit up when he saw Angor and Freud. He quickly approached them and asked about Sam's condition. Little Sam had a near-spirit body, and Alda was naturally close to little Sam, so this kind of behavior was normal. While Freud explained what happened today to Alda, Angor activated his purification field and entered the cavern. He first checked Sunny's condition to make sure she didn't show any signs of falling. Then, he began to wander around the cavern. The death energy in the cavern didn't seem to have weakened at all compared to last time. Dark gusts of wind blew. If an ordinary person came here, they would only need to stay in the gusts of wind for half a second, and their soul would be directly consumed. This was because this was an almost solid death aura. Even a wizard apprentice would not be able to withstand it. The only thing different about the cavern was the addition of several lamps made of fluorite, which helped to brighten up the place. Using the light, Angor could clearly see the small caverns on the walls of the cavern. There were 360 small caverns in total, and each of them contained a skeleton. He looked at the skeletons and thought about what Freud told him earlier. 13 years ago, Dawn Town, slave market. According to the inference of this information, every skeleton here was most likely a slave specially selected by that mysterious person back then. But why would he do that? What was the ritual, and who was he? Dream Wasteland, New City, Rose Aquarium. Simulating a mirror to make illusions more effective, this belongs to the category of basic illusions. Sunders paused. But Mirror's Grudge's ability is related to space manipulation, and it's very rare to find someone who can manipulate space and illusions at the same time. After all, it's very rare to find someone who can manipulate space and illusions at the same time. Sunders' eyes flickered as he spoke. He lowered his gaze and picked up a cup of chilled black tea from the table. He took a sip of it gracefully. You're right. It's rare to see a mirror wraith with such a special ability, let alone a human. Angor agreed with Sunders. That may be the case, but I think you can try to cultivate a similar illusion technique. Or, you can observe Mirror's Grudge's ability and create a similar mirror space, Sunders suggested. Me? Can I do it? Angor wasn't sure. Illusions and space manipulation were two completely different disciplines. To learn more about space manipulation, Angor had to learn something from another discipline. It was a difficult task. Usually, when it came to cross-elemental cultivation, it was either the mystical side crossing over to the elemental side or the mystical side crossing over to the bloodline side. Although it was a little difficult, both elements and bloodlines were closely related to one's body. If one wanted to cultivate, there were actually traces to follow. However, it was much more difficult to learn from another discipline, especially when two unrelated disciplines were involved. Occultism depended on one's talent. Without such talent, forcing oneself to learn it would only yield half the result with twice the effort. Illusions and space manipulation, on the other hand, were both extremely complicated subjects that relied heavily on one's talent. Space manipulation, in particular, required a lot of effort to learn. This was why Angor wasn't confident when Sunders asked him to learn something similar. It's rare to meet someone like Mirror's Grudge. It's not a bad idea to give it a try. Who knows, maybe you'll get lucky. Angor looked at Sunders again. He felt that Sunders was trying to tell him something, but he couldn't figure it out. You mean I have a chance to learn it? Everyone has a chance. It's just a matter of the odds of success. I have high hopes for you. You already know a space manipulation spell, right? So Sunders was hinting at the Gate of Illusion. Since he was able to fix the Gate of Illusion on his spell slot, the other wizards believed that he had some talent in space manipulation. However, only he knew that he didn't get the Gate of Illusion because of himself. Still, he couldn't tell anyone about the alien eye and the strange space he came from, so he had no choice but to reply. I'll try my best. He was curious about Mirror's Grudge's ability. This was also why he didn't let Taurus devour Mirror's Grudge immediately. If he could really replicate Mirror Grudge's ability, he was willing to give it a try. Because if this ability was used well, to a certain extent, it was unbreakable. Then I'll look forward to it. I hope you can surprise me. Sunders took a sip of the tea and tasted it. Nice tea. There was also a cup of milk tea in front of him. Although he could smell the faint fragrance of milk, he did not touch it. Now that he heard Sunders' compliment, he picked up the cup and finished it in one gulp. Angor couldn't help but nod while savoring the aftertaste in his mouth. It's good. More importantly, Angor felt his mood lightened up a little. It was as if he could feel the joy and relief in the tea maker's heart. A waiter in his 30s wearing a black uniform came to him. Mr. Pat, would you like another cup? It was Azaz. Demon Gourmet, the famous Demon Gourmet who became Greya's target because he sacrificed a demon. Although Azaz was innocent, Greya still decided to let Azaz stay with her so that she could train him slowly, just in case Azaz failed to resist the temptation of the demon. Angor was surprised to see Azaz in the Rose Aquarium when he first entered the Dream Wasteland. Azaz was also the one who made the tea for them. Angor wanted to say no, but the milk tea was too delicious. In the end, he just nodded. While Azaz was brewing the tea, Angor noticed that Azaz was wearing a faint smile on his face. You look like you're in a good mood, aren't you? Angor asked out of curiosity. Yes, sir. Azaz nodded. Did something good happen? Is it because Greya decided to let you go? Azaz quickly shook his head. Lady Greya has always been nice to me. I never thought about leaving, and I'm not happy about it. After a pause, Azaz said while brewing a new cup of milk tea, I'm in a good mood because I've enjoyed more than 20 hours of peace and quiet. This place is really good. I like it very much. You mean that demon didn't disturb you? Azaz was talking about the demon he sacrificed. Azaz nodded. In the past, every once in a while, Sebastian's voice would appear in my mind and say something that annoyed me. He would even listen to my heart sounds when I'm asleep. For example, the last time, after Azaz's topic was opened, it was as if he couldn't close his mouth and started chattering nonstop. But ever since I came here, I never heard Sebastian's voice again. He couldn't sense my mind, and he couldn't eavesdrop on my thoughts either. That's why, for me, this place is simply amazing. Sebastian, you're too long-winded. Angor looked at Azaz in silence. Did Azaz get it wrong? Was it Sebastian's talkative and not himself? Azaz noticed Angor giving him a strange look and realized what he just said. I think I've said too much. Azaz shyly placed the freshly brewed milk tea in front of Angor, bowed to Angor and Sunders, and quickly returned to the counter. When Azaz was gone, Angor said, Azaz and that demon seem to be getting along well. Sunders raised an eyebrow. You're probably the only one who thinks so. The not bad I'm talking about is not bad in terms of feelings. At least they get along well, don't they? Angor paused for a moment. Speaking of which, I'm surprised that Azaz managed to get a login device. Did Leona give it to him? Even the members of Brute Cavern didn't have enough logins. Angor was a little surprised that Azaz was able to get a login device. He's using Greya's login device. Huh? Greya isn't online? Didn't Greya go to the Dream Sprite's territory to ask for the golden apple? Why did she suddenly give Azaz a login device? He thought for a moment and used God's view to look around the tree. To his surprise, the branch of the Treant leader with the golden apple on it was now completely bare. The shining golden fruit that once hung on the branch was nowhere to be seen. Did Greya already get the golden apple? One had to know that the golden apple was also very important to the Treant. Greya, on the other hand, was not strong enough to defeat a Treant in the Dream Wasteland. If Greya didn't use violence, then how did she get the golden apple? Did the tree leader really give the golden apple to Greya because it saw the change in Greya's skin after being poisoned? Out of curiosity, Angor sent his consciousness into the mother tree to check. When he found out the truth, he frowned a little. Greya really did use the mushroom as a camouflage to trick the tree leader into giving her the golden apple. After getting the golden apple, Greya immediately returned to the new city, hid it somewhere, and quickly logged out of the game. It seemed that Greya was worried that the tree leader would see through her trick and come looking for her. No wonder Greya didn't come online for several days and gave the login device to Azaz. She was probably hiding from the tree leader. Greya did it quite well. Angor guessed that Greya had done the same thing in other places to trick ingredients. But Greya was being paranoid. The tree leader didn't come looking for her. He even thought that Greya was angry and was blaming himself. He had to admit that the tree leader was quite naive when he didn't go through the complicated world of deceit. What's on your mind? Sunders noticed that Angor didn't answer. Angor shook his head. Nothing. I'm just wondering why Greya suddenly stopped coming online. Sunders didn't know why. He could only guess that something was wrong with Greya's body. After all, Greya's current body wasn't the same as before. She might break down at any time. Sunders didn't want Greya's body to break down for real. He needed to find her body as soon as possible. Without wasting time on Greya, Sunders went back to the main topic. Since Taurus doesn't need to consume the mirror wrath for now, what are you going to do next? Do you have any plans? Is there anything I can do in the tidal realm? Not yet, answered Sunders after a moment of thought. Then I'll stay at the Land of Revelation for now. I want to study the altars in the underground cavern. The death aura here is good for studying Mirror Wrath's ability. Angor felt that the altars in the underground cavern were a bit strange. Since he didn't have anything better to do, he wanted to take this opportunity to study them. Sunders also knew about the altars. His old friend Ness found the stone slab there. Any new clues about the altars in the underground cavern? Angor shook his head. Not yet. It's been more than a decade, and most of the clues have been covered up by time. I'm going to ask Dodoro and see if he can tell me anything. Apart from asking about the mirror space of Mirror Wrath. Angor also came to the Dream Wasteland to find Dodoro. However, Dodoro wasn't online yet. Sure. Call me if you need help. Or you can talk to Ness, Sunder said. He wasn't interested in the old altar, but Ness might be interested in it since he spent all his time studying the stone slabs. Sure. Seeing Azaz sitting at the bar with nothing to do, Angor asked Azaz to return to reality and send a message to Dodoro. About 15 minutes later, Dodoro arrived at the Dream Wasteland. Dodoro appeared on the second floor of Rose Aquarium. The place was temporarily turned into an art gallery, which displayed Feng Zhi's paintings Angor found in Baiyun village. Dodoro quickly greeted Angor with a smile. Sir. Angor waved a hand and led Dodoro to a sofa in the corner of the gallery. My lord, that painting. Dodoro pointed at the path of light in front of Feng's void altar as soon as he sat down. Dodoro saw the path of light in his prophecy, so he was curious about it. I've already been to the place in the painting. Angor didn't hide anything from Dodoro and told him about the void altar and Feng. When the others heard about this, they were curious about Feng's avatar in the painting. They kept asking questions about Feng. But Dodoro didn't care about the altar or Feng's avatar at all. After making sure Angor was safe, he didn't care about such things. Do you need something from me, sir? Yes, I do. I found a strange underground cavern in the Land of Revelation. There's a living altar inside. I hope you can help me with your prophecy and see if you can find any clues about it. Now that they were back to the main topic, Angor skipped the brief introduction. Instead, he explained everything he knew about the underground cavern, as well as the information he collected. In order to help Dodoro understand, Angor used an illusion spell to show Dodoro all kinds of images of the underground cavern. It was even to the extent that the gloomy and ghastly feeling that was filled with the aura of death had perfectly reappeared. Since Angor was the one who asked Dodoro to do this, Dodoro took it seriously. Dodoro walked through the illusion with a serious expression while checking every corner, including the bricks and mud on the ground, the skeletons in the small caves, and the broken bones on the rectangular altar. Every time Dodoro went to a place, he would think for a long time as if he was trying to figure out something. In the end, he stopped on the altar and quietly looked at the empty gap on the altar. This place is a stone slab, and there is a symbol on it. The symbol's nature is very special, and it can't be duplicated, memorized, or presented as an illusion. According to Iron Granny's guess, that might be the symbol of a faction in Khazadar world called Straven Soul Safety Zone. If you want to see the symbol, I can take you to Wizard Ness. He's studying it right now. Angor didn't explain why Ness could study the runes while he couldn't. Dodoro didn't mind it either. Alright. In order not to waste time, Angor had Dodoro log out of the game. When they logged back in, they were no longer in the art gallery. Instead, they were standing outside a small wooden building. Sir. A voice full of vitality came from the door. Dodoro followed the voice and saw a young man wearing a horned helmet. His left leg was a scythe, and his upper body was naked. He was showing off his muscles without a care in the world. There was a woman in black clothes standing next to the young man, but she quickly looked away when she saw Dodoro and Angor. Torres, Anne. Mandela. Angor nodded to them. Ever since Ness left Foundation City and came to the new city, Torres followed him here as a messenger. As for Mandela, Torres always followed them wherever they went, so Angor wasn't surprised to see them here. Torres excitedly waved his hand. Mandela originally didn't want to speak, but with Torres constantly tugging at his arm, he finally reluctantly bowed. Angor didn't mind Mandela's reaction. Besides, he was already surprised that Mandela was willing to bow to him. As expected, naivety was the best way to deal with evil people. Where's Ness? Angor skipped the introductions and went straight to the point. Dodoro already knew Torres, so he didn't need to introduce Ness. As for Mandela, Angor didn't know how to introduce her. Mr. Ness is on the second floor. He hasn't left his room for days. Let's go inside. Following Tora's lead, they went to the second floor of the attic. The attic wasn't big, and there weren't any rooms on the second floor. The floor was filled with books, some were piled up in piles, some were opened randomly, and some were simply scattered on the ground. Behind the sea of books, Ness was sitting in front of a table full of experiment tools and scrolls while studying a stone slab in the center of the room. Ness was so focused that he didn't even look up when he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Taurus? You came at just the right time. Tell Mandhila to come up and pass me that thick book sealed in black leather on the corner cabinet. Ness quickly saw a thick book beside him. It was the one he was looking for. Ness took the thick book and started flipping through it, muttering to himself about the new data he found on the stone slab. After about 20 seconds, Ness suddenly felt that something was not right. Usually, when he asked Mandhila to bring something over, she would leave immediately after taking it, so why was she still standing there? Could it be that his persistent attacks had finally caused Mandhila to fall? Was she willing to give up on Taurus and follow him? Mandhila, I say, Ness looked up with a gentle expression, but when he saw who it was, he stopped and swallowed the words he was about to say. It's Angor. Why are you here? Angor asked Dodoro to look at the stone slab while he raised an eyebrow. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Wizard Ness. Ness blinked. Well, having a pretty girl by my side is much more fun than having a big idiot who only knows how to sell his body. Angor glanced at Mandela, who was standing behind Ness, and didn't react at all. Mandela even rolled her eyes, which meant she was already immune to Ness's harassment. How about I switch Taurus next time and get a pretty girl to bring you the stone slab? Of course. Ness knew Angor was mocking him, but he still nodded shamelessly. Angor stared at Ness for several seconds and was defeated by his shamelessness. He muttered to himself, how did Sunders become friends with you? Then he sat down on the pile of books nearby. Without wasting any time, Angor went straight to the point. Ness was also interested when he heard that Angor was looking for clues about the altar. However, he was more interested in Dodoro. I went to Star Island to find Witch Maya and asked her to use a prophecy spell to find out which node is more useful. But she failed. She said Dodoro might be able to help me. But when I went to Dodoro, he wouldn't help me with the prophecy. Ness looked at Angor with a flattering look. Since Dodoro is here, why don't I ask him to help me? Even though he could still find the node of Khazadar world with a few simple calculations and repeated attempts, Angor was certain that he would find it eventually. But if there was a shortcut, Ness wouldn't refuse. Angor considered. Ask Dodoro later. If he's willing, go to him. Don't. He won't let me. Ness knew about Dodoro's situation. The stubborn deadpan would only listen to Angor and refuse anyone who asked him for help, except for Maya. Besides, Maya might not be able to order Dodoro around. Angor glanced at Ness and knew what he was thinking. Let's see if Dodoro can find any clues. Maybe we can find the one who set up the altar and ask them to give you the coordinates of Khazadar world. Ness grumbled, it's not that simple. This is clearly a new set of coordinates, and it's different from the other three. If they wanted to, they would have done it long ago. Maybe they don't even know the real coordinates. They just received a small reward from the sacrifice. Despite that, Ness still held back his curiosity. He was curious about the altar, and he also wanted to see if Dodoro's prophecy was as powerful as the rumors said. Everyone looked at Dodoro in silence. Dodoro ignored everyone's stares and focused on the symbol on the stone tablet. While looking at the two twisted earthworms on the tablet, Dodoro recalled some broken images in his mind. This wasn't the first time he saw such images. He also saw some broken images when he saw Angor's illusions. Dodoro didn't know what these images meant, but he knew they weren't complete. That was why he wanted to see if the symbols on the altar could help him to complete the images. And as it turned out, the symbols did give him some inspiration. However, he still couldn't complete the images. He needed to keep looking. The hands of the clock in the corner ticked, and time passed slowly. About an hour later, Dodoro finally snapped out of his reverie. Ness was right in front of Dodoro's face, so he noticed Dodoro's reaction right away. So? Did you find anything? Ness asked. Dodoro glanced at Ness but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to Angor and spoke in a guilty tone, "Sir, I saw some broken images. But they weren't complete." Angor's eyes lit up. "That's fine. Even if they're incomplete, it'll work." Describing them in words was a bit too much. In order to show Dodoro what he saw, Angor picked up a piece of parchment with a rough draft on it and created a large number of illusion nodes on it. Next, he handed the parchment to Dodoro. "Touch the parchment with your spirit power and recall what you saw. The parchment will show you what you saw. If you can't release your spirit power in here, you can also touch the parchment directly between your eyebrows. The effect will be the same." In other words, this was a simplified version of illusion projection. Due to the lack of facilities, the parchment could only display 3D images on a flat surface. But this was enough. Following Angor's instructions, Dodoro began to remove the remaining illusion nodes on the parchment. As soon as he touched the parchment with his spirit power, the illusion nodes began to move according to his will. A broken image appeared on the parchment. Ness felt a bit wronged since Dodoro ignored him earlier. However, when he saw the image on the parchment, he quickly stood up and craned his neck to check it out. "This is what I saw when I saw one of the skeletons in the cave," Dodoro explained. A picture appeared on the parchment, but 90% of it was blank. The only clear image was that of a young man who was struggling in the narrow cave, looking straight ahead with a face full of fear. There was a figure in front of the young man. The upper half of the figure's body was empty, and the lower half of the figure's body was empty as well. The figure was wearing a pair of black checkered pants and a pair of shiny leather boots. I can't see the person's face, but judging from the reflection on the boots, I can tell that the person has been taking care of his clothes every day. Nice paused and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, the people who were tied up are the slaves you said were brought in, and the owner of these leather boots is probably the buyer who bought these slaves. He's also one of the culprits behind the altar. The owner of the boots might be the one who set up the altar, or he might just be an insignificant minion, but he was definitely one of the culprits. It's hard to tell anything from this broken image. But there's an emblem on the boots. Maybe it's from a shop or a family. You can ask someone to check it out." Since the image was too broken, Angor could not find anything useful. Dodoro knew this as well, so he quickly moved on to the second image. The first image slowly disappeared, and the illusion nodes on the parchment began to rearrange themselves under Dodoro's control. The second image slowly appeared. "This is what I saw when I reached the stairs leading to the altar," Dodoro said. The new image was slightly better than the previous one, but about 4/5 of it was still empty. Moreover, the empty spaces were irregular. There would be some gaps in the clear areas, which made the image even harder to identify. Angor could only vaguely see the back of a man walking on the stairs. Only a small part of the man's upper body could be seen. More importantly, the man was wearing a leather cloak. Not even a strand of hair could be seen, and there was no obvious sign on the cloak. The information obtained from the man with the back was basically zero. However, the man was walking on the stairs, which meant he was one of the culprits as well. Besides, he had to be someone important since he was able to get so close to the altar. Apart from the man in the back, there was another clue. From the blank spots, Angor could see several figures around the altar. They weren't the living sacrifices that were trapped in the cave. Instead, they were people wearing cloaks like the man in the back. Angor could tell that the ritual wasn't the work of a single person. There must be a group of people behind it. However, Angor couldn't confirm their identity yet. After reading the second image, Dodoro touched the parchment with his spirit feelers again and tried to arrange the third image. "I saw several broken images when I saw the symbols on the stone slab. Now, I can see 2 relatively complete images. This is the first one," Dodoro said. When the images appeared on the parchment, Angor and Ness finally understood why Dodoro said they were relatively complete. Compared to the previous 2 images, this one was much more complete. Only about a quarter of the space was blank. The rest of the space was filled with colors. The scene in the image was still in the catacombs, but it was different from before. This time, the center of the scene was on the rectangular stone platforms around the altar. Angor didn't pay much attention to the platforms in the real world. They were mostly broken limbs, such as arm bones, leg bones, sternum bones, and other odd-shaped bones that didn't belong to human beings. Compared to the 360 complete skeletons in the underground cavern, they were nothing special. The only thing that caught Angor's attention was the fact that there were traces of energy seeping into them when they were still alive. Perhaps they were part of some supernatural beings. Unlike the skeletons in the real world, which had already turned into white bones or even calcium powder, Dodoro's images showed that the limbs were still attached to flesh. On the screen, almost every rectangular stone platform had a special transparent container on it. Each transparent container was filled with a muddy yellow liquid, and different limbs were soaked in the liquid. Because of the different sizes of the limbs, the sizes of the containers were also different. For example, there was a pair of huge demon wings that were soaked in a humongous container the size of a small hill, and a thumb that was emitting a golden light was placed in a container the size of a cup. These limbs belonged to demons from the abyss, monsters from the void, and some of them look like the limbs of supernatural beings. Looking at the different containers on the screen, Ness frowned. Is someone smuggling limbs from another world to sell? In order to pursue greater power, it was not uncommon for wizards to choose to transplant the limbs of extraordinary creatures. As long as there was a way to overcome the problem of bloodline collapse, it would not be a problem even if you had a whole body transplant. Some bloodline sorcerers had already started transplanting organs when they were still apprentices. This was because bloodline sorcerers had more ways to overcome organ impatience compared to other sorcerers. This was one of the reasons why bloodline adepts were more powerful than their peers. Since the adepts had a need for transplants of supernatural organs, they would naturally form a corresponding industrial chain. However, many of the transcendent organs belonged to creatures from another world, and any industry that was related to that world would be suppressed by the supreme cult. That was why the smuggling and trading of transcendent organs was considered a gray area in the southern region. If these guys are just some gray merchant groups, then there's no need to investigate further, Ness said. There were quite a few merchant groups like this in the wizarding world. Even the depraved wing station that Mr. Rain took Angor to was considered a gray area. The depraved wing station was a gray merchant group that provided the most high-end services. Otherwise, they would not be able to recruit awakened demons like Elmi. If it's just a merchant group, then it's fine. But why is it related to Khazadar world? Also, does it require such a large number of human sacrifices to smuggle organs from another world? 360 lives. If this number was placed in the worlds controlled by the evil gods, it wouldn't be much. However, this was the southern region, where otherworldly creatures could hardly invade. 360 human lives were already a lot to carry out a ritual here. Also, judging from the situation in the underground cavern, the sacrifice was not to an evil god, but to a certain entity or organization from Khazadar world. Being able to consume such a large number of human sacrifices in one go meant that the souls of Khazadar world were not to be underestimated. Was it really necessary to smuggle organs to this extent? Ness nodded. Yeah, something's not right. A normal merchant group shouldn't use such a ritual. There's something else I'm curious about. If they're really here to smuggle organs, why would they leave them in the underground cavern? In the real world, there were many skeletal organs on the rectangular stone platform. If they really wanted to sell them, why would they leave them in the underground cavern and let them rot? Ness nodded and tried to recall what Angor showed him last time. I remember that most of the stone platforms were empty. There were no organs inside them. But from what Dodoro saw, every rectangular stone platform had a container to hold the organs. It seems that the mastermind has taken away a lot of supernatural organs. But you're right. If they really wanted to sell them, they would have taken them all. There's no way they would have left some behind. Ness thought for a long time but still could not figure out what the mastermind wanted. He looked at Dodoro and asked, "You said there's another image?" Dodoro looked at Angor and saw Angor nodding. Then he waved his hand to erase the image on the parchment and began to construct the last image he saw. This last image was the most complete one out of all the images. Only a few edges were left blank, and the main body was very clear. The center of the image was still a rectangular stone platform. However, it was different from the previous painting. This time, the main body of the painting was concentrated on a rectangular stone platform. The same container was placed on top of the platform, in which a right arm with black and red patterns was soaked. The arm was slender, and its nails were painted with the same pattern as the arm. Basically, it could be determined that this arm belonged to a female human or a female humanoid. The red and black pattern was a possible clue, but neither of them had seen anything like it before, so they decided to ignore it for now. There was another very important detail in this picture. There were 3 people standing next to the rectangular stone platform. The 3 of them were wearing cloaks, and their faces were tilted to the side. The shadows covered most of their faces, and their appearances could not be seen clearly. However, one could see that there were black tattoos on their faces. The tattoo on the side of the face of the person on the right was more clearly visible. It was the number 6. Although the tattoos on the people on the left and in front of him were not very clear, if they were also tattooed with numbers, he could infer from the details that one was a 3 and the other was a 0. The number 3 and 6 were at the back, while the one in the front was a 0. The one with the 0 tattoo reached out his hand and touched the wall of the container. A faint light came from the touch, and a glowing symbol appeared on the back of his hand. The symbol was shaped like a concentric circle with a hexagonal shape inside. It's a symbol from Kazadar world. Ness looked at the stone platform. Apart from the 2 worm-like symbols in the center, everything else was the same. Ness looked at Dodoro. Is there a symbol inside the hexagonal shape? Dodoro nodded. There is a symbol, but I can't remember it. Dodoro couldn't remember it. It was a symbol from Kazadar world. Is it from this one? Ness pushed the stone to Dodoro. I don't know. Dodoro shook his head. Ness didn't get a clear answer, but he had a feeling that the symbol on the back of the cloaked man and the one on the stone platform came from the same soul force. So this symbol is connected to the organ inside the container. Maybe it can bring some changes to the organ? From the actions of cloaked man 0 in the image, Ness deduced, if this speculation is true, then this is indeed not a simple stowaway. Angor nodded. Unfortunately, we can't tell what the symbol's effect is. If they could figure out the symbol's effect, they might be able to figure out why these people would carry out such a large-scale human sacrifice in the underground cavern. I'll ask Iron Granny about the details later. She knows a lot about these unorthodox things. Ness pondered for a moment and said, I'll ask Iron Granny about it later. Iron Granny was the one who found out that the symbol on the stone platform probably came from Kazadar World's Listvan safety zone. That was why Ness immediately thought of Iron Granny. All right. Thank you for your help. Putting aside the effect of the runes for now, Angor and Ness focused on the other clues in the image. Ness stared at the faces of the 3 cloaked figures with a thoughtful look. A number tattooed on the face? That's rare. Judging from the size of the symbol, it's big enough to cover half of a person's face. I feel something familiar about it. You mean you've seen people like this? Angor looked at Ness. Ness shook his head. I'm sure I haven't. But I think I've heard of people with tattoos like this. Let me think. Ness placed his index finger between his eyebrows and tapped repeatedly, trying to recall the memory hidden in the corner of his mind. After a while, Ness put down his finger and shook his head. I can't remember. My memory isn't as good as your professor's, but it's not that far behind. I can easily recall things that happened hundreds of years ago. But this time, I can't remember anything. Maybe it's something I didn't pay attention to before. For example, I once went to a place, saw some murals by accident, or heard some rumors. These were all extremely fragmented memories. Nessie had only imprinted the details into his mind by accident. It was very difficult to search through the countless memories for this little bit of carelessness. I'll think about it later. Or maybe I'll go ask the others and see if they remember anything. That's all we can do. Dodoro looked at Angor with a guilty look. It's all my fault. Angor didn't know why Dodoro suddenly blamed himself. You've done enough. You didn't go to the underground cavern yourself. It's good enough that you saw so much through an illusion. Ness listened to the conversation between Dodoro and Angor with a puzzled look. You call this bad? You call this not good enough? You're blaming yourself? Ness had been wondering if Dodoro's reputation was exaggerated. But after seeing these images, he no longer doubted Dodoro's prophecy ability. To be able to find so many scenes from the illusory timeline without going to the field after so many years, even if it was the Mayan witch, it would be difficult to do so. Ness even suspected that the Watchers from Starleech Church were doing the same thing as Dodoro. Dodoro was only an apprentice, yet he could already do something like this. How could Ness complain that he wasn't good enough? You're already quite good at prophecy. If you can tell me which node is more useful, I'll call you the best prophet in Brute Cavern. Dodoro glanced at Ness but didn't say anything. Ness could only look at Angor for help. Angor thought that if Ness could find a useful node sooner, he wouldn't have to bring the stone slab to Brute Cavern every now and then. With that in mind, he decided to speak up for Ness. Of course, Dodoro wouldn't refuse Angor's help. He looked at Ness and asked him to tell him what he wanted to know. Ness didn't want to complain about Dodoro's double standards, but he still managed to keep a smile on his face. While Ness and Dodoro were talking, Angor returned to reality. Through the illusion, Freud was able to see what Dodoro had shown him. He asked Freud to help him look for clues. He mainly looked for the emblem on the boots, the black and red pattern on the woman's arm, and the number tattoo on the man's face. When everything was done, Angor returned to the dream wasteland. Dodoro was no longer there, so Ness was the only one left in the attic. Angor sensed that Dodoro had already logged out of the game, so he left the boy alone. He walked to Ness' side and sat down. Did Dodoro find anything for you? Angor asked when he saw Ness staring blankly at the stone slab. Ness sighed and shook his head. No. Oh? Dodoro didn't find anything? Ness nodded. It's not his fault. It was true that Dodoro didn't find anything useful, but it had nothing to do with Dodoro's prophecy ability. It was because Dodoro didn't know the complicated formulas of soul manipulators, so he couldn't find the correct node. Dodoro didn't find the node, but he did give a numerical range. That was why Dodoro was staring blankly at the stone slab. If the node is within this range, it'll save me a lot of time, and Angor walked through the cavern, which was filled with chilly winds. The death aura was getting thicker and thicker as if it had turned into a shadowy monster. It roared, rolled, and crawled. The black smoke was like the monster's claws, trying to reach Angor's body. However, the purification field blocked all of the death aura, and none of the black smoke could get close to Angor. Angor walked past the rectangular platform and slowly reached the center of the cavern. As he stepped on the stone steps, he heard someone screaming beside his ears. When he reached the top of the altar, the voice was getting closer and closer, as if it was right behind him. Angor didn't look back. However, if someone else was here, they would see a gloomy woman whose long black hair covered most of her face. She tilted her head to one side, revealing her bloodshot eyes. She stared at Angor and reached her bony, pale hand toward Angor's back with her pitch-black fingernails. Angor didn't look back no matter what she did. He only leaned forward and looked at the stone slab on the altar. Huh? Angor suddenly let out a strange sound. The woman behind Angor froze for a second as if she was frightened. She quickly retreated into the black mist and merged with it, leaving only her crimson eyes to stare at Angor. Angor touched the stone slab on the altar. He could clearly see the symbols on it. Concentric circles, hexagons, and most importantly, the symbol of Stevine's safety zone. Angor whispered, I didn't think you could really do this. When Angor used the word you, the woman's black hair fluttered in the air like a black cat whose tail was stepped on. She screamed and dashed toward Angor while waving her black, sharp nails. Angor finally turned around. He didn't react at all when he saw the black-haired woman rushing at him. He didn't move even when the sharp nails were about to touch his chest. The woman went through his body. Then, with a bang, the mist that formed the black-haired woman instantly disappeared. Angor, on the other hand, was unharmed. Angor sighed. Your illusions aren't good enough. Undead creatures are made up of mixed soul energies. I don't think you can fool even Dave with a layer of death aura around them. However, it's better than yesterday. At least you understand my opinion. You know that when you attack, there will be energy leakage, and the death aura will surge. Angor's voice echoed in the empty cavern. It sounded like he was teaching something about illusions, but the creature hiding in the darkness didn't listen to him at all. The creature glared at Angor with its bloodshot eyes. There was only a green glow of death aura, but the boy standing on the altar was as dazzling as the sun, which made the creature both hate and fear him. Angor slowly turned his head in a certain direction and kept talking. Found you. Oh, I've got you. If you don't control your eyes well, you'll be easily discovered. He looked at the direction where the black smoke was coming from. He could clearly sense the malicious gaze coming from that direction. I'll give you one more chance. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. He didn't enter the black mist. Instead, he turned around and looked at the runes on the platform. He tried to look calm, but he was actually quite surprised. The two strange symbols that looked like crickets had actually been replicated by Mirror's Grudge. Yes, the creature hiding in the darkness was Mirror Grudge, who was captured by Angor. This place wasn't the real cavern. It was a mirror space created by Mirror Grudge. In order to study Mirror Grudge's ability, Angor found several mirrors and placed them in the cavern. Next, he released Mirror Grudge so that he could test its abilities. Every time, Angor would enter the mirror space to sense the atmosphere and try to understand the underlying logic. Mirror Grudge tried to attack Angor the first few times, but Angor easily suppressed it each time. Mirror Grudge wasn't smart, but after being suppressed several times, it realized that Angor wasn't easy to deal with. It began to create all kinds of illusions to test Angor's strength. The black-haired woman was one of those illusions. While Mirror Grudge was testing Angor, Angor was also trying to learn more about the mirror space. Today, before entering the mirror space, Angor had an idea. He placed the stone slab back on the altar in the real cavern so that he could see if Mirror Grudge could copy the stone slab into the real cavern. And it turned out that Mirror Grudge was able to replicate every detail of the cavern. Even the symbol of this divine safety zone was replicated on the stone slab. Angor was really surprised by this. Even if he used illusions, he couldn't replicate the two symbols. But Mirror Grudge did it. Was it because of the mirror space? Or was it because he was an undead? Angor believed it was the former. Freud was also a soul, and he couldn't remember the symbols either. Mirror Grudge and Freud were basically the same. If Freud couldn't remember the symbols, there was no way Mirror Grudge could. It had to be because of the mirror space. Apart from the dream whelk, this was the first ability Angor saw that could replicate the words of Khazadar. World. There were still many unanswered questions, but he learned a lot today. This was a unique ability of the mirror space. Angor needed to collect more data and analyze it bit by bit until he could touch upon the underlying logic of the mirror space. Angor studied the stone slab for about 3 minutes before he looked away. I gave you some time to prepare. What kind of surprise are you going to give me this time? Angor mumbled to himself as he walked down the stairs. He took his time walking down the stairs. Unfortunately, Mirror Grudge didn't do anything to him until he reached the ground. More cautious now, Angor muttered to himself. Is this the improvement of battle intelligence, or the recovery of spirit consciousness? Probably the former. It was very difficult for an undead to regain their consciousness. Not every undead was as lucky as Mandebra. Angor didn't mind that Mirror Grudge didn't do anything. He kept walking around the mirror space. Still, Mirror Grudge didn't take the bait. Is it hiding somewhere else? Angor muttered to himself as he walked toward the only exit. Just like when Jean Grudge controlled Little Sam in the Star Lake Castle, the catacombs it created had multiple levels. If they were numbered, Catacombs 1, 2, 3, could be numbered all the way to Catacombs 9. Creating 9 mirror spaces was the upper limit of Mirror Grudge's ability. Although there were only 9, Mirror Grudge could make these mirror spaces exist in the form of a ring. Therefore, if someone who didn't know the truth entered the mirror space, they would constantly cycle through the 9 mirror spaces, thinking that this was an infinite mirror world. However, Angor already knew the upper limit of Mirror Grudge's ability. He wouldn't get lost even if he stepped into a ring space. Besides, Angor was an illusionist. Mirror spaces had spatial properties, but they were mostly illusions. It wasn't hard for Angor to get out of them. Angor walked to the entrance and saw a long, narrow path. Based on his experience from a few days ago, if he walked past this narrow path, he would probably arrive at another catacomb. Let's call it Cave 2 for now. Will you hide there? Angor walked into the long, narrow path. As soon as he stepped into the path, he noticed something strange. Usually, the path was only about 10 meters long, and he could see the other side of the cave from one end. But this time, the path was much longer. There was nothing but darkness in front of him. There was no sign of an exit. Did someone change the mirror space? Angor wondered. Interesting. Is this the new operating logic of the mirror space? Angor already understood the basic logic of the mirror space. What he needed to do now was to look for a new logic that he hadn't discovered yet. Therefore, when he saw a different tunnel, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he became interested. Tap, tap, tap. About half a minute later, he saw the exit of the tunnel. White moonlight shone on the ground, revealing a quiet forest in front of him. However, both sides of the mountain forest were tall trees and steep cliffs. The only path was shrouded in black fog, making it impossible to see where it led. Angor closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He could clearly feel the flow of air and the lingering scent of the forest. It almost looks real. No, it's real, Angor said. The mirror is projecting the real world and creating this mirror space. In other words, the mirror space can do more than just what the mirror is projecting. According to what the mirror was projecting, the mirror space only showed the underground cave. Since there was a forest here, it meant the mirror space didn't need to project the mirror's image. This was a new operating logic. Where is this forest? Angor looked around. It doesn't look like the Central Empire. It's not even in this season. The mirror space must have a basis in reality. This place must exist in the real world. It must be somewhere Mirror's grudge went to. Did he purposely create such a mirror dimension because he felt that he would only have a chance to achieve his goal of counterattacking here? Angor walked out of the narrow path and looked at the tall cliffs on both sides. He could fly up there, but there was no need. He wanted to see what kind of surprise Mirror's grudge would give him. Therefore, he chose the only path he could think of. The omnipresent fog obscured the path. However, Angor noticed that there were no energy ripples in the mist, nor was there any gloomy smell of death. It must be a natural mist. Or rather, when the mirror was projecting the real world into the mirror space, the mist already existed. Angor walked on the long and winding path for several minutes. He didn't even see Mirror's grudge, let alone an ambush. He finally found Mirror's grudge when he came to a green field by the shore of a lake. It was a large lake surrounded by dense trees. The surface of the lake was dark, and the mist was still lingering around it. However, the wind blew away the mist. Angor stood on the shore and saw an island at the center of the lake. He couldn't see the island clearly, but he could sense the chaotic aura of death coming from it. Angor could also sense a pair of malicious and cruel eyes among the aura. Without a doubt, Mirror's grudge was on the island. Angor assumed that there was something fishy about the island. Otherwise, Mirror's grudge wouldn't go to such great lengths to create a mirror space and lure him here. However, even though he knew there was something wrong with the island, he still stepped into the lake without hesitation. With his strength, the water didn't bother him at all. He walked on the surface of the water. It didn't take him long to see the island in its entirety. Unlike what he expected, the island at the center of the lake was very small, and he could see everything in one glance. There was no vegetation on the island in the middle of the lake. It was completely bare except for a circular stacked stone platform. At the edge of this circular stone platform, there was a tall, withered pole erected at regular intervals. On these tall poles hung human skulls. There were 6 poles in total, and 5 of them had heads attached to them. It was a horrifying sight. Mirror's grudge was standing at the center of the platform, staring at Angor with a pair of vicious eyes. Another sacrificial altar. Another human sacrifice ritual. Angor could tell from the layout of the platform that this was a place for an evil ritual. Is this what you did in Dawntown? Angor looked at Mirror's grudge. Of course, Mirror's grudge couldn't answer. Angor looked around the altar and saw the only headless pole. Is that place for Sam? Hearing Sam's name, the resentment around Mirror's grudge began to rise. The dark aura around it was visible to the naked eye. Seems so. Angor didn't mind Mirror's grudge's reaction at all. Too bad Sam isn't one of those slaves you can manipulate. Mirror's grudge's aura became even more terrifying. Angor didn't seem to notice it at all. You're here, and you're not running away. Do you think that you have the confidence to win here? Why? Do you think the altar here can give you power? Then what is the source of the power? Mirror Grudge was the one who controlled the mirror space, so it was hard for Angor to guess what was going on. Since that was the case, he might as well try it himself. Without hesitation, Angor stepped onto the island. As soon as he stepped foot on the island, Mirror Grudge, who was standing at the center of the altar, began to roar like a madman. The black flame aura behind him also began to grow wildly as he shouted. When the aura reached 10 times the size of Mirror Grudge's, it quickly turned into a giant shadow. The black shadow continued to struggle and churn, as if there was a terrifying monster hiding inside, trying to break through its shackles. Angor looked at the shadow behind Mirror Grudge with a thoughtful look. Mirror Grudge's energy level had increased by several times. Right now, just the soul pressure alone was enough to intimidate most of the apprentice transcendents. Even Nea would have to run away if she was here. But for Angor, this level of energy was not enough to affect him. He wondered if it was Mirror Grudge's own power or the mirror spaces. Or was it the altar that gave Mirror Grudge this power? The pressure of the soul had already reached its limit, but the size of the shadow was still increasing. It was as if the monster hiding in the shadow wanted to use its expansion to break free from its fate of being shackled. As the shadow grew bigger, Mirror Grudge's roar also began to change. It sounded like an arrogant roar before, but now, it sounded more like a miserable shriek. Wait, Mirror Grudge's soul energy is draining fast. Is the shadow behind him absorbing it? Angor wondered. That's strange. Angor thought the shadow was just one of Mirror Grudge's abilities. But now, it seemed that was not the case. The shadow was a different kind of monster from Mirror Grudge. Could it be a creature that Mirror Grudge kept in the mirror space, so the mirror space could seal creatures? As Angor pondered, the altar began to change again. The 4 sacrificial heads on the poles suddenly opened their mouths and released a large amount of black smoke into the shadow behind Mirror Grudge. Once the black smoke entered the shadow's body, the shadow's struggle began to weaken, and its outline became more solid. At this time, they could vaguely see that the silhouette of the shadow was a huge creature, but it didn't look like a human. 1, 2. The skulls that had finished spewing out the black gas began to wither one by one, leaving only a thin layer of skin covering the skulls. It was as if after spewing out the black gas, their mission had completely ended. Following the withering of the head, the black shadow became more solid and even started to form an eye. Although the eye had yet to fully condense, the ferocious and berserk power had already begun to dissipate. Angor watched quietly without doing anything to stop it. However, his relaxed expression slowly turned serious. His pitch-black eyes were devoid of any whiteness, just like the eyes of some demons. But that was not the most important thing. What shocked him the most was that the eye was observing its surroundings. Observing with a purpose is a sign of intelligence. It was completely different from Jing Yuan's malicious eyes. Why would there be such an intelligent creature in the mirror dimension? While Angor was wondering, the 4th head on the pole also finished spewing out the black gas and began to wither. However, the black gas did not seem to be enough for the shadow to fully condense. Half of the eye was still hidden in the darkness. Because the black gas didn't continue to fill up, the eye seemed to understand something. It slightly turned its head and looked at the 5th pole. However, the pole where Sam's head should be hanging was empty at this moment. Useless fool. You didn't even complete the ritual, and you summoned me like this. This is blasphemy. Blasphemy. The giant eye looked down at Jing Yuan, who was still kneeling on the altar. Then, its eyes froze. It's the soul. Even the body is gone? Stupid insect. It kept cursing and swearing, as if it wanted to vent its anger by doing so. However, Angor could only hear some strange frequency fluctuations in his ears. He couldn't understand what it was saying. Language? Angor narrowed his eyes. Language is not a sound frequency. It's some kind of strange fluctuation. Even a single eye can do that. No human or humanoid can do that. Angor's voice attracted the eye's attention. Huh? A human? Who are you? Angor looked at the eye and chuckled. So you don't understand the common tongue. The eye kept sending out ripples. Are you laughing at me? Damn it. If only the ritual was completed, I could send my consciousness down. It didn't care about learning languages. Every time it summoned someone, it would use its consciousness to communicate. But this time, it missed the mark. The ritual was not completed, and the observer's eye was not fully activated. Its energy level was so low that it couldn't even understand human language. Even if it couldn't understand the language, anyone who dared to laugh in front of it was blasphemy, and blasphemers had to pay with their lives. It just so happened that the eye needed this human's life to complete the ritual. With that in mind, the eye became even angrier. Waves of strange and enormous energy began to leak out from its pupil. The energy turned into countless black-red bone blades outside the eye. Human, you should feel honored to witness the great power at the end of your life. What are you talking about again? Damn, I can't even decipher those ripples. Angor looked up at the eye again. But I don't need to guess what you're talking about. The bone blades were aimed at him. Angor knew that the thing wasn't friendly. Just fight, Angor said. The giant eye seemed to have noticed Angor's intention as well. Without hesitation, it sent a rain of bone blades at Angor like a rain of arrows. The eye felt a bit pleased when it sensed the sharp bone blades whistling through the air. The bone blades would cover the entire lake. As far as the eye was concerned, this human had nowhere to run. However, the eye soon froze on the spot. The attack did not work. All the bone blades froze as soon as they touched Angor. It was as if there was an invisible barrier protecting Angor from all the bone blades. Seeing this scene, a black aura flashed in the huge eyes. Extraordinary. You're a magus? Since it was looking for a human, it knew everything about this place, including the existence of supernatural beings, wizards. However, it remembered that the believers it communicated with lived on the edge of the continent, which was extremely far away from where wizards lived. So why was there a wizard here? Let me guess. You're asking me how I managed to block your attack? Or are you surprised that I'm a superhuman, a life form from the other world? Angor already had an idea when he saw the giant eye. The eye was probably not a local creature. This place was just a mirror image of the altar, and Angor already knew that the farm owner's sacrifice was likely to be an otherworldly being. Moreover, speaking the language of the giant eye was a strange frequency that was almost impossible for a human being to produce. Of course, Angor was not sure if it was an otherworldly being yet. Until he noticed a bone blade. The energy source inside the bone blade was something he had never seen before. It did not belong to this world at all. He also sensed this strange aura from John before. By now, Angor was sure that the eye belonged to the otherworldly being sacrificed by the nobles in Dawn Town. However, Angor did not expect that the knights sent by the Silver Heron royal family could not find anything about the sacrifice. Instead, he found something in the mirror image created by Mirror Grudge. He can stop the bone blades. He's a wizard. Damn it. Why is there a wizard here? The eye was enraged. It was not only because of the blasphemy, but also because it could not defeat Angor in its current form. The sacrifice was not completed yet, and it only had half an eye left. There was no way it could defeat a wizard. It did not matter if it could not defeat Angor. It did not matter if the eye died. It was just a tiny strand of energy anyway. Angor's appearance meant that its existence had been discovered. Considering the attitude of the southern wizarding region toward otherworldly beings, Angor knew that a thorough search would be carried out soon. The eye would not be able to reach into the wizarding world anytime soon. Damn you. Damn. You. If you come to my world, I'll cut you into pieces. The eye's words were not threatening at all. Now that he knew it was an otherworldly creature, he didn't bother to ask further. He would just kill it. Angor was not a follower of the supreme cult, and he would not kill otherworldly beings on sight. However, the creatures summoned by evil rituals were usually evil gods who were filled with greed and lust for the wizarding world. If he could not defeat them, he could run. But if he could, he would kill them. With that in mind, Angor slowly reached out a hand and pointed at the eye. A large amount of mana gathered around him, and a terrifying aura began to spread from his fingertip. The giant eye knew that Angor was going to kill it right away. It was furious, but there was nothing it could do. There was no way it could turn the situation around. It could only watch as a terrifying amount of energy gathered around Angor's finger. When the energy reached its peak, Angor suddenly stopped and looked at the altar in front of him. At first, the giant eye didn't know what was going on. But when it looked down, it was instantly enraged. The undead creature who summoned it was now devouring its energy. Damn you! Traitor! Blasphemer! I'll kill you! The eye was even angrier at Mirror Grudge than when it was facing Angor. Angor and Mirror Grudge were enemies in the first place, so Angor had no choice but to fight back in the future. However, Mirror Grudge and Mirror Grudge were on the same side, and Mirror Grudge used to be Angor's follower when it was still alive. Now, the undead creature was trying to devour it. It was like a pet dog turning on its master. The eye's anger reached an unprecedented level. However, under the pressure of Angor's aura, the creature could not do anything about it. Mirror Grudge devoured the undead creatures quickly. After all, the undead creatures came from its body and contained some of its energy. As if he was using a straw to suck water, Jingyan sucked the huge black shadow into his stomach. As the eye disappeared, Mirror Grudge's energy level began to skyrocket. Its form began to change as well. It used to be an ordinary human with pale skin and a hideous face. But at this time its whole body began to change. Its size increased by 3 times, and its 4 limbs and head were all enlarged. Below its head was a huge and sturdy body, and its neck had disappeared. Its skin turned from pale to dark green, and it was even glowing coldly. The aura of death also turned into a black mist that flowed around its body. This was something that would only happen when one's soul energy was overflowing. Without a doubt, Mirror Grudge had reached a higher level. Not only did the jump in energy rank bring about a huge increase in strength, but Mirror Grudge was also a special undead. Mirror Dimension was its innate ability, and at this moment, its control of Mirror Dimension had also clearly improved. So that's what you're after. Angor nodded. So that's what you're after. An undead creature would never trust someone. It would never trust someone's power, even if it was a wild god from another world. Everything Jing Yuan did was the last spark in his memory. Devouring, and turning the power of the other world summoned by the sacrifice into his own was his ultimate goal. Endless pursuit of power and unscrupulous means to grow stronger. He had to admit that this grudge mirror reminded him of Mandira in Dark Castle. Unfortunately, he wasn't as lucky as Mandira. Mandira was hit by Prelude to Rebirth's white bullet, which helped it regain its sanity from the chaos. Even if it was a crazy and bloodthirsty spirit, it was still a great improvement for an undead creature like Mandira. If an undead creature only relied on its blind pursuit of power without proper intelligence, it wouldn't even be able to use its power properly. This was the difference between Mandira and Mirror Grudge. Still, Angor was surprised that Mirror Grudge was able to do this. Looking at the special undead that was as big as a small mountain, anyone else, even a true sorcerer, would find it difficult to deal with it. Unfortunately, Mirror's Grudge ran into Angor. In the distance, Mirror Grudge lowered its body and stuck its hands into the altar on the ground. A large amount of black fog spread out like a wall of black fog, surrounding the sacrificial altar. The mist grew taller and taller as if a tower of black mist was built on the ground. Rumble, inside the tower, Mirror's Grudge poked his giant head out, which was surrounded by strands of black smoke. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath in Angor's direction. The strong suction force instantly overturned the pitch-black lake water and pulled it into the huge mouth like a surging wave. Along with the water, he swam toward the giant mouth of Grudge Mirror. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that Angor's purification field was completely unaffected. No water vapor could enter the field. When they were about to reach the black mist tower, Angor slowly lifted a finger. The vast energy turned into a faint light that shot out from his fingertip and into the huge mouth of the resentful mirror. At first, Mirror Grudge's suction force didn't change at all. Angor was still being dragged into the giant mouth along with the tide. But when Angor was about to enter the mouth, the suction force suddenly disappeared. The lake water around them began to fall rapidly under the influence of gravity. As for Grudge Mirror's huge head, it began to emit light beams from the inside, as if countless light beams were piercing into his head. 2 seconds later, light burst out, and Jean Grudge's head froze for a few seconds before it shattered into wisps of black smoke. The black smoke was sucked into the tower of black fog behind him. Soon, another Mirror's Grudge's head emerged from the black fog. Whether it was the size or the ferocious face, it was exactly the same as before. It was as if the shattering just now was just an illusion. Angor wasn't surprised at all. So this is your new power? A head simulated by death aura. Is this a type of death aura? Angor looked around at the wet marks left by the lake water. It's interfering with the material world. Before this, Mirror's Grudge had only revealed the ability of Mirror's Dimension, and Mirror's Dimension was a special ability of the soul body. Other than that, Mirror's Grudge's attacks were all natural energy creations. But this time, he used a large amount of death aura to create a head and use its suction force to interfere with reality. This was clearly not a soul body, but a death aura. Sunny was trying to learn how to create death aura, but she hadn't succeeded yet. Mirror's Grudge, on the other hand, learned this new ability in just a few minutes by consuming the energy. Besides, death aura usually created small objects such as hair, broken bones, blood pools, and so on. Since Mirror's Grudge could create such a huge head right after learning it, it was highly likely that this was a special soul trick, just like Mirror's Dimension, which was exclusive to special undead creatures. Unfortunately, Mirror's Grudge had only just learned this ability, and he wasn't good at controlling it yet. The giant head only used its gravitational force to interfere with reality, which meant it posed no threat to Angor at all. Besides, if Mirror's Grudge could create a head, it could also create simple limbs, such as weapons, spikes, or something even more lethal. Wasn't it better to fight with 4 giant limbs than a head that could only scare people? You're not a flying head monster. At least flying head monsters could use their heads to smash people, and their eyes could create illusions. Mirror's Grudge's head, on the other hand, only had a suction force, which wasn't very effective. As Angor pondered, Mirror's Grudge attacked him again with its head. This time, Mirror's Grudge didn't use its suction force. Instead, it opened its mouth and tried to bite Angor. Angor easily dodged the attack and continued to bombard it with energy beams. Each energy beam could destroy one of Mirror's Grudge's heads. After destroying 4 or 5 heads in a row, Mirror's Grudge finally changed its strategy. While attacking with its head, it also created several tentacles to interfere with Angor's movements. Not bad. You're getting smarter, but it's still not enough. Angor praised and continued to destroy Mirror's Grudge's avatars. Angor could have gone straight for the core, but he didn't plan to destroy Mirror's Grudge. He only entered the mirror space to observe and learn more about Mirror's Grudge's ability, which would reveal more of its underlying logic. For this reason, Angor was trying to provoke Mirror's Grudge so that it could learn more about fighting, which would help the mirror dimension to reveal more profound laws. Of course, playing with fire could easily lead to self-destruction. Mirror's Grudge's power had reached a terrifying level. Even wizards wouldn't be able to handle it easily. Angor only dared to keep playing with fire because he had prelude to rebirth. No one else would dare to do this. Angor spent several minutes fighting Mirror's Grudge. He noticed that Mirror's Grudge didn't do anything else apart from increasing the number of death auras it created. He was a little disappointed. He wanted to see what Mirror's Grudge's new death aura could do, but it seemed that this was all it could do. It would take some time for him to find out more about the death aura. However, Angor wasn't interested in the death aura itself. He was more interested in the mirror space. There's no need to keep this up. After destroying several tentacles, Angor decided to call it a day. His night speeder glowed with a golden light and allowed him to jump into the air. While looking down at the black mist below, he took out Prelude to Rebirth from his bracelet. He aimed the gun at the black mist tower below. Inside the mist, Mirror's Grudge trembled as if it sensed its natural enemy. He raised his head to look at the sky and continued to scream. However, at this time, there was a hint of weakness in his voice. If there were any other wizards here, they would probably be shocked by what they saw. Undead creatures had no sense of reason. They only knew how to kill. Even if they were faced with something much stronger than them, they wouldn't hesitate to charge at them. But now, Mirror's Grudge reacted so violently when it saw Angor's gun. Mirror's Grudge reacted so strongly to Prelude to Rebirth because it already knew how terrifying the weapon could be. Even if Prelude to Rebirth didn't hurt Mirror's grudge would still be able to see how destructive the weapon was. Angor wasn't planning to kill Mirror's grudge anyway. He only used Prelude to Rebirth to weaken the spirit. Even Mirror's grudge, who had no sense of reason, was affected by Prelude to Rebirth. Angor took out Prelude to Rebirth again to end today's exploration of the mirror space. Even though Mirror's grudge kept screaming and retreating, Angor still fired. Bang! As the gunshots rang out, invisible ripples began to spread downwards. All the death aura that came into contact with the ripples quickly retreated. This also caused the black fog tower standing on the sacrificial altar to directly collapse. Mirror's grudge, who was hiding in the mist, was also exposed. Mirror's grudge didn't even have time to absorb the black mist created by Prelude to Rebirth. It could only give Angor a resentful look before it began to retreat. Angor slowly followed behind Mirror's grudge while releasing the ripples from Prelude to Rebirth. When the ripples reached the entire mirror space, Mirror's grudge had no choice but to return to the underground cavern in the real world. Mirror's grudge's strength was greatly weakened after returning to the real world. Even though it had the ability to create death aura, it couldn't do anything to Angor without being able to control it properly. Angor easily put Mirror's grudge back into the soul containment bottle. Then he patted his dust-free clothes and looked around. Freud was also in the underground cavern to protect Sunny. He was now looking at the soul containment bottle in confusion. That giant who escaped from the mirror was Mirror's grudge? What happened in the mirror space? Why did Mirror's grudge change so much? Also, the aura Mirror's grudge released when it came out made Freud's heart skip a beat. Before this, Freud could easily defeat Mirror's grudge. But after today, the tables would be turned. Mister, is that Mirror's grudge? How did he? Something unexpected happened, Angor said. Angor put away the soul containment bottle and sat down in front of Freud. He then explained what happened in the mirror space to Freud. That's all. Something unexpected happened, but I got something good in the end. Angor was quite satisfied with today's exploration. Whether it was the new law of the mirror space or the otherworldly creature that was worshipped by the farm owner, they were all unexpected gains. Also, Mirror's grudge now had 2 special abilities, which would help Taurus a lot in the future. Freud's jaw dropped. He didn't expect Angor to fight against an otherworldly deity in the mirror space. What surprised him even more was that Mirror's grudge managed to devour an otherworldly deity. Freud couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It took Freud a while to calm down. I didn't think those nobles from Silver One Principality would dare to worship an otherworldly deity. By the way, do you know who that otherworldly creature is? Angor created a cluster of illusion nodes and projected the image of the giant eye he saw. In order to recreate the image, he even included the strange frequency he sensed. I think it's the language of their world. Unfortunately, I can't decipher it. Have you heard of it? Freud carefully observed the image and sensed the frequency of the image. In the end, he shook his head and said, I don't think so. But I've studied the evil gods of Loft before, and this one doesn't look like one. Its personality is also different from the evil gods of Loft, so we can basically rule it out. There were evil deities in Loft World that were feared by all the races and other planes. Their strength was unfathomable, and their influence spread far and wide. Anyone who knew their name, even if it was just a code name, would be attracted by them. For this reason, they were worshipped even more than the demons from Abyss Plane. Brofin tried to revive one of the evil deities in Abyss Plane, but he only managed to leak a tiny bit of its aura, and it almost killed all of them. That was how terrifying the evil deities in Loft World were. It was precisely because they were too powerful and frightening that they were often ranked in the top 3 of otherworldly priests in the world of adepts. They weren't ranked first because the evil gods of the Loft World didn't have the desire to invade like the demon gods of the Abyss. They didn't have the intention to invade other worlds, and even their names weren't deliberately spread. They only had so many worshippers because their believers liked to worship them. In other words, the fact that these Buddhist-like evil deities were among the top 3 worshippers was more than enough to prove how terrifying they were. We can rule out the demons from Abyss Plane, Angor added. If it's not an evil deity from Loft World or Abyss Plane, then maybe it's a wild god worshipped by otherworldly barbarians? Freud guessed. Dawn Town is a port town, so foreign ships often come here. Maybe it's a ship from Pharaon that brought the worshippers here. There were many primitive tribes on the Pharaon continent. They worshipped and offered sacrifices to the outer gods. Most of them were the barbarian gods of the other world. That's possible. But I'll have to go to the dream wasteland and ask around to see if it's true. Otherworldly barbarian gods weren't rare. If that I was really a wild god, Angor could ask other wizards about it. Since he was going to see Ness later, he could ask Ness about it. When you were in the mirror dimension just now, sir, Drew sent me a message. Freud said. A message? Something about the underground cavern? Freud nodded and took out a black leather envelope from his pocket and handed it over. There was a thick stack of envelopes inside. The silver seal had the emblem of the Silver Heron royal family on it. Angor removed the seal and took out a thin piece of parchment from the leather envelope. Although it was thin, it was still much thicker than the pulp paper. As expected of a royal family. Angor raised an eyebrow. Freud saw the parchment and understood why Angor would say something like that. Since Angor chose to use a more noble leather envelope, he had to put some parchment inside. A leather envelope and parchment would only make the letter this thick. This was the typical style of nobles. Formality was more important than anything else. Freud knew Angor well. Angor was born a noble, but he didn't really care about the formality of nobles. Angor didn't like Druid's noble style at all. Angor's teacher, Sunders, might have accepted such an arrangement. Angor unfolded the parchment and saw a large number of words. It took him several minutes to read everything. Angor considered for a few seconds and handed the parchment to Freud. Freud skimmed through the letter and realized that it was mostly nonsense. Most of it was about how the royal knights investigated the matter, how many people they found, and how they coincidentally found a clue from a sea merchant. This was also a typical formality. However, putting aside the previous nonsense, this clue alone was still quite valuable. It pointed to the first image Dodoro showed, which was the emblem on the leather boot of the mastermind. According to the information the frontline knights got from a sea merchant, the emblem on the boot probably belonged to a family from the Night Lily Kingdom on Pharaon continent called the Man-Badger family. Since Pharaon and the Land of Revelation had a lot of trade, the Central Empire had some records about Pharaon continent. However, there wasn't much information to be found on the vast ocean. Nea searched through a lot of documents and found only a few pieces of information about the Man-Badger family. In the end, she confirmed that the Man-Badger family was a local noble family from the Winching County in the Ledo province of the Night Lily Kingdom. However, whether or not the emblem belonged to the Man-Badger family had yet to be confirmed, but Nea had already urged the knights to rush to the neighboring Haiyan Principality. That place had trade relations with the Ledo province, so there might be people who recognized the emblem. However, most sea merchants would not deliberately lie to the royal family for the convenience of their trade. The probability of the Man-Badger family's emblem on the boots was very high. According to the style of the nobles, clothes and boots engraved with their family emblem usually belong to their relatives. Freud said, if we can confirm that it's the Man-Badger family's emblem, then they're probably from the Man-Badger family. Angor nodded. As a noble himself, he knew better than anyone else. If such clothing was engraved with the clan emblem, it could only be worn by members of the clan. After old Pat passed away, only Angor and Leon were allowed to wear the emblem of the Pat family. The other party's boots had the emblem of the Man-Badger family, so there was a high chance that he was from the Man-Badger family. So, the Man-Badger family is probably a supernatural family? Freud asked. It's also possible that one of their members was talented enough to be recruited into the wizarding world. But no matter what, we should be able to find them as long as there are records left behind. Angor nodded. This was the only clue they found, but they should be able to find the identity of the man in leather boots very soon. Since the man in leather boots was one of the masterminds behind the altar, it would be much easier to find out who he was. Let me know as soon as you find anything else. Angor checked the time and saw that it was almost time to meet up with Ness in the dream wasteland. Sir, there's one more thing, Freud suddenly spoke up. Angor stopped constructing the dream walk spell and looked at Freud. Drew brought another piece of news just now. It's about Dangros. Dangros? Didn't he go to St. Sem City? What happened? Ever since Dangros left the Tide Realm, He was very interested in everything related to humans. He always wanted to visit a human city. Angor spent most of his time studying the mirror space, so he asked Drew to take Dangros to St. Sem City so that he could see the world. Did he cause any trouble? Angor frowned. Freud's expression was a bit strange. Nothing serious. Half of the palace of the Silver Heron royal family was burned down. Since the palace was close to Cypress Street, the whole street was burned down. Luckily, most of the residents of Cypress Street went to check out the sculptures in the square. The remaining residents, with the help of the night guards, managed to escape. Only a few pets were burned to death. Burned down a palace? And burned down an entire street? Angor frowned. I told it to restrain its fire. What's going on? Freud sighed and explained the situation to Lucien. Dangros could not be blamed for this. It was the fault of an apprentice adept named Fritz. Fritz was a member of the Silver Heron Palace Wizards. Similar to Drew, Fritz was a scholar who loved to study. In fact, he was even more of a homebody than Drew. He spent most of his time in the palace doing all kinds of research. When Fritz was training in the Tower of Hurricane, he was one of Mithril innovator Jalal's alchemy assistants. During that time, Fritz learned a lot of alchemy skills. However, compared to tooling, he preferred apothecary, which was why he spent most of his time studying apothecary. Unfortunately, he wasn't very talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. After coming to the Central Empire, Fritz didn't give up on studying apothecary. He even developed many new potion formulas. However, these so-called new potion formulas were all just his imagination. Basically, they had not entered the experimental stage of the potion because his skills did not allow it and he could not afford the materials. The formula that Fritz came up with was called boiling blood red water. In order to experiment with this new formula, Fritz collected many related materials. However, he still couldn't make lithogen fluid soul. Lithogen fluid soul was also one of Fritz's ideas. It was a new type of auxiliary conversion agent made by adding floating gel into a special magic ore. It wasn't difficult to make it. The difficult part was melting it. It required extremely high temperature to melt it. And this required the help of fire. Fritz had a way to make his fire hot enough to melt the magic ore. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Fritz had tried many ways over the years. However, this place was far away from the sea, and he couldn't find any powerful sub-elemental wizards to help him. That was until he met an intelligent fire creature with a high temperature. Dangros. That's right. Although Dangros melted, Fritz overestimated his research standards. After the melted lithogen gel, it ignited and quickly burned down the palace. Freud sighed. The fire was so strong that even the royal wizards couldn't control it. Not even Nea? Nea wasn't there. But even if she was, she couldn't control the fire. It's a special type of fire. How did they manage to control it? Freud said, Dangros absorbed the fire. Dangros was stunned when he tried to make the lithogen fluid soul. It took him 5 minutes to come back to his senses, but the fire had already spread to Cypress Street. But we're still lucky. At least no one was burned to death. Angor sighed in relief. He thought Dangros had done something bad to him. All in all, it was clear that Fritz was the one with the bigger problem. How's Dangros now? Dangros wasn't punished, but Nea locked Fritz in a small dark room. But Drew said that Dangros was in a bad mood recently. I think it has something to do with the burning of the palace. Drew said he wanted to tell you about Dangros' recent situation. But from what I can see, the royal wizards must be afraid of Dangros. That's why they sent Drew to deliver the message to you. In other words, they wanted Angor to take Dangros away as soon as possible. Angor nodded. I see. I'll go check on Dangros later. Angor was surprised that Dangros could create a fire that could melt the lithogen fluid soul. Angor used to think that Dangros was more of a socialite than a flame master. But now, it seemed that Dangros' fire ability wasn't bad at all. Angor decided to check it out when he went to pick up Dangros later. For the first time, Angor was curious about Dangros' fire ability. Before going to Dangros, Angor had to prepare for his appointment with Ness. When he entered the dream wasteland, he found himself in Ness' attic again. He nodded to Taurus and Mandrake and went to the second floor. To his surprise, the second floor was much cleaner this time. The messy piles of books on the floor were all placed neatly against the wall. The side windows and skylights that were covered by piles of paper last time were all cleaned up. The windows on the walls and ceiling were all open, allowing natural light to enter the room. The slightly crowded second floor now looked a bit more spacious. Angor was wondering why Ness was so diligent all of a sudden. But when he walked around the bookshelves and approached the desk, he finally understood. Near Ness's desk, there was an exquisite tea table. A kind old lady with a head full of silver hair was sitting beside the tea table, holding a teacup and elegantly stirring it with a spoon. Angor finally understood why Ness was working so hard. It was because Iron Granny was here. Granny. Angor bowed to the old woman. Iron Granny smiled and gestured for Angor to sit on the opposite side of the table. She even made a cup of flower tea and placed it in front of Angor. More importantly, Iron Granny took out a glass of milk and poured it all into the tea for Angor to taste. So everyone knows about my preferences now. Angor thought. Granny, are you here because of the altar? Angor came here to discuss the clues he saw in Dodoro's prophecy. He also knew that Ness went to Iron Granny to ask for more information. However, Angor didn't expect Iron Granny to show up in person. He didn't expect Iron Granny to come. After all, the matter of the catacombs altar was not a big deal. Yes. Iron Granny took a sip of her tea and nodded. You're interested in the altar too, Granny? Iron Granny, I wasn't interested before, but after seeing Dodoro's prophecy, I'm interested. What did you see in Dodoro's prophecy, Granny? Angor asked curiously. Iron Granny lowered her eyebrows. After a moment of silence, she said, I saw an old friend in the picture, and an old friend? Yes. Iron Granny sighed. To be more precise, it's the body of an old friend. She looked a bit sad. An old friend? It took Angor 2 seconds to realize what Iron Granny was trying to say. He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the table. A large number of illusion nodes gushed out from his fingertips and constructed an illusion on the wooden table. The illusion showed what Dodoro saw when he was still alive. In the pitch-black catacombs, there were a large number of containers on the rectangular stone platforms around the altar, as well as various organs stored in them. Among them, the most eye-catching organ was the female arm that was contained in a long liquid container. Is this it? Angor pointed at the arm, which had black and red patterns on it. Compared to all the other organs, this one stood out the most. Yes. Iron Granny stared at the arm for a while and nodded. I'm not mistaken. It's the right hand of the night butterfly. Night butterfly which? Angor quickly searched his memory. Are you talking about Crimson Night Butterfly, Jenny Watson, Granny? Iron Granny nodded. Looks like you're doing something good. Yes, that's her. I've seen the pattern on her arm before. Oh, it's her? I don't think I heard anything about her recently. But I've seen a lot of gossip about her in old magazines from the last century. Crimson Night Butterfly Jenny Watson was a level 1 wizard from the Watson clan. The Watson family was quite famous 2,000 years ago. They were one of the top 3 families in Vincebyre's forces. Unfortunately, after the Bloody Night Butcher incident, the Watson family fell into obscurity along with Vincebyre's fall. In the last 1,000 years, the Watson clan only had one wizard, and that was Night Butterfly. Angor didn't know much about Night Butterfly. He only knew that she was a fire element wizard. Due to her beautiful face and bold personality, many male wizards were attracted to her. Of course, most of the male wizards were apprentices. Because of this, Jenny was a frequent guest in gossip magazines. However, that was only limited to the last century. There wasn't much news about Jenny in the last 100 years. There's no news about her because Jenny left the southern region 100 years ago, Iron Granny said softly. He really left the southern region? I once heard that Jenny owed a certain adept a debt of love, but she couldn't beat him, so she fled the southern region. It was Ness who spoke. As a typical gentleman, he seemed to be quite interested in gossip and knew more about it than Angor. At least, he had never heard of such a thing. Is that true? Angor looked at Iron Granny curiously. Boring. Iron Granny glanced at Ness and said to Angor, "Don't listen to him. He doesn't look like a wizard at all." Ness felt wronged. Didn't the rumor spread like wildfire back then? I wasn't the only one who said it. Iron Granny put down her teacup and said, "Jenny did leave the southern region because of something, but it wasn't because of a love affair." Iron Granny knew Jenny like the back of her hand, so she knew what happened 100 years ago. According to Iron Granny, Jenny was different from how she was portrayed in the magazines. She was bold, but that was only because she didn't think before she spoke and expressed her feelings too straightforwardly. To put it simply, Jenny spent all her time on cultivation and didn't care about worldly affairs. She was no different from those brainless brutes who only cared about their muscles. The reason why people still gossiped about Jenny was that she was too beautiful. Given Jenny's personality, the rumor that she was avoiding him because of love was a lie. The reason she had left 100 years ago was because of an irresolvable conflict with a witch from the Bliss House. That witch had once been good friends with Jenny. Iron Granny didn't go into details, but Angor was sure that it wasn't love. Jenny once fused with the bloodline of a special flaming butterfly, which is called Crimson Night Butterfly. The beast's bloodline gave Jenny great power, but it also brought her a lot of trouble in the future. It's exactly because of these troubles that Jenny has never been able to embark on the path of truth. At the time, Jenny didn't want to face her old friend, and she happened to hear that the Moonfrost Alliance had discovered a butterfly similar to the slender red night butterfly during a planar expedition. She wanted to see if she could find this butterfly to solve her problem, so she left the southern region. That's all I know. Iron Granny sighed deeply. Jenny and I met at a tea party 300 years ago. She's one of my close juniors. She even came to Brute Cavern to visit me before she left, and I agreed to let her go. Who would have thought that Jenny wouldn't return after she left? And this is what I heard about her after so many years. She always thought that Jenny was still looking for a truth finder, or had gone to an origin world to train. She didn't expect that the next time she saw Jenny, it was because of Ness. She didn't know what happened to Jenny, but her arm was placed inside a transparent container, which looked both beautiful and tragic. Angor could tell that Iron Granny really felt sorry about Jenny's fate. He considered for a moment and said, "So far, we can't confirm whether it's Night Butterfly's doing or not. Even if it's Night Butterfly's hand, it's only an arm. It doesn't mean that something bad happened to her." "I can tell whether it's her hand or not," Iron Granny said. "Jenny's bloodline came from her hands, which can turn into butterfly wings. You can say that her hands are the most important part of her body, even more important than her heart. The patterns on her hands are a manifestation of her bloodline, which is very difficult to replicate. If such an important hand was cut off, the consequences would be obvious." "Gosh. I didn't think Jenny would end up like this." Ness sighed. After all, Jenny was someone he once fantasized about. Iron Granny glanced at him. "Angor is right. Jenny might not be dead yet. It's too early for you to think about her fate." "Fine." Ness shrugged. "I don't care if Jenny is dead or alive. I'm more curious about one thing. How did Jenny's hand end up in an underground cavern in the Land of Revelation? Shouldn't you be the one to answer that question? Didn't you hear about those people who carved words on their faces?" Iron Granny looked at Ness and asked. "According to Dodoro's prophecy, the ones who created the altars in the underground cavern all had numbers on their faces. If they wanted to know why Jenny ended up in the underground cavern, they had to find out who created the altars first. And Ness was the only one who knew about these clues." Angor looked at Ness as well. "You've been thinking about it for days, Wizard Ness. Can't you figure it out yet?" When the topic turned to him, Ness's expression was a little awkward. He hesitated for a while before saying, "I have thought of it, but it might be a little different from what you think." Iron Granny raised an eyebrow. "If you've thought of it, just say it." Nessie sighed and spoke slowly. 30 years ago, I left Brute Cavern to collect more undead souls. At that time, I was even tricked by that old man, Wallace, and was forced to accept a guiding mission. It was the year 7347 of the new calendar. After gathering the necromancers he needed in an ancient graveyard, Ness made another trip overseas. It took him half a year before he managed to gather 5 talents, which was the minimum requirement for the guidance mission. After that, he boarded the White Clam Shipping Company's cargo ship and returned to Fey Continent. Since he had nothing else to do, Ness decided to enjoy this rare moment of leisure. As for how to enjoy it? Ness was only interested in two things. One was undead souls, and the other was beautiful women. He already had an undead soul, so he enjoyed the company of beautiful women. Coincidentally, there was also a guard from Floating Mech City on the ship. She was a beautiful female apprentice named Mia. Of course, Ness went to her. During that time, Ness lived a happy life. One night, when Ness went to find his new lover, he saw two new talents in Mia's room. They were reporting something about their hometown to Mia. The report was about a group of men with number tattoos on their faces. However, Ness only cared about his new lover at that time. He didn't pay attention to the two talents at all. Even when he heard the news, it didn't leave a deep impression in his mind. It was also because he didn't take the words of those two talents to heart that although he had this impression in his mind for the past 2 days, he still couldn't recall it. After a few days of sorting out his memories, he gradually recalled this matter. Oh? A talent told you that? Iron Granny wondered. Ness had asked her the same question before. She tried to recall the past but couldn't recall any supernatural with a tattoo of numbers on their face. She didn't expect that a talent who hadn't officially joined the wizarding world would find something like that. Yes. Ness recalled, I remember that the two talents seemed to have encountered some supernatural event and felt that something was off, so after they were guided to become talents, they told Mia about it. What kind of supernatural event? Angor asked. Ness said, when I went to look for Mia, they had already told me part of the story, so what I heard was the edited version. There seemed to be a group of people chasing after a person. Flames and smoke were everywhere along the way, and a few mountains were even burned down. At that time, they happened to see that group of people flying in the sky. Both the pursuer and the one being chased have number tattoos on their faces. And then? Ness shrugged. Then nothing happened. Is there a way to contact Mia and the other two talents you mentioned? Ever since I left the freighter, I haven't contacted Mia. I don't know how she is now. If I want to contact her, I can only use the mini-signal tower. But Mr. Rain isn't in Brute Cavern right now, so I can't do anything about it. When Angor left Brute Cavern, he gave the mini-signal tower to Mr. Rain. Now that Mr. Rain was in the tidal realm, Ness had no way to contact Floating Mech City. Iron Granny suddenly spoke up. I have the mini-signal tower. Huh? Iron Granny said, Ryan gave me the mini-signal tower before he left. Then I'll go offline and find you, Granny. Ness was interested in the altar in the first place. Now that an old friend of Iron Granny's was involved, he had to do something to earn Iron Granny's favor. In the next minute, Ness and Iron Granny logged off, leaving Angor alone in the attic. Since he had nothing else to do, he planned to talk to Torres about his soul trick training. However, when he looked down from the second floor, he saw Torres and Mandhila chatting happily. Angor glanced at the strange atmosphere between them and decided not to go down right away. Instead, he took out the Mother Tree communicator and killed some time. About half an hour later, both Ness and Iron Granny came online at the same time. Angor noticed that Iron Granny and Ness both had strange expressions on their faces. How's it going? Did you contact Mia? Iron Granny sighed. I'll let Ness tell you. Yeah. I got in touch with the people from Floating Mech City. Unfortunately, they're all dead. Dead? What's going on? Mia died more than 20 years ago. She tried to break through to become an official magus several times but failed. She died from the backlash in the end. Speaking of this, Ness felt a little regretful. After all, he and Mia were once in a relationship. He still felt a little sad when he heard about her death. As for the other two talents, they only died a few years ago. Maybe you've seen them before. Me? Angor pointed at himself with a puzzled look. Ness nodded. They died in the Garden of Purification. Angor immediately understood what was going on. Back then, Floating Mech City sacrificed thousands of apprentices in order to upgrade the garden. A large number of apprentices died in the Sea of Purification. Many of them were students of Floating Mech City. The two talents Mia brought to floating mech city happened to be in the Garden of Purification. Angor only managed to escape at the last moment. He didn't know the names of the two talents, but it was possible that he met them before. Death is always with us when we walk the path of wizardry. Ness sighed. Be it the night butterfly witch, Mia, or these two talents, they were all the same. Choosing this path meant that there were many more dangers than living a normal life. Angor sighed. Since they're dead, can we find out more about them? They're dead, but Mia had a habit of keeping records. She wrote down everything the two talents told her in a notebook. Floating Mech City has found Mia's letter for us, Angor said. Yes. Yes. It's all thanks to you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to see it. Iron Granny saw Angor's confusion and explained, Antonio is the one who takes care of all the items in Floating Mech City. Only the deceased's relatives or Antonio's permission are allowed to see the items. Ness nodded. That's right. Mia's relatives are all dead, so I thought she would put my name on the list. But she didn't. Iron Granny gave Ness a cold glance. You're still as thick-skinned as I always am. Ness chuckled. I'm just guessing. I've been in close contact with Mia before. You can say that we're close friends. So you don't even know when she died? Iron Granny sneered and turned to Angor. Brood Cavern has a similar system. Unclaimed items left behind by wizards are kept by tree spirits. Ness joined them. You don't have to worry about your funeral when you die. Even the Phantom Island can help you pack up your belongings. I remember you have an older brother, right? You can also go to Mr. Tree Spirit and register your brother's name. When you die, your brother will inherit your belongings. He knew Ness was talking about the rules, but why was he clenching his fists even tighter? Iron Granny took a deep breath. Shut up. I'll do the rest. Iron Granny's eyes were filled with coldness. Seeing that Iron Granny was about to get angry, Ness shivered and didn't dare to do it again. But it didn't last long. Several seconds later, Ness mumbled, I didn't say anything wrong, shut up. Ness froze on the spot and stopped talking. Iron Granny waited for the atmosphere to calm down before she continued, normally speaking, Mia's letter shouldn't be taken out. But Antonio found it in his inventory anyway when he heard that it was you who wanted to read it. Without Angor's help, Iron Granny wouldn't have been able to get it done. Antonio values your opinion, Ness added. Iron Granny glared at him and he hurriedly made a gesture of closing his mouth. I won't say anything. I promise I won't. Iron Granny looked at Ness and Ness. Oh, Antonio. I haven't seen him in a long time. Angor missed the gentle deity who always acted in a serious manner. Antonio misses you as well. Iron Granny paused for a moment. Speaking of which, Antonio asked me to tell you something. Granny, please speak. Iron Granny said, so far, drama boxes have become popular in Floating Mech City, and your name has been recognized by most people. However, the drama box is ultimately a trick. It expects you to release new works. Angor nodded. As a member of the research department, it was his responsibility to publish new products in the department. He was already prepared for it. Also, Antonio told me that the main reason why he's looking forward to your new work is because there's already news about Dongfeng. Grafting freak, East Sea? Angor was surprised. You have news about her? What about Madeline? During the stargazing day, Maya saw how Madeline was killed by Dongfeng. Now that there is news from the east, how is Madeline? Don't worry. We already sent people to the Abyss Plane after the stargazing day. We haven't received any new information yet, but Madeline should be fine. Iron Granny paused for a moment before continuing, Dongfeng hasn't returned to the department yet, but since she already received news about Madeline, she'll probably do something to you. Dongfeng was an extreme antagonist of the research department. She would actively oppose almost every member who joined the department. Back when Angor joined the department, Dongfeng didn't join him because she was trapped in the Abyss Plane. But if she returned, she would definitely raise her flag of opposition. Dongfeng was a terrible person, but her alchemy skills were not to be underestimated. Her alchemy skills, especially when it came to alchemy modification. If she openly questioned Angor's alchemy skills, it wouldn't do Angor any good. Besides, Angor already had a grudge against Dongfeng, and Dongfeng also wanted Angor's body. It was very likely that Dongfeng and Dongfeng would fight against each other. Under such circumstances, Angor had to either retreat or take the initiative to attack. Retreating wasn't the style of the research department, so Antonio suggested that Angor release a product that could turn Dongfeng's words into nonsense. I see. Angor nodded. Iron Granny thought Angor was worried about what would happen next. She took a sip of her tea and said, Madeline and Dongfeng have a blood feud. Madeline has a chance to kill Dongfeng in the Abyss Plane. Ness widened his eyes and stared at Iron Granny. She was going to be an outsider. Angor knew what Iron Granny meant. He shook his head and smiled. Madeline wants to eat Dongfeng alive. But I'm sure she wants to kill Dongfeng with her own hands. After all, she's not that far away from Dongfeng right now. She still has a chance. Speaking of which, what do you think of the Dream Wasteland's login device, Granny? Iron Granny gave Angor a thoughtful look. That's a good one. So you've decided what to do. Considering the current situation, if Dongfeng really wanted to question Angor, the tea party held by Brute Cavern would be the best time to do so. By then, all the wizard organizations would be paying attention to the tea party. Also, the witches had a natural talent of spreading information and writing gossip. This powerful ability could help Dong Hai achieve his goal in a short period of time. Angor already planned to release the login device in a small circle during the tea party. Therefore, Angor and Dongfeng had the same idea. As for Angor's logger and East Ocean's doubt, who was going to win? Was there even a need to ask? Ness narrowed his eyes at Angor. Angor was going to use Dongfeng as a stepping stone? Since you already have a plan, let's put it aside for now. We haven't gotten back to the main topic yet. Iron Granny hesitated. She was going to ask Ness to tell her about Mia's letter, but when she saw Ness's creepy expression, she decided to do it herself. Antonio has retrieved Mia's handwritten letter from the Legacy Vault. After some searching, he found the content of the Two Talents report. Iron Granny said, according to the records, it happened on Sidro Island in the year 7346 of the new calendar. Those Two Talents were the natives of Sidro Island, and they were a pair of brothers. They lived in a small fishing village along the north sand coast of Sidro Island. They had lived there since they were young, fishing for a living. If they hadn't met Mia, they might have become famous fishermen in the future. When they were 14 years old, in the middle of summer in the year 7346 of the new calendar, something happened to them that changed their worldview. They were fishing by the sea when they suddenly saw a group of people flying toward them on the surface of the sea. They were so scared that they began to doubt their own existence. How could humans run on the surface of the sea? They hid behind a palm tree and saw a group of cloaked figures with numbers tattooed on their faces chasing a short-haired man into the depths of Sidro Island. At that time, they were young and were very confused by people flying around. Although they were very scared, curiosity won over everything and they secretly followed. Then, they saw a shocking scene. From time to time, the group of cloaked people would emit flames and light waves, aiming at the short-haired man in front of them. Smoke and flames were everywhere along the way, burning a few mountains in succession. Some of the mountain peaks were even shaved off, completely changing the landscape. The cloaked figures were too fast for them to catch up, so they had no choice but to turn back. The incident didn't happen again, but it did change their worldview and made them look forward to the supernatural world. It was also one of the reasons why Mia could easily recruit them into Floating Mech City. Iron Granny finished her story and took a sip of tea to soothe her dry throat. Angor began to think about the whole incident. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about the whole incident. It could only be considered as a coincidence of two ordinary people witnessing a supernatural event. However, the location of this incident did evoke a few thoughts in his mind. Sidro Island. Why does it sound so familiar? Angor mumbled. He had a feeling that he had heard the name somewhere before. Just like your hometown. We call it the Fringe Island, but you call it the Old Earth. Sidro Island is the same. For those two brothers, it's the standard name. But in the wizarding world, it's often called Sidro Fog Island, Iron Granny explained. Sidro Fog Island. Angor quickly realized something. I remember now. It's one of the rare living islands at Devil's Water. Devil's Water was filled with strange weather, giant sea monsters, and evil creatures. Ships traveling through Devil's Water had to spend every day in fear. Very few living beings dared to set foot in a region like this, apart from shipping companies with adepts backing them, and pirates who didn't care about their lives. Angor had experienced the dangers of Devil's Water himself. He thought there wouldn't be any islands or continents with living people at Devil's Water. However, after joining Brute Cavern and reading up on various information, he learned that there were living islands at Devil's Water. For example, Summerdew Ridge, where the Basket Witch lived, and Sidro Fog Island. Summerdew Ridge was the territory of a wizard organization, so it wasn't surprising that people could survive at Devil's Water. Sidro Fog Island, on the other hand, was just an ordinary island, and its inhabitants were all mortals. It was rare to see a living island at Devil's Water. The main reason was that Sidro Fog Island was located in a relatively good location, which allowed it to avoid extreme weather all year round. It was as if Sidro Fog Island was a safe zone at Devil's Water. As for why Sidro Fog Island was like this, Angor didn't know yet. However, there were some theoretical experts who didn't explore the island on the spot. They speculated that it might have something to do with Sidro Fog Island's proximity to the fog zone. Sidro Fog Island was named Fog not because of the foggy weather, but because it was right next to the infamous fog zone at Devil's Water. The fog zone, also known as the Fog Sea or Fog Sea, was an extremely dangerous and uninhabited area. Even the cargo ships of major shipping companies wouldn't enter the zone. All sea maps would mark the zone as a skeleton, which meant that no one would survive after entering the zone. Its danger level could be compared to the Ghost Sea. It was said that terrifying sea monsters and ancient gods were hiding in the fog zone. It was precisely because Sidro Bewilderment Fog Island was so close to such a dangerous place that Allmouthy King had speculated that for the sake of balance, the surroundings of the extremely dangerous Bewilderment Fog Island were, in fact, relatively safer. Sidro Fog Island was lucky enough to be in a safe zone. However, such words weren't credible at all. Still, Sidro Fog Island was very safe. It was one of the few living islands at Devil's Water. But I don't think it's useful to find out where those two talents are, Angor mumbled. No. Iron Granny shook her head. It's useful to know where they are. Iron Granny continued, as I said, those two talents live in a small fishing village near the north sand coast of Sidro Island. In other words, they live at the northernmost part of the island. Coincidentally, the fog zone is directly north of Sidro Island. Granny, you're saying those cloaked figures with tattoos on their faces came from the mist? Angor frowned a little. Iron Granny nodded. That's Mia's speculation. She wrote it down in her notebook and reported it to her superiors. Unfortunately, Floating Mech City didn't take it seriously. After reading it, I think it's reasonable. The two talents saw with their own eyes that the group of people were running from the sea. There were no ships on the sea, and there were no islands nearby to replenish their energy. Judging from the destruction caused, they were not official wizards. How could a group of wizard apprentices run on the sea for such a long time without any supplies? Mia believed that there was a place in the fog zone near Sidro Island that could accommodate the cloaked people. Perhaps this place was an island in the Misty Belt, or perhaps it was a ship in the Misty Belt. Either way, it was highly possible that the cloaked people came out of the fog zone. So, if we want to find them, we can go north of Sidro Island and go to the fog zone? Angor asked. That's one way to do it. But it's still difficult. You're right. But it's not feasible, but we can make some adjustments. Iron Granny said, now that we know that the cloaked figures left traces of destruction on Sidro Island, we can send someone to investigate and trace back the traces that can't be erased. It was all caused by the acolytes, so it was easy to find traces of the culprit. If you really can't find anything, then let the prophets go. They should be able to find some clues. Ness couldn't help but interject. Iron Granny didn't say anything this time. But we don't have many prophets, so we don't have to worry about them. If a prophetic sorcerer had the time, they could go straight to the underground cavern. They might be able to find more clues through the traces left behind there. Then who should we send? You don't have to worry about that. Seeing that Iron Granny wasn't going to argue with him, Ness said, later, I'll go to the questing hall and give out a quest. As long as the reward is good enough, someone will do it. Since the quest involved Khazadar world, Ness was prepared to do it himself. Thank you, Wizard Ness. Angor considered for a moment. By the way, I found a clue about those cloaked men. Oh? One of them might be from Felon. Angor told Ness about the information he got from the Night Order. From the badge on the boots to the Man-Badger family in the Night Lily Kingdom on Felon. Ness' eyes brightened up. That's a good clue. Perfect. I'll split the men into 2 groups. One will go to Sidro Mist Island, and the other will go to Felon to investigate the Man-Badger family. Angor now had a way to find out more information about the altar in the underground cavern. All he needed to do now was wait. What are you going to do next? I'll stay in the underground cavern and study Mirror Grudge's ability for now. Speaking of Mirror Grudge, I found something you might be interested in. Oh? What is it? Angor didn't tell them right away. Instead, he summoned Taurus from the first floor. Since he was going to tell Taurus about Mirror Grudge soon, he might as well let the man know first. However, Taurus didn't come alone. Mandela followed him. Angor glanced at Mandela but didn't say anything. It wasn't a secret anyway, so Mandela didn't mind. When everyone was present, Ness asked curiously, "What's the matter? Why did you call Taurus here?" "I plan to have Taurus devour Mirror's Grudge and obtain its soul technique. Let him hear about Mirror's Grudge's situation first so he can prepare himself. It's just Mirror Grudge. What do you need to prepare yourself for?" "I've already told you about Mirror's Grudge. Do you still remember it?" Taurus nodded. Yes. Taurus lowered his head. The only reason he kept his head down was because of the presence of his elders. Out of courtesy, Taurus removed the horned helmet he wore all year round, revealing his handsome face. Taurus always felt that his baby face, which had been with him for thousands of years, was not good enough for him to look up. Good. I'm going to tell you about Mirror Grudge. However, the current Mirror Grudge is a little different from the one I told you about before. Back then, Mirror Grudge only had the ability to create a mirror space. Now that Mirror Grudge had evolved into a second ability, Angor wasn't sure if Taurus would be able to inherit it. This was why Angor brought it up in front of Ness. As an expert in soul manipulation, Ness might be able to help Taurus. Mirror's Grudge has a kind of mirror space ability. This ability belongs to the soul-body intervention of the soul technique. Because it has both illusion and space abilities, I was very inspired. Therefore, I have been studying this kind of mirror space created by death energy. Ness asked, "Then what did you find out?" "That's not important. What's important here is, something happened while I was studying the mirror space." Under everyone's curious gazes, Angor waved his hand and summoned a large number of illusion nodes, which created a series of realistic illusions around them. In the illusions, Angor and walked out of the underground cavern. Then, they walked along a long, narrow path that was covered in gray fog and arrived at the lakeside. Next, they saw the small island at the center of the lake, as well as the altar on top of it. Both Ness and Iron Granny widened their eyes when they saw the altar. They were wondering what Angor meant when he said they would be interested. Now that they saw the altar, they knew what Angor meant. "This is the four-head summoning ritual," Iron Granny said. Since Iron Granny spoke, Angor stopped the illusions for a moment. The entire first-person illusion seemed to have been paused, and everyone's figures gradually emerged from the illusion. "You know about this ritual, Granny?" "Yes." Iron Granny nodded. "This ritual originated from a great demon god, the Lord of Abyss. It's called Blessing of Gods." Angor was a little surprised. Another abyss demon, the Crown Clown, through his true name, was able to imbue some items with supernatural powers. The scholar of cruelty, who founded the original abyssal inscription literature, was later transformed into inscription literature by human sorcerers, becoming a major school of thought. The Master of Depth was the originator of various sacrificial rituals. Now it sounded like the abyss demons were the founders of all kinds of different schools. Intelligent races from all over the world were all looking for their fleece. Iron Granny continued, "This ritual is used by believers to summon the spirit of a demon god. It's a ritual that allows long-distance telepathic communication across dimensions and planes. That was to say, As long as this ritual was performed, the believers could have a short communication with the God they believed in across time and space. Setting up this ritual is also very simple. All you need to do is for the devout believers to drip their blood around the altar and then sacrifice the heads of the 4 beasts to take effect. 4 beast heads usually meant 2 dog heads and 2 sheep heads. According to legend, an ancient being hated by the Lord of Abyss had a dog head and a sheep head. Therefore, whenever the Lord of Abyss used beast heads in sacrificial rituals, he would only use sheep and dog heads. Iron Granny continued, "What I'm talking about is the original ritual. Later, when the Lord of Abyss believers spread the ritual, some races took advantage of it and used it for even more evil purposes. For example, some evil gods modified this ritual by sacrificing the heads of 4 intelligent creatures so that they could set the coordinates for their divine will to descend. This ritual is called the 4 cardinal living skull positioning ritual. The 4-head summoning ritual is much more effective than blessing of gods. Not only can it allow believers to communicate with the evil gods, but the evil gods can also bring part of their power to the world through their spirit. Once the spirit arrives, it will cause certain damage to the world." Iron Granny pointed at the 4 poles around the altar in the frozen image. "It's easy to tell if the 4 heads are used for God's advent or blessing of the gods. You just need to see if it's a human head or a beast head. As long as it was a human head, it must be a ritual modified by an evil god. Anyone living in the wizarding world has the right to destroy a descending ritual." Iron Granny looked at the altar with disgust in her eyes. Even if it wasn't a supreme cult, they had to get rid of such a ritual that could harm the world. What if it's not a human head but a beast head? Iron Granny looked at Angor. "If it's a beast head, it must be a follower of the Lord of Abyss. You can kill them or leave them. If you run into one, I suggest you leave. Tell the supreme cult about it and let them deal with it." So the followers of the Lord of Abyss are more conservative than some of the other heretics. Iron Granny shook her head. "It's not that the Lord of Abyss is conservative. It's just that the evil gods from other worlds don't want to grow their followers in the long run. Their goal is to destroy the wizarding world in the short term. As long as they can find the wizarding world, invade it, and destroy it, they'll achieve their goal. The Lord of Abyss, on the other hand, wanted to grow his followers in the long run. Since he wanted to do that, he didn't need to sacrifice human heads. Although the Lord of Abyss wasn't directly destroying the world, he was slowly eroding it. In the long run, the Lord of Abyss would do more harm than the evil gods from other worlds. However, the Supreme Cult and other major organizations had been wiping out the wizards in the southern wizarding region, so the Lord of Abyss followers was no longer a threat. The evil gods from other worlds, on the other hand, were more likely to cause more damage. But the 4-head summoning ritual is missing a head. "It's incomplete, so I don't think it's finished yet," Iron Granny said. "If I'm not mistaken, the missing head belongs to Little Sam." "You mean, this is the altar where Farmer Wraith wanted to sacrifice Little Sam?" It was Ness who asked. Sam was Ness' student, so Ness was quite interested in the boy. "Yes." Angor nodded. "Speaking of which, since this ritual is incomplete and is missing a head, did Mirror Grudge lure you here to use you as a replacement?" Ness mumbled to himself. "Does Mirror Grudge have that kind of intelligence? Let's keep watching." Angor snapped his fingers, and everyone disappeared into thin air again. The suspended illusion was restarted. Everyone entered the first-person illusion again and continued to experience the story that had already been decided. When Mirror Grudge reactivated the ritual and summoned the giant eye, everyone was surprised. Even if the ritual failed, the giant eye wasn't strong enough to deal with it. But the altar reflected in the mirror space could also be used to start the ritual. Although it was called a mirror world, some of the rules here were almost real. However, the most shocking thing wasn't the giant eye. It was Mirror Grudge. Jean's grudge used his chaotic and evil soul power to devour the summoned god's will and evolve into a new ability. This series of actions left everyone dumbfounded, especially Nessie and Mandela. One was an authority on the soul, while the other was a special undead. They never thought that Mirror Grudge would be able to do something like this. Mirror Grudge, which had no logical thinking ability, could do something like this. How long has it been since Mirror Grudge died? He already has 2 types of soul techniques, and has evolved to the level of an official magus. This speed is simply too frightening. Ness couldn't help but sigh. Normal wizards would probably lose if they tried to deal with Mirror Grudge. Unfortunately, Mirror Grudge ran into Angor. Angor took out Prelude to Rebirth and easily forced Mirror Grudge out of the mirror space. Ness stared at Prelude to Rebirth greedily. Mandrake also stared at Prelude to Rebirth with a complicated expression. There was hatred in her eyes, but there was also joy in them. The illusion finally came to an end. Angor didn't close the illusion. Instead, he snapped his fingers again and paused the illusion at the moment when the giant eye appeared. When that was done, everyone's figures slowly emerged from the illusion as if they were soaked in water. Ness sighed as soon as he appeared, such a unique undead blessed by the heavens, and it just so happened that he met you. If it's me, I can. Ness kept mumbling something that no one could understand. Angor quickly cut him off. I'm sorry, Mirror's Grudge ran into me. Sam's my student. He'll have plenty of chances to run into special undead creatures in the future. Ness humphed. Angor didn't mind. He pointed at the giant eye in the illusion and asked Iron Granny, do you know what that eye is, Granny? Iron Granny looked at the eye in disdain. I thought this ritual would summon an evil god from Xianxia's world or an alien god from Drowna's plane. I didn't expect it to be a wild god from the barbarian world. A wild god, huh? Angor already noticed that the giant eye wasn't strong enough to be called a god, so he called it a wild god. Angor didn't expect it to be a wild god from the savage world. Iron Granny nodded. Yes. Judging from its shape, I think it's Babbitt 100 Eyes. The primitive tribes of Faron continent, as long as they have eyes, believe in this wild god. It was hard to say which otherworldly entity was the most hostile to the southern wizarding region. However, the supernatural beings from the savage world were the ones who invaded the southern wizarding region the most. The barbarian world was a large world that was relatively close to the southern region. The ruling race was the barbarian race. The barbarian race looked like a humanoid race, but there were wizards who had done research on the barbarian race. Tracing back to their ancestral roots, they had nothing to do with humans. Instead, they were closer to some magical creatures in the void. The savage world also had its own supernatural forces. Among them, the wild gods were the strongest. There were many different theories about why the wild gods had their eyes on the wizarding world. However, according to various papers, they were probably after some kind of resource in the wizarding world. However, the strength of the wild gods was uneven. Although they were called gods, most of the wild gods had not even stepped into the legendary level. Most of the wild gods who invaded the wizarding world belonged to the same category. Among all the evil gods who invaded the southern wizarding region, they were the weakest. This was why most wizards called them wild gods. Of course, there were powerful gods in the savage world as well. However, they didn't dare to do anything because of the threat from the source world. Wild gods are the most popular religion on Faron continent. So this ritual in Dawn Town probably came from Faron continent, Angor said. Iron Granny nodded. That's what you're saying. There are some hidden wizards guarding Faron continent. I didn't think the ritual could be spread here. This Babbitt 100 Eyes sure is something. This Hyakum Babbitt must be very powerful to be called a god, right? Taurus commented after hearing Iron Granny's explanation. Iron Granny glanced at Taurus. His true form should be as strong as Naimatsue, which means he's a top-tier level 3 wizard. Unfortunately, he can't use much of his power. Even so, he's still very strong. Granny, will Mr. Pad seek revenge because he killed Hyakum Babbitt? Iron Granny chuckled. What's wrong? Angor isn't even worried about his own safety. Mandela chimed in as well. Yeah. Look at how arrogant he was when he killed Hyakum Babbitt. Do you really think he'll care about that? Besides, even if he does, it's his own fault. Taurus scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm just worried that something bad will happen to Mr. Pat. Iron Granny shook her head. Don't worry. That Hyakum Babbitt won't show up in his true form. He won't be able to hurt Angor even if his ritual is completed. Also, I don't think Babbitt hates Angor more. Instead, he hates Mirror's wrath, which devoured his consciousness. You should be more worried about yourself. Ness nodded. Angor is going to give you Mirror's wrath, so Hyakum Babbitt might hate you instead of Angor. You're the one who needs to be careful. What? Taurus was stunned. Why did he suddenly have to step on the stage? Angor patted Taurus' shoulder. It's fine. As long as you're stronger than Hyakum Babbitt, you won't have to be afraid of him. Taurus was speechless. How am I supposed to be stronger than a god? How about you come with me? I'll make sure you're safe, and I'll even find you some pretty undead girls. Ness tried to take Taurus away. However, Nessie did not receive any response. Taurus did not seem to have hurt him at all. Mandahila, on the other hand, was glaring fiercely at Nessie. Iron Granny looked at Angor and said, I'll tell Tree Spirit about Babbitt later and ask him to send a message to the Supreme Cult. Babbitt isn't a big deal, but someone who sneaked out of Faran is still a threat to us. I'm sure the Supreme Cult will be more than happy to help us solve the problem. All right. Angor nodded. Then he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Babbitt can use his eyes to send out strange waves. I think it's some kind of special language, but I don't know what he's saying. Does Granny know? When he created the illusion, he also replayed the frequency of the voice to see if anyone could understand what he was saying. Iron Granny put on a disdainful look. From the perspective of communication, it is indeed a language. But what he said is all nonsense. Incompetence and fury are not worth mentioning. If you're interested, you can go to the Cloud Library's Foreign Species Library's special category. However, these are all minor details, so it doesn't matter if you know about them or not. Angor nodded. Since Iron Granny said so, he was sure she was talking nonsense. After talking about Babbitt Hyakum, everyone turned their attention to Mirror's grudge. After consuming Babbitt's consciousness, Mirror Grudge gained a new ability called Death Energy, Angor said. Can Taurus still consume Mirror's wrath in this situation? Everyone looked at Ness, who was the most knowledgeable soul expert among them. Ness considered. It's hard to say. We need to see if Mirror Grudge and Taurus share the same soul energy. I can't say for sure until I see Mirror Grudge with my own eyes. Every soul, be it undead, living, or fallen undead, had their own unique soul energy signature. Ness needed to check Mirror Grudge himself before he could make a final judgment. Ness said, but generally speaking, I'm not very optimistic about it. Mirror Grudge and Taurus are much weaker than each other. Normally speaking, it'll be hard for Taurus to consume Mirror Grudge unless they share the same soul energy. So, I suggest you don't let Taurus consume Mirror Grudge. You can find another special undead creature. After saying that, Ness rolled his eyes as he thought of something. Oh, isn't Little Sam in Star Lake Castle? How about taking Little Sam to kill some people? With his special physique, he might be able to create some special revengeful specters. After Ness finished speaking, he noticed that everyone was looking at him with speechless expressions. He forced a smile and said, it's not like we're asking Sam to kill people. We're asking him to go to the death row prison of the Central Empire to kill those prisoners. Ness' suggestion was reasonable. However, if special undead creatures really did appear, they could cause a great disaster if they didn't control them in time. Also, it wouldn't be good for Sam's physical and mental development. It's not wise to ask Sam to kill people just to get special undead creatures, Iron Granny also said. As a wizard, killing a few people was not a big deal. However, if the evil seed of killing humans was planted in Sam's heart, once it sprouted and blossomed, it was very likely that it would become a demon who would kill innocent people without any respect for human feelings. If Sam really became a bloodthirsty demon, it would be a disaster for both the wizarding world and the mortal world, considering Sam's talent. Near spirit body. This kind of special talent requires orderly guidance, not chaotic education. Iron Granny looked at Ness and said, if you still want to use this method in the future, I suggest Sam stay away from you for now. Iron Granny's words carried a lot of weight. If she told other people what she said, Sam might really leave. Therefore, Ness immediately gave up. He put on a flattering smile and said, I'm just kidding. Please don't take it seriously, Granny. When Sam comes to Brute Cavern, I'll go to Old White and ask him to teach him the proper way. I promise he won't go astray. Sam is still young, and he still needs to learn more. I hope you can guide him properly. Iron Granny nodded and let the matter go for now. By the way, what do you mean by compatibility, Wizard Ness? It's easy to understand. You can think of it as the degree of compatibility with soul tricks. In other words, it's a kind of soul talent. Just like humans, some people were innately close to certain elements. Then, they would be extremely compatible with this element, or it could be said that they were extremely compatible. It was the same for souls. Although soul tricks could be learned by all souls, different soul tricks had different degrees of compatibility for different souls. If Taurus has a good compatibility with Mirror's grudge, he might be able to devour Mirror's grudge. But I don't think that's possible. Mirror's grudge's abilities are both special soul tricks, so Taurus might not have a good compatibility with them. Let's not talk about Death Aura for now. We don't know what's special about Mirror's grudge's Death Aura. But if we talk about the mirror dimension, it's an ability that involves the mysterious power of space. Do you think Taurus is compatible with the power of space? Ness spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. In his opinion, it was almost impossible for a soul to be related to space. So let's reconsider. Mirror's grudge isn't suitable for Taurus. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Iron Granny agreed with Ness' words. I think it's possible, Angor suddenly spoke up, but I think it's possible. What possibility? Did I not tell you that Taurus used to be a special undead creature too? I think I heard Sunders mention that Taurus used to be an undead creature. You used Prelude to Rebirth's White Bullet on him. I didn't know he was a special undead creature. But so what? Sunders nodded. When Taurus was an undead, he had an innate ability. That ability was, Angor paused for a moment before he continued, space diversion. As his voice fell, it was as if a sudden clap of thunder had struck the wilderness. After the rumble, there was silence. Iron Granny and Mandhila were surprised as well, especially Mandhila. She was an undead herself, and she used to lead countless undead. She knew how rare it was for an undead to have the ability to teleport. Are you telling the truth? After a long while, Ness finally spoke with difficulty. Angor nodded. It's true. Unfortunately, after I used Prelude to Rebirth to pull him back from the dark, his space diversion ability disappeared. Ness turned to stare at Taurus, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Taurus had been following him all this time. As a soul adept, Ness didn't even realize that Taurus was a soul with such potential. Previously, he had been eyeing Mandhila, but now, it seemed that Taurus was more worthy of study. Space shifting. This is space shifting. A mirror dimension was already considered a crazy interference with the material world. Space shift directly entered a state of strong interference with the material world. This was a soul. It wasn't a big deal for a soul to interfere with the energy realm, but it was extremely rare for a soul to do the same thing in the material world. It should be known that even living magi might not be able to interfere with the material world to the point of strong interference. You've been with me all this time. Why didn't you tell me that your ability was spatial transfer? Ness looked at Taurus with a resentful tone. Taurus opened his mouth but didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell anyone about what happened in that small space. Ness didn't mind Taurus' silence. Instead, he looked at Taurus with bright eyes. Why don't you leave Angor and follow me? I'll treat you well. The closer Ness got, the more Taurus backed away while shaking his head. Angor sighed when he saw Ness almost touching Taurus' face. He stepped between the two of them and stopped Ness from attacking. You're trying to steal my man right in front of me. Do you think I'm still alive? I'm doing this for Taurus' sake. Taurus won't have a bright future if he follows you. Angor raised an eyebrow. But you'll lead him astray. I know, right? Someone else chimed in. He looked back and saw that it was Mandhila who agreed with him. Seeing Angor looking at her, Mandrik rolled her eyes and lowered her head again. Let's not talk about that now. Angor looked at Ness again. I don't know why Taurus lost his teleportation ability, but he used to be a space manipulator. So, he must have something in common with Mirror's grudge's mirror space, right? Ness couldn't help but give Taurus one last wink. It's normal to lose your teleportation ability. It's related to the soul energy of undead creatures. You can look for it yourself when you have time. Back to Taurus. I'm not sure if he and Mirror's grudge are compatible. But at the very least, they're compatible with each other in terms of space. Besides, teleportation is also a form of soul interference. I didn't see any hope of devouring Mirror's grudge from Taurus. But now, I think there's a chance. Still, I need to see Mirror's grudge and Taurus soul before I can make a final judgment. Angor considered and nodded. Very well. I'll bring Mirror's grudge to Wizard Ness when I come back. Don't forget about Taurus, Ness quickly added. Of course. I'll bring Taurus with me. Angor didn't point it out. Taurus was free to do whatever he wanted. Angor wouldn't stop him if Taurus chose to follow Ness in the future. Of course, it was unlikely since Mandahila was there to protect Taurus. Well, Mandebra can come with us too, Ness added shamelessly. Nah. I'm sure Mandebra won't be able to stop himself from killing you if he goes to your Valley of Souls. It was called the Valley of Souls, but anyone who went there would know that it was more appropriate to call it the Valley of Naked Clothes. With Mandela's personality, it would be strange if he didn't cause a ruckus there. Ness pretended he didn't hear Angor's comment. Then I'll be looking forward to it. A figure flew across the boundless night sky and landed on a thin cloud. Below him were the lights of a bustling city. Even though he was hundreds of meters above the ground, he could still smell the string music and the fragrance of the wind. Saint Sem City is indeed the famous city of art. The artistic atmosphere could be said to have soared to the sky. The figure looked down and sighed. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on the only dark street in the city. The black shadow swooped down and landed silently in an empty and dark alley. Following the sound of footsteps, the figure walked out of the alley. There was a pile of burned wood at the end of the road. Using the light from the fire, Angor could clearly see the figure's face. Red-haired, golden-eyed, lazy, handsome. It was Angor after using polymorph. He looked around and found himself on a long street that was scorched by fire. It was a complete mess. Not only were there burned wood at the end of the road, but the houses on both sides of the street also had reignited flames, as well as all kinds of broken and charred objects. Even the air was filled with dazzling sparks. The whole street was filled with a pungent smell. A brick house on the left was relatively well preserved. Angor could see several burned words on the street sign on the wall that was stained with soot, 1 to 349, Cypress Street West. This was Cypress Street, which was right next to the palace of the Silver Heron royal family. It used to be an art gallery, but now it was a ruin. Angor sighed slightly and walked to the fire not far away. The fire happened to be in the middle of the street. Angor looked carefully and saw that it was a pile of unburned greasewood. Angor crouched down and slowly reached out his hand, trying to feel the burning fire. Young man, don't do anything stupid. An anxious voice suddenly came from behind. Angor shook off the fire on his hand, stood up, and looked back. A plump, middle-aged woman wearing a fireproof cloth hurried to them while urging them to leave the fire as soon as possible. Young man, you must think positively. Even if the house is burned down, as long as the people are fine, everything can be restarted. The middle-aged woman was obviously well educated. Although the ugly black fireproof cloth covered her clothes, from her obviously styled hairstyle, it could be seen that she came from a relatively wealthy family. However, the face under the beautiful curly hair was now covered in black ash, probably stained by the floating dust on Cypress Street. The woman was surprised to see Angor's face. His young and handsome face, coupled with the obviously expensive gentleman's suit, did not look like someone who would commit suicide just because his house was burned down. Moreover, there was a polite smile on his lips, and he was dressed in the standard aristocratic attire, which did not match the surrounding ruins of Mars. You. Let me think. Did you burn some of your favorite paintings? Is that why you took things too hard? The middle-aged woman seemed to think that her guess might be close to the truth. She immediately said, "You were influenced by that young man yesterday, right?" Ugh, that young man is such an idiot. How can a painting be more important than a human life? He just had to rush into the fire and almost got himself burned. The younger generation these days are all possessed. Everyone is chasing the trend, and they see art as their life. Actually, you're going the wrong way. Oh, why did I go astray? It was Angor who spoke. He thought the woman was being kind, so he stayed to explain to her to avoid any misunderstandings. However, what she said after the misunderstanding piqued Angwar's interest. Come here first, and I'll tell you. This fire is not normal. It's very strange. Even water cannot put it out. Stay away from the fire. I think you misunderstood, I'm not going to commit suicide. I'm just looking around. Angwar walked around the fire and stood where the flames could not reach. What's there to look around here? Angwar smiled but did not answer. The woman knew that Angwar did not want to answer, but she gave up. As long as he was not suicidal, nothing else mattered. Even if you want to look around, don't get too close to the fire. Besides, it keeps reigniting here. If there's anything here, it's probably destroyed already. From her words, Angwar realized that she was imagining something else. Did she think he was a looter? Why are you here in the middle of the night, Angwar asked. You're asking me? I'm going to Cypress Lake to check on the fish. I used to feed them every night, but I couldn't do it these 2 days because of the fire. Now that the fire is almost out, I want to check it out. She did not hide her itinerary at all and quickly explained the situation. She also shook the leather pouch in her hand, which was full of bread crumbs. Cypress Lake. Angwar remembered that Cypress Lake was not far from Silver Heron Palace. He was going to visit Silver Heron Palace anyway, so he said, I'm going there too. If you don't mind, let's go together. I also want to know what you mean by going the wrong way, Of course. The woman smiled. On their way to Cypress Lake, Angwar learned that the woman's name was Cornelia. She was also a resident of Cypress Street and had a son. However, her son was obsessed with art and almost gave up his life for it. When I said that they've gone astray, it was actually because I saw it from my son. Do you know why my son is obsessed with art? Because he loves it? Angwar guessed. Cornelia shook her head. I hope he loves it, but he doesn't. He doesn't really love art. He's obsessed with it because of his environment. Cornelia sighed. Looking at the night scenery of St. Sem City in the distance, she said softly, the Central Empire is also known as the Kingdom of Art. St. Sem City is the center of this Kingdom of Art. Naturally, it's called the capital of art. There's a strong artistic atmosphere here. Most people grew up around art, such as oil paintings, music, plays, sculptures, architecture. Cornelia might be rich now, but she did not come from a good family. She used to be a farmer's wife who only knew poor peasants. Her son naturally did not pursue art. However, when her son went to school, his classmates talked about art every day. In order to fit in with them, her son began to study art. As a mother, Cornelia knew her son too well. She knew that her son did not like art at all. His obsession with art was actually because he was obsessed with it. He brainwashed himself in such a strong artistic atmosphere. There were many examples like this in St. Sem City. The result of art was naturally elegant, but the process of achieving art itself was dull and boring. How could everyone have the patience to love art? It was simply because of the environment. In a society where conformity was the rule, if you did not follow the crowd, you would be abandoned and ostracized. Cornelia did not care about this before. Until her son almost gave up his life for art, she began to pay attention to it. In the beginning, Queen Rowling advocated art because she went through a terrible war. After the war, most people were immersed in the pain of loss. She wanted to use art to reignite the people's hope. She probably did not expect that art in St. Sem City would eventually change. Art for art's sake is not art. They arrived at Cypress Lake when Lady Cornelia finished her words. The sparkling surface of the lake not far away looked cool and pleasant under the starry sky. Young man, I'm here. I'm going to feed the fishes. Remember, don't get close to the fire. And don't be like my son who sacrificed himself for art. That's a fool's behavior. Lady Cornelia waved at Angwar and walked to the lake with a bag of food. Angwar looked at Cornelia's slightly bloated and ugly back and chuckled. Compared to most people in this city, Cornelia, who was born as a farmer, lived a better life. Because of people like Cornelia, that's why I like humans. Angor turned around with a smile and walked toward the palace of the Silver Heron Palace. Walking with Cornelia and listening to the values of a common person was just a small interlude. Still, it occupied some of Angor's memories. If he wanted to write a wizard's travel book in the future, perhaps he would include her story when he reached the City of Art. With that aside, he reached out his left hand and slowly unclenched his fist. Sparks flew out of his fist. The spark rose into the air and turned into a small flame in front of Angor. So it contains some special fire energy, Angor said. It's very faint, but I can still feel Dankros's scent. Angor looked at the flame and pondered. It was just a small spark, but it was still warm enough. If it really burned, it would only be slightly hotter than Kurokro's flame. Also, the special energy contained in the flame was not mixed. It was quite pure and could be used to refine many magic ores that required pure fire. Without a doubt, Fritz would like Dankros. I've never seen Dankros use his full power before. Not bad, Angor mumbled and extinguished the floating flame with his hand. Without hesitation, he strode into the palace. The reason he flew to St. Sem City was to bring Dankros back. Dankros was currently inside the palace of the Silver Heron Palace. The guards and knights on the way did not seem to notice Angor at all. They allowed him to enter the palace as if there was no one there. After passing through a series of beautifully designed palaces, he arrived at a tall wall. He sensed that Dankros was hiding in a corner behind the wall. There was no visible door on the wall. To enter, one had to find a hidden passage by injecting mana into it, or fly over it. Ordinary people could not do that. The palace of the Silver Heron Palace was located inside the wall. Angor did not choose to fly over since he was already standing in front of the hidden passage. There was no need to waste energy if he could walk inside. As soon as his body touched the wall, the flawless surface suddenly rippled like water and swallowed him up. When Angor reappeared, he was already inside the wall. A beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a light red robe was standing in front of him. Nea, Angor called out her name. Mr. Pat. Nea hurriedly bowed to him. She came here as soon as she sensed a strange energy entering the wall. She thought it was an intruder, but it turned out to be Angor. No need to be so polite. I'm here to take Dankros away, Angor said. Nea's face flashed with embarrassment. When she came back, she learned that Druid had sent a letter to Freud about Dankros burning down Cypress Street. She realized that Drew must have told Angor this because he was afraid of Dankros and hoped that Angor could take him away as soon as possible. Nea was a little afraid of Dankros' fire, but she did not want Angor to take Dankros away like this. Besides, she did not want to offend Angor. Dankros is living a fulfilling life here. He's been studying pottery recently. Can you let him stay for a while, mister? Nea asked in a dry voice. Nah. I saw what happened to Cypress Street. It's terrible. Nea said, it's okay. Cypress Street can be rebuilt. No one died. I'm afraid it'll burn down half of St. Sem City if it stays here without anyone to stop it. Let's go. Since you're already here, I'll let you lead the way. Nea sighed in her mind and nodded. Please follow me, mister. Soon, Angor saw Dankros rolling on the ground in a backyard that was covered with rubies. Dankros closed his eyes and flipped his hand over the pure ruby. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. Beside him was an old apprentice in a fiery red robe. He sat on a stone stool and flipped through a handwritten letter. From time to time, he would lightly point a red quill in Dankros' direction, and some fiery red liquid would splash over. Dankros did not dodge and allowed the liquid to soak into his skin. Then, he continued to roll around on the gemstone. As he enjoyed it, he moaned like an addict. This scene was truly unsightly. Nea couldn't help but cough twice, unable to keep her face straight. Ahem. The old apprentice raised his head in confusion. When he saw Nea and the man behind her, he immediately stood up with a start. Mister. The old apprentice lowered his head and spoke in a trembling voice. Is that Fritz? Angor asked because he saw the title of the book in the old apprentice's hand, Boiling Red Water. The reason why Cypress Street was burned down was because Fritz wanted to refine a material for the boiling blood red water, but there was an accident. Nea nodded. Yes. I locked Fritz up, but Dankros came to beg for his life this morning, so I let him out. But I ordered him to stay with Dankros. Angor gave Fritz a meaningful look. He was quite interested in this man's research. Instead of talking to Fritz right away, he walked to Dankros' side. Dankros was still lost in his own world. He didn't react to Angor's approach. Angor looked at Dankros' face and muttered to himself, "Don't tell me it's something really addictive." Angor summoned a light green hand of spell and picked Dankros up from the ground. Because Dankros' body was stained with the fiery red liquid, when the hand of magic touched Dankros, it naturally came into contact with the liquid. Angor's hand of spell was more sensitive to energy than Angor's own hand. And the red liquid happened to contain some kind of energy. This is quenching liquid, Angor muttered as he sensed the burning sensation coming from the hand of spell. Fritz, who was bowing beside Angor, spoke in a slightly trembling voice, "Why yes, sir. Dankros likes quenching liquid, so I applied it on him." Quenching liquid was a special type of accelerant that only apprentice alchemists would carry with them. Apprentice alchemists were not as good at controlling the temperature of flames as real alchemists, so they had to rely on quenching liquid. "Sir, is the quenching liquid bad for Dankros?" I. Fritz asked worriedly. Angor carefully observed Dankros' body. Quenching liquid would only increase the temperature of flames. Dankros was a fire creature, so quenching liquid shouldn't do any harm to him. At least Angor didn't feel anything wrong with Dankros' body. The only difference was that Dankros' body temperature was a bit higher than usual. If Dankros placed the liquid on a piece of dead wood, he would be able to set the wood on fire even if he didn't do anything. But this shouldn't affect anything, right? So Dankros asked Naya to let you out just so you could apply quenching liquid on him? Yes. Fritz nodded. Then it should be fine. Angor considered for a moment. Dankros might lose his mind from time to time, but he wasn't an idiot. Since Dankros asked Fritz for help, the quenching liquid probably wouldn't do anything to him. Angor shook his head and sighed as he looked at the intoxicated Dankros. Angor didn't bother to wake Dankros up. Instead, he looked at Fritz, who seemed a bit nervous. "I heard from Drew that Dankros burned more than half of the palace and Cypress Street. Tell me about it, I want to know the details." Fritz naturally didn't dare to refuse, and explained the situation in detail. Half an hour later, Angor left the garden, which was surrounded by a tall wall. Angor's hand was holding a thin scroll. What was recorded on the leather scroll was the formula of boiling blood red water. Fritz's potion. Angor's is. Fritz. Is it useful? I don't. Naya choked. She saw Angor reading Fritz's notebook and asking for the potion formula. She thought it would be useful. But Angor just said he didn't know. Angor chuckled when he saw Naya's embarrassed expression. I don't know if it's useful or not. But compared to the other potions in Fritz's notebook, this one has a higher chance of success. He didn't ask for the potion formula because he didn't want it. He just didn't want to refuse. After talking about Dankros, Fritz took the initiative to ask Angor about alchemy. Angor could see Fritz's obsession with alchemy, so he nodded. Next, Fritz handed Angor his notebook to him, hoping to get some advice. Angor flipped through the book. It was full of Fritz's own potion formulas. Angor thought some of them were bold, but they couldn't be used in practice. This was a common mistake for those who didn't study the essence of alchemy. When Angor put down the notebook, he saw Fritz's proud, reserved, and hopeful look. He remained silent for 2 seconds. Fritz's last hobby in life was apothecary, so Angor didn't want to discourage him. Angor didn't want to lie, so he began to talk about the boiling blood water and gave his own suggestions. At least some of the potion ideas were correct, and there was a chance of success. Also, Angor agreed with Fritz's idea of creating a solid solution. After praising the boiling blood red water for a bit, Fritz felt that his talent was confirmed, so he happily handed the scroll to Angor. Angor looked at Fritz's earnest expression and decided to accept the gift. Before leaving, Angor asked Fritz to go to the wizard market and buy potion framework to read. Angor wondered if Fritz would listen to him in the end. As far as Angor knew, Fritz was a talented alchemist. He just didn't have enough opportunities. If Fritz could learn something from the basics, he might be able to use the boiling blood water to turn things around. Of course, that was the best-case scenario. Naya recalled the conversation between Angor and Fritz and quickly understood what was going on. My lord is as gentle as Freud said. Naya whispered. Angor raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. Not long after leaving the wall, Angor saw a group of guards wearing fireproof cloths running toward the east. I think there's a fire in the palace over there. Ugh, it's been a bit dry these days. Can't do anything about it. Angor stopped and looked at the clear night sky. Is the air dry? Why do I feel like it's moist? Maybe it's going to rain soon. Naya looked at the sky and then back at Angor. The air was so dry that her lips were about to peel off. How could this be called moist? Angor stopped walking. That's all for now. I'll take Dangros with me. With that, Angor chuckled and leaped into the air, disappearing into the night sky. Naya lowered her head and saw Angor off. When Angor was out of sight, Naya looked up at the clear night sky and muttered to herself, how can it rain in this weather? She shook her head and walked toward the wall. However, she only took a few steps before she noticed that the sky was getting darker. The shadows on the ground that were illuminated by the moonlight were slowly disappearing. She looked up in confusion. She didn't know when, but the clear night sky had disappeared. Layers of dark clouds covered the moon and the stars. The dark clouds were constantly surging, as if there was a huge blower blowing crazily inside. Several seconds later, Naya felt a slight weight on her head while the guards around her cheered in joy. Her hair became a little wet. The long-awaited rain began to fall. Several minutes later, Angor landed outside the Star Lake castle. The heavy rain created large ripples on the surface of the Star Lake. Angor walked along the shore and entered the castle. When he entered the castle, the purification field around him automatically disappeared. The first thing he saw was Freud, who came to greet him. You didn't stay in the underground cavern? Freud grinned. We won't be going to the catacombs for now. Angor gave Freud a puzzled look before he looked around and saw something in a corner of the hall. A little girl in a blood-red dress was floating above the dining table. Her dark brown hair was constantly growing longer, until it exceeded the little girl's height. The hair seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and turned into a nimble hand. It directly knocked over the dessert in front of a maid at the dining table below. The maid screamed and glared at the little girl. I'm gonna get mad if you don't stop. Fine, I'll see. The little girl didn't mind at all. She even taunted the maid. Damn you. The maid stood up. I asked the chef to make a cake for you, and you don't even appreciate it. For me? The little girl rolled her eyes. You're the only one eating while I'm watching. You call that a celebration? A hint of awkwardness flashed across the maid's face. She hesitated for a moment and said, Aren't you unable to eat? I'm eating on your behalf. I've never heard of such a thing before. The maid said. No matter what, you shouldn't have spilled the cake. The chef had a hard time making it. The little girl humphed and ignored the maid's protest. She kept controlling her hair to knock over the desserts on the table, which made the maid so angry that her eyes turned bloodshot. Did Sonny do it too? Angor finally understood what Freud meant. Sonny did it? The little girl floating above the table was Sonny. Angor remembered that Sonny was still asleep when he left the underground cavern for St. Sem City. It only took a few hours for her to come out. Freud nodded. She reached the final step just a moment ago. I was so nervous at that time. I was afraid that Sonny would fall, but fortunately, Sonny pulled through. Now that Sonny had mastered the soul trick, Freud had no reason to stay in the underground cavern. That's good news. Also, Sonny's quite good at controlling her soul energy. While chatting with Freud, Angor and Freud walked into the hall. But even after they entered, the argument between the little girl and the maid at the table did not stop. Freud walked to the maid and knocked on her head. What are you waiting for? Come out. The maid pouted and groaned. Then, she fainted and fell to the ground. As the maid fainted, a cute little soul emerged from the top of the maid's head. This soul was Yada. Freud asked a knight to take the maid back to his room and led the two kids to a sofa nearby. It's Sonny's fault. Why did you ask me to come out instead of blaming her? It took me so long to find someone who's willing to let me possess her. You're being unfair, Mr. Disson. Freud pretended that he didn't hear anything. Sonny giggled. You're the only one who can eat now. Freud praised Sonny in his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. All of you, stay here for now, especially Sonny. You've just learned the soul trick and need some time to settle down. Also, don't bully Alda again. If I see you doing that again, I'll make you perform in the square with Ferfili for half a month. Freud walked to the window and saw Angor standing in front of the window, looking at the rain outside. Mister, where's Dangros? He looked outside the window. It'll be here soon. As soon as he said those words, the door was pushed open with a loud bang. A wet, broken hand with pale palms showed up at the door. It shivered as soon as it came in. Dangros? Freud looked at the man in surprise. Why? Are you outside? Dangros wobbled as he walked in. From time to time, he would tremble and disperse the water vapor on his body. I don't know how I ended up in the flower bed outside. Am I not in the Garden of Rubies? Dangros's voice was puzzled. Who knows? You walked back on your own, didn't you? Freud looked at Dangros and then back at Angor. He didn't know what was going on. Dangros whispered, I walked back on my own? Angor nodded. I think so. Why else would you be here? You don't remember anything? Dangros muttered to himself, is that so? I remember I was in the ruby garden, enjoying the quenching liquid. What happened after that? I don't remember. You probably got bored of St. Sem City, so you came back, right? Angor found an excuse for Dangros. Dangros was stunned for a moment before he nodded subconsciously. I'm indeed a little annoyed. I kind of want to, like what? Freud was confused. Dangros quickly stopped himself. Nothing. Mr. Pat was right. There's nothing fun in St. Sem City apart from the quenching liquid, so I came back on my own. But I didn't expect it to rain. I hate rain. Out of instinct, Dangros tried to move closer to Angor. But before it could walk over, it was blocked by a hand of magic. I heard from Drew that you did something big in St. Sem City. Dangros looked up and saw Angor's serious expression. Aye. It's not my fault, Angor ignored Dangros' question. Instead, he asked the hand of spell to pick Dangros up and toss him into the fireplace. You think you did nothing wrong? Reflect on what you've done here. Angor walked to the side and sat down. My lord, Dangros don't mind him. Let him wake up first. First, he tossed Dangros into a flower bed outside to soak it in the rain, and then he put the bird into the fireplace to wake it up. Fritz was more responsible for what happened in St. Sem City, but Dangros was not entirely innocent. Angor only made such a decision because he wanted to teach Dangros a lesson. Magoo should be able to understand his intentions, right? And ever since Dangros was locked inside the fireplace, Angor's daily schedule became more and more fixed. He spent most of his time in the underground cavern, testing Mirror Grudge's ability and completing the basic logic of the mirror space. Occasionally, he would return to Star Lake Castle to chat with Dangros and learn how to behave in the human world. As for the rest of his time, he would take care of some miscellaneous matters in the Dream Wasteland. A week went by in the blink of an eye. Angor gained a lot during this week. He managed to fill up more than half of the information about the mirror space. He didn't feel like he was done yet, but there was only about 10% left. But this was the best he could do. It would be much more difficult to fill in the remaining 10%. The main reason was that Mirror's Grudge had not fully mastered the mirror dimension. Therefore, he only had two options. He could either explore it himself or force Mirror's Grudge to discover the deeper secrets of the mirror dimension as soon as possible. As for how to do it, he needed more time to figure it out. He also improved Grudge Mirror's other ability, Death Gas. However, it wasn't very useful to him. He only did it in passing. Still, it would help Sunny a lot. Angor gave her most of the information he had. There were two other good things that happened in the real world. First, he found a free afternoon to study Fritz's boiling blood water. He had yet to look for materials to make the potion, but according to the simulation in the server in his mind, the idea of boiling blood water was correct. As long as he could fix some mistakes, the success rate would be quite high. Boiling red water was similar to the improved peach potion, which could be used to remove impurities in one's bloodline. That was a great idea. The improved peach potion was still a low-tier potion. However, due to the rare materials used and the high consumption rate, the potion's price had always been high. In fact, it was almost as expensive as many mid-tier potions. The materials used to make boiling red water were much cheaper than the peach potion. If it worked, it would definitely become a popular potion. Angor sighed with emotion about the boiling red water. It had to be said that there were many times when professionals lost their unconstrained spirituality due to their inflexible thinking over the years. And this kind of spirituality would often shine brilliantly on some layman. This time, it was exactly the same. Fritz had stumbled upon it by accident, relying on completely unconventional ideas, and finally pieced together the general idea of the boiling blood red water. Of course, according to Fritz's original plan, he would never be able to refine it. Due to the lack of structural knowledge, many of his ideas were completely taken for granted. Even if Fritz had the help of an alchemist, he still wouldn't be able to create boiling red water. But he was lucky enough to meet Angor. Even if Angor did not know much about apothecary, Angor could easily fix Fritz's flaws. Also, since he did not know much about alchemy, he could understand Fritz's wild ideas better. Other alchemists might not accept Fritz's ideas. Generally speaking, this time, it could be said that the two laymen who weren't normal had finally corrected themselves into a relatively reasonable boiling blood red water after a miraculous collision. However, Fritz didn't know it yet. Angor planned to give Fritz the formula of boiling red water after he found the materials and successfully created it. If Fritz could grasp this opportunity and learn alchemy properly, he might really have a chance to become an alchemist. Apart from testing the formula of boiling red water, there was another good news in the real world. This was the second time. After filling up for about half a year, the special energy in the illusory gate was finally filled up again. Feeling the strange glow coming from the Gate of Illusion, Angor couldn't help but think about the great show he saw in the cage during his last trip. He wondered how the show would end. What would happen to Alex in the end? Could Alex defeat Sister Tessa? Angor wanted to see what happened next, but he didn't think he would run into Alex again. The last time he ran into Alex was when he got off the time train created by the Gate of Illusion. He didn't know when or where he got off. If he really wanted to activate the Gate of Illusion, he probably wouldn't run into Alex again. It was a good thing that the Gate of Illusion was filled with special energy, but Angor didn't use it right away. Once he entered the Gate of Illusion, his senses would be blocked, so he had to find a safe place to do it. Besides, he had other things to do, such as going back to the tidal realm at any time. He didn't want to travel for now. It was another day. Angor spent the whole morning tormenting Mirror Grudge in the underground cavern. Unfortunately, he failed to force Mirror Grudge to open its new space. Another day without much to show for it. The only person who gained something was Sunny. This was the first time Sunny followed Angor into the mirror space. She hid behind Angor and witnessed Mirror Grudge's terrifying death aura. As a beginner in the field of death energy, Jing Yuan's death energy had opened up a new door for Sunny. After putting Mirror Grudge back into the soul capture bottle, Angor put it away and walked to Freud. After all, this was Sunny's first time in the mirror dimension. Freud was worried about her, so he had been waiting for her outside. When Angor arrived, he saw Sunny and Freud talking about what they learned from the trip. Freud asked Sunny to step aside and bowed to Angor. "Thank you for helping Sunny, sir." Angor waved a hand. "Don't mention it. By the way, did you find out anything about the Man-Badger family emblem?" Freud nodded. "Yes. Just this morning, Drew sent word that our knights have arrived at Sea Principality. From the trade records of Haiyan Principality, we found the trade records with the Night Lily Kingdom's Lido province. Although there was no trade with the Man-Badger family, it just so happened that a week ago, a sea merchant from Lido province arrived at Haiyan port. The knights once again received confirmation from the sea merchant that the emblem was indeed the emblem of the Man-Badger family. Since he had obtained the same confirmation from two different sea merchants, It was basically confirmed that the emblem of the man-badger family was a fact. Alright, I see. Angor nodded. When Ness went to the questing hall last week, he asked about Angor's progress. Now that he finally had proof, Angor felt relieved. After chatting with Freud for a while, Angor returned to Star Lake Castle. Every day, after playing hide-and-seek with Mirror's Grudge, Angor would spend some time to organize his data. He didn't find much today, but every time he entered the mirror space, he would destroy the objects in it, which would result in a lot of data being leaked out. After that, Angor leaned back in his chair and began to read the handbook that was used to record and analyze the mirror space. The midday sun shone through the open window and onto the handbook. Elegant handwriting could be seen on every dim yellow page. Sometimes, there were even pictures, making the pages look full. After flipping through several pages, Angor's gaze landed on a 3D drawing. At first glance, one could tell that this 3D drawing was the overall model of the catacombs. However, within the entire framework, there were various dotted lines and solid lines. Dozens of regular cubes of different shapes were intertwined and combined. It looked very complicated. The intersections of various patterns and lines, as well as the arrangement of solid and dotted lines, created more than 300 obvious energy nodes. Each of these energy nodes had a set of independent structure points. This was the structure of a single mirror space in the underground cavern. The arrangement of the illusion nodes is rather simple, but the relationships between the nodes and the nodes are very strange. What exactly is the connection between all of this? He considered for a moment and shook his head in the end. He placed the handbook on the table and took out an ancient-looking pocket watch. After some fiddling, the hologram tablet hidden inside the watch was projected in front of him. Using the holographic keyboard, Angor clicked on several background buttons. Among them, a complicated image appeared on a black background. It was exactly the same as the 3D drawing in Angor's handbook. The only difference was that the hologram was a real 3D image. Angor reached out his hand and moved the cube repeatedly to record all kinds of data. The system also began to calculate on its own. About an hour later, Angor saw the result of a set of formulas. Space measurement. With the help of the hologram tablet, Angor finally figured out the layout of the outer layer of the mirror space. Illusion nodes are arranged according to space measurement, not the normal structure of an illusion. Angor's eyes widened. Was this the node arrangement that he didn't understand before? It was the first time he saw something like this. Angor's expression showed that he was very excited. This was a completely new lesson on illusion node arrangement. Instead of attracting each other, the nodes were now a kind of space measurement. But even so, they were still in an interactive state. Angor's previous understanding of illusion nodes was that ones and zeros were attracted to each other in the same big room. The arrangement of ones and zeros was the structure of an illusion node. But now, ones was in room A, while zeros was in room B. Two people in two different rooms were still connected, as if there was a telephone line in room A that connected ones and zeros together. This was a completely new subject, one that even Sunders didn't know about. Angor really wanted to study it. But it was going to be difficult. To construct the illusion nodes in room A and room B, he had to first create two different rooms, which meant he had to understand the nature of space. Creating a room was the same as creating a space. Next, he had to create the telephone line in room A and room B. What exactly was this telephone line that connected ones and zeros? Angor still didn't know. Lastly, the mirror space didn't only consist of room A and room B. He had to arrange a lot of space. Different tens had to be combined. How to make them fit together was another problem. So far, he could only look at the three problems in front of him and lament his inadequacy. However, he was not discouraged. Although there were many obstacles, Magi were a group of people who had to overcome all sorts of obstacles in order to reach the other side of the truth. Angor looked at the hologram again and exhaled deeply. He put the tablet away and put it away. After closing the notebook, Angor leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest for a few minutes. When the sun shone on his eyes, Angor finally opened them and stretched his body. Mirror Grudge needed some time to replenish its energy, so he decided to go to the Dream Wasteland. The new city in the Dream Wasteland. Angor appeared in the attic where Ness was staying. Before entering the dream wasteland, Angor sensed that Ness was still online, so he decided to come here and tell Ness about the information he got from Freud. Are you sure the badge belongs to the man-badger family? Ness looked up after a long while. His eyes were bloodshot, but he still hadn't put down his pen and paper. He was still busy calculating. Angor nodded. I'm sure. Your eyes. Ugh, you're not doing well right now. Take a rest. I'll rest later, Ness waved a hand. I have to say, Dodoro's really something. He can find the wrong answer even if it's an entire world away. The reason why Ness was working so hard these days was that Dodoro gave him several answer intervals that gave him a lot of inspiration. He already verified that the intervals Dodoro pointed out contained the correct coordinates. Dodoro, on the other hand, had saved Ness half a year's effort with just a few simple words. How could he not be excited? There weren't many intervals, and Ness had been working on them for several days. That was why his eyes turned red today. After Ness spoke excitedly for a long while, he suddenly remembered, we were talking about the man-badger family? Oh, the man-badger family. Since you're sure, I'll tell the ones who accepted the missions to leave. While speaking, Ness took out his tree cluster and sent several messages to Angor. Angor looked at Ness with a puzzled look. You're still here after accepting the quest? And they're in the dream wasteland too? There are 2 teams. One is going to Sidro Island, and the other to Felon Continent. Each team is given a login device so they can contact each other at any time. The ones going to Sidro Island have already reached Devil's Coast through various portals. They left a few days ago. As for the ones going to Felon Continent, I told them to stay in White Clam Sea and wait for my orders since you didn't give me a definite answer yet. Now that I know the answer, they can leave. From Ness, Angor got a general idea of how the mission was progressing. These 2 teams would not follow the ship. Instead, they brought along special flying vehicles. The Phylon Continent was relatively close to the White Shell Sea City. Even if they set off later, they might reach the White Shell Sea City first. Angor was more curious about the fact that there was a wizard in the group that went to Sidero Fog Island. Wizard Philo went with them? Fire Walker Philo, a fire-type wizard. Angor first met him in Sleepless City. Back then, Philo was still a wizard stationed at Sleepless City. After the city fell, Philo returned to Brute Cavern. That's right. Ness put on a mysterious look and asked in a gossipy tone, do you know why he went with them? Angor was about to ask this question when Ness suddenly asked him. Normally speaking, a wizard would accept a mission in the questing hall for the reward. However, Ness' attitude and tone suggested that there was more to it than meets the eye. Moreover, searching for clues from many years ago was not a dangerous mission. No matter how generous Nessie was, the rewards should not be high enough to attract an official magus. There had to be something else that attracted Philo to this place. This must be the reason why Ness asked Angor this question. At least, Angor still had enough clues. There wasn't much information available, and Philo probably didn't know anyone with a number tattoo, which meant the clues were limited to a few reasons. Is it because of the night butterfly witch? Angor asked in a low voice. Ness was waiting for Angor's answer to correct him, but he didn't expect Angor to actually find the right answer. Ness's expression collapsed instantly. He slumped over the table listlessly. How boring. Crimson Night Butterfly was also a fire wizard, and Philo was also a fire wizard. Since they shared the same path, Angor guessed it. From Ness' response, Angor knew he was right. Jenny and Philo know each other? Angor was curious. Ness didn't try to hide it from Angor. Not only did Philo know Jenny, but he also saw her as the goddess of his dreams when he was still an apprentice. You know, Jenny's always been charming. But I don't know if Jenny knows Philo or not. By the way, Sir Tree Spirit told me about this. Tree Spirit knew that even Iron Granny was interested in the 2 missions, so he secretly leaked the information to Ness. Ness then accidentally told Philo about this, and Philo didn't hesitate at all to take the mission to Sidro Fog Island. As for why the Tree Spirit knew what Philo was thinking? Needless to say, as long as one lived in the mirror world, they would not be able to avoid the Tree Spirit's prying eyes. Unless you are far away from the Tree Spirit's main body, or you set up anti-prying devices. The reason why Nessie lived in a valley far away from the Tree of Eternity was to avoid having his privacy exposed. However, tree spirits were quite lazy. They had lived for more than 10,000 years and were no longer interested in prying into people's privacy for fun. Since they did not like to pry into people's privacy, it was not a serious problem in Brute Cavern. Only if you had enough potential to attract the attention of the tree spirit, and Philo just so happened to be one such seedling. I see. Angor sighed. Another story about a man who traveled thousands of miles for a goddess. Unfortunately, the goddess was most likely dead. With Philo around, the mission at Citro Fog Island should not be a problem, Angor said. Even though Philo was a fire-type adept, he had a meticulous personality. As long as there were traces of energy damage on the island, it wouldn't be difficult for someone as meticulous as Philo to find clues. Not to mention, Philo was also very attentive to this matter. Philo's participation was good news. Now, all Angor needed to do was to wait for the results. After talking about the mission, Ness quickly returned to his work. Angor did not bother him and left the attic. Several minutes later, Angor arrived at the Skybridge Garden. The Skybridge was a pedestrian path that circled around the western part of the city. Originally, John planned to use it as a unique walkway, which would allow people to enjoy the scenery and create a path for their vehicles. However, John's idea was based on his understanding of Earth's civilization. The wizarding civilization did not need such a cumbersome walkway. In the end, they decided to build the Skybridge Garden because some witches believed it was a good idea to plant magic plants on it since it could absorb as much sunlight as possible. As one of the main forces in the construction of the new city, Leona also wanted to plant roses on the walkway, so she decided to build the Skybridge Garden instead. The Skybridge Garden was actually Leona's rose garden. Angor walked into the garden and saw roses of different colors. There were red roses in the glass rooms, blue roses on the cloud terrace, white roses on the miniature cloud islands, and golden roses around the edge of the Skybridge Garden. Not only were the roses colorful, but they also smelled of roses. The rich fragrance attracted all kinds of butterflies to dance in the air. There were also bees that were glowing faintly in the air. Angor had to admit that this place was beautiful and dreamy. A young girl's heart would race when walking in it. Of course, Angor did not come here to ignite the girl's heart. He was here to see Sunders. Angor sensed Sunders' presence after entering the dream wasteland. He wanted to know more about the progress of the tidal plane, so he came here. He did not expect to see Sunders in the Skybridge Garden. After walking through the garden filled with butterflies, Angor finally saw Sunders in front of a fountain with a giant rose sculpture. Sunders was not alone. Sitting on the other side of the fountain was a mountain of flesh. It was Greya, who had been hiding for several days. Sunders was talking to Greya with a serious expression. Greya also looked serious. While listening, she kept squeezing people with her hands. Her hands glowed with a green light, and every time she squeezed, several butterflies would appear from her rhythmic membrane. Clearly, the butterflies and bees in the garden were all created by Greya's hands. Angor's arrival put an end to their conversation. You still have time to think about it before I go back. I hope you can make up your mind as soon as possible. Greya nodded. I understand. Sunders did not say anything else and looked at Angor, who was standing not far away. Did I interrupt your conversation? Angor asked. Sunders shook his head. No. We're almost done. Greya put away her serious expression and smiled. Your professor and I were talking about going to the Nightmare Realm. Are you interested? Sunders frowned at Greya but did not say anything. You're here for Greya's body? Angor asked. Yes. Greya nodded. She didn't plan to hide anything from Angor in the dream wasteland anyway. My body can stay active for a long time, but I can't stay in the Nightmare Realm for too long. Besides, it's a strange and unpredictable place. I don't know what I'll get into if I stay here for too long. Besides, if my soul is away from my body for too long, I'll lose some of my compatibility. Even if I can't get my body back right away, I need to get my soul close to my body and recover some of my compatibility. If everything goes well, I'll be exploring the Nightmare Realm with Sunders soon. Are you interested? Greya took the initiative to invite him to join her. Sunders opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to say something, but decided against it. Ever since Angor became a wizard, he had never entered the nightmare realm. The main reason was that every time he went there, something strange would happen. Also, the queen with stitches on her face had been eyeing Angor for a long time. Until now, Sunders did not know whether the queen treated Angor kindly or not. The queen's subordinates all treated Angor with great respect. However, the queen had tried to kill Angor twice in a row. Due to the queen's strange behavior, the strange connection between Shava and Angor's own uniqueness, Sunders did not recommend Angor to enter the nightmare realm for the time being. But this time, Sunders did not say anything. Angor could not run away forever. He had to face the nightmare realm. Sooner or later. Besides, Sunders also believed that his protection might not be a good thing for Angor. After all, Sunders' protection was nothing compared to Angor's ability to cause trouble. Whether it was Dark Castle or the Abyss Demons, Angor was not only a troublemaker, but he also had the courage to stand on his own. Therefore, Sunders did not interrupt Greya this time. "What do you think, Professor?" Angor did not like the nightmare realm. It was not because of the strange nightmare realm. It was because he always felt that he was playing someone else's identity in the nightmare realm. Angor did not like this kind of performance which had an unknown future. "You decide." Sunders paused and added, "But I have to remind you that the place where Greya's body is located is very dangerous. There are legendary creatures around." He did not finish his words, but Sunders already showed his inclination. "It's not like we can find it once or twice." "It's not a bad idea to let Angor go there once in a while," Greya said. "Besides, I heard that Angor's identity is very useful in the nightmare realm. Maybe he can help us." The nightmare realm is unimaginably vast. Angor's identity might only help him in a certain area. But where your body is located, Angor might not be able to use his advantage. Greya thought about it and agreed. She entered the nightmare realm from Haunt World. No matter how special Angor's identity was, he might not be able to travel freely in the nightmare realm. Thinking of this, Greya felt a little listless. She wanted to see if she could use Angor's help, but if what Sunders said was true, she would not be able to do it. Greya's right. Let's go check it out. It's not like we need to do it in one go. We can take a look around. Angor lowered his voice a little. I want to see if she'll show up again. Her? Who? Greya did not understand. Angor shook his head. Sunders nodded after a moment of silence. You're right. It's time to check it out. Greya looked at Angor and Sunders. What are you two talking about? Outsiders don't need to know, Sunders said in a plain tone. Greya raised an eyebrow and her neck trembled. I'm an outsider now? I made Toby, so he should call me Mom. And now Angor is Toby's father. What do you think about my relationship with Angor? How can I be an outsider? Angor did not know what to say. What the hell are you talking about? Sunders did not look at Greya's nonsense at all. He ignored Greya and asked Angor, so, what's your business here? Angor shrugged. Nothing. I'm just here to ask about your situation, Professor. Angor looked at Greya, who was still staring at him with wide eyes. Oh, and I'm here to see Greya. I haven't seen Greya online for a while since we parted ways in the forest. Do you need my help? Of course, Angor was referring to the golden apple. No need. Greya shook her head while rubbing the butterflies in her hands. The reason why she didn't seem to mind was because before she came online, she had asked Azaz to contact Xian through the trees. He had asked a dream plant fairy that could communicate with her in First Heart City and learned that the ant had not left the mother tree, and the ant had grown another golden apple. While it was still small, it at least meant that the golden apple was not the only one. With this in mind, Greya became bolder. She logged into the game on the same day and began to create new creatures. He even wondered if he should try to trick them again after the Trent's new fruit was fully grown. Angor nodded when he saw that Greya didn't mind. Call me if you need any help. Greya nodded and stood up. As an outsider, I won't interrupt your conversation. Greya shook her soft, fleshy body and walked out of the rose garden. That huge mountain of flesh just happened to make her walk with a swaying and charming grace. After Greya left, Sunders looked at Angor and said, "The place where Greya's body is located is complicated. I went there several times, and each time, I only wandered around the perimeter. Also, I haven't found any detailed information about that place yet. I don't think it's a projection of the southern wizarding region." A projection of the southern wizarding region might not be helpful to explorers, but at least they were familiar with the place. For example, Sunders once found information about Nether City in the real world, which could save him a lot of time. Furthermore, there were some allusions that might give the explorers some hints. But a projection of an alien plane was much more troublesome. No one knew where it was from, what kind of strange creatures there were, or what kind of monsters they might encounter. Everything was unknown. And the unknown in the nightmare realm often meant fatal danger. I found some brief information about that place and a map of the perimeter during my previous visits. I've organized them. I'll show you when you return to Tide Realm. Yes. Yes. After talking about Greya, Angor asked about the Tidal Realm. Sunders frowned. Not bad. I saw a lot of old men who don't mean what they say. Old men who don't mean what they say. Sunders hesitated for a moment before he began to explain. They had arrived at Wildstone Wasteland, but they didn't follow Angor's route. Instead, they went around several elemental territories. Every time they arrived at a place, Rain would talk to the local kings and wise men in a friendly, sincere, and honest manner. Frightened by the witch's confession, these kings and wise men all showed their true colors. Many people who looked cold and aloof on the outside were actually different on the inside. This was what they meant by saying different things. According to John's words, people who said bad things were honest. For example, the king of Tusk Desert, Sandstorm, was rumored to be a stubborn and unreasonable man who set all kinds of strict rules for Tusk Desert. Anyone who disobeyed the rules would be thrown into the sand dungeon like a dictator. However, the truth was that Sandstorm suffered from severe paranoia. With the witch's confession, every time Sandstorm spoke, he would go in a strange direction. For example, he said, "What? We hope to reach an agreement with Lord Sandstorm." "What do you think, Your Highness?" Rain asked sincerely. Sandstorm grunted and stirred up a storm of sand. "I'll think about it." "Think about it, my ass. That old man is a powerful human, and he doesn't care about other people's opinions. He's here to hurt me. If he wants to invade the desert, he'll throw me into the sea and turn me into a pile of mud. Say something, Bitter Platinum. Get him out of here. I'm scared." Angor was also surprised by this. He did not see Sandstorm the last time he went to the Tooth Extraction Desert, but through various signs, he had already guessed that this was a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder and paranoia. But he didn't know that Sandstorm had a little princess who relied on the wise men. What should he say? "Mommy's boy?" "How did Mr. Rain react?" Angor asked. Sunders shrugged. He didn't react at all. But the others reacted strongly, especially Icefrost Desert and Gentle Wind Uranus. And Sandstorm left right away. Luckily, with Namakui's help and Bitter Platinum's persuasion, as well as Rhine's confession of the witch's weakness, Sandstorm was finally coaxed back. Sunders couldn't help but let out a sigh when he said this. Angor wasn't there, but he couldn't help but feel embarrassed for Sandstorm when he recalled what happened. This was no longer a problem of not being able to maintain his image. As the lord of a territory, he was in danger of losing his dignity. Of course, from an outsider's point of view, it seemed quite cute. However, the audience at the center of the vortex would probably rather not see it. And the elemental Sandstorm were afraid of the Sandstorm. Apart from Sandstorm, there were several other sovereigns who did not share the same opinion. For example, Fallen Chariot Neil, the sovereign of Wildstone Wasteland. His Highness Fallen Earth was a steady person. It was just that he liked to use words too much, but the profound words he used often didn't convey his meaning. Angor had experienced this before. Angor didn't know what Fallen Chariot Neil was thinking when he said those words. Sunders helped him out this time. "The future you described is foggy, and I can't accept it in a hurry. I cannot imagine how such a colossal work could triumph over the vulgarity of the old days. I've finally used it. Portia said that the gem in her hand is foggy again. Now that I've used it, she'll definitely praise me, right? The foggy surface was a hazy advancement, and it also showed that I was knowledgeable. Also, the last sentence was something that Carolyn Kiss had once said. Using a famous quote once again showed how deep my foundation was. This group of foolish humans must have fallen head over heels in love with my famous quote. Ha 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 ha. How should he evaluate it? Angor felt that Fallen Chariot Neil's situation was better than Sandstorm. There were quite a few who looked steady on the outside but acted like a show-off on the inside. Still, when he thought about Fallen Chariot Neil's gigantic body, Angor couldn't help but feel a little confused. But with these examples, Angor didn't find it so hard to accept that he liked drinking milk. Drinking milk wasn't something to be ashamed of. That's the general situation. Some of them didn't agree with what they said, but with Naimatsue here, they all agreed. Everything was going well. Most of them agreed. There were a few cautious sovereigns who didn't express their opinions directly, but they all agreed to go to the fire domain for further discussion. As long as they were willing to talk, there was still room for further discussion. Generally speaking, things were going well. Of course, there were also some elemental sovereigns who didn't like humans, but they were in the minority. Even if they objected, they would still have to submit to the current situation. Since you and Mr. Rain are already at Wildstone Wasteland, will you go to the fire domain next? Angor asked. If he went to the fire domain, he would have to return to Tidal Realm. Sunders nodded. Yes, I'm going to meet Migu the Wise. But you don't have to rush back. We still need to wait for the other sovereigns to arrive. I'll let you know when most of them are here. Angor nodded. Angor and Sunders spent the rest of the time talking about the ruin, the clues they found, and the mission Ness assigned to them. Sunders didn't care too much about Angor's quest. He only sighed when he heard that Night Butterfly might have died. Compared to the ruin, Sunders cared more about Angor's progress in studying the mirror space. Of course, Angor wasn't going to hide it from Sunders. He told him about the progress of the analysis of the mirror dimension, and also told him about his current troubles. Space measurement and the arrangement of illusion nodes, Sunders muttered. I can't give you too much advice. You'll have to figure it out yourself. However, the spell I created, Nightmare Substitute, involves the use of space and nightmare illusions. When you come to the Tidal Realm, I'll show you some of the data of the Nightmare Substitute. Perhaps it will give you some inspiration. Nightmare Substitute was one of Sunders' signature spells. It could create a nightmare to break through space, or use the nightmare's ability to ignore space to escape from a hopeless situation. The spell contained the power of space, but it didn't mean Sunders could control it like an extension of his own body. The reason why Sunders was able to create such a powerful spell and use it to its fullest potential was that he had the Black Gold Nightmare bloodline from the Nightmare Realm. The Black Gold Nightmare bloodline gave him a natural ability to control space. This ability came from his bloodline, not from studying the nature of space. Sunders did manage to create some spatial abilities with the help of the Black Gold Nightmare bloodline, but they all relied on the bloodline itself and couldn't give Angor much inspiration. Angor still had to figure it out himself. I understand. Thank you, sir. Angor bowed to Sunders. Sunders only gave him the data of Nightmare Substitute, but it was already impressive enough. If Angor had other intentions, he could easily find the flaws of the spell. The fact that Sunders was willing to give Angor the data meant he trusted Angor greatly. This was why Angor bowed to Sunders. It's for my own good. I hope to see more research on the combination of space and illusion. Sunders accepted the salute and spoke in a plain tone, that's for my own good. I'll try my best to study the mirror dimension. But I won't be able to do it fast since it involves the power of space. Sunders gave Angor a meaningful look and smiled. I believe in your speed. Angor was going to say, but I don't believe it myself, but before he could say anything, he accidentally met Sunders' eyes. Angor felt that Sunders was trying to tell him something in those eyes. However, after a careful search, he found nothing. Sir, Angor wanted to ask something. Sunders cut him off, I'm going offline now. I need time to sort out the data of your Nightmare Substitute and Greya's body. Let's talk later. If you need anything, leave a message in the group. With that, Sunder's figure slowly turned blurry and disappeared along with the fluttering butterflies. Angor thought for a moment and logged out as well. Time flew. 2 days later. He took Sunny out of the mirror space again and returned to Star Lake Castle while Sunny went somewhere else to rest. At the entrance of the castle, a gray-haired man wearing a pair of gold-chained reading glasses quickly greeted Angor. "Sir, we have a reply to the matter you asked us to investigate," Drew said respectfully. Angor stopped and looked at Druid. "Look up and tell me." "Yes, sir." Druid looked up. "I received a magic message this morning. A low-leveled apprentice has arrived at Lloyd's. According to your information, sir, he did find traces of the Sand of Time. But he didn't see anyone. Has that lord already left? If the mark is still there, he should be there. But he won't see you if you're not his customers." Angor nodded. "I see. I'll take care of the rest." Angor tossed several magic crystals to Druid as payment. "I'm going to Lloyd's. When Freud comes back, tell him what happened here. He'll understand." He didn't return to Star Lake Castle. Instead, he flashed and disappeared from the area. In the next second, he was already thousands of meters above the ground. Angor summoned Gondola and patted Toby's feathers. "Let's go. I'll pay you back in double later." With that, he signaled Speed Spirit to head southeast at full speed. Angor was planning to go to the underwater paradise called Lloyd's to buy some materials from the Ashen traders. He wanted to test out his modified formula for the red boiling water. Also, he wanted to make some practice items to test the Mad Hatter's coronation. After all, it had been a while since he obtained the mystery item. His excitement had calmed down a lot. It was time for him to study it. Deep inside Devil's Water, there was an island covered in mist. A man whose face was covered by a gray beard, leaving only his eyes, nose, and a small part of his cheekbones exposed. He was looking at a skinny man who was looking at him with a cunning and excited expression. "It's from Little Flea." "It's true," the skinny man said. The thin and small man's saliva flew everywhere. However, in this cramped and dirty little house, no one cared about the issue of hygiene. Apparently, it's a foreign woman. The first thing Boss Man did was to bring her to the pig pen. Little Flea only took one look at her, but that one look was all it took for Little Flea's soul to run away. She's a very, very beautiful woman. Her body is curvy, and her skin is so white you can squeeze milk out of it. The only thing is, she's covered in wounds. One of them is as big as a bowl. But you're lucky, Captain. Boss Man took her to the pig pen, but he won't touch her until she's healed. Captain, we can use this chance to kidnap her. Maybe she's still a virgin." As the skinny guy spoke, his eyes began to blur as he imagined the image of a perfect goddess in his mind. "Really?" The bearded man didn't believe it. "It's true, it's definitely true. Captain, you know that Little Flea and I grew up together. Little Flea has no reason to lie to me." "Then, how did she get to the island?" "It said that she clung to a wooden board and floated along with the sea current. Looking at her injuries, she was probably washed away by the monsters in the sea or the crazy turbulence." The bearded man exclaimed, "She floated along the wooden board. That's not simple." This sea area was very scary. Not only were there monsters, but there were also terrible sea waves. They didn't even dare to go out to sea for 2 or 3 miles. A weak woman could actually float to the island by clinging to a wooden board, and she was seriously injured. This was a bit unbelievable. "Captain, what you said seems to make sense. Little Flea said that the woman was wearing soft armor. Maybe she's a strong female warrior." The skinny man shook his head. "But so what if she's strong? She's stranded on this island full of stinky men. Does she dare to resist? Anyway, she can't escape from this island. She can only be a pig in the future. Captain, hurry up and make a decision. Should we go or not?" The bearded captain seemed to be deep in thought, weighing the pros and cons. "A woman, Captain, it's a woman. And a beautiful woman. Captain, haven't you had enough of these days? You're surrounded by men." The bearded captain looked at the skinny man with a meaningful look. "You're right. It's not good to be surrounded by men. However, the situation is not clear now. Boss man is also very strong. If we really want to snatch her, we need to go all out. I'm afraid some people won't be willing. How about this, let's go and take a look first. If that woman is really as beautiful as you say, at least the chances of persuading them will be higher. The skinny man pointed at himself and then at the bearded man. Ship, Captain. Wait, just the two of us? Are we going to deliver food? What food? We'll sneak a look and come back. The skinny man looked unwilling. No. Why don't you go alone? The last time I passed by Boss Man's place from afar, I felt pairs of green eyes looking at me. I'm scared. What are you scared of? You dared to instigate me. Now you're leaving? It's decided. If you want a woman, come with me. After that, the bearded man didn't care about the skinny man's wishes. He directly grabbed him by the collar and strode out of the house. No. Captain, please let me go. I'm really scared. Don't scream. Shut up. If the others misunderstand, I'll beat you to death. Although the bearded captain's words were harsh, he still loosened his grip a little. He pulled the sobbing skinny man and pushed the door open. It was dark outside and they couldn't see what was going on. However, the bearded captain didn't react at all. It was obvious that he was used to such an environment. Stepping on the crumbling wooden corridor, the bearded captain ordered the skinny man to shut his blabbering mouth as he walked. If you scream again, you'll attract Lunk's attention and there'll be nothing left. Perhaps the bearded captain's words were effective as the skinny man's voice became softer. However, the skinny man was screaming too loudly in the room and it still aroused some suspicions. The bearded captain didn't walk for long. He hadn't even finished walking through the wooden corridor when he saw a tall silhouette in the gray mist in front of him. Seeing the figure in front of him, the bearded captain cursed in his heart. He pinched the skinny man's neck and pushed him aside. Then he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When the bearded captain opened his eyes again, his gaze had changed from a ruthless wolf's gaze to a normal smooth one. His temperament had changed from a boorish man to a simple and honest man. Captain Barrow? A pleasant and elegant voice came from the front. Yes, Mr. Lunk. Haven't you gone to rest yet? The bearded Captain Barrow said with a smile. I just came back from the experimental field. I'm going to record the growth of the red radish before going to rest. The figure in the darkness walked out. It was a tall young man wearing the same linen clothes as Captain Barrow. However, unlike Captain Barrow's slovenly appearance, this young man looked clean and gentle with a straight back. Even on this gloomy island, the young man's hair was combed neatly. It was worth mentioning that there was a slender knight's sword at his waist. Lunk walked closer to Barrow. His eyes unconsciously looked at the skinny man beside him. His eyes were filled with curiosity and contemplation. At this moment, the skinny man did not speak at all. His gaze drifted, not daring to meet Luanka's gaze. When I was outside, I heard little Birch say something like "Don't be scared." Did something happen? Seeing that the skinny man didn't dare to look at him, Luanka asked directly. However, he couldn't help but look at the skinny man's body, especially at his waist and back. On this dark and gloomy island that was basically filled with men, there would always be some people whose bottom line began to deviate. The skinny Birch was an easy target. Therefore, when Lunk heard Birch's cries, he hurried over. Captain Barrow naturally understood the meaning behind Lunk's words. He couldn't help but glare at Birch from the corner of his eyes. You bastard! Who would fancy this guy? Besides, with Lunk, a powerful and self-righteous person, maintaining order, no one would dare to force anyone to do anything in dock number 4. Nothing. I just wanted to bring Birch to the beach to catch some fish and crabs. But this guy heard from others that there are some fluorescent ghosts at the beach that will devour people. That's why he's been making a fuss. After Barrow finished speaking, he kicked Birch. At first, Birch didn't realize what Barrow meant. When Barrow winked at him, Birch said, "Yes, the captain is right. We're just going to the beach to catch some food." Yes, that's it. Barrow looked at Birch's wandering eyes and couldn't help but curse in his mind. This guy is as dumb as a manatee. He doesn't even know how to lie. Lunk looked at Barrow and then at Birch. In the end, he whispered, I don't care where you're going. Little Birch, tell me, are you doing this willingly? Birch rolled his eyes. He really wanted to say no, but he understood what Lunk was trying to say. Lunk had obviously misunderstood his relationship with Barrow. Lunk did not think that if Barrow really wanted to do something to him, there would be plenty of opportunities for him to do so. Why would he let Birch yell at him? He couldn't tarnish the captain's reputation at this moment. Besides, that woman. When Birch thought of the way Little Flea described that woman, he felt hot all over. He did want to go and have a look. Provided that Master Man and the others didn't find him. Mr. Lunk, I think you've misunderstood. Captain Barrow really only wants to bring me to catch some fish and crabs. I'm doing this willingly. Birch nodded. Lunk looked at Birch. He knew that this guy was full of lies, but when he said willingly, he sounded sincere. Since you're doing this willingly, then you'll have to bear the consequences. Lunk didn't say anything more. He walked to the side and leaned against the wooden wall to make way. His meaning was obvious. At least they had passed Lunk's test. Barrow stopped grabbing Birch's collar. He nodded at Lunk and signaled Birch to follow him. Then he walked into the fog. For the next part of the journey, Barrow didn't talk to Birch anymore. He walked very fast. After walking for another 10 meters, a sudden gust of wind blew. The wooden planks under their feet started to sway, and they could hear the sound of water splashing. Barrow stood very steadily, but Birch was a little shaky. He leaned against the wooden railing and looked down. Below them was a pitch-black water. They were on the same boat. The wind made the boat sway. After the wind stopped, everything returned to silence. Barrow then said to Birch, You can't even stand this little wind. You don't look like a man on the sea at all. Birch mumbled, I wasn't a seaman before. I only went out to sea once and ended up in this godforsaken place. Barrow slapped Birch's head. You're going to talk back to me? Shut up. Birch pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. Barrow was satisfied. Hurry up. Before Lunk realizes what's going on, we'll leave the dock first. After passing through the long wooden corridor, they went up to the deck and threw down the rope ladder. After 5 minutes, Barrow and Birch finally got off the boat. Standing at the dock's entrance, Barrow looked up at the huge but damaged cargo ship. He sighed. Moonlight Bird. Sigh, do we still have a chance to sail? Barrow shook his head and sighed. What he didn't know was that on the deck, Lunk was leaning against the shadow of the mast, his ears twitching slightly. Sail? I hope so. Lunk lowered his head and muttered, I don't want to stay on this damn island forever. After muttering a few words, Lunko suddenly raised his head and looked into the dark mist. Captain Barrow said he's taking Birch to the beach? Huh, they're going north along the lake. This isn't the way to the beach. Lunk frowned. Is Birch really following Barrow? It doesn't seem like it. Besides, if there's something fishy going on, why are they going outside? Not only were there wild beasts and poisonous snakes outside, they might also run into people from other docks. Those people had completely fallen into the darkness and couldn't even be called humans. Lunk thought for a moment and hesitated. Then, he picked up his weapon and jumped down from the deck, disappearing into the darkness. This island didn't have a publicly recognized scientific name. It was located in a foggy area and was covered by fog all year round. Sunlight couldn't shine in either. The difference between day and night was not big. It was always gloomy and foggy. However, despite the fog, it was still relatively safe on the island. There was a huge lake on the island. There were some ancient ship remains in the lake and a lot of broken or sunken ships were piled up. It was like a ship graveyard. Therefore, some people called this place Ghost Dock Island. The reason it wasn't called Ghost Dock Island was because there were several large docks in the lake. Most of the ship remains were piled up in the docks. Moonlight Bird was docked at dock number 4 in the lake. The other docks were also occupied by other people. Among them, Sir Man's Bloodbreaker was docked at dock number 1. It was also the largest and most well-equipped dock in the lake. From this, it could be seen that Sir Man, who could occupy dock number 1, was not to be underestimated. At this time, Captain Barrow was leading Birch around the lake to the famous dock number 1. Lunk, you know him. Although he doesn't talk nonsense, the fact that he let us go will make some connections in the other people's minds. As Barrow walked, he said to the gloomy Birch, when we get back, we'll find a chance to explain. Don't let them misunderstand us. Why don't you think about it? How could I be interested in? Barrow stopped halfway through his sentence. Birch naturally understood what Barrow meant. He didn't dare to talk back, but he said the same thing in his heart. Sigh, Lunk really has too much sense of justice. If it wasn't for him, we could have discussed with the others and just robbed them. Why would we sneak over to see? Birch couldn't help but mutter. Barrow stopped and turned around. He pressed his finger hard on Birch's head. Are you complaining about Lunk now? Think about it. If it wasn't for Lunk, would our moonlight picture bird have been able to maintain such good order in the past 6 months? From Barrow's standpoint, although he also disliked Lunk, he had to admit that with the deterrence of a powerful person like Lunk, not only did the moonlight picture bird not have too much internal strife, but they had also killed many enemies who coveted the resources on this ship in the past 6 months, showing their strength. Currently, on Ghost Dock Island, Dock Number 4 and Dock Number 1 were almost parallel forces. This was only possible because of Lunk's power behind them. However, although Lunk brought a lot of benefits, he also brought some unnecessary restrictions in Barrow's opinion. For example, Lunk still cared about rules and morals. The reason why they didn't challenge Boss Man despite having the strength was that Lunk's morals made him unwilling to take the initiative to offend others. Of course, if someone did, Lunk wouldn't be polite. Sir Man also knew some of Lunk's habits, so when he knew that he might not be able to defeat Lunk, he didn't take the initiative to offend Dock Number 4. This made Barrow, who was ambitious and wanted to take over Dock Number 1, a little disappointed. After all, without Lunk, they might not be able to take over Dock Number 1 on their own. On this ghost island where one couldn't leave and where the deepest darkness of human nature had been completely dug out, it was really stupid to care about morals. At least, that was what Barrow thought. This time, Barrow was worried that someone might disagree and secretly took Birch to see the situation because if he said it directly, Lunk would definitely not agree. After all, Lunk would never do anything to a woman. This was also the difference between Lunk and Barrow's positions. 10 years ago, Barlow was still a pirate who roamed the sea. Although he later washed his hands of it, joined the shipping company, and became the captain of the merchant ship Moonlight Bird, he still had the ruthlessness of a pirate in his heart. Therefore, he didn't care about rules that much. Lunk was different. He was a knight who boarded the Moonlight Picture Bird by chance and was preparing to go to the Fey continent. Yes, a knight. He said that he was a current knight, and his actions followed the rules of chivalry, humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, and justice. Although Barrow often felt that Lunk was a little pedantic, because of his pedantry, everyone on the ship trusted Lunk, including Barrow himself. Therefore, although Barrow didn't like Lunk, he would still protect him when Birch scolded him. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the shore near Dock Number 1. At this point, Barrow became noticeably more cautious. Even if the fog and darkness made it difficult for them to see too far, they were still too close to Dock Number 1. Any movement they made here could attract attention. Barrow secretly went to the pigsty to see the beautiful woman. He didn't want to start a fight with Sir Man, so he had to be careful and not be too reckless. Let's sneak around the dock and go to their pigsty. Barrow pulled Birch away from the shore and into the forest. They planned to go around the lake and directly go through the back door of the dock. As the leader of Dock Number 4, Barrow had once come to Dock Number 1 with Lunk to meet Sir Man and talk about the so-called balance theory. The conversation and game back then were basically nonsense, and Barrow had almost forgotten about it. However, he remembered the layout of Dock Number 1 clearly. With Little Flea's help, Barrow knew the movements of Dock Number 1 like the back of his hand. Although they were walking in the dark forest, Birch wasn't as scared as before. He often came here to meet Little Flea and was familiar with the forest. He even knew where there were snakes and where there were birds. Should I send a signal to Little Flea to come out? Birch asked. Barrow shook his head. No need. Little Flea already came out to see you today. If he comes out again in a day, it might arouse suspicion. After all, his job doesn't require him to get off the ship every day. Little Flea was the ship's doctor on the Bloodbreaker. However, he didn't join the Bloodbreaker of his own accord. He was captured by Sir Man many years ago. Last time, when Barrow came to Dock Number 1 to negotiate, Birch saw Little Flea. Only then did he know that his long-lost friend had been captured by pirates and was now trapped on Ghost Dock Island. Speaking of which, part of the reason Birch boarded the Moonlight Bird from his hometown Sidro Island was to find Little Flea. He didn't expect to find him in the end. However, they were all trapped here, and he didn't know if it was lucky or unlucky. After meeting Little Flea, Birch often used the signal they used when they were young to call Little Flea out. At first, they just talked to each other, but after Barrow learned about it, he slowly developed Little Flea into a hidden sentry they left on Dock Number 1. Therefore, they could know what happened in Dock Number 1 through Little Flea. I know where the pigsty is. Just follow me. Barrow led Birch deeper into the darkness. As soon as Barrow left, Lunk appeared in the same place. They actually came to Dock Number 1. Also, what did they say? Pigsty? Walking in the misty forest, their vision was dark and blurry, but the bearded Captain Barlow and the skinny Birch walked at a fast pace. It was normal for Birch to walk fast, since he would come here to meet Little Flea from time to time. Barrow was also very fast, and he even walked in front of Birch. It could be seen that Barrow was very familiar with Dock Number 1. In terms of familiarity, even Birch felt a little ashamed. Captain, why do you seem more familiar with this place than I am? You haven't given up, have you? Barrow didn't look back and continued to walk quickly. Give up what? It's to snatch Dock Number 1. Barrow's figure paused for a second, before he continued to walk forward unharmed. Dock Number 1 has the best location, and it's backed by a fertile flatland. Those pirates don't know how to grow crops at all. It's simply a waste of resources. What I mean is, the captain is still thinking about it. No wonder you're so familiar with this place. You must have come here often. Humph, Barrow snorted, but he didn't deny it. He didn't want to think about it, but as long as the fog didn't disappear, there was no hope of leaving the island in a short time. Since they were going to live on this torturous island for a long time, they naturally wanted to live in a better place. But there was nothing they could do about Lunk. If the day comes when we take Dock Number 1, we must be careful. Don't get Little Flea involved. Of course, I know that. But... Barrow paused. If that day really comes, I think Little Flea will have been taken by us. After all, Lunk isn't that persistent about taking Little Flea. Little Flea was a doctor, and Little Flea didn't take the initiative to board the Bloodbreaker. With Lunk's knightly standards, it was still possible for him to take Little Flea. Alright, stop talking. Their rear cabin is in front. There are usually people guarding there. If they hear us, we can only run. The two of them carefully walked through the misty forest. After walking for a few meters, they saw a bright light in the fog. Behind the light, they could vaguely see a huge arched silhouette. That was Dock 1. Barrow tiptoed a few more steps and whispered to Birch, "Usually, there are people guarding the back cabin door. You wait behind the tree. I'll go and see who it is." Birch nodded. He leaned against the dark tree and waited silently. After a while, Barrow quietly walked back with a hint of joy in his eyes. As expected, it's Half-Ear who's on duty today. Moreover, our luck is pretty good this time. Together with Half-Ear, he's guarding Scarface. Scarface and Half-an-Ear? Who were they? Why did the captain seem to be very familiar with them? Scarface is a pervert. He would sneak into the pigsty after a while. Half of his ear is well guarded, but that guy is very suspicious. I used this weakness of his to trick him before, so it shouldn't be a problem this time. Birch silently looked at Barrow, who had a face full of confidence. He really wanted to ask, "Captain, how many times have you secretly come to Dock Number 1? How did you even give the guards a nickname? You even know their personalities." Since Barrow seemed to be very confident, Birch did not question him. The worst-case scenario was to be discovered and run away. Running away was not a problem for him. Under Barrow's lead, they hid behind a big rock near the back cabin. From here, he could see two people standing near the cabin door. One of them had a scar on his face and was sitting lazily on the threshold, staring at the torch above in a daze. The other person had a cut in his right ear, which was probably half of his ear. Although he was leaning against the wall, his eyes were constantly looking around. From time to time, he would tilt his head to listen. He seemed to be on high alert. After waiting for half an hour behind the rock, Scarface, as Barrow said, could not sit still anymore. From time to time, he would use his hand to knock on his crotch. His eyes kept drifting to the back of the door. A few minutes later, Scarface stood up and said a few words to Half of Ear. Then, he walked towards the door. Looking at the direction he turned, it was almost certain that he was going to the pigsty. Now that there was only Half of Ear left, he was even more vigilant. Before, he was only looking around, but now he was constantly looking around. He's watching so closely. How are we going to get in? Birch whispered softly. Don't worry, I have a way. Because Scarface left just now, Half of Ear is now on high alert. But it won't last long. Wait a few more minutes. When Half of Ear lowers his guard a little, I'll make a move. Make a move? Are you going to knock him out? That won't cause any trouble, right? No need to knock him out. Just watch me. Hearing Barrow's confident words, Birch believed him. 10 minutes later, Barrow began to move. He quietly moved in the opposite direction, and no one knew what he was doing in the depths of the forest. After a while, Birch heard a familiar sound. Gia. Birch raised his head. Wasn't that the signal he used when he met Little Flea? 3 long, 2 short, 3 rapid. No, it's not a rapid sound. It should be a short sound. That's not the signal for meeting. Just as Birch was puzzled, he saw Half-Eared's face flash with a hint of surprise as he muttered, "That's the voice. It's here again, it's here again. It must be a spy's signal. I want to see who the spy is. As long as I catch the spy and tell Masterman, I can, hee." As he spoke, Half of Ear's body quickly rushed into the dark forest. Not long after Half of Ear's figure disappeared, Barrow walked out of the fog and stood in front of the door. He waved at the big rock. Although Birch didn't want to go in, he didn't want to give up. Halfway. He gritted his teeth and rushed out. What are you waiting for? That idiot won't be back anytime soon. It's enough time for us to go to the pigsty and come back, Barrow said as he turned around and entered the cabin. After Birch followed, he found that Barrow was very familiar with the inside of the dock. It was as if he had returned home. It was obvious that it wasn't Barrow's first time here. Birch followed Barrow and asked suspiciously, I think I heard the signal for meeting Little Flea just now. Then Half of Ear left. Captain, what's going on? Barrow said frankly, that's just me imitating it. Ah? Barrow explained as they walked, and Birch gradually understood the whole story. It turned out that Birch and Little Flea met too frequently. From time to time, there would be a regular bug sound. Although it didn't attract much attention, Half of Ear, who was very suspicious, noticed it. A suspicious person would think a lot of things. Half of Ear had always vaguely guessed that there might be a spy who was secretly communicating with the outside world. However, it was just a guess without any evidence, so he had long wanted to catch the spy that he had imagined. Barrow knew what Half of Ear was thinking. He had imitated the signal when Birch and Little Flea met before and played with Half of Ear. This time, he took advantage of Half of Ear's mentality. So, Half of Ear might have noticed my meeting with Little Flea? Birch asked in surprise. I'm just suspicious, but Half of Ear hasn't discovered Little Flea's identity yet. Besides, I'll help you lure him away, so you don't have to worry for now. If you're really worried, the next time you meet Little Flea, change the signal again. Birch naturally believed the captain, but, Captain, you're saying that when I meet Little Flea, you'll follow me? Barrow's eyes drifted. Only occasionally. Occasionally? I'm just trying to find out Masterman's strength. Besides, I've helped you lure Half of Ear away. Why are you so calculative? Besides, this time, Little Flea told you about women, but I didn't know. Doesn't this mean that I don't eavesdrop every time? Birch held his breath and stared at Barrow. He always thought that Captain Barrow was honest, but he didn't expect him to be such a person. Barrow slapped Birch's head hard. Aya, this is for the big plan. It's not just to take over dock number 1 in the future. I'm also secretly observing Little Flea. After all, Little Flea was a member of Bloodbreaker, and he hadn't seen Birch for many years. People were fickle. Barrow trusted Birch, but he didn't necessarily trust Little Flea. Therefore, a large part of the reason Barrow followed Birch was to observe the Little Flea. He was just too embarrassed to say it in front of Birch, but now that Birch asked, Barrow revealed the truth. Birch wasn't stupid. He understood what Barrow meant, but he still felt a little awkward. Don't think too much now. We're still in enemy territory. If you're not careful and something happens, I'll hang you on the bow of the ship for 3 to 5 days. Don't even think about coming down. Barrow's words immediately pulled Birch back to reality. This was the enemy's base, and nothing could go wrong. With a strong sense of danger, Birch became more vigilant than before. The pigsty wasn't far from the rear cabin door, only about 100 meters away. Under the guidance of Barrow, who was very familiar with the business, they walked on solid ground where it wasn't easy to make any noise. From time to time, they would hide in the dark to avoid any attention. After about 2 minutes, they arrived at the pigsty. The pigsty was a square that was surrounded by a fence. Inside, there were several greenhouse-like compartments. From outside the fence, one could clearly see that there were several women in the compartments that were made of dried grass and big leaves. These women were dressed very scantily, and their hands were cuffed with chains. Their bodies were dirty, and there was a rotten smell in the air. Their eyes were dim, and they were like wax figures. Even if there were insects crawling on their bodies, they didn't have the motivation to drive them away. They were like pigs who had lost their ability to think. And they were indeed treated like pigs by the boss. That was why this place was called a pigsty. It was obviously Birch's first time seeing such a scene. His eyes were filled with shock. Although he had already known the general meaning of a pigsty from Little Flea, he had always thought that a pigsty was similar to the prostitutes who stood on the street on Sidro Island. The prostitute's status on Sidro Island was only slightly higher than slaves. That was why Birch thought that snatching women was a normal thing. After all, she was a prostitute. She was selling her body and living in a different place on this ghost island. However, he didn't expect the women in the pigsty to be so inhuman. They were even more lowly than the slaves on Sidro Island. At least Sidro Island still had a slave law. In the law, slaves still had the right to choose how to be buried. This was to ensure that they were still human. They. Birch's throat was blocked by a lot of words, but he couldn't say them. Barrow, who was very experienced in life, knew what Birch was thinking. He patted Birch's shoulder lightly. Now you understand the importance of lunk. Birch didn't know what to say. He followed Barrow silently. Barrow wasn't surprised by the pirate's behavior. After all, there were very few pirates like the Queen on the sea. Most pirates had the same moral character as Sir Man. In the past, it was because he couldn't stand some of the actions of the pirates that he retired from the world. Of course, the bigger reason was that the Queen, who was his spiritual support, had disappeared. Barrow shook his head to get rid of these irrelevant thoughts. Do you know where the woman who floated here that Little Flea mentioned is? Birch shook his head. I don't know either, but she's definitely in the pigsty, here. Okay, let's look for her. Be careful. Barrow and Birch peered in over the bars of the door. The women inside were all very numb. Even when they saw someone outside, they still didn't make a sound. Therefore, Barrow and Birch didn't have to worry about being discovered. However, they weren't completely free of worries. There were obviously people in some of the cubicles with the curtains closed. There were also some discordant sounds. Scarface was probably in one of these cubicles. They were relatively more careful about these cubicles to avoid being discovered. However, the people above were usually less vigilant, so they weren't much of a threat. As they walked past the cubicles, Birch was confused. Why does Lord Man have so many women? We only have a few on the Moonlight Picture Bird, and most of them are old. We stole them, Barrow said casually. Stole? Birch muttered. They're indeed pirates. Soon, they finished walking around, but they didn't see any so-called beautiful woman. Is she not here? Birch was confused. That's not right. Little Flea said that Lord Man brought the woman to the pigsty, here? The pigsty wasn't small, but it could be seen at a glance. They looked around but didn't see the new woman. In confusion, Barrow looked at one of the cubicles. There's no sound coming from the cubicle with the curtains closed. Usually, a cubicle with the curtains closed meant that there was something going on inside. To avoid being discovered, they didn't check the cubicles with the curtains closed. However, since they didn't see anyone after walking around, it was very likely that the woman was in the cubicle. Let's go take a look, Barrow said. It was said that the woman was injured all over. No one would touch her for the time being. Even if someone did, Lord Man would have priority. If the woman was really in the cubicle, with Lord Man's possessiveness, he would probably close the curtains. At least before he finished touching her, he wouldn't let anyone touch her. A few seconds later, they were standing at the railing more than 10 meters away from the cubicle. From the gap between the curtains, they could vaguely see that there was indeed only one person inside. Although the person was lying down, she was fully armed and wearing soft armor. This was similar to what Little Flea had described. However, it was too far away. The curtains blocked most of the view, so they couldn't see her face. How about this, I'll go in and take a look, Barrow said. Birch said worriedly, there's someone in the cubicle next door. You have to be careful. Barrow also glanced at the cubicle next door. There were moans coming from inside. I understand. Barrow jumped lightly and landed lightly. Then, he tiptoed to the other side of the curtains. With a hint of anticipation, he slowly opened the curtains. Then, he froze. Birch looked at Barrow in confusion. Why did Barrow just stand there after opening the curtains? 1 minute, 2 minutes, Birch looked left and right. He was very anxious. He didn't understand what was wrong with Barrow. He was also worried that someone would come over and see the two of them as outsiders. Seeing that Barrow had no intention of moving, Birch made up his mind. He also jumped over the railing and quickly walked to Barrow's side. He didn't dare to open his mouth. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of the person in the cubicle next door. He moved his head closer and looked through the curtains. He saw an extremely beautiful woman lying behind the curtains. Her eyes were closed, and her brown wavy hair was casually stuck to her cheeks. She looked very seductive. Her figure was also very good. Even the soft armor couldn't hide her impressive curves. The only pity was that there were some wounds on her face and her lips were pale. Most importantly, her right hand seemed to be missing. It was replaced by a few strange metal wires. Birch was very sure that this woman was very beautiful. She was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. However, it shouldn't be enough to make Barrow immobile, right? Birch carefully looked at her face again. Her eyes were closed, so he couldn't see the color of her eyes. However, this face. The more Birch looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Why did it look a little like the woman in the painting that Barrow kept in his drawer? Captain, she is. Birch looked at Barrow, who was staring at her in a daze. He couldn't help but whisper into Barrow's ear. Barrow didn't seem to come back to his senses. He just replied unconsciously, it's her, it's her. Birch asked, who is she? Barrow said, my queen, the uncrowned king of the Blackberry Sea. A voice that sounded like a mumble slowly floated out, Your Excellency Aspel. Just as Barrow said her name, the woman lying on the straw bed seemed to move her ears slightly. Birch was about to take a closer look when a cold wind suddenly hit him. Before Birch could react, he felt a pain in his chest. Then his body spun in the air and finally fell to the ground. He struggled to raise his head to take a look. He saw that the battle in the next compartment had ended. A man walked out from inside. When Mang saw Birch, he immediately kicked him. This was also the reason why Birch fell from the air. Coincidentally, this man was the one who was guarding the door. Scarface. After Scarface kicked Birch away, he immediately saw Barrow. In just a second, Scarface recognized Barrow's identity. His eyes flashed with shock. He didn't hesitate to shout, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" His voice echoed in the dock, and soon, a light was lit in the dark. A large number of figures walked out from all over the place and quickly surrounded the pigsty. Birch and Barrow were in danger. Inside a dark room in Star Lake Castle. The gurgling sound of water vapor, accompanied by the sound of the mucus evaporating, and the crisp sound of the glass bottle hitting the iron plate, all kinds of sounds gathered together to outline the current scene in the dark room. A large number of experiment tools, strange boiling liquid, a strange, pungent smell, Dankros, who was placed on a heat-resistant platform, and Angor, who had cast a defensive spell. He checked the time on his pocket watch and nodded. Should be done. He then turned to Dankros, who still had a confused look on his face. You can get off the platform now. Pay attention to the environment and restrain the fire. Don't burn down the room like last time. Dankros nodded obediently and retracted the red light around him. Then, he jumped down from the heat-resistant platform. Dankros shook his body a few times to get rid of the dust on his body. Next, he followed Angor to a special glass box nearby to isolate himself from the steam. Nice. You've been quiet for the past 2 days. I'll have Toby play with you for half a day when we get out. Oh, and the quenching potion is in the corner. You can use it when you come out, Angor praised Dankros and quickly looked back at the experiment table. He poured out half a cup of gray-colored liquid from the condensation container. Angor shook the transparent cup a little. The liquid inside was not Newtonian fluid. This is lithogen fluid sol. It was an auxiliary material Fritz came up with. However, Angor did not succeed in making it. After Angor made some improvements and bought a lot of suitable materials from Ashentime and Lloyd's, he finally succeeded. Lithogen fluid sol was a kind of floating gel that could seal the impact of a high-temperature explosion and absorb the heat from the outside into the inside. More importantly, it could be broken down by energy and dissolved in blood. It could be said that it was the best partner for boiling blood-red water. Of course, it could also be used in some potions that needed to purify bloodlines. However, it was not very effective and could be replaced. However, lithogen fluid sol was absolutely necessary for boiling blood water. After making lithogen fluid sol, Angor did not stay idle. He began his 4th attempt of mixing boiling blood water this week. It had been almost 2 weeks since he came back from Lloyd's. He had tried boiling blood water no less than 20 times, but he always failed due to various problems. This time, he corrected all the problems he found earlier and adjusted the ratio of the items. The thick pile of notes on the table showed how much effort he had put into it. Let's hope there won't be any new flaws this time. Angor took a deep breath and began the process. Time Angor. During this time, Dankros had also completed the purification of the flame, and walked out of the glass box. He picked up the quenching agent that had been made into the shape of half an hourglass in the corner, and bathed in it. The sky outside also changed from dusk to night. Then, the ink-like darkness continued to thin, and finally, the sky turned into a fish belly white. He finally regained his senses after spending half a day working on the alchemy. Looking at the boiling red liquid in the glass container, a smile slowly appeared on his pale face. It worked, Angor sighed in relief. He felt much more relaxed now. However, at this moment, the red liquid in the glassware began to surge up, as if there was an illusion of flames coming out. It was as if the liquid was going to erupt like a volcano in the next second. Angor was surprised. Potion corruption. Shit, I almost forgot to finish the potion. He quickly took out a light-colored glass bottle that looked like an ice cream cone from a pile of boxes nearby. Next, he pointed a finger at the red liquid and gently swirled it around. Then, he uttered a few ritualistic murmurs, which were not really useful. They were more like comforting words. The red liquid that was about to erupt turned into a red fire snake and was sealed inside the ice cream cone. He took out the wooden cork, put it on, and tightened the cap with runes on it. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the liquid that had turned purple due to its refractive index and muttered, "I'm still too inexperienced. I almost forgot to finish the potion. Next time. I'll pay attention next time." The strange phenomenon caused by the potion was called corruption. It was different from the corruption of the undead. When the potion was not finished in time, it would interact with the microorganisms in the air and cause the potion to lose its potion or even go bad. Angor did not really forget the procedure. He put the bottle aside, which meant he already prepared for it. He just failed too many times in the past few days, so he did not get over it yet. He thought he would fail again today. However, he suddenly succeeded. His habit from the past few days prevented him from filling the bottle right away. Luckily, he reacted in time and saved the situation. Still, according to the alchemy eye, the potion was not as effective as before. But at least it was still usable. It did not completely go bad. He looked at the boiling red liquid for a moment and put it aside. The potion itself was not valuable. Angor did not care about the potion itself. He was more interested in the formula of the potion, which he modified over and over again. He cleaned up the mess on the table and took out a new piece of parchment. He copied the potion formula from the last page of the handbook onto the new paper. He was going to give the formula and the bottle of boiling blood-red water to Fritz. The new formula was very different from Fritz's original one. Even if Angor claimed that he created it himself, it would still be reasonable. However, Angor was not a thick-skinned person. The new formula was still based on Fritz's idea. The core of the formula was similar. Angor considered Fritz as a repairman who fixed the defective formula so that it could be used again. The potion would still belong to Fritz. After copying the formula, Angor stretched himself. He spent almost 2 weeks either in the mirror space or in the dark room crafting potions. Even someone as tough as Angor felt a little tired. But it was all worth it. The potion was not useful to him, but it was a great tool for making money. It could also help his brother Rain. More importantly, with this innovative potion as a starting point, Angor officially stepped into the door of apothecary. Modifying the formula, fixing the flaws during the crafting process, and the experience he gained during this time were all valuable treasures. It would lay a solid foundation for him to craft other potions or create new ones in the future. Of course, Angor was happy. However, the laziness in his mind and spirit gave him a chance to feel tired. He had been ignoring the tiredness for the past few days. But today, he did not. He yawned, leaned against the chair, and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It had been a long time since he woke up on his own. Angor felt refreshed. He looked around and saw Dankros lying in a corner. It seemed that the man was also sleeping. Or rather, he was too high. The bottle of quenching potion beside him was completely empty. Angor shook his head and sighed while looking at Dankros' intoxicated face. If you're really addicted, it's not like what Magoo told me. Next time, I'll have to reduce the supply of quenching potion. Also, look at his upper body. TSK, why is it so dirty? But... Angor looked at Dankros' wrist. Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel like Dankros' wrist has grown longer? Did he grow up? Angor did not know much about elemental creatures, so he did not think too much about it. He shook his head and put his thoughts aside. He wanted to wake Dankros up, but since Dankros had been doing alchemy for him every day, it saved him a lot of effort. So, he decided to let Dankros sleep for a while. Dankros' fire isn't bad. It's only a little weaker than Kurokro's, Angor mumbled as he walked out of the dark room. Usually, he would be teasing Mirror's grudge at this time. But today, he decided to take a break. He would go to St. Sem City first and give the formula for blood-boiling water to Fritz. When he came back, he would design a blueprint to test the Crazy Hat's coronation. He would give Mirror's grudge more time to rest. Maybe Mirror's grudge could come up with a new ability to surprise him in the mirror dimension. With that in mind, Angor left the Star Lake Castle. According to his plan, he was going to St. Sem City. However, something unexpected happened. As soon as he took to the air, he sensed something inside his bracelet. He reached his spirit sensor inside and quickly found the source of the disturbance, Torres, who was inside the Church of the Deceased. After asking a few questions, Torres told Angor that Ness wanted to see him. He didn't want Angor to bring the stone slab. Instead, he wanted to discuss something with Angor. Besides, Iron Granny was also there. Although Ness didn't say what it was, Angor believed that the other two teams had already received news about Angor's whereabouts. If he traveled at full speed, he should have arrived at Felon Continent or Citaro Mist Island by now. If Ness only wanted to see him, Angor could go to St. Sem City first and come back later. But since Iron Granny was also there, Angor didn't want to keep her waiting. He decided to return to Star Lake Castle and find Freud, who was helping Sunny practice her soul tricks. Angor handed the potion formula and the bottle of blood-boiling water to Fritz. With that done, Angor used Nightmare Illusion to enter the Dream Wasteland. Dream Wilderness. He appeared on the first floor of Ness' attic and nodded to Torres and Mandrake before heading to the second floor. Iron Granny and Ness were waiting for him on the second floor. Apart from them, there was also a fat and somewhat reserved apprentice on the second floor. Although he was sitting, he kept his head down and appeared to be very anxious. "Granny." Angor greeted Iron Granny and walked to the door. When he walked past the slightly chubby apprentice, he stopped for a second. "You are Jurington?" When his name was called, Zhu Lington's eyes, which were squeezed by his fat, flashed with astonishment, as well as indescribable complexity and awkwardness. Me. Angor looked away and sat in front of Iron Granny. On the other side, Ness looked at Angor curiously. "You know this apprentice?" Being called out once again, Zhu Lingdon paused and lowered his head even more. "I met him in Apprentice Town not long after I came to Brute Cavern. At that time, Jurington even brought several beautiful girls to Angor's place, trying to get close to him by gifting them to him as a beginner alchemist." Zhu Linton seemed to be angry after being rejected. Angor was worried about Zhu Linton's revenge. Zhu Linton was already a level 3 apprentice back then, and he also heard that Zhu Linton was a petty person. But he soon realized that his worries were unnecessary. Zhu Lingtun might have wanted to take revenge, but with Sunder's support, Zhu Lingtun did not try anything funny. Angor did not mention these small conflicts. However, Zhu Lington's cowardice was probably because he was worried that he would seek revenge for what happened in the past. Zhu Lingtun was overthinking things. What happened back then was nothing to Angor. Besides, Zhu Lingtun never tried anything funny, so Angor wouldn't do anything to him out of boredom. "Is that so?" When I saw how scared he was, I thought it was one of those stories where he bullied the weak and feared the strong, but after many years, the roles were reversed and you were the one slapping his face, or something, Ness said regretfully. "I thought Adept Ness was busy studying the stone tablets in the library of Beginning City. I didn't expect you to have time to read those stories." Angor raised an eyebrow. Books like this usually came from the library of Foundation City, which was compiled by John from Earth. "Didn't you see it too? Those are quite interesting, aren't they?" Ness waved the interconnector in his hand. Earlier, the Tree Group development team even came up with a Blue View project, saying that it might be recorded in the Tree Group forum in the future. "I'm quite looking forward to it." Angor turned away and did not bother to answer. Iron Granny interjected, "All right, that's enough digression. Let's get down to business." During the conversation, Angor learned that the business was indeed about the two mission teams. Zhu Lingtun was the representative of the team that went to Felon Continent to look for the Man-Badger family. "Zhu Lingtun, tell me everything you told me before, in detail." This time, it was for Angor's benefit. Jurington nodded. He opened his mouth, which was inlaid with large golden teeth, and recounted the entire process of the mission. According to Zhu Lingtun, it took the team a week to reach Felon Continent after they set out to sea. Then they spent another day heading to Winchim County in Leto province of the Nightlily Kingdom. In Winchim County, they found the Man-Badger family. Out of caution, they did not go to the Man-Badger family right away. Instead, they split into two groups. One group would observe the Man-Badger family's manor in secret, while the other group would search for any unusual information about the Man-Badger family in Winchim County. The group observing the Man-Badger family did not find anything unusual. However, the group that went to gather information did find two unusual things. It happened 30 years ago. Inside the Man-Badger family's castle, there was a young lady who shared the same bloodline but was a distant relative of the family master. The servants all called her Lady Silver. Lady Silver was never liked by the matriarch of the family. There were always rumors in Winchim County that Lady Silver was actually Viscount Man-Badger's lover, and that she never gave birth to a pair of children for the man. Only such an identity could explain why Lady Silver was treated so badly by the matriarch. At first, this was just a gossip in Winchim County that was only talked about after meals. But later on, something happened that caused this Miss Silver's reputation to spread rapidly in the county. Once, when young Lady Silver was out, the carriage she was riding in fell off a cliff for some unknown reason. The coachman and servants all fell to their deaths, but Lady Silver was still alive. However, she was paralyzed. She could barely move her head, but her limbs could not feel anything. She would probably have to spend the rest of her life in bed. Until then, everyone still felt sorry for Lady Silver. She had just reached the age where she should be enjoying life, but something like this happened to her. But what happened next made everyone extremely shocked. About 2 months later, Lady Silver suddenly recovered from her paralysis. At the same time, Viscount Manbadger's wife, the matriarch of the family who had always been against Lady Silver, suddenly died. For a while, all kinds of guesses were made. Later, news came from Manbadger Manor that Lady Silver was not paralyzed at that time, but only broke her leg. She would recover after 2 months of rest. Viscount Manbadger's wife died of a normal illness. Everyone believed the first half of this news and did not believe the second half. Many people guessed that Lady Silver was indeed not paralyzed. The reason for spreading the news of her paralysis was probably to lower someone's guard and then kill them in one fell swoop. The carriage falling off the cliff was also a method used by someone to get rid of Lady Silver. This someone was referring to Viscount Manbadger's wife. Thus, for a time, the love and hatred within the Manbadger family became a popular topic of conversation at that time. However, if someone were to analyze it, they would discover that there were still some things that did not make sense. For example, the person who spread the news of Lady Silver's paralysis was a famous doctor in the county. This doctor was a Puritan, and even if it was for his own reputation, he would not deliberately spread rumors. Later, the small mission team investigated this doctor and discovered that after the incident 30 years ago, the doctor resigned and returned home. There was no news of him since. There was another thing that did not make sense. No matter what, the Manbadger family was still a large family. They were the people with real power in Winchim County. Such a powerful family actually allowed rumors to spread. The so-called love and hatred within the family were not forbidden from being discussed by outsiders. This was also very strange. Even the most open-minded and benevolent nobles would definitely order a gag order when it came to matters that concerned the matriarch's reputation. However, this matter was not forbidden at all. It was as if this information was deliberately spread. At this point, Durrington paused. Other than this matter, we also heard a strange rumor about the Manbadger family. The main character of this strange rumor is still Lady Silver. Another 15 years passed after Viscount Manbadger's wife died. Lady Silver had also aged. It was time to call her Lady Silver. She still lived in the Manbadger family's castle. The rumors of the past had faded as time passed. Very few people remembered what happened back then. Everyone's impression of Lady Silver had changed from an underground lover to a person with real power in the Manbadger family. Because other than the old Viscount, Lady Silver's position was the highest. Moreover, it was said that even the old Viscount would act according to Lady Silver's words. Of course, the people did not believe it. Although Lady Silver was a person with real power, she kept a low profile. The people in the county did not know much about her. According to the normal course, this Lady Silver would gradually grow old and die. She would completely disappear into obscurity. The truth was that Madame Silver had truly aged and died. However, she came back to life. Just 15 years ago, a servant in the Manbadger castle spread the news that Lady Silver had contracted an unknown illness. She often suffered from angina and would vomit blood. One night, Lady Silver's illness acted up again. The doctor could not save her and she died. Lady Silver's death did not cause too much of a stir because she always kept a low profile. However, 3 days after her death, Lady Silver came back to life, which caused a huge uproar. Public opinion about the resurrection of the dead quickly spread across half of the county. This time, the Manbadger family did not spread rumors. They quickly sent out a large number of guards and knights to patrol the county. In fact, it was an order to keep everyone's mouth shut. If anyone was found to talk about Lady Silver, they would be imprisoned for slandering a noble. Under the forceful control, the public opinion was finally suppressed. The Man-Badger family released new information, saying that Lady Silver did not come back to life. Instead, she fell into a coma and was misdiagnosed by the doctor. Later, they found a new heart specialist and saved Lady Silver's life. Jerrington said, "These are the only two rumors related to the Man-Badger family. We don't know the truth yet. But I think there's something wrong with this Lady Silver. You don't need to feel. There's definitely something wrong with her. Go on." That was what Iron Granny and Iron Granny heard from Jerrington before Angor arrived. They did not know what Jerrington was going to say next. Jerrington said, "We observed Man-Badger Manor for several days and found nothing out of the ordinary. So we snuck into the family. After some investigation, we did not find any supernatural life forms. It's normal for there to be no supernatural life forms in Man-Badger Manor," Ness said. "After all, wizards rarely stay in mortal lands." "Where's Lady Silver?" "She's dead. According to the Man-Badger family, Lady Silver died of old age 3 years ago. But the strange thing is, we didn't find any bones in the Silver Lady's grave." "No bones. That Lady Silver is really mysterious." Angor considered. Wizard Ness is right. Wizards rarely stay in mortal lands because of various external factors. Personally, I think this Lady Silver, who lived in Man-Badger family for several decades, is sick and vomiting blood. She's probably just a mortal. But all the signs show that there's something wrong with this Madame. I'm wondering if Madame knows a superhuman? Moreover, this Transcendent must have a close relationship with Lady Silver. You mentioned that this Lady Silver gave birth to a pair of children for Viscount Man-Badger? Angor looked at Jerrington. Jerrington nodded. "Yes. That's what I'm going to tell you next, sir. Lady Silver gave birth to a pair of children. The girl died when she was very young, but the boy suddenly disappeared when he was 12. Ness asked, "Disappeared?" Jerrington said, "Yes, we checked the Man-Badger family's genealogy and found that the girl's name was clearly marked as dead. Although the boy had gone missing, there was no mention of his death. Even though more than 30 years had passed and the other names in the genealogy were marked as dead, this one was completely untouched." After some discussion, our team felt that there was something strange about this Lady Silver's son. So, we captured a descendant of Man-Badger family. Through some small tricks, I managed to get information about this guy named Angelo Silver Man-Badger. According to this descendant, this Angelo appeared at the Silver Madam's funeral 3 years ago. Obviously, Angelo did not die. According to the information in the anomaly and the various clues we found, this Angelo might be an extraordinary. Angor's eyes flashed. "So there's a wizard involved. Is this Angelo the one mentioned in Dodora's prophecy?" Angor looked at Jerrington. "One more question. What does Angelo look like?" Jerrington considered for a moment. "Angelo was wearing a black cloak when he came to the funeral. We didn't see what the last descendant looked like. We only felt that he was very young." "Oh, right. Angelo also has a tattoo of a number 19 on his face." 19. A number tattoo. Angor, and Iron Granny exchanged a look. There was no need to guess anymore. Angelo must be one of the culprits in the underground cavern. After knowing that Angelo was a transcendent, he was able to figure out the two strange rumors about the Silver Madam. Angelo must have been behind all of this. Perhaps the Silver Madam was really paralyzed when she fell off the cliff and was saved by Angelo. Maybe the rumors were right. Lady Silver's condition was caused by her mother, so Angelo killed the Viscount's wife without hesitation. Viscount Man-Badger must know that Angelo was a supernatural too. Otherwise, he would not allow people to slander his wife. Angelo must be behind Lady Silver's resurrection as well. He just didn't know if Madame Yin's funeral 3 years ago was real or fake. Was she really dead? However, these were not important. The key person now was Angelo. Angelo didn't play a significant role in the story, but that didn't mean he didn't leave any clues behind. If the rumors are true, then Angelo returned to the Man-Badger family at least twice, Ness said. When Lady Silver came back from the dead, and during her funeral, Angelo must have come back. I think Angelo was the one who cured Lady Silver's paralysis when she was still Lady Silver. Iron Granny nodded in agreement. Rumors about Lady Manbadger's sudden death spread like wildfire, but the Viscount didn't try to control the public opinion. Maybe he didn't dare to do so because he wanted to give an explanation to someone he couldn't afford to offend. The person the Viscount couldn't afford to offend was none other than the supernatural Angelo. According to this logic, regardless of whether the Silver Madam was paralyzed or not, the death of the Viscount's wife was probably related to Angelo. You have a point. It's just a guess anyway. Let's assume Angelo came back 3 times. The first time, Lady Silver was paralyzed, and Angelo came back 2 months later. The second time, Lady Silver died of illness. I think she was faking her death. If she was really dead, even a wizard couldn't save her. Let's forget about the details and get back to the main topic. Angelo came back 2 days later and saved Lady Silver. The third time, Lady Silver died, and Angelo showed up at her funeral 2 days later as well. From Angelo's 3 returns, we can actually see a lot of things. For example, each time something happened to Lady Silver, Angelo sensed it immediately, which meant he had a way to find out about Lady Silver's condition. However, it was hard to find out how he did it. Let's put it aside for now. Also, we can learn something from the time Angelo returned to the Man-Badger family after Lady Silver's accident. Angelo took 2 months to return the first time, while the other 2 times only took 2 days. If Angelo returned to the Felon Continent by ship, 2 months would be normal, or even faster. As for the arrival of 2 days, there was a lot to be said about it. Either Angelo was very close to the Silver Madam and could reach her within 2 days. Or Angelo had already become a wizard and could use a plain passageway to return. Most people were still leaning towards the first one. According to the timeline, Angelo was at most 40 years old. A 40-year-old formal wizard was already considered a genius, so he shouldn't be so unknown in the southern wizard world. Also, if Angelo was already a formal wizard, he wouldn't need to wait 2 days to get to where the Silver Madam was. He could open a plain passageway and get there in minutes. Therefore, they speculated that Angelo's real location was at least where he was when Madame Silver died 3 years ago. He should be within the range of 2 days. Angelo was still a teenager 30 years ago, so he shouldn't be that powerful. Since he was able to cure Lady Silver's paralysis, he should be around the level of a late-stage level 1 apprentice. At that time, Lady Silver SSSS. 15 years, Ladies TTSA level 3 apprentice TSSA, TT. Then his current position is that he will reach the Phylon continent within 2 days. Now we only need to find out where the Phylon continent can be reached in 2 months by boat and in 2 days by vehicle. Of course, this was only the most ideal scenario that Ness came up with. There were bound to be many variables in between, but for now, they did not need to pinpoint Angelo's exact location. All they needed to do was to circle a general area. With that, Angor used his illusion nodes to create an illusion of a sea map in front of everyone. With the Night Lily Kingdom of the Felon Continent as the center, the sea map began to extend 360 degrees outwards. Soon, a large-scale miniature sea map appeared before everyone's eyes. This included the Felon Continent, the Magic Eve's Promenade, the Land of Revelation, the Pharaon Continent, and islands of various sizes. The sea region included a portion of the Whalebone Sea, the Long Beach Sea, and the Devil Sea. Using the fastest cargo ship of the White Clam Shipping Company as the benchmark, he estimated that the ship could reach the destination in 2 months. Now, he could use the map and the illusion to determine Angelo's range of activities. Everyone immediately locked onto the Land of Revelation because the underground cavern was in the central empire of the Land of Revelation. Take a ship from the Land of Revelation to Felon Continent. 2 months. Ness pointed at the Land of Revelation, then at the Felon Continent. His fingertip released a faint glow that drew a line between the 2 continents. Without any external influence, the ship can travel at maximum speed, and it will take 1.5 months to reach Felon Continent from the Land of Revelation, Angor said. Angor also drew a line in the illusion, but this time, he was drawing a meandering sea route instead of a straight line like Ness did. So, the Land of Revelation should be within Angelo's range of activities. But come to think of it, the Tower of Hurricane is behind the Land of Revelation, and Nea has been operating in the Central Empire for decades. In order to avoid being exposed, Angelo and his people shouldn't use the Land of Revelation as their base. Let's put the Land of Revelation aside for now. Everyone's gazes continued to wander around the sea map and finally fixed on Sidrofog Island. Sidrofog Island. This island should be within Angelo's range of activities as well. Excluding the Devil's Water, this island is just 2 months away from Felon Continent. If we use a higher-tier vehicle, we should be able to reach Felon Continent in 2 days as well. Sidrofog Island is more likely to be Angelo's base than the Land of Revelation, Ness said. However, this was all speculation without any concrete evidence. Ness thought for a moment and turned to Durrington. No matter what, continue to search for news about Angelo in the Felon Continent and nearby areas. Also, check if there were any adept organizations that had accepted talents in the Felon Continent before Angelo left the Man-Badger family. Ness believed that Angelo was not accepted by any wizard organization, but it was better to look for him first. Durrington nodded seriously. Alright, I'll tell the others now. With that, Durrington bowed to the crowd and returned to the real world ahead of everyone else. After Durrington left, the group studied the sea map in the illusion again, and continued to delimit the area where Angelo might appear. However, the range was still too large. They needed more evidence to narrow it down. I wonder how the exploration of Sidrofoggy Island is going? Ness sighed. According to their current speculation, Sidrofog Island was very likely within Angelo's range of activities. However, they needed more evidence. Is there still no news from Wizard Philo? Angor asked. Ness thought for a moment before saying, it's not like there's no news at all. 4 days ago, Philo came online and said that he had already reached Sidrofog Island. However, until now, there hasn't been any more information. I don't know if they've found anything. Then we'll have to wait for Wizard Philo to come online and see if there's anything new. That's our only choice. Angor sighed again and put away the map. He chatted with Ness and Granny for a while before returning to the real world. However, as soon as Angor said goodbye, he heard clear footsteps coming from the stairs. He turned around and saw Taurus quickly walking toward him. Mister, there's a lady called Cindy Cummings outside. She said she was sent by Wizard Philo. Angor paused and looked at Ness. Ness and Angor exchanged a surprised look. They were just talking about Wizard Philo a second ago, and Wizard Philo already sent someone here. What a coincidence. Tell her to come up, Ness quickly said. Angor sat down again and waited for Witch Cindy to show up. A moment later, a dark element woman appeared in front of them. She was wearing a black leather coat and her long black hair was cut into sharp edges. Mr. Ness, Mr. Pat, Anne. Iron Granny, Cindy said respectfully. Cindy said respectfully. She didn't recognize Iron Granny at first, but after she was confirmed, she put on a humble expression. Look up. Ness glanced at Cindy and clicked his tongue a few times. You. I remember you were with Wizard Philo's team? A trace of disgust flashed through Cindy's eyes as she looked at the lecherous Ness. However, she managed to control her emotions and lowered her eyes. Yes. Then. Ness reached out a hand and stroked Cindy's smooth skin. I'm curious. What did you find? Cindy wanted to pull her hand away, but in the end, she bit her lip and didn't move. Angor glanced at Ness and tapped the table with his index finger. Invisible ripples appeared on the table, followed by a series of creaking noises, and a chair made of nightmare appeared in front of him. He pushed the chair closer to Iron Granny and said to Cindy, have a seat. Thank you, Mr. Angor. Cindy nodded at Angor with bright eyes. Cindy pulled her hand away and sat down on the chair about 5 meters away from Ness. When she sat down, Iron Granny poured her a cup of rose tea with a smile. Ness was about to say something, but he quickly shut his mouth when he saw Angor and Iron Granny protecting him. I didn't do anything. Do you have to? Angor and Iron Granny didn't bother to talk to Ness. Iron Granny gave Cindy a friendly smile. Why didn't Philo come himself? Why did he send you to deliver the message? Cindy was still in a daze when she heard Iron Granny pouring her a cup of tea. She felt like she was dreaming. She only recovered when Iron Granny spoke again. Mr. Philo left for a while, and he hasn't come back yet. The rest of us discussed and decided to report to Mr. Ness first. Philo left? When? Where did he go? 2 days ago. He said he's going to investigate that place first. That place? Where was it? Angor thought about it and decided against it. Start from the beginning. Start from when you arrived at Sidro Fog Island. Cindy nodded and told Angor everything that happened in the past 4 days. 4 days ago. Under Philo's lead, the group finally landed on Sidro Fog Island. Next, they began to search the island for traces of energy left behind by the people with the number tattoos. Since they knew the general area of the island was around the northern sand coast, it didn't take them much effort. They soon found a large area that was clearly affected by energy waves. As long as there were traces left behind, there would be traces. Besides, the terrain here had changed, so it was easy to find traces of energy waves. Using a level 1 spell called Delusion Break, Philo was able to look back at what happened back then. Using Eye of Truth and Dispel Illusions, they flew all the way out of Sidro Island. In the end, they entered the infamous fog belt on Devil's Water. After entering the fog belt, we ran into several dangerous situations. We even ran into a giant sea monster that was over 100 meters long. But thanks to Mr. Philo's guidance, we managed to get through all of them without much trouble. However, the energy field in the fog belt is different from the outside world. We followed the map and found our way here, but we couldn't find any clues. Some of them were even corroded by the fog until they disappeared. In the end, we couldn't find the exact location. We had to use Delusion Break to look for other clues in a certain area. Nice asked, did you find it? Sort of. But we didn't find any clues. We found a soul, Cindy said. A soul? Is it corrupted? Is it alive or dead? Ness asked casually when it came to his own field. No, it's not corrupted. I don't know if it's dead or alive, but Mr. Philo should know. That's not important. You said you found a clue. Do you mean this soul knows something? Iron Granny asked. Cindy nodded. Yes. That's because the soul has a tattoo on its face. It's an X on the left, and the number 1 on the right. Philo went out to sea to look for someone with a tattoo on their face. If this soul had a tattoo on its face, it must have something to do with the sacrifice in the underground cavern and the night butterfly. Therefore, Philo captured the soul and brought it to an uninhabited island nearby to interrogate it. Cindy glanced at Angor. Oh, right. I kept looking at this soul when we went to the island. I thought he looked familiar. After I confirmed his identity, I realized I was right. Yes, I've seen this soul before. I think Mr. Pat knows about him. Angor looked at him. Oh? He's number 1. Devil Sea, Misty Belt, uninhabited island. Calling this place an island was a bit of a stretch. It was more like a relatively spacious reef area. Usually, there was nothing on this grayish-black reef except for some sea creatures that were washed ashore. However, at this time, there were a few more figures on this reef that no one had ever set foot on before. I kind of miss the honey milk barbecue at Butterfly Bar and the fragrant melon seed wine. A fat man with a huge body, wearing a loose red wizard robe that looked like a tight suit, looked at the grilled fish on the bonfire and said sadly, "You're the most greedy one among us. I'm starting to wonder if you're a fire wizard apprentice or a gourmet apprentice." Another wizard apprentice wearing a purple robe sitting beside the bonfire said, "Who told you that you have to be a gourmet just because you have an appetite? I just like to eat. I don't like to cook. If you don't like to cook, then don't grill fish. My nose hurts from the smoke. Who told you to transplant a dog's nose? Fatty, I'm warning you again. This is not a dog's nose. It's the nose of a Highland warrior. It's much more sensitive than a dog's nose. So what? I'm just using a dog's nose as an adjective." On the other side of the bonfire, a female wizard apprentice whose silhouette was illuminated by the sizzling flames looked helplessly at her companions who were starting to quarrel again. She couldn't help but look at the black-haired girl who was sleeping on the reef. Where did Cindy go? No one is talking in this damn place. It's so boring. Just as she was sighing, a buzzing sound came from the distant sea. The sound was very distant, like an echo from ancient times. It was accompanied by the sound of the rolling waves, and it had a sense of prehistoric vicissitudes. However, such a charming sound startled everyone around the bonfire. They hurriedly put out the bonfire and then restrained their breathing and body heat. They disguised themselves as rocks and waited quietly for the sound to pass. However, the sound was getting closer and closer until it was deafening. What's going on? Why hasn't it disappeared yet? Why is it swimming towards us? The purple-robed apprentice silently opened his mouth and asked the other two. The fat apprentice pointed at the female apprentice, and then at Cindy, who was asleep. Is it Cindy? The female apprentice shook her head. I cast a concealment force field on Cindy. If it's not Cindy, then what is it? The purple-robed apprentice furrowed his brow. Now that Philo wasn't here, if the source of the voice reached Reef, they wouldn't be able to deal with it. At this moment, the fat acolyte's eyes suddenly widened as he pointed at a figure by the reef. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. At the edge of this reef area, there was a translucent male soul that was emitting a faint glow. He was sitting on a protruding reef in a daze, staring blankly into the distance. Even though the plump acolyte didn't say anything, everyone understood what was going on. Needless to say, this fellow must have attracted the attention of the crowd. Crap, we forgot about him. They communicated silently. He didn't even appear a few days ago, but now he's here. Is he a jinx? There's no point in talking about that now. Let's think about what we should do. The female apprentice thought for a moment. The voice is still some distance away. I'll sneak over and bring that soul over. With the concealment force field here, we might be able to make it in time. The purple-robed apprentice nodded. There's no other way. Hurry up. The female apprentice didn't waste any more time. She slowly stood up, bent her back, and rushed towards the soul. However, just as she was about to run with the soul, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the area. The female apprentice was caught off guard and fell to the ground. What's going on? Why did that guy suddenly pick up speed? Not good, we can't stay here any longer. Let's get on the transport and retreat. The purple-robed apprentice also felt the pressure and immediately reacted. He took out a feather carpet woven from pure white feathers and laid it on the ground, gesturing for the fat acolyte to get on. I'll go get her. You carry Cindy onto the carpet. But, no buts. Do as I say. The purple-robed apprentice endured the pressure and hurried over to the female apprentice, preparing to pull her away. Just as he pulled the female apprentice up and was about to leave, the soul with a faint glow turned around and looked at them. What are you doing? Hurry up and follow us. That guy is coming, the purple-robed apprentice said. You mean the fog sea beast? The soul turned around and stared blankly into the distance. It's already gone. Gone? The purple-robed apprentice was taken aback. He sensed that the pressure around them was indeed weakening. He turned around and saw the surface of the sea churn. A massive black shadow swam past them, brushing past the reef island and disappearing into the distance. A few minutes later, everything returned to normal. The purple-robed apprentice was stunned. What's going on? Why did that overlord of the sea suddenly leave? Even though they hadn't seen the black shadow's true appearance, they had seen it before when they were with Philo. It was a massive sea beast that was over 100 meters long and had a strong desire to attack humans. If it weren't for Philo leading them, they would have been severely injured. Such a terrifying sea beast had clearly approached the reef island. They all thought that they had been discovered, but it had suddenly left. He was a bit confused. Could it be that it didn't discover us? The fatty asked as he walked over. The female apprentice pointed at the soul. Even if it didn't discover us, that guy was just sitting there on the reef island. It didn't even hide its soul aura. It should have discovered us. Everyone looked at the soul. The soul fell silent for a moment. I don't know what's going on either. Maybe it's just my luck? I don't believe in luck. But my luck is indeed very good. Or rather, I feel like my luck has always been very good, the soul with an X and 1 carved on its face said with a serious expression. The female apprentice said, You said that you've been drifting around this area ever since you escaped from the laboratory. Have you never encountered that fog sea beast? I have, but my luck is pretty good. It hasn't discovered me. Is it really just luck? Everyone was confused. The female apprentice shook her head. Forget it, forget it. Luck is luck. At least we managed to avoid this calamity. I'll go take care of Cindy. The female apprentice muttered, "When will Lord Philo return?" as she walked towards Cindy. The fatty apprentice also followed. Although the fire on his roast fish had been extinguished early, it was still cooked and could fill his stomach a bit. The purple-robed apprentice didn't leave. Instead, he quietly sized up the mysterious soul. You. Forget it, I'll call you by your name. Cindy said you. We're called Reynolds, right? The soul was silent for a moment. I don't remember some things, but I'm very familiar with the name Reynolds. You can call me that. Reynolds, I don't care what you're thinking. Don't play dumb with me. The only ones who can help you now are us. I don't want anything else to happen before Lord Philo returns, even if it's just a scare. Even though the purple-robed apprentice didn't say it explicitly, he was implying that Reynolds was responsible for the sea beast's sudden approach to the reef. Reynolds had been in the Magus world before, so he understood what the purple-robed apprentice was thinking. After all, he was the only one who had been left unguarded by the sea beast. Reynolds didn't know what to say, so he could only accept it. The purple-robed apprentice gave Reynolds a deep look before turning around and walking back to the campfire. After taking a few steps, the purple-robed apprentice suddenly thought of something and turned around to look at Reynolds. You've been sitting here staring off into the distance. What are you thinking about? Reynolds shook his head. I don't know. I feel like I've forgotten something important, the purple-robed apprentice said. Your soul has been floating in this area for a long time, so it's normal for you to lose some of your memories from when you were alive. If your memories are still engraved in the depths of your consciousness, you'll remember them sooner or later. The purple-robed apprentice didn't say anything else and returned to the campfire. Reynolds quietly looked at the sea shrouded in fog in the distance. What have I forgotten? Or, did I forget someone? On the other side of the dream wasteland. When Cindy mentioned number 1, Angor didn't know who it was at first. But after a while, he suddenly remembered someone. During the Rising Star competition, the man he labeled as John's counterattack, also known as Hot-Blooded Hero, a contestant whose luck was maxed out. It was number 1 Reynolds. The number 1 you're talking about is Reynolds? Are you sure it's the same Reynolds from the Rising Star competition? Angor's question sounded a bit urgent, which confused Ness and Iron Granny. Did Reynolds have something to do with Angor? Otherwise, why would Angor become so excited all of a sudden? Cindy nodded. Yes, it's Reynolds. He doesn't remember his own name, but he does remember number 1. He also vaguely remembers some scenes from the Rising Star competition. Following Cindy's confirmation, Angor suddenly felt something deep inside his mind, and some memories came back to him. The Rising Star competition, Fangling Pavilion. Come with me, said Sean. It was Sean who spoke. She dragged Angor to the door of Nausicaa's room and peeked through the window. From the silhouette of the window, he could vaguely see 2 figures inside. One was Nausicaa, and the other was Reynolds. Reynolds went to see Nausicaa as soon as he arrived. I noticed something strange about him. Sean chuckled. Didn't you notice something strange? I think this Reynolds is interested in Nausicaa. Maybe he's going to confess to her right now. Angor knew Nausicaa's personality well enough to know that she would definitely reject Reynolds' proposal. Besides, the atmosphere inside the room didn't feel strange at all. Instead, it felt a bit heavy. Out of curiosity, Angor pricked up his ears and tried to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. Since he only wanted to know if Reynolds was really going to confess to Nausicaa, he only heard one sentence. It didn't sound like a confession at all. Instead, it sounded more like a strange statement. Reynolds spoke to Nausicaa in a casual yet sad tone. You're wondering why I'm called number 1 in the Rising Star competition, right? The origin is actually very simple. Because my serial number in the laboratory is 1. Angor recalled what happened in the Pavilion of Youth. It was the conversation between him and Nausicaa. Nausicaa was leaning against the window with her pipe in front of her. She exhaled a mouthful of flower-scented smoke. After a moment of silence, Nausicaa spoke again. There's something I'm hesitating about. Is it related to Reynolds? Nausicaa nodded. Yes. He invited me to do something. I'm wondering if I should do it or not. Is it dangerous? Everything in the wizarding world comes with risks. It's just a matter of whether you can take it or not. Can you take it? Or, what will you get if you pay the price? I don't know. That place is a forbidden area filled with unknowns. Maybe it's dangerous, but maybe it's not. Reynolds escaped from that place. His goal is to destroy the place. My goal is to get something inside. Angor's memories continued until he reached the end of the Rising Star competition. In front of the teleportation hall of Floating Mech City, Angor looked at Nausicaa. So you still want to go with Reynolds? Nausicaa nodded. Yes. There's something I need there. I have to go. Is it important to you? Yes. It's very important. It's the first goal of my ultimate dream. Angor didn't try to stop her. He respected her decision. Then I hope you can get it soon. Angor? Angor? Ness nudged Angor, who was lost in his memories. Angor slowly came back to his senses. Huh? I've been calling you. You didn't answer. Ness narrowed his eyes. You're not going to tell anyone about Reynolds, are you? Angor shook his head. I know Reynolds. My brother, Leon, learned a lot of fighting skills from him. Angor wasn't lying. During the Rising Star competition, Reynolds often visited Fragrant Pavilion. Reynolds was a generous man who never hid anything. When he learned that Leon was going to climb the Sky Tower, Reynolds taught him a lot of fighting skills. Therefore, Angor had a good impression of Reynolds. That's it? Yes. Ness and Iron Granny exchanged a doubtful look. But since Angor didn't want to talk about it, they didn't ask. Angor looked at Cindy. You said Reynolds can't remember his name. What's going on? Sinclair replied, when we first discovered Reynolds, he appeared to be in a bit of a daze. When we questioned him later, we discovered that some of his memories seemed to be very blurry. Master Philo speculated that perhaps the unique domain of the mist belt affected his soul, or perhaps his soul was injured, or perhaps he chose to seal off his memories. We don't know the details yet. Go on. Tell me about your encounter with Reynolds, what happened next, and what Reynolds told you. Tell me everything. Cindy nodded and began to tell the story. They had met Reynolds in a rocky reef area deep in the Misty Belt. At that time, Reynolds had behaved like a rootless sea ghost, wandering around the reef aimlessly. Ghosts like this were not common at Devil's Water, but they could still be encountered once in a while. Most of them were victims of shipwrecks. They didn't plan to talk to Reynolds until they saw the tattoo on his face, which prompted Philo to bring him back. At first, Reynolds was confused and wary of them. It wasn't until Cindy found out his real name and Philo told them what they were looking for that Reynolds woke him up from his self-indulgence. During questioning, they learned that Reynolds had escaped from a laboratory. The people in the laboratory all had number tattoos on their faces. The lab was mainly used for biological experiments. There were limbs and organs everywhere, as well as many cells where creatures were kept. Something happened, and Reynolds rebelled against the authority of the laboratory. He doesn't remember what happened in the end. Anyway, he appeared in the foggy sea in the form of a soul, Cindy said. That's the general situation. After listening to Cindy's explanation, everyone had a lot of questions in their minds. Ness was the first to speak. What's the name of that laboratory? Who's in charge? Cindy shook her head. Reynolds doesn't remember it either. But according to him, it's not because his memory was damaged this time. It's because the name of the laboratory itself is very strange. Even when his memory was intact, he would always forget it. Angor, Ness, and Iron Granny all thought of the same thing, soul script. Just like the words on Ness's stone tablet, the memory would be blurred in the blink of an eye. Also, the lab had something to do with the culprit behind the altar, which had something to do with the Kazadar World Organization. Therefore, it was possible that the name of the lab was in Kazadar World. Cindy continued, as for the person in charge, Reynolds doesn't remember his name either. But he did know that everyone called each other by a number, which is the number tattoo on their faces. At this point, Cindy seemed to have thought of something and added, "That's right, it's the same for Reynolds himself. He also has his own number. In the laboratory, the others also use this number to call him. His real name is actually the number. As for the name Reynolds, he gave it to himself later." "Reynolds doesn't remember anything about the lab and their research?" Angor asked. Cindy said, "Reynolds's memory is damaged, so he often speaks incoherently. Some of the nouns are clearly coming out of his mouth, but he doesn't know what they mean. Reynolds's memories of the lab, which was filled with fear, the smell of blood everywhere. The bright lights, the evil beings in their uniforms, the screams of souls, all kinds of limbs, crazy rituals, and a lot of strange instruments. Reynolds could occasionally say the names of these instruments, but he couldn't remember what they looked like. His memory is a bit messy, so it's hard to get detailed information from Reynolds." Mr. Philo only guessed and made random guesses. Ness asked, "What about Reynolds himself? Isn't he a lab worker too? Even if his memory is partially obscured, he should know something about the lab, right?" Sinclair shook his head. Master Philo asked Reynolds a similar question, but whenever the subject of the experiment was brought up, Reynolds was extremely resistant and fearful. At the same time, he repeatedly mentioned the blinding white light, the stench of blood, and those sinister faces. According to Master Philo's conjecture, perhaps Reynolds isn't actually a member of that research lab. He might be a test subject. Cindy couldn't help but feel pity for Reynolds. Every time Reynolds answered such questions, the fear and resistance that came from the depths of his soul couldn't be faked. That kind of fear was enough to infect living people like them. It was for this reason that Philo believed Reynolds to be nothing more than a test subject. Ness asked, "Is there anything else?" Cindy considered for a moment. Reynolds didn't remember the details of the lab, but he did remember its general location. It was precisely because Reynolds had circled out a rough area that Philo had gone off on his own 2 days ago to search for traces of him. That's all. "Oh, there's one more thing." Mr. Philo asked Reynolds about a name, something called Jenny Watson. "Crimson Night Butterfly, Jenny Watson," Iron Granny said in a small voice. "Yes. That's her." Cindy nodded. "Iron Granny, what did Reynolds say?" Cindy thought for a moment and tried to recall. Reynolds reacted strangely when he heard the name. He looked at Mr. Philo with a strange expression and said something. Reynolds asked Mr. Philo if he was going to steal it from her. Steal it from her? Angor narrowed his eyes. "Who's this her?" Cindy shook her head. Reynolds didn't say. Afterwards, Sir Philo continued to press the issue, but Reynolds refused to answer the question. "Reynolds didn't say anything, but I'm sure he knows something about the night butterfly." Iron Granny nodded. Ness nodded. "That's right." It was probably because of Reynolds' reaction that Philo couldn't sit still any longer. He didn't even have time to notify Reynolds before he took the initiative to investigate. What a mess. Angor glanced at Ness and thought to himself, "You're the one who told Philo to accept the quest. You're the one who did all this. Anything else?" Angor looked at Cindy. Cindy shook her head. "Really? Did he say anything about his companions?" "No." Cindy shook her head again. Both Iron Granny and Ness raised their eyebrows when they heard Angor mentioning Reynolds' friends. "Did he mention someone called Nausicaa?" Cindy nodded. "So?" Cindy nodded. "Nausicaa?" Cindy didn't know what to say. "You mean Aspel?" Angor nodded. "You know Nausicaa too?" Cindy's eyes lit up. "Yes. I did a quest with Sean before, and she told me a lot about Nausicaa. I haven't met Nausicaa yet, but I've heard a lot about her." Cindy paused and realized that Nausicaa had changed the topic. Reynolds never mentioned Nausicaa. He furrowed his eyebrows and tapped the table with his fingers. He didn't expect to get involved with Reynolds when he was just checking the altar in the underground cavern out of boredom. More importantly, Reynolds had something to do with Nausicaa. After the Rising Star competition, Nausicaa left the underground cavern together with Reynolds. Now, Reynolds was a soul, and Nausicaa was nowhere to be found. What was going on? Where was Nausicaa now? Was she also involved in this matter? and, was she still alive? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After a while, he looked at the confused Cindy and asked, "Is Reynolds still with you now?" Cindy nodded. "Yes. The four of us who accepted the quest are now on an uninhabited island in the Mist Zone. Reynolds is here too. Go offline now and ask Reynolds if he still remembers Nausicaa. If he doesn't, just tell him my name. If he still refuses to answer, just give him the login device and let him come online. I'll do the questioning." Cindy opened her mouth. Didn't Mr. Rain order to keep the login device a secret? Why did Mr. Pad let an unknown person in? Cindy didn't know that Angor was the one who created the Dream Wasteland. She didn't know that Angor was the one who created the Dream Wasteland. She glanced at Iron Granny and Ness, who didn't seem to mind, and nodded. "Alright, I'll go ask him now." After Cindy left, Ness looked at Angor again. "Nausicaa is the female pirate from the same era as you, right?" When Angor first entered the mirror world, Ness was the one who helped him jump into Heaven's Trench. That was why Ness remembered Nausicaa, because she was very pretty. Also, Angor and Nausicaa were good friends. Ness learned from Hookdick, Angor's short-lived apprentice. Angor nodded. "Yes. She's my friend." "What's going on between her and Reynolds?" Ness asked. "Are they lovers?" Angor shook his head. After the Rising Star competition, Nausicaa left with Reynolds. She said she was going to get something important. Angor suddenly stopped talking. Reynolds said he escaped from his lab, and his serial number was 1. Nausicaa said she was going to get something important from there. The sacrifice in the underground cavern, the skeletal remains of her organs, according to Dodoro's prophecy, the organs preserved in a special liquid, the supernatural organs of various races, including humans, the right hand of the night butterfly. In his mind, many fragments of memories that he did not understand before ran out one after another, weaving into a hidden logic chain. At the end of the chain, he found Nausicaa's memory. It was when he returned to Brute Cavern from Fairy World when he was still an apprentice. When he was about to open the door of his house, he saw a woman in soft armor standing under a tree not far away. It was Nausicaa. Nausicaa was facing away from Angor. Her beautiful, wavy brown hair was messed up by the wind. Nausicaa. She seemed to have heard Angor's call. She slowly turned around, and a pair of dimples appeared on her perfect face as soon as she saw Angor. "Yo, Angor." Nausicaa waved her left hand. "You're finally back." Angor looked at her right hand. There was nothing there. "Your right hand, is it hurt?" "Hurt? No." Nausicaa saw the surprise in Angor's eyes, but she didn't notice it at all. "It's my right hand. I just lost it by accident." The memory stopped here. Angor was still in a daze, but he seemed to know something from the chain of memories. As a bloodline wizard, Nausicaa's right hand was very important to her. Even if Angor created a special artificial arm to replace it, he still couldn't use it like an actual arm. Without a doubt, Nausicaa needed a right hand. When Nausicaa left after the Rising Star competition, she told Angor that the place Reynolds took her to had something she needed. Such a thing was very important to her. It was the first goal of her ultimate dream. Nausicaa didn't tell Angor what it was back then, but now, Angor could tell that Nausicaa needed a right hand. And Reynolds' lab really could provide Nausicaa with a right hand. Now that he knew what Nausicaa's goal was, he began to wonder again. Why did Nausicaa think she could get a right hand from those tattooed people? What happened after that? Angor? Angor? He lifted his head and looked at Ness, who was standing in front of him. "What's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? You said Nausicaa left with Reynolds to get something important. What is it?" "She didn't tell me. But judging from the current situation, I think she's going for a right hand that matches her bloodline." Angor didn't hide anything from Ness. He told Ness about Nausicaa's situation as well as his own speculation. Ness nodded in agreement. "You're right. Nausicaa needs an arm, and those tattooed people are probably organ smugglers." Dodoro's prophecy mentioned a lot of supernatural organs, including a right hand. Huh? I remember Night Butterfly's right hand. Is that what Nausicaa's after? Iron Granny tilted her head. That's possible. Do you remember how Reynolds responded when Philo asked him about the night butterfly? Are you trying to steal it from her? She was the third person used to refer to a woman in the common tongue. Ness clapped his hands. That's it. That's it. She's got her eyes on the night butterfly's hand, isn't she? Ness' guess was probably right. But it wasn't important for Angor right now. He was more concerned about Nausicaa's current condition. Mist Belt, Reef Island. Cindy's been gone for almost an hour. Why hasn't she woken up yet? The chubby apprentice muttered as he ate a grilled fish. Don't tell me she went to eat, drink, and have fun? The chubby apprentice's eyes lit up when he said eat, drink, and have fun. He had been lucky enough to go to the mysterious Dream City once and had tasted the delicious food there. It was said that the food was made by a gourmet apprentice, and even the ingredients used were magical food. Most importantly, he only needed to take a few construction missions, and the food was free. Food that cost at least 100 magic crystals in the real world was free. For the fat apprentice who loved to eat and drink, this fantasy city was simply an extravagant paradise. That was why he had decided to judge Cindy when she hadn't logged off yet. Humph, do you think everyone is like you? The purple-robed apprentice said disdainfully. Me? What's wrong with me? Are you going to argue with me again? The purple-robed apprentice snorted. Did I say anything wrong? As an apprentice, the most important thing is to be observant. You still haven't figured out what kind of person Cindy is, and you're even trying to drag her down to your level. Don't you think that's ridiculous? The fat apprentice frowned and was about to say something, but the female apprentice next to him interrupted. Are you guys going to make quarreling a daily routine? Quarreling all the time, I'm tired of it. If you have the guts, you can argue in front of Master Philo when he comes back. Humph, the purple-robed apprentice and the chubby apprentice snorted and looked away. The female apprentice rubbed her temples helplessly and looked at Cindy, who still had her eyes closed. Cindy definitely wouldn't go eat, drink, and have fun. However, the chubby apprentice is right. Cindy's been gone for too long this time. It's just a report. She could have finished it in a few minutes. The female apprentice's expression became slightly worried. I'm a bit worried. Worried? What are you worried about? The chubby apprentice was confused. The dream wasteland is so safe, and we're guarding her body. What's there to worry about? The purple-robed apprentice snorted. I told you you're stupid, but you won't admit it. Think carefully, who did Cindy report to this time? Lord Ness. Ness? That old pervert. The fat acolyte suddenly reacted. Shoo, the female apprentice made a shushing gesture. Although they didn't like Nessie's personality, he was still an official wizard. If their words got out, they would be done for. The fat apprentice also came back to his senses and immediately covered his mouth. At the same time, he looked at the female apprentice and the purple-robed apprentice, hoping that they would not spread his words. The purple-robed apprentice ignored him, while the female apprentice sighed. Why didn't Master Philo give the recording device to Sinclair before he left? He should have given it to you two instead. If the man went to report, Nessie would definitely not look him in the eye. But it was different for Cindy. Don't think too much. Sinclair must have been delayed by something, the purple-robed apprentice said softly, but his tone was not firm. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone was worried. Suddenly, a cold voice spoke. What are you talking about? What did I delay? Everyone turned their heads and saw that Sinclair, who had been sleeping beside the bonfire, had opened his eyes and propped himself up. Because of the topic they were talking about, their expressions were a bit awkward. I asked you a question. What did I delay? Sinclair sat up and took off the bracelet between his eyebrows. There was a sapphire clasp on the bracelet between his eyebrows. This was the recording device of the dream wilderness. However, the sapphire clasp in Philo's hand was an earring. After Sinclair took it, he added a chain and changed it to the bracelet between his eyebrows. Sinclair carefully put away the recording device, but he still hadn't received an answer. He looked at everyone in confusion. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I still have something to do. Where's Reynolds? Nothing. Fatty said you didn't log off, so he must have gone to eat, drink, and play. We're all scolding him together. The female apprentice didn't hesitate to sell out the fat acolyte. Reynolds? He's sitting on the reef in a daze. Sinclair gave the fat acolyte a cold glance and didn't say anything. He knew the man well enough to know that the only thing on his mind was eating and playing. Mr. Pat told me to log off and ask Reynolds something. I need to report it back online. Sinclair stood up and walked to Reynolds. The others sighed in relief when they heard Sinclair's words. Of course, they knew who Mr. Pat was. If it was Mr. Pat, they wouldn't have to worry about Sinclair's safety. After all, Mr. Pat always had a good reputation in Brute Cavern. At least in the eyes of the witches, Mr. Pat was much better than Ness. Sinclair walked to Reynolds' side. Reynolds was still sitting on the reef in a daze, staring at the misty sea in the distance. Reynolds, Sinclair called out to him. Huh? Reynolds turned around with a puzzled look. Cindy was too lazy to beat around the bush. Seeing Reynolds turn his head towards her, she directly said, I have a question for you. You have to answer truthfully. I lost a lot of my memories. Reynolds hesitated. I need an honest answer. Even if you forgot something, you must tell me that you forgot it. Sinclair didn't dare to ignore Angwar's order. Sinclair's tone and expression were very serious. Reynolds considered and nodded. I'll try. But I've already told you everything I can. Sinclair didn't wait for Reynolds to finish. Let's not talk about anything else. Do you know Nausicaa? As soon as Sinclair asked the question, Reynolds froze as if time had stopped. Sinclair thought Reynolds didn't hear her correctly, so she repeated, Nausicaa. Her full name is Nausicaa Aspel, or the Queen of Blackberries. Have you ever heard of her? Cindy's question was meant to be a question, but when she said the last word, her voice suddenly became softer. This was because she noticed that there was a trace of moisture in Reynolds' eyes. A soul had tears in its eyes. While Cindy was in a daze, she didn't know that Reynolds was currently replaying all sorts of broken images in his mind. They were like broken pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. He tried to put them together, but he couldn't find the starting point. He could only let the broken pieces settle down in his mind. As soon as Cindy mentioned the name, the puzzle pieces buried deep in Reynolds' mind seemed to have found a way to connect them. They slowly lit up in the dark world and flew out one by one according to an unknown pattern. They began to piece together in front of Reynolds' eyes. Inside the Pavilion of Youth. Is there really something I need there? Yes. I saw the hands of many humans, monsters, and demons. I even saw a right arm with a pattern on it. I heard it came from a powerful witch. By the coast of Fey Continent. Are you sure? You can find the organ you want there, but it's also a dangerous place. You'll die if you go in. I've already come this far. How can I give up now? Besides, you already decided to help me from the inside, right? As long as we choose the right time, we'll have a high chance of success. In front of a valley on Sidro Mist Island. Why do you have a number tattoo on your face? Here's an X, and here's a 1. What's that? It's an imprint from the world of the dead. It's engraved on my soul. It gave me a powerful soul, but it also became a shackle that trapped me. Every time I escaped from the laboratory, I would be caught because of its existence. The valley you see in front of you was blasted out by them in order to chase me down when I escaped many years ago. Deep inside the mist belt. We're almost there. You still have a choice. Leave or stay. Once you take this step, you will have no choice but to regret it. I told you. I won't regret it. If there's a chance, I'll fight for it. Inside the chaotic lab. Shit, we're exposed. Number 17 didn't do anything. No, it's that creature's larva. We won't be able to defeat them. Even if an official magus were to come, they would still die. We have to leave. I have to get free. Run. It's coming. It's my fault. You go first. I'll take care of this. What are you going to do? Are you going to try that weapon? No, you'll die. This is our last chance. Run, run. You have to live, Nausicaa. The memory came to an abrupt end. There were still many fragments that did not fit together, but what Reynolds saw was enough for him to remember many things. He finally understood why he kept looking at the sea. Because, he was looking around. He was praying. He was waiting for a miracle to appear. Reynolds was the only one who knew what was going on inside his mind. In Cindy's eyes, Reynolds was motionless like a statue. Only the pair of eyes that were gradually filled with water vapor told her that the person in front of her was not a statue. "I think he's crying?" The others came over. The female apprentice looked at Reynolds in confusion. "Why is he crying? Do souls have tears too?" "Souls don't have tears. But the shape of a soul is controlled by his own thoughts." "Maybe his tears are a reflection of his emotions," said the purple-robed apprentice. "You mean he's sad?" The female apprentice guessed. "Not only sad, but happy as well," said the fat apprentice without thinking. "You think he's sad because he's happy?" The purple-robed apprentice was speechless. The heavy sadness in the air was almost visible to the naked eye. A soul was a pure energy body. Even mortals could sense the emotions it emitted. Therefore, there was no doubt that Reynolds was crying because she was sad. But what did Reynolds do to make him so sad? Everyone couldn't help but look at Cindy. Reynolds had been fine until Cindy came over and said a few words, which caused Reynolds to become like this. "Cindy, what's wrong with him?" "I don't know." Cindy shook her head. Her face was also filled with confusion. She had only asked a single question. Why was this person crying? Reynolds' silent tears made the atmosphere a little strange. This subtlety lasted for a few minutes until Reynolds made a move, which ended this strange atmosphere. Reynolds raised his head and looked at Cindy with his tear-stained face. "Find her. Save her." Cindy stepped forward and approached Reynolds. "What do you mean? Are you talking about Nausicaa?" Reynolds did not answer. He kept murmuring, "Find her, save her," as if he had lost his mind. Other than that, there were only silent tears of sorrow. Inside the dream wasteland. "That's it?" He didn't say anything else? Ness looked at Cindy, who came online again. Cindy nodded. "Nope." Ness frowned. "Then why don't you keep asking?" "I asked Reynolds again, but he didn't say anything. He just kept repeating the same two sentences. Then put the login device on him and force him to enter the dream wasteland." "We'll ask him." Cindy already gave the device to Reynolds, but he didn't step out of the dream bridge. Earlier, he sensed someone approaching the dream wasteland using his authority. However, the person didn't move from the dream bridge at all. Come to think of it, this person was Reynolds. Cindy nodded. "Yes. It's just as Mr. Pat said. I gave the device to Reynolds, but he didn't seem to be sleeping. I also mentioned Mr. Pat's name, but he didn't respond. I had no choice but to come in and report to Mr. Pat. Angor could not do anything if Cindy didn't want to come in. After all, he could only control the dream wasteland, while Cindy was still on her own dream bridge." Ness frowned. "What do we do now?" Angor did not say anything. He was thinking about something. On the other side, Iron Granny said, although Reynolds didn't say much, "We can see something from what he said. Find Nausicaa and save her." Reynolds only reacted this way because Cindy mentioned the name Nausicaa. There was a good chance that she was Nausicaa. The fact that Reynolds was so sad meant that Nausicaa wasn't doing well. But since Reynolds mentioned find and save her, there was still a chance that Nausicaa was still alive. I can't see Reynolds' condition yet, but a soul can't become an idiot for no reason. As long as he's not corrupted, he should still be conscious. I think he's affected by his emotions, which won't last long. Ness paused for a moment. My suggestion is to wait for Reynolds to regain consciousness before talking to him in detail. What's your plan? Iron Granny looked at Angor. Iron Granny and Ness didn't care too much about Nausicaa. After all, she was just a dispensable apprentice. But Nausicaa was Angor's friend, so it all depended on Angor's attitude. Ghost Dock Island. Dock number 1, which had been peaceful for many years, suddenly burst into flames. The flames soared into the sky and even drove away part of the fog. Because of this scene was also noticed by the people on the other docks. Dock number 4, Moonlight Bird. A group of people came to the deck. The flame soared into the sky. That direction seems to be dock number 1? It's boss man's territory. Could it be that there's a fire? No matter how stupid boss man is, it's impossible for him not to take some fire. Prevention measures. I have a premonition that there will be earth-shaking changes in dock number 1 tonight. The one who spoke was the navigator of Moonlight Bird. He looked at the distant horizon where even the fog couldn't hide the sparks and spoke softly. "Oh, what do you mean?" someone asked. The others also looked at the navigator. People who mingled on the sea often trusted navigators. Navigators observed the weather and searched for ocean currents to guide the direction of the ship. To people who didn't understand this ability even made them feel like prophets. Therefore, when the Voyager opened his mouth and said such mysterious words, it still attracted everyone's attention. Could it be that Sir has predicted something? The navigator pondered for a moment and assumed a posture. Then, under everyone's expectations, he opened his mouth and said, "It's actually very simple. Because when I came from the river, I saw Captain Barrow secretly go to dock number 1. Everyone, do you mean that the fire at the number 1 dock was ignited by Captain Barrow? I know Captain Barrow is ambitious for dock number 1, but he doesn't have the guts to do it alone. Yes, it's not that we don't believe it, but is Captain Barrow so capable?" Seeing that everyone was discussing and showing disbelief, the navigator shook his head. If it's just Captain Barrow alone, he might not be able to cause such damage. However, look around yourselves. Isn't there someone missing? Everyone turned their heads to look. Not long after, someone asked hesitantly, "Why don't I see Mr. Lunk?" After a few seconds of silence, a heated discussion broke out on the deck. Could it be that Mr. Lunk set the fire with Captain Barrow? I don't think so. I thought Mr. Lunk never took the initiative to attack other docks? He didn't take the initiative because he abided by the Knight's Code. What's the most important thing in the Knight's Code? Justice. Mr. Lunk represented justice to punish the evil Lord Manchu. Isn't this in line with the rules? That's true, but in the past, stop arguing. I think the navigator is right. I just saw Mr. Lunk leave in the direction of dock number 1. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other with a hint of hidden joy in their eyes. Captain Barrow went alone, and they did not believe he could do any harm to Master Man. But Mr. Lunk was different. He was a knight with unfathomable strength. Even if he wasn't strong enough to challenge the entire dock number 1, he could still work together with Captain Barrow to wreak havoc. Moreover, the people of dock number 1 were all in a state of disunity. Mr. Lunk could have easily killed Sir Man, and with the momentum of a beheading operation, he would have directly overthrown dock number 1. Thinking of this, everyone was a little excited. After all, the 4th dock they lived in was not the best place to live. Even the land was not fertile enough. In fact, they also wanted dock number 1, but they were too embarrassed to express it in the past. If they could really occupy dock number 1, they would be more than happy to do so. While everyone's imagination was running wild, the navigator's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. The others were still a little optimistic. The earth-shattering change he mentioned did not only refer to dock number 1, but also their own dock number 4. What if Mr. Lunk could not defeat Manchu? What if he made a mistake and fell into a trap? After all, no matter how strong Mr. Lunk was, he was still an ordinary person. Without Mr. Lunk, dock number 4 would most likely become a fish on the chopping block. The navigator did not want to tell the others about his guess. He could only look at the burning place in the distance and pray silently. At the same time, near dock number 1, a few figures quickly escaped from the flames. The one at the front was Lunk, wielding a knight's rapier. Behind him were Barrow and Little Birch. Barrow was carrying an unconscious girl on his back. At first glance, they seemed to be in good condition. However, upon closer inspection, both Barrow and Little Birch were covered in wounds of various sizes. Little Birch's arm was twisted at an odd angle. It was obvious that his arm was fractured. Lunk seemed to be in the best condition. However, they had only taken a few steps out of dock number 1 when Lunk started to act strangely. All of a sudden, Lunk's figure staggered and half knelt on the ground. "You're hurt?" Barrow immediately rushed forward and tried to help Lunk up. It's nothing. Continue." Lunk refused Barrow's help and struggled to stand up. However, as soon as he stood up, he lost his balance and fell to the ground again. Barrow turned around and looked at the burning dock. He could vaguely see a group of black figures rushing out from within. He could also hear the sound of fighting. He clenched his teeth and ignored Lunk's refusal. He went forward and grabbed Lunk's arm and quickly ran into the forest. He was dragging Lunk and carrying another girl on his back. Coupled with the fact that he had a fight in the dock, Barrow's stamina was already running low. After a few steps, he was already panting. Behind him, Birch was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. He wanted to share the burden with Barrow, but his arm was fractured and he couldn't exert any strength. It was already exhausting just to keep up. There were pursuers behind them and they were exhausted. They were still far away from dock number 4. What should they do now? Just as Birch was about to burst into tears, he heard a familiar whistling sound. Barrow heard it too. They looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a small head peeking out from behind a tree not far away. When he saw Barrow and the others, his eyes flashed with joy. Little Flea. Birch recognized him immediately. It was his best friend who had grown up with him. He was also the ship's doctor at dock number 1. Little Flea ran over and looked behind them. Although he didn't see anyone, he could hear the sounds of pursuit. It would take at most 1 or 2 minutes for them to catch up. Birch asked, "Little Flea, why are you here?" Little Flea made a should gesture and quickly whispered, "They're catching up. Come with me quickly. I know there's a hidden cave nearby." They didn't have any other way. They couldn't get back to dock number 4 even if they kept running. Barrow thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Little Flea led the way and they followed behind. However, the screams behind them didn't stop. They were getting closer and closer. "I feel that they're behind us. What should we do?" Birch asked anxiously. Little Flea was also anxious. After all, he was the doctor on the Bloodbreaker. If he was discovered, he would be punished even more horribly than Birch and the others. After all, Master Man hated traitors the most. Little Flea quickly ran over and looked at the ground. "It's blood. The blood has exposed us." After saying that, the little flea looked at everyone. Although Birch's arm was broken, it wasn't bleeding. Although Lunk's face was pale and his forehead was covered in beads of sweat, his exposed skin wasn't injured at all, let alone bleeding. Captain Barrow had many wounds on his body. Some of them were bleeding, but there wasn't much blood. It was impossible for the blood to fall on the ground and form a bloodstain. Finally, Little Flea's gaze landed on the woman on Captain Barrow's back. He had seen this one-armed woman before. It was the one who had drifted over from the outer sea during the day. Her appearance was stunning. Her beauty, charm, and heroism were a combination. As long as one wasn't blind, they wouldn't be able to forget her. When this woman had been brought to the dock, Master Man had immediately called Little Flea to treat her injuries. Therefore, Little Flea knew very well that this woman had wounds all over her body. The biggest one was on her shoulder. It was as big as a bowl. During the day, Little Flea had treated all her wounds. However, after some dragging, the gauze on the woman's shoulder was torn. Blood seeped out again and dripped to the ground. Without a doubt, this woman's blood was the reason why they were targeted. Birch also noticed the blood. He looked at Barrow. "Captain, should we leave her here first?" No matter how beautiful a woman was, she couldn't be more important than their lives. That was what Birch thought. He also believed that with Barrow's personality, he would definitely prioritize his own life. Even Lunk, who was being dragged by Barrow, thought that Barrow would choose to give up on this woman. However, Barrow's choice was completely different from what they had imagined. He said without hesitation, "No, she can't be left here. She can't be left to those beasts." "But she's dragging us down now," Birch said anxiously. Not only did she drag them down, but she also dragged Little Flea down with her. This was something he didn't want to see. "Then I'll carry her on my back alone. I'll never let her go anyway." Barrow's eyes flashed with determination. His voice was firm. Not only did Barrow's words reach Birch and Little Flea, but the ears of the woman on his back also twitched. On the other side, everyone frowned when they heard Barrow's reply. They wanted to ask Barrow if he was possessed. Why did he suddenly change into a different person? However, time was of the essence now. They couldn't say anything. Birch looked at Little Flea helplessly. Little Flea was silent for a moment. There's a small river nearby. If we follow it, we might be able to buy some time. Also, the hiding place I mentioned is near the river. Then let's do that, Barrow said without hesitation. Little Flea wanted to say something to Barrow, but seeing his determined gaze, he didn't say anything. He continued to lead the way. Not long after, they successfully reached the river. They stepped directly into the river. Birch was still looking back as he walked. Perhaps they were lucky. After walking along the river for a few more minutes, the screams behind them became softer and softer until they almost disappeared. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Not long after, Little Flea brought them to the vicinity of a large rock. He fiddled with something, and under the rock, which didn't seem to have any abnormalities, there was actually a crack large enough for a person to pass through. When they entered, they discovered that there was actually a hollow area inside the rock. Although it wasn't big, it was enough to temporarily accommodate them. Little Flea hurriedly plugged the crack in the rock. Only then did he feel that everything was fine. However, what Little Flea didn't know was that when he plugged the crack in the rock, a figure walked out from the forest in the distance. Looks like our ship's doctor is that traitor. I didn't expect there to be a crack in the ground here. Why did they hide in there? What's going on? I think I saw a fire just now. Did something happen to the blood destroyer? I have to go back and take a look. If Barrow was here, he would discover that the person speaking was the guard Half-Ear that he had lured away when they were trying to sneak into dock number 1. Half-Ear glanced at the rock from afar. He didn't immediately go forward, but instead retreated cautiously and finally disappeared into the dark forest. At the same time, inside the rock. This place is too good. They definitely won't find it. Little Flea, how did you find this place? Oh right, I forgot to ask you. Why were you in the forest before? Once everyone had settled down, Birch immediately came to Little Flea's side and asked curiously. Little Flea replied, when you were causing trouble in the dock, I was the first to discover it. At that time, I had a premonition that something would happen to you, so I went to the forest first to see if I could help you. Little Flea had been using the word you from beginning to end. Clearly, he had done all this for Birch. As for the others, it was just convenient. Thank goodness you're here this time. Otherwise, we really would have. Birch was halfway through his sentence when he heard Lunk's groan. He suddenly came back to his senses. Oh right, help us take a look at Mr. Lunk's condition. I didn't see him injured when we were in the dock. Why does he look like he's about to die when we came out? Little Flea nodded and walked to Lunk's side. Seeing Lunk's pale face and sweaty forehead, he already had a guess in his heart. After checking for a while, Little Flea gently lifted Lunk's collar. Only then did everyone see that there was a scratch on Lunk's neck. The scratch was very shallow and didn't even leave much blood. However, there was a green liquid seeping out of the scratch. What's going on? Why is there green blood? Birch asked in shock as he pointed at Lunk's wound. Little Flea replied, it's not blood. It's poison. Little Flea looked at Lunk. Was this cut by Lord Man's second in command? That short, skinny man who's as thin as a bamboo pole. He's also short and dark. If you throw him into a crowd, he won't stand out at all. Although Lunk was weak all over, he was still rational. He nodded and said, that's him. His aura is very weak and he's short. When he approached me, I didn't notice at all. Even if Lunk was cut, he didn't care at all. Because with his physique, he wasn't afraid of these small wounds at all. Little Flea said, it really is him. That guy actually used to be the doctor of Blood Destroyer, but his medical skills are very poor. After I was captured, he became Lord Man's second in command. Although his medical skills aren't good, he has a certain level of medical knowledge. He likes to tinker with some insidious poisons. You must have been poisoned by him. Birch asked, what kind of poison is it? Little Flea shook his head. I don't know, but I know that he basically studies biological poisons. Judging from the poison he's shown so far, it does match the reaction of biological poisons. But I don't know what kind it is exactly. Can you detoxify him? Birch quickly asked. Although he didn't like Lunk's style, he understood Lunk's importance and irreplaceable after Captain Barrow's teachings. Besides, they were very weak. If they were found, Lunk would be the only one who could deal with the pursuers. Yes, Little Flea, can you detoxify him? Barrow also hurried over. Little Flea was silent for a moment and shook his head. I can't detoxify him before I can determine the type of poison. Besides, even if I do know the type of poison, I can't detoxify him without the herbs and experimental tools. In other words, Mr. Lunk can't be saved? Little Flea looked at the pale Lunk and fell silent. Lunk said, you're Little Flea, right? Can I call you Little Flea too? Just tell me the answer. If I'm going to die, at least I have time to leave my last words. Little Flea didn't speak. Instead, he pondered for a moment and took out his stethoscope. He leaned on Lunk's chest and listened carefully to his heartbeat. After a long while, Little Flea said, the sound of blood flowing in his veins is as loud as a flood. Maybe he can be saved. Birch's eyes lit up. Really? Little Flea nodded. Mr. Lunk's body is very strong. Even if it's poison, it will take some time to completely invade his body. During this time, if we can find the corresponding poison, I can make an antidote. But... Little Flea paused and lowered his head. He suddenly fell silent. Birch said anxiously, but what? Barrow patted Birch's shoulder. Little Flea means that if we want to save Lunk, we have to find the person who poisoned him, and then we have to find the corresponding medical tools. That is to say, we have to go back to Dock Number 1. Go back. Birch was stunned. They had just escaped from Dock Number 1. Now they had to go back? How? They only had a few people, and Barrow was injured and Lunk was poisoned. How could they kill them? Barrow obviously knew Birch very well. He knew what he was thinking when he saw the confused expression on his face. There's definitely no way to kill our way back now. The only thing we can do now is to wait for them to leave before quickly returning to the Moonlight Picture Bird. There's some medical equipment on the ship. Let's see if it can delay Lunk's injury. Then, we will lead the others and kill our way back to Dock Number 1. Birch asked, is that the only way? Barrow nodded. There's no other way. It's impossible for the few of us to break into Dock 1. Birch, but can we really defeat Sir Man? Barrow, even if we can't win, we have to fight. This is the only way. The most important thing now is not whether we can defeat Sir Man, but whether Mr. Lunk can hold on for that long. Everyone looked at Lunk. Lunk, I don't want to die. I'll try to hold on. Barrow looked deeply at Lunk. After a long time, he sighed and said, why did you want to follow us today? If you hadn't come, Birch added, if Mr. Lunk hadn't come, we would be dead. It's all thanks to Mr. Lunk this time. But I didn't expect the people on the Blood Destroyer to be so insidious. They actually used poison. Birch looked angry. Just a while ago, they had gone to see that woman, but they had accidentally been discovered. 50 to 60% of the people on the Blood Destroyer ship had come out. At that time, only Birch and Barrow were surrounded by the people on the Blood Destroyer ship. Birch was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He thought that he was going to die here today. At this critical moment of life and death, Lunk had descended from the sky and fought against 100 enemies alone, saving them. They thought that they could escape without any worries, but they didn't expect such an accident. Lunk turned to look at Birch. If you're grateful to me, remember what I'm going to say next. Birch was dumbfounded. Huh? Lunk's pale lips curled up slightly. Last words. If I die, I hope you can remember my words and help me do one thing. If you don't die, it's a different story. Without waiting for Birch's agreement, Lunk began to say his last words in a trembling and soft voice. Lunk's last words weren't very passionate. He simply described his life and his dreams that might die before he could realize them. In the end, he made a simple request to Birch. If Birch had a chance to leave Ghost Dock Island, he had to send the news of his death to his distant family. Everyone heard Lunk's last words and didn't say anything. The air was heavy. No one knew if it was because of the airflow in the stone or because everyone was depressed. Lunk smiled and turned to Barrow. Captain Barrow, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you come to dock number 1 this time? It didn't matter if Lunk knew the answer or not. He only asked to ease the atmosphere. To see a woman. Birch lowered his head and blamed himself. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have encouraged the captain. Lunk said, the woman the captain was carrying before? Oh, I was curious just now. Who is this woman? The captain seems to treat her differently. Birch and Little Flea also looked over. They had wanted Captain Barrow to give up on this woman in such an emergency, but Barrow had refused without hesitation. It was obvious that he had special feelings for this woman. Barrow's throat moved. You'd better shut up now. Don't talk, or the poison will enter your body faster. Lunk's pale face had an almost identical smile. Even if I die, can't you let me die with some understanding? Barrow was silent for a moment. He sighed and nodded gently. Okay, I'll tell you who she is. Barrow turned to look at the unconscious woman behind him. A trace of fanaticism and worship flashed in his eyes. You all know that I was a pirate before I joined the Moonlight Touring. But you might not know why I became a pirate. Birch asked, why? Barrow said, because I wanted to follow her. Not only did I become a pirate because of her, but I also left because of her. Little Flea was also curious about this woman's identity. Who exactly is she? Barrow said, you might have heard of her name. She's the uncrowned king of the Blackberry Sea, Aspel. Aspel? Lunk chewed on the name. I feel like I've heard of her before. Little Flea thought for a moment. I think I've heard of her before, but I can't remember. Aspel, Aspel. Barrow said, she's the pirate king I admire the most. She's also my spiritual belief. So, no matter what, I won't abandon her. Before Barrow could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly started to rise and fall. Everyone immediately stopped thinking. Little Flea made a gesture and said softly, stop talking. It seems like they're coming. As long as we keep quiet, they shouldn't notice anything. Everyone nodded and fell silent. The air instantly became quiet. The only thing that could be heard was their thumping hearts. The sound of footsteps came and went outside. For the people hiding in the stone cave, the short few seconds seemed to have been elongated countless times. They wouldn't be discovered. Definitely. Birch put his palms together and prayed. It wasn't just Birch. The others were also secretly praying. They had cleaned up the traces outside. Even the bloodstains had disappeared with the water. There shouldn't be a problem. That was what they thought. Things had indeed happened as they thought. Some of the footsteps had reached the stone, but in the end, they didn't discover anything unusual and gradually faded away. There's nothing around here. They must be further inside. Let's continue searching, someone shouted. Following a series of echoes, they could clearly hear that the tremors on the ground began to recede, and the sound of footsteps also became softer. It seemed that they had escaped this time. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. However, it was still too early for them to be happy. Just as the footsteps were about to fade away, a voice suddenly rang out. Vice Captain? Why are you here? I just heard a noise from Dock 1, and there was also a fire. Did something happen? I see. So you're looking for them. Hee, I know where they are. When the voice said these words, the eyes of the people in the stone cave flashed with confusion. Who was the person who spoke? At this moment, Barrow seemed to have thought of something and whispered, I think it's Half-Ear. Previously, he had tricked Half-Ear into the forest and then sneaked into the dock. He didn't expect Half-Ear to appear here. Why did he say that he knew where they were? Could it be that he saw something? Just as everyone was puzzled, the footsteps rang out again and were getting closer. When I was wandering in the forest just now, I happened to see them go into the stone. Right, the leader is Little Flea, our ship's doctor. The moment he finished speaking, there was a lot of questioning outside. However, everyone in the stone cave was pale. Half-Ear was telling the truth, he had really found their tracks. Barrow's face was especially pale because he was the one who had tricked Half-Ear into the forest. Karma had reversed, and in the end, half an ear had become the straw that crushed them. What do we do? Birch was so scared that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Especially when he heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, it was like the Grim Reaper was inviting him to die with a scythe. Little Flea's face was also very ugly. Although he had long wanted to betray Sir Man, he didn't expect to face the Blood Destroyer as a traitor at this moment. He knew too well how Sir Man dealt with traitors. For a moment, Barrow fell into self-blame. Birch and Little Flea were scared out of their wits. However, Lunk's expression didn't change. He already thought of himself as a dying man. Lunk looked at the others and sighed softly. He forced himself to sit up. When I was in the Knight Academy, I learned a secret technique that can block all pain and burn one's will, instantly reaching the peak of one's strength. So, leave the rest to me. You just need to escape. Barrow looked at Lunk with a puzzled expression. Lunk nodded his head and took out his sword. He pried open the hilt and took out a red pill from within. This is it. This is the medicine to activate the secret technique. As long as I eat it, I should be able to resist for a few minutes and buy time for you to escape. Barrow asked, since it's a secret technique, what are the side effects? Lunk avoided the question. To me, the side effects don't matter. Little Flea looked at the red pill and smelled the pungent smell in the air. He frowned slightly. I think I've heard of this medicine. This is a poisonous product. I've heard of it before. It's highly toxic, but after eating it, you'll become very excited as if you've gone crazy. But after the effect ends, you'll definitely die, Little Flea said. This is an absolutely forbidden medicine in our industry. Barrow asked, is this true? Lunk didn't expect Little Flea to be able to recognize the source of the medicine. Since he was recognized, he didn't hide it and nodded. Little Flea is right. It's a miracle medicine that burns one's will, but it's also a poison that erodes one's consciousness. If I use it, I won't have any chance of survival. However, even if I don't use it, my chances of survival are very small. If you use it, you'll at least have a chance of survival. Lunk looked at the crowd. I've given you my last words. I'm still waiting for you to bring the news of my death back. So, you can't die. Just as the crowd was about to say something, they saw a commotion and the rocks above their heads were lifted. The light from the torches shone in. Ha 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 ha, I found you, little bugs. Following waves of ridicule and all sorts of malicious words, everyone was completely exposed. Faced with layers upon layers of pursuers, everyone except Lunk was scared out of their wits. Birch even felt that his legs were a little wet. What to do, what to do? Birch looked around helplessly. In the end, he could only look at Lunk. Lunk, it doesn't feel good to be poisoned, right? Hee hee, if you weren't poisoned, we wouldn't have dared to chase you. But who told you to be careless? Lord Man has ordered us to kill them all. Oh, right. Don't touch that woman. Bring her back. And Little Flea, don't kill him either. Let Lord Man personally teach him what it means to live a life worse than death. Amidst the clamor, the large group approached step by step. Despair flashed across the eyes of the crowd who were huddled up in the rocks. Seeing this, the mocking voices around them became louder. In order to make them even more fearful, most of the people in the group even slowed down a little in order to create more psychological pressure. At this moment, Lunk sighed softly. He used a sword to push himself up from the ground. Your opponent is me. Looking at the trembling Lunk who could barely stand straight, the crowd burst into laughter. Lunk didn't care about the mocking voices. He turned his head and said softly to Birch and the others, you must survive. Leave this godforsaken island alive. The moment he finished speaking, Lunk took the pill and swallowed it. 2 seconds later, Lunk's eyes turned red. His skin started to turn red and sweat started to form. An incomparably violent aura was emitted from Lunk's body. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They didn't feel like they were facing a sickly person, but a ferocious beast from the ancient times. Lunk took a deep breath and controlled the energy that surged out of his body. He dragged his knight sword and walked forward step by step. His aura was stacked. When it reached its peak, Lunk was like a proud lone wolf. He raised his head and charged into the group of blood destroyers. Lunk carried an unparalleled aura as he broke through the barrier of the fog. Like a sharp sword, he pierced straight into the group of enemies. In an instant, he created a gap in the encirclement. Little Flea looked at the scene in shock. He had heard that Lunk was very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. He had single-handedly broken through the encirclement of nearly 100 people. Even if he had used the secret medicine, he wouldn't have been able to do this without a good foundation. Even Sir Man wouldn't have been able to do this. Let's take this opportunity to leave. While Little Flea was still in shock, Barrow didn't forget Lunk's instructions. He jumped up and prepared to leave. But, Mr. Lunk. Birch was hesitant. No buts. Do you want to let Mr. Lunk down? Barrow's eyes were red. He was heartbroken and helpless, but he knew that he shouldn't let his emotions override his rationality. Lunk had already swallowed the secret medicine. Nothing could be changed. The only thing they could do now was not let down Lunk's sacrifice and escape with his will. Only by returning to the Moonlight Picture Bird will we have a chance to counterattack and avenge Mr. Lunk. Birch and Little Flea's eyes were red as they looked at the figure in front of them who was fighting a bloody battle. They took a deep breath and nodded. Lunk had exchanged his life for this opportunity. They didn't want to and couldn't let it go. Let's go. Birch clenched his teeth and resisted the urge to turn around. He stood up, grabbed Little Flea, and ran in the opposite direction. Lunk, who was fighting at the front, seemed to have heard the roar filled with intense emotions behind him. His scarlet eyes, which had already sunk into madness, suddenly flashed with a trace of clarity. His tightly pursed lips also curled up slightly with a trace of relief. Barrow has escaped. Don't let them escape. Hurry up and catch them. This is Sir Man's order. If they dare to resist, kill them immediately. A man standing at the back of the crowd shouted loudly. The people who were almost scared out of their wits by Lunk's massacre all responded. After all, facing Barrow and the others was definitely easier than facing a crazed Lunk. Most of the people started to chase after Barrow. Lunk also noticed this. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and blocked the pursuers. With Lunk's strength, it was easy for him to stop this group of unorganized thieves. Not only could he stop them, but he could also kill a few of them. However, there were simply too many of them. Lunk killed one team after another, but there were still more coming. At the same time, Lunk himself also felt that the effects of the poison mushroom pill had begun to increase. Although the poison mushroom pill had temporarily relieved him of his fatigue and made him excited, this did not mean that the higher the effect, the better. As the effects of the drug increased, he would indeed become more and more excited. Even if he was heavily injured, as long as his limbs and head were intact, he could ignore it. However, he would become crazier and crazier, more and more bloodthirsty, until he lost his mind and became a walking corpse. Lunk tried his best to maintain his rationality, but his mind was getting more and more muddled. His vision started to blur, and there were even double images. Although the damage he dealt was much greater, with each strike taking a life, the decrease in his control allowed a portion of the players to pass by him and chase after Barrow and the others. Someone's coming. Birch shouted. Don't worry about it. Let's keep running. Barrow shouted. After running for a few hundred meters, Birch and Little Flea's speed began to decrease significantly. However, Captain Barrow was even faster. Birch said, "Captain, why don't you put her down?" The reason why Barrow slowed down was that he not only had to take care of himself, but also the weight of the woman. In Birch's opinion, no matter how beautiful and famous the woman was, so what? Could she be more important than his own life? If Barrow took this woman with him, he might even get himself killed. Barrow hesitated for a moment, then said, "I can still hold on. Even if you put her down, they won't do anything to her for a while. Boss Man won't kill her immediately. After all, we'll come back as soon as we get back to the Moonlight Picture Bird. We can save her then," Birch advised. Barrow said, "I understand. When I can't hold on any longer, I'll let her go." Since Barrow was so insistent, Birch could not say anything else. He could only shut up and continue running. They were getting closer and closer to dock number 4. As long as they crossed another bridge, they would reach the range of the Moonlight Picture Bird. Their chances of escaping were also increasing. However, at this moment, a figure walked out of the forest and slowly walked to the middle of the bridge, blocking everyone's path. At first, they thought it was their patrol team, but when they got closer, they realized that something was wrong. The person was a burly and fat man. His exposed skin was covered in white bandages. Even his face was bandaged, leaving only his mouth, nose, and one eye outside. The only eye that was exposed was scarlet, and he did not look like a human at all. Most importantly, this bandaged man was holding a bone club full of nails. Under the reflection of the water behind him, it shone with Sanbai's cold luster. Sensing that this person was not friendly, everyone was forced to stop. Who was he? Just as Birch was guessing the identity of this person, he saw Little Flea start trembling. His expression was clearly filled with fear. On the other side, Barrow also frowned. The veins on the back of his hand that was holding the woman's back bulged. I suspected the captains of the 5 teams and my right-hand men, but I didn't expect that the person who betrayed me would be you, my ship's doctor. A buzzing voice came from the bandaged man's mouth. His gaze was fixed on Little Flea. Little Flea trembled like a sieve. He said I. For a long time, but he could not finish his sentence. Looking at Little Flea's reaction and the bandaged man's words, how could Birch not understand the identity of the person in front of him, Lord Man? Why are you here? Barrow's eyes were filled with fear. Lord Man grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. What do you think? I'm naturally here to take my people away. Regardless of whether they're unconscious or betrayed me, I have to bring them all back. Of course, other than that, I have a mission. Kill. The moment he finished speaking, Lord Man laughed loudly. His figure was like a ghost as he flashed in front of Barrow. His bone club turned into a phantom as he waved it continuously. Barrow was carrying a person at this moment. He tried his best to dodge, but he still could not completely dodge and was beaten to the ground. But even after landing on the ground, Barrow still protected the woman behind him. Lord Man raised his eyebrows. You like her? Unfortunately, she's still mine in the end. With a burst of wild laughter, Lord Man raised his bone club high. End of chapter. At this critical moment, Barrow caught a glimpse of the slanted path. He used all his strength to push himself in the opposite direction and rolled along the slanted path. The moment Barrow rolled away, the bone club fell down. Just the force of the hammer was enough to create a large hole in the flat ground. Dirt flew everywhere, and the sound was deafening. Barrow had no time to be surprised by Man's strength. After rolling away, he immediately stood up. He wanted to escape while the bone club was stuck in the ground. However, just as Barrow turned around, he saw a large fist swinging towards his face. Man did not pull out the bone club as Barrow expected. Instead, he flashed in front of Barrow and engaged him in close combat. Barrow's years of experience as a pirate allowed him to avoid the punch by a hair's breadth. However, he also lost the opportunity to escape. Helpless, he could only fight with Man's strength was considerable. Every attack was like a cannonball hitting Barrow's body. After blocking for a few seconds, Barrow heard cracking sounds coming from inside his body. The bones in his arm were directly smashed apart. Facing this humanoid beast, Barrow became more and more frightened and powerless. However, Man was different. He seemed to enjoy this kind of beating. His scarlet eyes were getting more and more excited. Compared to Lunk, who could control his emotions, Man was more like the madman who took the secret medicine. One side was naturally timid, while the other side became more courageous. In this kind of battle, even if they were evenly matched, the latter had a higher chance of winning. Not to mention, they were not even evenly matched. Barrow could not win against Man if he was not injured. Now, he was carrying a heavy woman on his back. It was even more impossible for him to be Man's opponent. Moreover, Barrow could already hear the approaching footsteps behind him. He knew that the pursuers were almost here. If they could not break through, they would be attacked from both sides. Faced with this situation, Barrow knew that he had to make a decision. He looked at the woman on his shoulder and pursed his lips, which were covered by his beard. Barrow gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. While Man was fighting with Barrow, he pushed the woman towards Birch. Take her and run. Leave this to me. Given the choice between his spiritual beliefs and himself, Barrow chose to sacrifice himself. Birch stammered, Baba. Captain Barrow, I. Before Birch could finish, Little Flea pulled him up and said, "Don't say any more. The pursuers are coming. We can only follow Captain Barrow's instructions and run to dock number 4. Maybe we can still be saved." Birch nodded as he looked at Barrow, who was engrossed in the battle. Just as she was about to escape with the Little Flea, Birch walked to the woman, helped her up, and put her on his back. Little Flea wanted to tell Birch to give up on her, but when she saw Birch's determined eyes, she swallowed her words. "Go." Just as Little Flea was about to cross the bridge with Birch, Lord Man's arrogant laughter came from behind. "Do you think you can stall me alone and let them leave? In your dreams." Laughter accompanied by the sound of punches came from behind. Birch couldn't help but look back, but what he saw shocked him. He thought that they still had a chance to call for help, but reality was cruel. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Barrow was beaten to the ground. The reason Lord Man didn't chase after them was because Barrow was hugging his leg tightly. Lord Man's punches that could break bones landed on Barrow's head again and again. Barrow didn't let go even when his face was covered in blood. Captain. With just one glance, Birch felt as if something was stuck in his nostrils and his chest felt stuffy. Little Flea saw this too. She admired Lord Man and didn't forget their goal. "We'll take revenge. We'll definitely take revenge. Don't stop. We still have a chance. Run." Little Flea forced Birch to not look back. She grabbed his hand and rushed to the bridge. Birch also knew that he would die if he went back now. He steeled his heart and quickened his steps. However, before they could run a few steps, a loud sound came from behind them. Birch turned around instinctively and saw Lord Man throw the bone club in his direction. "Turn around!" Little Flea shouted. There was no way to dodge now. If the bone club was thrown, Birch would definitely be hit. Such a heavy blow would cripple Birch even if he didn't die, therefore, he could only turn around and use the woman as a shield to help deflect the force. Of course, the woman would die without a doubt. However, compared to the woman's life, Little Flea cared more about Birch's life. He shouted with all his might, but Birch seemed to be in a daze and didn't move. In less than a second, the bone club rushed over and hit Birch's chest. Little Flea and the bloody Barrow in the distance shouted no, at the same time. But it was useless. The huge force not only caused Birch's chest to cave in, but he himself was also sent flying like a cannonball. He fell from the bridge into the lake. After the splash, ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Water vapor and the smell of blood filled Birch's windpipe at the same time. His brain seemed to have received a command to control the danger. His pain had disappeared. The only thing he could feel was that the water was cold. His body seemed to be out of his control and kept sinking in the cold water. However, Birch didn't sink to the bottom. He floated on the surface of the water like a character. His eyes were dull and could close at any time. The sinking feeling wasn't his body, but his consciousness and soul that was about to disappear. In the last moment of his life, Birch felt an unprecedented peace even though his surroundings were still cold. Birch knew that he was about to die. He was a little unwilling, but the central control of his brain seemed to be cutting off the feeling of sadness. The unwillingness quickly disappeared and was replaced by relief. Even if he lived, he would be trapped on this godforsaken island for the rest of his life. It was better to die. With this thought, Birch sank faster and faster. However, just as Birch felt that he was about to hit the bottom, a warm support came from behind him. "It's not time to die yet. Go back." It was a female voice. This thought flashed through Birch's mind. At the same time, he felt that his sinking self seemed to be able to move. He tilted his head to see who was talking to him. However, he didn't see anyone. He only saw endless darkness below him. It was the deep hole of death, the end of the soul. The warm support came from a coiled chain. The chain was emitting a faint white light. The chain was very long. Its end wasn't below but hanging from above. Birch looked up but still couldn't see where the chain came from. Just as Birch was wondering what was going on, the chain moved like a snake. It bound Birch's body and pulled him up. His soul and consciousness were pulled back from the path of death by the chain. They were poured back into the body that was floating on the surface of the water. Birch felt the pain again. It was so painful that Birch's eyes were filled with tears. Through his blurred vision, Birch vaguely saw a graceful figure floating up from the water below. A fair hand touched Birch's sunken chest. There was a faint white light covering it. The warm feeling swept over him again. Even the pain in his chest started to weaken. When it weakened to a certain extent, a gentle female voice came. "This is all I can do. Persevere. Death doesn't mean the end. It might be another cycle of suffering. Only living has meaning." Compared to the white light on his chest, Birch felt that the female voice in his ears was more powerful. It was the source of the soul that supported the despair of falling. Birch wanted to open his eyes to see who was speaking, but his hazy eyes were covered with a layer of gauze. He could only see a figure flash through his eyes. After Birch was hit by the bone club and fell into the lake, Little Flea knelt on the ground. His face was filled with despair. Barrow, who was holding on to Mandarin's leg, also seemed to have lost his strength. He let go of his hand and lay beside Mandarin's feet. Blood and tears mixed together and flowed down. Birch was dead, and Lunko basically had no chance of surviving. He would soon follow Birch to the afterlife. Everything stemmed from curiosity. Everything stemmed from his admiration for Aspel. Barrow didn't regret saving Aspel. What he regretted was his recklessness. The moment he saw Aspel, his blood rushed to his head. He recklessly ran away with her, which led to today's outcome. Actually, he could have planned before acting. He could have made everything more perfect. However, it was useless to say anything now. Death was coming. Just as Barrow was about to embrace death, Little Flea was in despair, and Mandarin was laughing wildly. A sigh suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. "It's been a long time." Everyone looked over and saw a graceful woman in soft armor. She stepped on the water like a goddess of the lake. She emitted a faint light as she walked towards the ground. "Aspel." Barrow said the woman's name in a daze. Mandarin and Little Flea were astonished. Wasn't this the woman they brought out from the pigsty? How could she stand on the water? Moreover, her injuries had healed? Even on a deserted island, I can still see pirates killing each other. What a nostalgic scene. It's disgusting. Her lazy and hoarse voice, coupled with her walking between the lakeshore, gave off a feeling of calmness and composure. Who are you?" She looked like a frail woman, but Mandarin felt a sense of fear as if he was about to face a giant wild beast. She slowly walked onto the shore. Step by step, she walked to the middle of the road. She was only 10 meters away from Mandarin. "Who am I?" "The person from before is called Barrow, right? Didn't Barrow say my name?" she said calmly. "However, it doesn't matter whether you know it or not." She didn't have any aura, but Mandarin still took a step back. Because what's the use of a dead person knowing this? The moment he finished speaking, Mandarin's expression suddenly changed because he saw the woman in front of him paused slightly. It was as if there was an illusory shadow swaying for a moment. A black hole as deep as an abyss appeared in front of the woman's chest. A pitch-black chain directly pierced out of the black hole. You're a witch." Before Mandarin could finish, the chain pierced through Mandarin's chest. Mandarin didn't bleed, nor was there a hole in his chest. However, he felt an intense pain as if his soul was being torn apart. No, it wasn't as if. Mandarin vaguely felt as if his soul had really been broken into two. As his soul shattered, Sir Man's body fell, his eyes still filled with disbelief as he heavily fell to the ground. Before Mandarin fell into the endless darkness, he heard a cold voice by his ears. "I'll let you know the reason for your death. My name is Nausicaa." Mandarin's soul shattered. A one-hit kill. No one expected Mandarin to die in one hit. Everyone was dumbfounded. Furthermore, what shocked them the most was the pitch-black chain. How did it appear? Who the hell is this Nausicaa woman? Little Flea didn't know what to do. The pursuers were scared. Only Barrow looked at Nausicaa with admiration. "The Queen of Blackberries will always be the Queen of Blackberries." As expected, only Mr. Aspel was qualified to be the queen of Blackberry Waters. She was still so powerful that they couldn't see the end of her power. As a brainless fan of the Blackberry King, Barrow was glad that he was able to see the Blackberry King before he died. Even if he had to die, it would be worth it. His spiritual pillar would remain in his heart forever. His faith would remain until death. And the culprit, Mandarin, was dead. Now I can die without regrets. Barrow muttered as he stared at Nausicaa and felt his blood turning cold. Nausicaa heard Barrow's words and looked at him. Die without regrets? Nausicaa chuckled. I don't think there's such a thing as dying without regrets in this world. You have to live if you want to die without regrets. Nausicaa walked to Barrow and put her hand on his nearly shattered head. So, live. The faint radiance mended the shattered bones back together. Nausicaa finally stopped using her remaining mana when the terrifying wound began to heal on its own. Barrow felt a little dizzy and uncomfortable while being healed by the warm glow. Yet, he also felt an indescribable comfort. His consciousness became muddled as if he was going to fall asleep at any moment. Barrow forced himself to stay awake. He opened his eyes and looked at Nausicaa. Thank Mr. Aspel. Can you, save Birch and Luan? As he spoke, Barrow's drowsiness grew stronger and stronger. Before he could finish speaking, he had already fainted. Nausicaa sighed as she looked at Barrow on the ground. Ever since she came to this island, she had been keeping an eye on her surroundings even though she was unconscious. Therefore, she knew everything that Barrow had done. She also knew that all this was caused by Barrow in order to save her. She would be fine even if Barrow didn't save her. Still, Nausicaa felt Barrow's sincerity. Even if what Barrow did was useless, Nausicaa would still save him. After Barrow's breathing stabilized, Nausicaa heard something being dragged from behind. It was Little Flea who dragged Birch out of the lake. You're Little Flea, right? I heard you're a ship doctor. I'll leave them to you. I'll go check on Luan. Nausicaa smiled at Little Flea who was still in a daze. She turned around and walked to the end of the dark path. No one could see how pale Nausicaa's face was. She was holding her chest with her left hand. She felt powerless. The chains are about to run out of power. I wonder if I can hold on. On the Devil's Sea, layers of dark clouds began to pile up in the distant sky. A cargo ship with the Blue Tongue Shipping's logo suddenly slowed down. The danger index of the sea ahead has begun to rise. From the rolling of the dark clouds and the degree of the sea breeze, there is a certain chance of forming a sea-inverted wall. A navigator in a blue and yellow uniform stood on the top deck, looking at the distant sky while muttering in a low voice. Should we still go through? The captain asked. The navigator hesitated for a moment. If it's just wind and waves, we should have no problem going through. But if there really is a sea-inverted wall? The navigator began to hesitate. After all, this was the Devil's Sea. Even if their ships had been through hundreds of battles, if they encountered a disaster like a sea-inverted wall, they would still be finished. However, a sea-inverted wall was not so easy to appear. Although there was a certain probability of it appearing, the probability was not high. It was estimated to be about 1 in 30. In fact, it was worth a gamble. The navigator told the captain his thoughts. However, the captain was also somewhat undecided at this time. After being unable to make a decision for a long time, the captain gritted his teeth and knocked on the door of the Guardian's room. Blue Tongue Shipping, as one of the few shipping companies that could trade back and forth in the Devil's Sea, naturally had the support of supernatural forces behind them. On this cargo ship, there was also a guardian. It was a male magus who was respectfully known as Sea Dragon. Lord Sea Dragon. The captain trembled as he explained the situation. Sea Dragon's face was full of annoyance because his meditation was interrupted. However, this was after all related to the safety of the cargo ship. He still stood up, opened the door of the balcony, and looked outside. With just a glance, Sea Dragon said to the captain, "Go through." The captain was stunned. "Sir, can you see that there is no sea-inverted wall?" Sea Dragon glanced at him. "It doesn't matter whether there is a sea-inverted wall or not. Come and see for yourself." The captain went to the balcony and raised his head to see the accumulation of dark clouds not far away. Moreover, it was spreading at an extremely fast speed towards their position. At this time, the captain understood what sea dragon meant. It did not matter whether the sea inverted wall appeared or not, because they were already targeted by the sea that was about to blow up. The captain did not expect that in just a few minutes of looking for sea dragon, the outside world would have such a change. Now, he had no other choice. He couldn't escape, so he could only risk it all. I understand. The captain signaled the crew to not stop and cross the stormy sea. A few minutes later, a torrential rain fell, and a gust of wind blew. Half an hour later, not only did the storm not weaken, it became even denser. The storm didn't stop either. In fact, it became even wilder and wilder, comparable to a hurricane. The cargo ship kept swaying. Even though it was huge, in this kind of weather, it was no different from a small boat that could capsize at any time. Almost all of the personnel had been transferred to the interior of the ship, but even if they were far away from the outside world, they could still hear the sound of the wind tearing apart. Even men who spent most of their time at sea paled at the sound of the wind. It was like the smell of the end of the world. At this time, the captain, 2 vice-captains, and 2 navigators were all gathered in the Guardian's room. They looked at the distant sea through the glass wall, and their faces were all pale. This was because the waves in the distant sea began to rise and rise until they reached the horizon. It was like a tall wall of water that was connected to the clouds. This was the inverted sea wall. It was sucked into the sky by an extremely special cloud wind, and when it fell, its power was so great that it could overturn the sea. What are you afraid of? It's coming. The navigator felt like he was in a dream, and he couldn't help but murmur. It's just an inverted sea wall. As long as we control it in time, we should be able to get through it. One of the vice-captains said. As soon as he finished speaking, more than one inverted sea wall rose from the distance, slapping him in the face. Even if there are so many inverted sea walls, as long as we take this route, we can still find a way to go around them. It was still the same vice-captain. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 nautical miles in front of the cargo ship, another inverted sea wall rose, blocking all the routes of the cargo ship. The vice-captain said, "It's okay, shut up. If you speak again, do you believe that I will throw you out?" Sea Dragon roared. The vice-captain, who had a crow's mouth attribute, silently took a few steps back, wanting to hide behind the others. However, everyone was speechless. Whatever he said, it would happen. They all dodged, afraid that they would be infected by bad luck. Sea Dragon snorted coldly, but didn't punish him. Instead, with a serious expression, he took out an item from a hidden cabinet in the room. It was a transparent glass bottle. The bottle wasn't filled with liquid, but with a very strange white smoke, like a miniature cloud. You should recognize it. This is the floating cloud bottle issued by the higher-ups. Everyone nodded. The floating cloud bottle was a treasure that the shipping company gave to all cargo ships. After using it, it could allow the cargo ship to temporarily float high in the sky to avoid danger. In the past 5 years, this cargo ship hadn't used the floating cloud bottle. However, this time a large number of inverted sea walls appeared. There was no way out, and they could only rely on the floating cloud bottle to seek a chance of survival. Sea Dragon took the floating cloud bottle and walked to the window. He looked at the pitch-black clouds in the sky and sighed heavily. Even with the floating cloud bottle, it's not necessarily safe. This was because they didn't know how high the inverted sea wall was, and whether it exceeded the upper limit of the floating cloud bottle. There could also be lightning and thunder in the clouds. Could the cargo ship pass smoothly? These were all questions that couldn't be considered for the time being. They were all unknown dangers. However, compared to these unknowns, the current danger was more urgent. Therefore, they still had to use the floating cloud bottle. Sea Dragon didn't hesitate. He directly removed the stopper, and a large amount of cloud gas surged out of the bottle. The cloud gas seemed to have its own consciousness and gathered at the bottom of the cargo ship. Like cloud soil, it lifted the cargo ship out of the sea and kept rising into the sky. Soon, they entered the cloud layer. As soon as they arrived, Sea Dragon sensed the activity of the surrounding electric particles. Electric snakes shuttled back and forth in the cloud layer. If these electric snakes hit the cargo ship, all of them would be finished. Therefore, they had no choice but to continue rising. They were lucky. During the process of rising, they didn't encounter any electric snake spying on them. They smoothly passed through the first layer of low clouds. However, what they didn't expect was that even after passing through the first layer of low clouds, they still couldn't see the end of the inverted sea wall in the distance. The inverted sea wall was connected to a higher place. In other words, even at this height, they couldn't avoid the inverted sea wall. They could only continue rising. When they arrived at the second layer of clouds, everyone held their breaths and waited for the moment to pass through the clouds. They successfully passed through the cloud layer, but the cloud gas in the floating cloud bottle was used up. This meant that the cargo ship had reached the upper limit and couldn't continue rising. However, even here, they still couldn't see the end of the inverted sea wall. It's over. This time, it's completely over. Everyone looked at this scene in despair. Some even knelt on the ground with a dazed expression. This time, the inverted sea wall is really going to fall. Even the island whale will be smashed into meat paste. Not to mention their cargo ship, it would definitely be smashed into pieces. Sea Dragon's face was also pale. He was no longer thinking about the safety of the cargo ship, but his own safety. He had a flying vehicle, so he should be able to fly to a higher place to avoid the inverted sea wall. However, as a level 2 apprentice, his mana wasn't enough to support him flying in the Devil Sea, so he still needed to land. In the past, he could rest and meditate on cargo ships, but if the cargo ship was destroyed, he didn't know if he could leave alive. Lord Sea Dragon, what should we do now? Everyone looked at Sea Dragon, pinning their hopes on the only extraordinary. Sea Dragon didn't speak. He silently walked to the side and pulled down the magic carpet that was hanging on the wall. The magic carpet was his flying vehicle. The others also knew about this, so when they saw Sea Dragon's actions, they understood the seriousness of the matter. If even the Guardian couldn't solve it, they might really be finished. The magic carpet can carry 4 people at most. I can take you all away. Sea Dragon looked at everyone. There are 5 of you now, which means that one of you will have to stay on this ship. You choose yourselves, or I'll choose. Even if you choose, don't think that you'll have an easy time. Because even if you leave now, there's no guarantee that you'll survive. Sea Dragon threw this fatal multiple-choice question at them. Everyone looked at each other and fell silent. They were all comrades, but when it came to a matter of life and death, they were completely dumbfounded. There's no time for you to waste. If you don't have a result in half a minute, I'll choose. Sea Dragon looked at the turbulent wall in the distance and scolded. At this moment, the captain walked out. I've worked on this cargo ship for 20 years. I've already seen it as my home. Since my home has been destroyed, what's the point of living? I'll stay. The others were silent. Sea Dragon looked deeply at the captain. All right, you stay. The rest of you, get ready and leave with me. Sea Dragon waved gently, and the magic carpet was spread out on the ground, indicating for everyone to get on. Just when the magic carpet was full and Sea Dragon was about to bring the others out of the cargo ship, a ray of light suddenly flashed in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a dreamy flying ship with flowing lights and vibrant colors appear in the sky. This flying ship with a starry sky as a veil flew over from afar and slowly stopped right above them. The others couldn't see the situation inside the flying ship, but as an apprentice, Sea Dragon could clearly feel that there was a terrifyingly strong person on the flying ship. His gaze swept past them. Furthermore, the other party's gaze was locked onto Sea Dragon. This kind of gaze that could make one's skin tremble definitely came from an official magus. Sea Dragon was very clear how terrifying an official magus was. Moreover, most official magi had bad tempers. Being targeted by an official magus, the probability of bad luck was extremely high. Was it a case of a house leaking and then a rainstorm? They had just escaped one calamity, and now they had to enter the second calamity. Sea Dragon was in despair. It's coming down, it's coming down. The flying ship is coming down. The 2 navigators at the side exclaimed. Sea Dragon also raised his head in fear. Indeed, he saw that dreamy flying ship slowly descending from the sky. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The flying ship only stopped when it was about 10 meters away from them. Sea Dragon secretly glanced at the person on the flying ship. It was a young man wearing a loose robe, lazily leaning against the chair. His somewhat messy red hair was carelessly placed in front of his forehead. Coupled with his somewhat listless golden eyes, he gave off a feeling of world-weary laziness. Sea Dragon did not dare to look at him too much. He only looked at him respectfully and lowered his head. He searched through the database in his mind and was sure that he had never seen this person before. However, it was also possible that this person was in disguise. These humans can actually fly while sitting on a blanket? A crisp and childish voice sounded from the flying ship. Sea Dragon secretly glanced at it and found that it was a hand that was hanging on the young man's back. A hand could actually talk? While Sea Dragon was still in shock, the young man spoke again. "Oh my God, am I seeing things? That ship is so big. Such a big ship can fly in the sky? Scary. Damn it, compared to Gondola, we've lost." Sea Dragon was speechless. Was this mockery or the truth? It was obvious who had lost just by looking at the appearance. Everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. The only one who dared to speak was the chattering hand. "All right, if you speak any more, I'll keep you locked up," the young man said. "There's no fireplace here, I can still lock you up without a fireplace. Do you want to try?" "Fine," the hand muttered. Hand murmured in an aggrieved voice, "I was just speaking the truth. We lost in the first place." "Shut up," the young man snapped. The hand stopped talking. Sea Dragon on the magic carpet heaved a sigh of relief. Although the hand's words were ignorant, from a certain perspective, they were being roasted on a fire. However, although the hand calmed down, it did not completely calm down. This was because it jumped onto the magic carpet and circled around it like a patrolling general. It even sized up the people on the magic carpet. Faced with this strange hand, no one dared to move or make a sound. "This blanket is quite comfortable. It's soft and warm. It's much better than Gondola." Sea Dragon was speechless. "Please stop talking. Dankros, restrain your flames," the young man on the flying ship shouted. The others all looked at the hand, only to see that the hand that was rolling on the magic carpet was surrounded by flames. There was a scorched hole in the carpet under its body. After being shouted at, Dankros came back to his senses in a daze. However, at this moment, the hole in the carpet had already begun to expand. Before Dankros could react, he fell from the scorched hole. He landed on the balcony of the top floor of the ship. As for the flying magic carpet, there was a hole in it, and it lost some of its ability to fly. With a series of exclamations, everyone fell down one after another. "Idiot, I'll lock you up when we get back," the young man cursed and jumped down from the flying ship. At this moment, everyone else was dumbfounded. Only Sea Dragon was trembling. Sea Dragon had already guessed that this hand was a fire elemental creature. The fire released unconsciously could burn through the magic carpet, which showed how powerful it was. Even 10 of Sea Dragon would not be enough to burn it. Sea Dragon was powerless against this hand. Moreover, there was an even more powerful official magus. In front of them was the inverted sea wall, behind them was a fire elemental creature and an official magus. In addition, their magic carpet had been destroyed. Were they really going to die here? "Are you all okay?" Angor glared at Dangros as he looked at his fallen companions. We're fine." Sea Dragon shook his head. They were only 3 or 4 meters above the ground when they left the ship, so they weren't hurt. "My friend is too naughty. I'll teach him a lesson when we get back." Angor picked Dankros up to prevent him from causing more damage. Sea Dragon didn't dare to answer. "It's nothing." Angor knew what the dragon was thinking, but he didn't say anything. He glanced at the magic carpet on the balcony, which already had a hole in it, and then looked at the floating airship in the sky. He began to think. Interesting design. Vaporize the cloud particles. When they come into contact with the primal mana outside, they will quickly expand and hold up a certain amount of mass. Angor quickly saw through the reason why the ship was floating in the air. The design of the cloud gas cylinder wasn't perfect, but Angor appreciated how it could be used in daily life to serve ordinary people. He paused and looked at Sea Dragon, the only supernatural on the ship. "Did you fly the ship to avoid it?" Angor pointed at the towering overturned sea wall in the distance. Sea Dragon nodded without hesitation and told Angor about the ship, as well as the shipping company behind it. Bluestag family is behind Bluetongue Shipping Company. Angor considered. Is it the Lorembier family? Sea Dragon quickly nodded. He told Angor who he was, hoping that Angor wouldn't give them a hard time. Lorembier family also owns a shipping company at Devil's Water, Angor muttered to himself. Devil's Water was dangerous, but it was also full of treasures and all kinds of strange sea creatures. No wonder Lorembier family wanted to get a share of the loot. Lorembier was a supernatural city located at Deer Isle. It wasn't as famous as Floating Mech City, but it wasn't much worse than Floating Mech City. Lorraine Bell was currently the largest place for supernatural creatures to interact with each other in the southern region. There were 36 wizard bazaars all over the southern region, and the ancient river beach was one of them. It was also because of Lorember's support that the ancient riverbank was able to produce the famous series of journals, Where Are the Magical Beasts? And Where Are the Magical Treasures? However, under the bright exterior, there was also a dark side that was so dense that it could not be dissolved. The reason why Lorraine had become a huge city in such a short period of time was not because of the exchange of transcendent creatures, but because of the gray area of the slave market. Compared to Floating Mech City, the Supreme Cult preferred Supernatural City to Lorembier because of the large number of smuggled otherworldly slaves being sold in the city. Angor knew about Lorembel's situation, but he had never been there before. The information flashed in his mind, and he quickly calmed down. He understood Hai Long's intention in reporting this information, but he didn't want to do anything to them, so he naturally didn't care about their background. Since you all flew into the sky to avoid the sea-reversing wall, how about this? Angor considered. I'll take care of the sea-reversing wall for you. Think of it as an apology for Dankr's recklessness. After all, it destroyed your magic carpet. Hai Long was about to say no need, but when he heard Angor's words, he stopped. If Angor could really take care of the sea-reversing wall, Hai Long would be willing to give up everything he had, let alone a magic carpet. After all, getting back alive was the most important thing. Angor didn't mind Hai Long's reaction. He reached out a hand and waved. Something enormous and formless appeared around the ship. Soling, I'll leave the sea-reversing wall to you, Angor spoke to the air. Hai Long didn't hear any response. However, he sensed that the enormous formless object had disappeared. While trying to figure out what it was, Hai Long suddenly heard a huge gust of wind coming from behind. Out of instinct, he looked back and saw a large silhouette appearing on the horizon. The silhouette had a streamlined shape and was glowing with a faint green light. It hovered in the air, absorbing the wind elements around it. That was where the gust of wind came from. When the absorption reached a certain critical point, the black wind, which could be seen with the naked eye, was gently pushed away by the black wind that looked like a thick black fog. At first, the speed was slow, but after a second or two, the hurricane cluster was like a fuse that lit a fire. It exploded with astonishing speed and directly charged towards the huge inverted sea wall. Compared to the sea-reversing wall, the gust of wind looked like nothing. It was like hitting an adult with an orange. In Hai Long's opinion, it wouldn't work. However, the real situation was out of everyone's expectations. After the dark wind cluster rushed into the inverted sea wall, it immediately disappeared, but after 2 to 3 seconds, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from within the inverted sea wall. The wall of water that connected the sky and the sea turned into countless droplets of water that scattered in all directions. Even Hai Long's face was covered in water. When Hai Long wiped his cheeks and looked forward again, he found that the inverted sea wall that blocked their path had disappeared. The path ahead was clear. It really disappeared. What was that just now? I think I saw a big green bird. Why do I feel like that was a flying whale that can turn invisible? The sea-reversing wall is gone. Are we safe? Hearing the whispers, Hai Long regained his senses and bowed to Angor with gratitude. Thank you, sir. The others quickly knelt down and thanked Angor as well. Angor waved a hand, and a force lifted everyone up. He ignored the surprised looks and looked at Hai Long. I have another reason for coming here. Please, sir. Hai Long didn't dare to ignore Angor's serious look. Angor considered for a moment. It's nothing important. I just want to know how to get to Sidro Mist Island. Yes, Angor came here to ask for directions. After all, it was normal to get lost at Devil's Water. Hai Long didn't expect Angor to come here just to ask for directions. As a guardian, Hai Long rarely paid attention to navigation, so he could only look at the navigator. The navigator quickly stood up and bowed. Sir Wizard, we need to go this way to reach Sidro Mist Island. It took the navigator about 5 minutes to tell Angor the exact location and possible landmarks along the way. Angor finally nodded in understanding. At the same time, Dully also flew over from the distance. Angor nodded to Hai Long. I've done what I came here for. Time to go. With that, Angor leaped into the air, jumped onto gondola, and disappeared into the horizon with Dully's help. Sea Dragon watched as Angor left. When Angor was no longer in sight, it turned around and looked at Angor. And then he froze. Not only was Hai Long stunned, everyone else looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. All of the inverted seawalls had disappeared. Although the sea was still churning, with wave after wave, without the inverted seawalls, it was nothing. The thick dark clouds in the sky began to disperse, revealing a ring-shaped hole in the center of the clouds. The hole kept expanding, allowing sunlight to shine through. The sea was now filled with golden light. It only took a few minutes for the invisible creature to break through all the sea-flipping walls. That's scary. Is this the power of a wizard? The speaker stole a glance at Hai Long. Compared to Hai Long, the lazy-looking young man looked like a bottomless pit. Hai Long didn't want to compare himself with Angor right now. He was still thinking about the invisible creature. If I'm not mistaken, that's a wind-type creature. To be able to break the inverted seawalls, it has to be a wizard at least. That red-haired young man can help an elemental creature reach the level of a wizard. I can't underestimate him. Maybe he's already a truth-finder. But a truth-finder wizard shouldn't be unknown, right? Hai Long shook his head. Maybe the young man was hiding his face. That was the only possibility he could think of. As for the specifics, Hai Long would have to go back to Lorenbel and ask about it. That beautiful flying boat and the hand called Dankros. He wondered if he could find out the other party's identity with this information. While Hai Long pondered, Angor was sitting on his gondola and staring at Dankros with a pair of cold eyes. Dankros also realized that he had gone too far. He was now lying on the table, trembling in fear. Do you know what you did wrong? Dankros nodded with a wronged expression. What do you mean by wronged? Angor raised an eyebrow. If you want to live in the human world, you need to learn how to behave. This isn't the fire domain. You don't have Magoo or a bunch of minions to support you. Dankros pursed his lips. I have you, don't I? Angor didn't know what to say. You have me this time. What if you don't have me next time? Do you want to stay in the tidal realm forever? Even if you don't leave, humans will come looking for you in the future. You'll offend them and burn their belongings. Do you think you can still get away? Angor lectured Dankros seriously. Dankros didn't really listen at first. Maybe it was because of Angor's serious expression. He slowly stopped fooling around and listened carefully. Several minutes later, Angor finished his lecture. He then snapped his fingers and created an illusion around Dankros. Angor said that he was going to be confined, so he couldn't go back on his words. Since he didn't have a fireplace, he had to create one with an illusion. Dankros didn't struggle and stayed inside the illusion. Angor sighed in relief. When he was teaching Dankros, it reminded him of how he had taught Toby. Toby used to be very willful in the beginning. Greya spoiled him so much that he almost got himself killed at the Twilight auction. However, as time went by, Toby became more restrained. Also, after the awakening of the griffin and the serpent bird, Toby became more mature. Toby was still arrogant, but that was only because of his personality. He didn't do anything reckless anymore. For some reason, Angor felt a little nostalgic. Did I become a masochist? Angor shook his head with a chuckle and decided not to think about it. Gondola was flying in the sky, surrounded by clouds of various colors. Below them was the rolling sea. Angor couldn't help but think of the time when he went to Brute Cavern with Nausicaa and the others. Back then, they also traveled through clouds and above Devil's Water. The only difference was that they rode a cloud whale. Now, Angor was riding gondola alone. thinking about Nausicaa. Angor couldn't help but sigh again. Leaving the land of revelation for Devil's Water was something he didn't expect. At first, he didn't consider the altar as something important at all. He only did some research out of boredom. But now that Nausicaa was involved, he couldn't just let it go like it was nothing. After all, Nausicaa was one of his best friends. Back at Floating Mech City, Angor respected Nausicaa's decision and didn't interfere. But that didn't mean he wasn't worried about her. Now that Angor knew that Nausicaa was in danger, he could not just sit back and do nothing. When Iron Granny asked him what he should do, he chose to go to the Mist Zone without hesitation. Angor checked the time. It had been almost a day since he left the Land of Revelation. According to the navigator, there was still some distance to reach Sidro Mist Island, and Nausicaa's situation was still unknown. The more time they wasted, the more dangerous it would be for Nausicaa. Gondola was already very fast under Valurium's control, but Angor still wasn't satisfied. He considered for a moment and took Toby out of his pocket. For the rest of the journey, Angor switched between different forms. From time to time, Toby would transform into a griffin and fly forward using the sequence of gravity. When he couldn't maintain his griffin form, he would jump into the sea and transform into a serpentine bird. When he got tired, he would use the sequence of gravity in his soul to fly away. Before sunset, Angor finally saw the outpost at the edge of the Mist Zone, Sidro Mist Island. Once there, Angor hopped onto Gondola again. They crossed the island and arrived at the northernmost point. Using the tracks left behind by Cindy, Angor finally found the way to the Mist Zone. After flying across the vast sea, Angor finally arrived at Devil's Water, the Mist Zone. And as soon as Angor entered the zone, he immediately sensed something different from the outside world. The fog was everywhere, and it completely covered the entire area. It didn't look like much, but it was actually a natural illusion. Not only did it block one's vision, but it would also mislead one's sense of direction. Also, there seemed to be an invisible magnetic field in the area, which could affect the direction of a compass. Because of this, if an ordinary person were to barge into the fog zone, unless they were extremely lucky, just the fog alone could cause them to be lost in this sea area forever. Besides, there was more than just fog in this zone. Angor had to lower his flying altitude and fly close to the surface of the sea since his vision was greatly reduced. He could clearly see shadows moving under the surface of the sea. Most of them were gigantic sea monsters that were rarely seen in the outside world. For example, Angor could see a shadow below Gondola. How big was it? Angor couldn't even see the end of it with his naked eyes. Even the giant cargo ship from Blue Tongue Shipping wasn't as big as this one. The huge sea beast that had been on the surface of the sea suddenly floated up to the surface. Strangle Ray. Angor recognized the creature by looking at its back. Strangle Rays had giant butterfly wings. Like skates, but their tails were covered with hundreds of slippery tentacles, just like the tentacles of the myriapod family. The Strangle Ray was described in 3 pages of Where to Find Strange Creatures, and the author of the book said that it was a monster that was becoming rarer and rarer by the day, and it would probably go extinct in the near future. Yet here it was, right in front of Angor's eyes. From here, Angor could see a small part of the sea monster in this zone. While Angor was observing, the Strangle Ray also noticed Gondola above. It dove into the sea and revealed the tentacles on its tail. The tentacles were dozens of meters long and looked like sharp whips. They broke through the air barrier and reached Gondola. In just a few seconds, Gondola was surrounded by 3 tentacles. Strangle Rays were called Strangle Rays because of their strangle. This was the perfect example of how the Strangle Ray used to bind Gondola like a rope. The Strangler Ray only needed to exert a little force, and any bound ship would be torn apart. Once the humans on the ship fell into the water, the Strangler Ray would open its mouth and swallow these snacks after a meal. Unfortunately, Strangle Ray's invincible strangulation technique failed to work. He didn't need to do anything himself. Instead, Swiftwater created several wind blades and sent them at the disgusting tentacles covered in slime. Windblade was one of the earliest defensive cantrips that elemental apprentices could learn. Its damage wasn't considered high. Even the enhanced Crescent Windblade's damage was mediocre. However, this kind of extremely ordinary wind blade, when used by Su Ling, was extremely shocking. That hissing sound, as well as the constantly twisting air around the wind blade, seemed to be able to directly cut through spatial barriers. Angor believed that any unprepared wizard without a bloodline would be cut in half by such a wind blade. Even an official magus would find it hard to face it head-on, let alone the tentacles of the strangle ray, which weren't that hard. As expected, the wind blades directly cut the tentacles into several pieces and threw them high into the sky, like a rain of blood falling down. I can't waste them. Angor quickly summoned 3 hands of spell to collect the tentacles. The tentacles of a strangle ray were supernatural materials, which could be easily transplanted. However, the tentacles had too many shortcomings and could be replaced with many organs, so transplanting them was unnecessary. Wizards usually collected the tentacles to use for cooking, or to extract essence blood to make potions. Strangle rays were rare sea creatures that were about to go extinct. Collecting their tentacles might come in handy in the future. After cutting off the tentacles, Swiftwater sent a message to Angor, asking if they should keep attacking and kill the strangle ray. Angor glanced at the strangle ray that was still baring its fangs and shook his head. Nah, it's not necessary. It wasn't because the strangle ray was about to go extinct, nor was it because the materials were not important. It was just that, he had nowhere to put them. His bracelet was already full. Even if he didn't have enough mana, he couldn't store such a large sea creature. His exile space could, but it required constant mana input. It wasn't worth it for a strangle ray. More importantly, Angor didn't really need any of the strangle ray's materials. If not, he could always ask Greya to cook him a good meal and try something new. As for the other parts of the strangle ray, he had plenty of replacements. Killing them would be a waste. Of course, if he had a sorcerer's garden or a more stable space, he would have a different choice. Unfortunately, he didn't have any of those. Since he had already decided to let the strangle ray go, Angor didn't want to waste any more time on it. He ordered Swiftwater to pick up speed and left the strangle ray behind in a few seconds. Along the way, they encountered many sea beasts. Angor didn't care about them since they couldn't catch up anyway. However, it was worth mentioning that more than half of the sea beasts that he encountered harbored great hostility toward Gondola. He now understood why the Mist Zone was called the Forbidden Zone. Not only were the sea creatures here huge, but they also came in large numbers. They were also very aggressive. Plus, they could easily get lost in the mist. Even a supernatural would die here, let alone a mortal. Just like the strangle ray he encountered earlier. If the strangle ray's tentacles landed on a shipping company's cargo ship, it could easily kill everyone on board. No wonder people who wandered around the sea were terrified when they heard about the Mist Zone. If Nausicaa runs into these sea creatures... Angor stopped himself from thinking too much. He didn't know where Nausicaa was right now. He had to find Reynolds first and worry about the rest later. After flying for a while, the mist around them grew thicker. Visibility is less than 10 meters, Angor muttered. I've never turned around since I left the northern end of Sidro Fog Island. This should be the first coordinate, Angor muttered to himself. Using this as a guide, it was much easier to find Cindy. Angor quickly determined the direction he needed to go. Instead of using Gondola, he patted Toby's shoulder. I'll leave the rest of the journey to you. Toby nodded and leaped into the air, transforming into a snakebird. The winged blood-red python fell directly into the sea. Angor asked Dankros to enter the purification field, put away Gondola, and landed on the serpentine bird's back with Swiftwater. Let's go. The snakebird dived into the sea without any hesitation. With its graceful and elegant body, it moved quickly in the water. With the help of the sequence of gravity, sea currents, and Swiftwater, the serpentine bird's speed was unimaginable. Everything looked normal, but any sea creature that got too close to the serpentine bird would explode into minced meat. While traveling under the sea, Angor truly saw the other side of the sea. He was already surprised by the sea creatures he saw on the surface. Now, he saw a playground for sea creatures under the sea. Or rather, it was a carnival of sea creatures. Sea creatures of different sizes were everywhere. It was a terrifying sight to behold. If it had been an ordinary person or some apprentice adept, they would have been scared to death. The sea creatures in the area seemed to treat the serpentine bird as one of their own. They didn't dare to enter their territory. Of course, there were some who tried to provoke them. However, before they could attack, the serpentine bird would already be dozens of kilometers away. These were the luckiest ones. Some unlucky sea creatures got in the serpentine bird's way and had their bodies pierced through before they could react. And there were more than one such sea creature. According to Angwar's estimation, the serpentine bird had already eaten the intestines of more than 10 sea creatures in less than 3 minutes. The glowing scales on the serpentine bird's body looked even redder than before. About 5 minutes later, Angwar told Toby to slow down. They were already very close to the target, and Toby was about to reach his limit. Negative emotions such as jealousy, vanity, and hatred were starting to appear around him. These emotions would affect both Angwar and Toby. One wrong move and Toby would go out of control. This was one of the signs that Toby had yet to fully master the serpentine bird form. After slowing down, Toby began to swim toward the target at a normal speed. According to Angwar's estimation, it would only take them a few minutes to reach the reef area where Cindy and the others were. When they were moving toward the target, Angwar felt something on his arm. He looked back and saw Dangro silently reaching out his hand from his cloak. "You're shaking like a sieve. Now you dare to come out?" Angwar joked. Dangro still looked a little scared. Mr. Toby, when he turned into a serpent, his aura was really scary. And there were so many giant monsters just now. That was why Dangros didn't even dare to show his head just now. Good. There aren't so many monsters here. Dangros rubbed his mouth with his ring finger and sighed in relief. Angwar was amused by Dangros' reaction, but he soon realized something. Wait, it's much quieter around here. Angwar scanned his surroundings. Apart from some small fishes, he didn't see a single sea creature. Something was wrong. Angwar wouldn't have cared if they weren't in the mist zone. But after experiencing the monster feast earlier, he didn't dare to look at this area as normal. There was no sea creature in the depth of the mist zone. This was definitely not normal. There were only 3 common reasons why there were no sea creatures here. First, they couldn't come here. This was obviously wrong. There were no obstacles around here. If the serpentine bird could reach here, so could other sea creatures. Second, they didn't want to come. Usually, sea creatures wouldn't want to come here if they couldn't find food. But this wasn't the case. This area looked quite rich. There were plenty of fish, shellfish, shrimp, and so on. Apart from these 2 possibilities, there was only one last one left. They didn't dare to come here. Normally speaking, sea creatures had their own territories. Invading another sea creature's territory was bound to cause conflict. For this reason, many weaker sea creatures would follow this rule and try not to enter another sea creature's territory to avoid becoming food for others. If this was the case, the reason why there were no sea creatures around here was most likely because this was the territory of a very powerful sea creature. Angwar recalled Cindy's words. They saw a giant sea creature about 100 meters long roaming around the reef area. Philo even fought it once. Could the sea beast that Xianxia was talking about be the powerful sea beast in this area of the sea? As he pondered, he suddenly heard a buzzing noise coming from somewhere. It sounded very distant, and it carried a sense of vicissitudes of life. Angwar also noticed that all the fishes and shrimps in the area were running away in fear. The lush underwater world was suddenly turned into a cold and desolate place. Even though the sound came from far away, the buzzing sound passed through the purifying force field that was separated by water and still caused his ears to ring. So I was right. This is the territory of that giant sea creature, Angwar muttered. The serpent bird below suddenly hissed again. Hiss. 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 Although the sound was very low, it was like a sharp awl, piercing through the buzzing sound. Angwar looked at Toby and saw the serpentine bird's crimson eyes showing a hint of madness. It was obvious that Toby was being influenced by the sea creature. The negative emotions that made up the serpentine bird's nature were slowly taking over its mind. Otherwise, with Toby's cautious personality, there was no way he would fight against an unknown, powerful sea beast at this moment. Toby. While calling Toby's name, he put his hand on Toby's crown and sent a gentle energy into the creature's head like a bucket of cold water. Soon, the madness in Toby's eyes was suppressed, and he regained his clarity. We're very close to our destination now. Turn back and we'll fly there, Angor sent a voice transmission to Toby. Toby nodded shyly. It seemed that Toby also remembered what happened earlier. The serpentine bird's body began to shrink until it turned into a small seabird. Angor caught Toby in his arms and looked into the distance. The buzzing noise was getting louder and louder. Clearly, the serpentine bird's hissing attracted the creature's attention. Angor also sensed a hint of anger in the creature's voice, which was understandable considering the creature's point of view. A demonic creature had entered their home, and this demonic creature was even provoking them. This was something that they could not tolerate. Let's go. Angor didn't plan to fight. He didn't come here to waste time with these sea creatures anyway. With that, Angor leaped out of the water and floated in the air. Because of the loud buzzing sound, the surrounding fog had dispersed by quite a bit. Standing high up in the sky, they could vaguely see a huge shadow swimming towards them from afar. The shadow under the water was moving so fast that it stirred up waves everywhere. The sound of waves and the roar of the sea monster merged together. As the noise grew louder, so did the pressure. What the hell is that thing? Why is it so big? I think it's bigger than Guleda. Dangros poked his head out of the water and looked down at the shadow below. Angor didn't know who Guleda was at first. It took him a while to remember that Guleda was the giant lava whale from the fire territory. Angor took a closer look and found that the shadow was indeed bigger than the lava whale. Apart from the light and refraction effects, the shadow was at least 100 meters long. Still, it was not as big as an island whale or a cloud whale. Don't be so surprised. There are creatures over 1,000 meters long at Devil's Water too, Angor said in a small voice. 1,000 meters? Dangor's drooping eyes instantly widened. He had never seen such a huge creature, even in the tidal realm. Brood Cavern has a cloud whale that's over 1,000 meters long. I'll show it to you later. With that, Angor turned around and flew toward the coordinates. As for the monster under the water, he didn't need to worry about it. Since they weren't far from their destination, Angor didn't bother using his gondola. Instead, he asked Speed Spirit to carry him there. About 2 minutes later, Angor saw the surface of the water below him diverging into several whirlpools. According to Cindy's description, there were many whirlpools of different sizes around the reef island they were on due to the constant flow of the ocean currents. Seeing a whirlpool meant that they were not far from their destination. As expected, Angor followed the center of the whirlpool, and he soon saw several dark gray reefs sticking out of the water. He saw the light of a bonfire on one of the largest reefs. Without hesitation, Angor landed on the reefs. Several people came to greet him as soon as he landed. It was Cindy who stood at the front of the group. Who are you? Sinclair stared at Angor for a while before he spoke again. This was the first time Cindy saw Angor in his red-haired, golden-eyed form. Before Angor could answer, a familiar chuckle came from behind Sinclair. Who else could it be? Angor, the only one who's here at this hour. Cindy and his friends looked at each other and bowed. Mr. Pat. Angor nodded and walked to Cindy's side. He then looked at the gray-haired old man who was sitting lazily not far away. Why is Wizard Ness here? Angor wondered. It was Ness who warned Cindy about Angor's presence. Ness waved his hand and said listlessly, I didn't want to come either, but Dodoro came online not long after you went offline. Originally, Dodoro came online to help John's Tree developers make a new prediction. However, since he logged off last time in Ness's attic, this time he appeared right in front of Ness. When Iron Granny saw Dodoro, she decided to reveal some information about the Misty Zone to Dodoro. She wanted to see if Dodoro could make another prophecy. And then? What did Dodoro see? Angor was curious. Ness let out a long sigh. He didn't see anything, but he said something to Granny. Dodoro pointed at Ness. Maybe he should go check it out. And so, Ness came here. I asked him why he asked me to come, but he didn't tell me. Ness looked at Angor with glowing eyes. Can you come online and ask him for me? Maybe he didn't tell you because he doesn't know why, Angor said. But I don't think he asked you to come here for no reason. Maybe there's something you need here, and it's your destiny? That's what Granny thought. That's why I came here, Ness muttered. If I'm wrong, I'm going to ask Dodoro for compensation. Ness murmured in a low voice. Compensation? Angor looked at Ness with a puzzled look. You think the plane passageway doesn't cost money? All the materials used to open the plane passageway came from my own pocket, Ness said with a pained expression. Angor was quite close to Devil's Water, so he could fly here directly. But he couldn't. If he wanted to get here as fast as possible, he had to use the plane passageway. Angor simply shook his head and chuckled at Ness' antics. Enough about that. Where's Reynolds? After some small talk, Angor cut to the chase. Ness stepped aside and revealed a bonfire nearby. He's over there. They saw a soul sitting cross-legged on a rock opposite the bonfire. This soul had its back facing the crowd as it looked at the distant sea in silence. Looking at the familiar figure, Angor was sure that it was Reynolds. He didn't know what happened to Reynolds, but the carefree Reynolds he saw at the Brocade Pavilion was now looking very sad. Angor walked toward Reynolds to talk to him. However, before he could reach Reynolds, a buzzing sound came from the sea not far away. It's that monster from the mist. Why is it here again? Quick, 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 get down. What are you doing? It's not like yesterday when there's only 4 of us. Yeah, we have 2 misters here. That monster won't be a problem. The apprentices were ready to bury themselves in the bonfire and lie on the ground. However, when they realized that they were in the presence of Angor and Ness, they quickly pulled their ostrich heads out of the ground and became arrogant. Ignoring the apprentices, Angor and Ness both turned around and looked at the source of the buzzing noise. I didn't think it'd be so persistent, Angor muttered. Did that sea beast follow you here? What's going on? Angor didn't hide anything and told Ness about what happened in the sea. I see. Ness didn't mind. If it's coming, we'll just kill it. Angor had the same idea. He avoided the monster not because he was afraid, but because he didn't want to waste time. Besides, he didn't have enough space to store a corpse. But if the monster insisted on chasing them, they would just kill it. With that in mind, Angor and Ness stood on the rock and looked at the sea in silence, waiting for the monster to show up. Once they moved, they would be rewarded. The buzzing noise was getting closer and closer. Waves came one after another. White water bubbles flew around the edge of the rock. About 3 minutes later, a black shadow dashed out of the misty sea. The other apprentices couldn't see it yet, but Angor and Ness already saw it. Get ready. As soon as Ness finished speaking, an aura of death invisible to the naked eye began to seep into the surrounding waters. Under the influence of the aura of death, the skeletons slumbering in the sea shook off the seaweed on their bodies and swam towards the surface of the sea. Before the awakened skeletons could leave the sea, the black shadow suddenly screeched and flew into the sky. Yes, it flew into the sky. Both Angor and Ness were able to see the monster's true appearance. It was a giant monster covered in purple minerals. Its head looked like a bird's, and the crown on its head was made up of several glowing purple gems. Its streamlined body was also covered in dark purple minerals. While flying in the sky, one could clearly see that its wings, which looked like fins under the sea, were made of pure purple crystals. Not only did they cover the sky, but they also shone with a mysterious and elegant purple light. Even more strangely, the mineral substance did not diminish its beauty at all. Its entire body seemed to have been meticulously carved by the heavens. It was a work of art that excelled nature. It was the first time Angor saw such a mysterious and beautiful monster. Mr. Philo fought it under the sea. I didn't see what it looked like back then. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. Is this the time to call it beautiful? You're messing with me again. I'm not messing with you. We shouldn't be looking at its appearance. Didn't you see its wings? This sea beast can actually fly. An apprentice's voice reached Angor's ears. He was also surprised by the monster's ability to fly. He had seen many amphibious monsters before, but he had never seen anything that could fly. Only the cloud whale could compare to such a huge monster. What kind of monster was this? It looked more like a bird. Could it really be called a sea monster? Angor looked at Ness to see if the man knew what the monster was. However, Ness wasn't paying attention to Angor at all. Instead, he was staring at the purple beast in the sky. Why is it here? He mumbled to himself. What is it? Angor was curious. Do you know it, Wizard Ness? Ness did not answer. Instead, he took out a magic scroll from his storage space, tore open the seal, and activated the magic array inside. In an instant, an invisible energy enveloped everyone. Angor sensed that it was a scroll that could reduce one's presence. It was not as effective as the infinite reticence on his bracelet, but it had the ability to hide light and shadow. Moreover, it could cover a group of people, which made it one of the most valuable scrolls. Did Nessie think that they couldn't defeat the sea monster by tearing up such a precious magic scroll? Angor was very confused. I'll explain later. Let me withdraw my energy first. Ness closed his eyes and retracted all the death aura he used to summon the skeletons in the sea. The rampaging skeletons in the sea once again fell into eternal slumber. Ness opened his eyes and spoke to Angor and the other apprentices, try not to touch it. We can't afford to offend this thing. Angor did not ask why. He pointed at the sky and said, it's too late for that. It's coming for us. Even a scroll can't hide from it. Ness raised his head. As expected, the purple beast's red eyes were staring at the reef island with malice. Apart from the two official magi, everyone else felt a chill run down their spines when its gaze swept past them. It's on to us, Cindy whispered when she sensed the monster's evil gaze. Under such circumstances, it was absolutely useless to rely on external concealment to avoid the attack. Everyone looked at Ness to see what he had to say. Ness also felt a headache coming on. If he was not mistaken, this monster must be related to the legendary one. If they really tried to attack it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Also, the monster did not look strong at the moment. Who knew if it would have other unexpected abilities like that monster, but it seemed that they had no choice but to fight it. Ness fell silent for a moment before glancing at Cindy. Are you sure that Philo fought with it before? Cindy nodded. I'm sure. 4 days ago, Master Philo fought with it underwater. Back then, the waves were dozens of meters high. Did Philo get hurt? Did this magical creature cause any trouble for you? Ness asked again. Mr. Philo suffered some superficial wounds, but nothing serious. He only told us not to provoke the monster. It did wander around the area once, but it didn't notice us. Then you guys are pretty lucky, Ness added casually. Cindy glanced at Reynolds, who was standing not far away from them. Reynolds was still staring at them blankly, as if he did not know what was going on. Cindy shook her head and looked at Ness again. Mr. Ness, what should we do now? What else can we do? We have to fight. Take care of yourselves when the fight starts. Angor and I will lure it away. Ness paused for a moment. Try not to use any deadly skills. You can hurt it, but don't kill it. Why? Ness sighed, I can't be sure either, but you can just assume that this guy has an incredibly powerful backer behind him. If we attack it, we might bring disaster upon ourselves. As they spoke, the purple monster circling above them began to release a powerful pressure. The apprentices were the first to succumb to the pressure. Their faces all turned pale. Angor and Ness were fine, but they also put away their relaxed expressions. The monster's power was not to be underestimated, and they needed to be careful. Get ready, Ness said in a soft voice. Angor nodded. Just as they were getting ready to lure the giant purple beast away, the situation suddenly changed. The purple beast was about to pounce on them, but at this moment, it suddenly turned its head and looked in a certain direction. There seemed to be flames dancing in its calm eyes. Then, it jumped into the sea without a care and swam quickly into the distance. Everyone was still puzzled when the monster disappeared from their sight. Why did it leave? Did something happen in that direction? But what was it that could make it take this matter so seriously? Although I don't know what happened, this can be considered a lucky thing. The fat acolyte let out a long sigh of relief. Yeah. We avoided it twice in the last 2 encounters. We're lucky, another female apprentice nodded. At this moment, Cindy and the cloaked apprentice looked at Reynolds, who was not far away from them, in silence. Angor followed their gazes and looked at the silent Reynolds. He recalled Nausicaa's comment about Reynolds back in Floating Mech City. Lucky kid. John's comeback. Angor also saw how lucky John was when he was the judge of the Rising Star competition. Was it really because of John's luck? Top point. Angor looked at Reynolds from head to toe and noticed that the man's soul was quite pure, without any impurities. Compared to other people's souls, Reynolds' soul was still full of vitality. What are you looking at? Angor had been staring at Reynolds since the monster left, which piqued Ness' curiosity. I'm wondering if Reynolds has something that increases his luck, said Angor. Ness chuckled and shook his head. Of course not. I checked Reynolds' soul as soon as I arrived. Ness gestured at his eyes. Nothing can escape my eyes as long as it's inside my soul. I don't think there's anything strange in Reynolds' soul, let alone something that increases his luck. Cindy also overheard their conversation. She whispered, Lord Ness, could it be that Reynolds was born with luck? You think so too? You think that it's because of his luck that the magical creature left? Ness asked doubtfully. Cindy hesitated for a moment before nodding. That sea beast came here once before, and we saw it swimming towards us with our own eyes. However, it swam halfway and left again. Ness was somewhat surprised. There's such a thing? On the other side, the fat apprentice pondered for a moment and said, I also thought of something. Ever since we took Reynolds with us, we haven't encountered any more storms. Before that, we've been encountering all kinds of terrible weather events in this area. Cindy nodded in agreement. That's right, when we met Reynolds, Master Philo said that he was quite lucky. Reynolds had been wandering around in the mist this entire time without encountering any attacks. As the events were recounted one by one, everyone began to recall the details that they had not paid attention to before. None of them seemed to be a problem. But when all of them were connected together, the coincidence became a little strange. It was as if Reynolds was really blessed by the gods. He always managed to avoid all kinds of dangers. Wherever he went, he was always in a safe zone. Ness couldn't help but look at Reynolds again. After a while, he still shook his head. Nothing. His soul is perfectly normal. If there's something that increases his luck, it's probably near his body. At least his soul is fine. Cindy asked with some doubt, after a person dies, their corpse can still affect the state of their soul? Who told you Reynolds is dead? Nessie wanted to mock him, but when she saw that it was Cindy who asked the question, she held back the swear words that were about to come out of her mouth. Reynolds didn't die? The other apprentices all raised their eyebrows. I suggest you go to the Tree Spirit Garden and sign up for a few classes on soul systems. Pay close attention to the content of the classes. Dead souls can't achieve such a pure soul. All the apprentices looked enlightened. It's precisely because Reynolds isn't dead yet that if there's an item on his body that increases luck, it might really affect his soul. Ness nodded. That's right, but I still think it's a bit too much. Does something that can continuously affect a person's luck really exist? Furthermore, it wasn't a lucky thing for him to appear here in the form of a spirit. Therefore, even if there is really luck, there must be a limit. Angor nodded in agreement when he thought about the lucky scroll he spent so much effort to find. Perhaps it was really just a coincidence. Ness shook his head. Forget it. Luck isn't the main point right now. I just want to know, what's going on with that monster? Nessie looked in the direction where the purple behemoth disappeared with a frown. Angor was also curious about the monster. You said it has someone backing it up? What kind of background does that monster have? That's my guess, but I'm pretty sure. Ness was about to tell Angor more about the monster when he suddenly thought of something. He looked at the apprentices around him, who all pricked up their ears to listen. Since you saw it, I don't mind telling you. But it's related to some secrets of Devil's Water. Don't tell anyone else what I'm about to tell you. Got it? Cindy and the other apprentices looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. From what Nessie said, this was a great secret. Sometimes, such secrets could not be bought with hundreds or even thousands of magic crystals. They were already lucky enough to hear about it. You're lucky. This is my personal information. I found it in the ruins of a research center in the heart of insects. I never told anyone about it. Ness hummed and continued, if I'm not mistaken, this monster might have something to do with the Beast of Disaster. The so-called Beast of Disaster referred to a long, long time ago. Perhaps it could be traced back to thousands of years ago. It was a terrifying giant beast in the Devil's Sea. This monster was born in the ocean and traveled across the sky. It was the true ruler of Devil's Water. Devil's Water has been plagued by all kinds of terrible natural disasters since a long time ago. But it was this monster that really made Devil's Water famous. It was extremely destructive. If it wanted to, it could turn the entire sea upside down. Wherever it went, it would leave nothing but dead silence. Because of this, it was called the Beast of Disaster. There were many legendary wizards in the southern wizarding region when it was alive. But even legendary wizards wouldn't dare to provoke him. Although this giant beast was also a legendary creature, its enormous and indestructible body, as well as its spiritual force that could shake an entire ocean, had already exceeded the limits of a legendary human wizard. Besides, it preferred to stay at Devil's Water and did not want to go to the mainland. Therefore, human wizards had to fight against it. It occupied the oceans, while the human adepts occupied the continents. Devil's Water had such a powerful monster? Did it die? The fat apprentice was curious. It should have died, right? After all, they had never heard of such a monster in Devil's Water. Died? Ness glanced at the fat apprentice in disdain. What an ignorant fool. Something like that can't even kill itself. I don't know why it disappeared. I only saw it in one of the manuscripts in Heart of Insects in Court. It left on its own. It's not dead. It left on its own? Everyone secretly guessed that perhaps it was because the world could no longer tolerate it and had expelled it. Cindy asked, does this giant beast have a name? Or is it the Beast of Disaster? In the manuscripts, Court called it Skiz in the ancient Naz language. But I'm not sure if that's its name. Skiz, in the ancient Naz language, meant the feather of salvation who carried the divine kingdom. However, that monster did not feel like a savior at all. Instead, it felt more like a destroyer. It's hard to verify its true name. Let's call it Skiz for now. Ness paused. That purple monster that looked like it was covered in or was at least 80% similar to the Skiz sketches I saw in the manuscripts. That was why Ness guessed that the purple beast had a close relationship with Skiz. Perhaps it was Skiz's descendant in Devil's Water. As for why it took so many years to hatch, that was not important. I see. If it really is Skiz's descendant. The apprentices shuddered. According to Ness' description, Skiz was powerful enough to destroy half of the wizard world in the southern region. Provoking Skiz was no different from courting death. Thank goodness Mr. Philo didn't kill it. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. Angor, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, I think I've seen this Skiz thing before. Ness looked at Angor in surprise. No way. You went to Insicourt's research site too? If I did, I wouldn't have asked for your manuscripts about hatching soft worms, Angor said in an annoyed tone. I saw it in a notebook. The name of this book was The 14th Chronicle of Coolry. Since Quolo's story involved secrets, Angor did not want to tell Ness about it. However, there were other weak apprentices around, so he did not mention Quolo's name. In this book, there is a record of a secret. According to it, there's a mysterious flying monster at Devil's Water that was born in the sea. It can influence the energy field of Devil's Water and take the place into its territory. It can also monitor the activities of the entire place. Ness nodded. Yes. It must be Skiz. Angor continued, this monster is very powerful. It occupied Devil's Water for an entire era. But later, Gluzdril brought it to Phantom City, and nothing else happened. Angor explained Skiz's whereabouts. The monster did not die, nor did it leave on its own. It was taken away by something even more powerful. Mr. Pat, is Gluzdril a person's name? And Phantom City? Where is it? The fat apprentice looked at Angor curiously. You don't need to know. It's not from the southern region anyway. Ness, on the other hand, had vaguely heard about Phantom City. He muttered to himself, so that's where Skiz went. I heard that once magical creatures enter the Phantom City, it's very difficult for them to come out again. So we don't need to be afraid of that purple monster. Next time, we'll capture it and study it. Ness's eyes glowed. I don't know much about Gluzdril's Phantom City. But as far as I know, he's a big fan of monsters. He even divided the monsters in Phantom City into different levels. Skiz is a diamond-level citizen. Angor understood what he was implying. If Skiz sensed that its infant bloodline was killed, it would ask Gluzdoril to take care of it, and Ness wouldn't be able to escape. Of course, that was if the purple monster was Skiz's bloodline. Ness looked a little embarrassed. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying. And don't tell anyone about Skiz's whereabouts, Angor said. He wasn't worried about Skiz. Instead, he was worried about Gluzdoril. Frost warned him that if Gluzdoril saw Toby, the man would try to take the boy away by force. It was better to stay away from Gluzdoril and avoid him. I know. Ness looked at the other apprentices, who all swore that they wouldn't tell anyone about Skiz's infant bloodline. Once this was over, Ness looked in the direction that the purple beast had disappeared in. However, putting everything else aside, there's no need to talk about it. But I'm curious. Why did it suddenly leave? What happened in that direction? Who knows? Maybe it's another territorial dispute, Angor said. The disputes between sea beasts were basically territorial issues. The reason why the sea beast had targeted them was because of the ore released by Toby's snakebird form. It was a provocation to the sea beast. Let's ignore it. Angor didn't want to waste too much time on an unknown monster. He was more concerned about Nausicaa's condition. Back to the main topic. Reynolds was still standing there in a daze. He didn't even react to the purple monster's attack. Angor looked at him. What's going on with Reynolds? Angor looked at Ness. I checked him. He's fine. It's just a case of emotional stress. His consciousness is being suppressed, and his emotions are taking over. But Reynolds doesn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations, the fat apprentice muttered. Ness glanced at him. Emotions taking over doesn't mean he's angry or agitated. He paused for a moment before continuing, there's something else. Reynolds didn't lose his memory because his memories were hidden. It's because his consciousness was separated from his body. Severed my consciousness? What do you mean? I think there's a small part of his consciousness left in his body, Ness explained. In other words, the lost memories might remain in the consciousness of the physical body. It was similar to having dual personality disorder. However, Reynolds didn't have dual personality disorder. The remaining consciousness in his body couldn't support an independent personality. His consciousness was simply separated from the body, and no one knew why. It was the first time Ness saw such a case. But one thing was for sure, the memory loss had something to do with the separation of consciousness. Looking at Reynolds, who was staring blankly at the sea with his back to them, Ness said, I'm guessing that his current state is partly due to the effects of the separation of consciousness. Is there a way to wake him up? Ness considered. I can try. I can use some soul manipulators to interfere with the flow of his soul energy from the inside. His consciousness will fluctuate, and his thoughts will be awakened. However, the effect of direct interference is not ideal. It would be best to have a primer. Trigger? What trigger? An external source of stimulation. It's best if it can stimulate his emotions to fluctuate. For example, Nausicaa. A layer of mist rose from the sea in the distance. There was already a lot of mist in the area, so the new mist did not cause any disturbance. It was only when the silhouette of a person appeared in the fog that everyone's attention was drawn to it. Someone's floating over there. Is that Mr. Philo? Are you blind? Does that look like a man's body? It's a woman. Why is there a woman in this area? Who knows? But I think her right arm is a bit strange. Cindy and the other apprentices exchanged glances and pretended to be surprised. Their voices reached Reynolds' ears. A floating person, a woman, a right arm. These words poured into his ears, as if a key switch had been turned on, injecting a cool spring into his muddled mind. Is it Nausicaa? The question flashed through Reynolds' mind. Instinctively, he raised his head and looked at the mist not far away. Just as the others said, there was a vague silhouette in the mist. She was struggling in the sea. Sometimes, she would float to the surface to breathe. Sometimes, she would be capsized by the waves. She looked like a small boat that would sink to the bottom of the sea at any moment. Reynolds could not see her face clearly because of the waves. But the silhouette behind the water curtain was very familiar to him. It's her. It's her. Nausicaa. Reynolds, who had been in a daze, suddenly stood up and ran towards the fog like a madman, muttering, "Save her, I have to save her." Reynolds' legs were submerged in the sea. The waves slapped against his glowing soul. Nothing could stop him. As if he saw a shining lighthouse, he ran toward it without hesitation. He ran through layers of mist and waves. Using all his strength, he finally arrived at the center of the mist. He saw the silhouette's face. Her brown, wavy hair was floating on the water. Her head was drooping, so he could not see her face clearly. But the soft armor and the curve of her neck were all Nausicaa's. Reynolds was only about 5 meters away from Nausicaa. He slowly got closer, and his emotions became more and more excited. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 meter, 2 meters. As he approached, what he didn't realize was that his originally somewhat muddled eyes were beginning to clear up. His consciousness, which had sunk into boundless emotions, rose like a morning star and reached his consciousness. At this moment, Reynolds heard a low voice in his ear. "That's enough. Do it." Before Reynolds could react, he felt a pair of hands on his back. Immediately after, a pure soul power entered his body from behind. His vision instantly turned pure white, as if he had arrived at the sacred hall in the legends. A comfortable feeling filled his entire soul, causing him to unconsciously close his eyes. His consciousness swam like a fish, chasing after that pure soul energy. Meanwhile, in the real world, Reynolds did not step onto the sea, and there was no one on the sea. He just closed his eyes, as if he was asleep. Everything, including Nausicaa's appearance, was just an illusion created by Angor to stimulate Reynolds' sleeping mind. About 2 minutes later, Ness let go of his hand and exhaled deeply. All right. His consciousness is back. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to regain consciousness after he wakes up. Angor used the illusions to stimulate Reynolds while Ness guided Reynolds' soul. Ness paused and looked a little depressed. But I lost a lot this time. I used up half a month's worth of soul energy just to wake him up. I've wasted half a month of my cultivation. That being said, Nessie wasn't actually that sad. He had been wondering why Dodoro asked him to come here. Maybe Dodoro saw something related to his destiny in this place. There were different levels of fortuitous encounters. As far as Ness was concerned, most fortuitous encounters were meaningless to him. They were nothing compared to the coordinates of Khazadar world in the stone tablet. Dodoro knew that Ness was trying to translate the coordinates of Khazadar world, and Dodoro suggested him to come here, which meant the fortuitous encounter here was at least as good as the coordinates. And this fortuitous encounter was probably something that would change his life forever. What kind of fortuitous encounter could lead to something like this? Ness could only think of one possibility. It had something to do with the path of truth. It was only a guess, but it didn't stop him from feeling excited. If the fortuitous encounter here could really help him find the path of truth, he would gladly give up half a month's worth of soul energy, or even half of his life's worth of soul energy. While Ness's imagination was running wild, Reynolds' eyelids began to tremble. He's waking up. The fat apprentice yelled. Don't talk if I don't tell you to, the purple-robed apprentice said. The fat apprentice might have argued with Angor in the past, but now there were 2 wizards in front of him. He didn't dare to say anything. His words attracted both Ness and Angor's attention to Reynolds. Reynolds' eyelids twitched for a few seconds before he slowly opened them. At first, Reynolds' eyes were still blurry, which made the other apprentices feel nervous. However, it didn't last long. After a few seconds, Reynolds' eyes cleared up. Nausicaa. I think I saw Nausicaa. Reynolds stood up and ran toward the sea as soon as he regained his vision. But before he could step out of the reef island, he was stopped by Ness. Nessie smiled and said, "You just had a dream." Was it a dream? Reynolds was stunned, and his eyes became absent-minded again. If he kept this up, his emotions would get the better of him again. Ness quickly interrupted Reynolds' thoughts. All right, don't think too much. We're just looking for someone, right? How are we going to find her if you don't tell us the clues? After Ness finished speaking, he slapped Reynolds on the head. Reynolds felt dizzy for a moment, but his mind soon regained control. Find someone. Yes, I need to find her. While Reynolds was muttering to himself, a clear voice came from behind him. Reynolds, do you still remember me? Reynolds was surprised. Such a familiar voice. He couldn't help but look behind him. A red-haired, golden-eyed man was standing not far from him. Before Reynolds could figure out who it was, the man's eyes slowly changed. The red hair turned golden, and the golden eyes turned blue. That slightly flat silhouette also became deeper. His appearance changed, his height changed, and his aura changed from lazy to serious. The only thing that didn't change was the noble elegance that was hidden deep in his bones. It's Pat. Mr. Pat. Reynolds exclaimed. He quickly ran to Angor and half knelt down. Mr. Pat, please save Nausicaa. Reynolds didn't ask why Angor was here. He only wanted to save Nausicaa. Angor and Nausicaa were best friends. He knew this better than anyone else. Get up first. I'm here to find Nausicaa anyway. He summoned a hand of spell and pulled Reynolds to his feet. Then, with a light snap of his fingers, he created a few tables and chairs in the surroundings with a realistic illusion. Sit down. The apprentices sat at the back while Angor and Ness sat face to face with Reynolds. This is Wizard Ness. You've met him before. Angor pointed at Ness. Reynolds nodded. Yes, Mr. Ness. I've heard of your name before. Please forgive me for being a little muddle-headed. Ness waved a hand. It's just a small problem with your soul. But remember, try to control your emotions. You need to calm down even if you want to save Nausicaa. You won't be able to save a beauty if you're too hot-blooded. Reynolds nodded. Though Ness didn't tell him the truth, Reynolds had a rough idea of what happened. He was too agitated and didn't do anything right. Tell me. What happened, Nausicaa? Where's Nausicaa? Angor asked. I don't know where Nausicaa is. We were chased by that monster's larva. I think I used a weapon, and then I fainted. When I woke up, I was already a soul wandering the sea until I met them. Reynolds spoke slowly and told Qin Nan everything that he remembered. About half an hour later, the conversation came to an end. He was right. Nausicaa followed Reynolds to this place to transplant her right hand. And the hand Nausicaa wanted to transplant was the night butterfly's hand. The only difference was that Nausicaa chose the night butterfly's hand not only because it was a supernatural organ, but also because the hand contained something special. It was something the lab requested from a certain organization in Khazadar world through a large-scale ritual. Because it was written in the Khazadar world's language, it was unmemorizable, and Reynolds could not remember the name of this item. However, this kind of special item could have different effects in different extraordinary organs. Reynolds once had one himself, and he used it as a weapon. Since he couldn't remember its name, he called it Special Item for now. The special item was successfully injected into the night butterfly's right hand, which made it more powerful and irreplaceable, so Nausicaa was willing to take the risk. Otherwise, the artificial arm he made, or the right arm she could use to replace other monsters in the future, would be more than enough. There was no need to take the risk. Of course, Reynolds didn't take Nausicaa to the secret lab for free. He had a request of his own. He wanted to find a certain piece of information, and he needed someone to help him. In the end, he chose Nausicaa. Reynolds didn't tell Nausicaa what the information was. Reynolds was once a member of that secret lab. Following his lead, Reynolds and Nausicaa took advantage of a gap and sneaked into the lab. After creating several chaos, Reynolds successfully lured away the researchers inside the lab. However, when they thought they had everything under control, something unexpected happened. Number 17 installed a mechanism in the room where the organ was stored. The mechanism was connected to the infant of a terrifying monster, which chased after them. They barely escaped from the lab, but the monster had already caught up with them. At the last moment, Reynolds used the weapon. He didn't remember what happened after that. But he still managed to recall some fragments of his memory. He saw Nausicaa being swept away by a sea current. What happened after he used the weapon? Where did Nausicaa go? Why did he turn into a soul? Where was his body? Reynolds couldn't remember any of these. That was all Reynolds told Angor. He could tell that Reynolds was hiding something from him, such as the information he was looking for and the details of the strange object. However, Reynolds did not hide anything about Nausicaa. Reynolds' desire to find Nausicaa was no less than Angor's. For Reynolds, who was treated as an experimental subject since childhood, Nausicaa had given him a rare and precious friendship. According to Reynolds, Nausicaa was carried away by an ocean current. But I don't know if it's a natural one or a man-made one, Angor thought. Either way, there's a good chance that Nausicaa is still alive. If it was a man-made current, it didn't matter whether it was done with good or bad intentions. At least the creator of the current didn't want to see Nausicaa dead either. Natural ocean currents, on the other hand, could do more harm to Nausicaa. This was a forbidden area at Devil's Waters. Natural disasters were often linked together. If Nausicaa couldn't handle several natural disasters at once, she would be in big trouble. Still, Nausicaa was a bloodline apprentice who once conquered the sea. She should have enough experience to deal with natural ocean currents. Therefore, Angor believed that Nausicaa had a good chance of surviving. The question now was, where was Nausicaa? The lab was located at the bottom of the ocean, and Nausicaa was carried away by an ocean current. It wasn't easy to find a missing person in the boundless ocean. Even the Eye of Truth wouldn't help. After all, tracing back the truth through the Eye of Truth required traces, and under the sea, the traces had long been washed away. Searching without any clues was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ghost Dock Island, Dock Number 4. For the people on Moonlight Picture Bird, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Captain Man was dead, and all the combat power on Bloodbreaker was basically wiped out. This should have been something to be happy about, because it meant that they could easily occupy Dock Number 1, which they had coveted for a long time. However, none of the people on the ship showed any signs of joy. They all looked at the infirmary with hopeful and praying eyes. Even those standing on the deck who could not see the infirmary had to turn their heads in that direction, waiting bitterly for the final result. Captain Barrow, Little Birch, and Lunk. The three of them were in the infirmary, being rescued by the doctors of Moonlight Picture Bird and Little Flea. If the three of them died, even if they occupied Bloodbreaker and Dock Number 1, what was the point? Captain Barrow was their leader in name, and Lunk was their spiritual leader. When the leaders of a ship both died, it would inevitably become a dark moment. In addition, Lunk was the real force on the ship. With him around, the people from other docks did not dare to invade. Without him, they would not be able to defend Dock Number 1. So, at this moment, everyone was looking forward to the final result. Will the captain and the others be fine? Really, if they are going to attack Dock Number 1, why didn't they inform us? They will be fine, they will definitely be fine. We have lived on this ghost island for so long, I don't believe the captain and the others will die here. This is the prayer of their psychology, but can this prayer really become reality? While everyone on the deck was silent, the cabin door was opened, and a few people walked out one after another. After asking, they found out that the doctor did not want them to block outside the infirmary. The air was not circulating, and it was noisy, which was not good for the injured. So, they were all chased to the deck. Little Saw, you were the first to go to help. Do you know the specific situation? Can they still be saved? The person who spoke was originally standing on the deck. He looked at a young man who walked out of the cabin. This young man was the first to hear the fighting and ran to the bridge to see the situation. Everyone looked at the young man called Little Saw. Some of them knew a little about the inside story, but it was all hearsay. They didn't know the specific situation. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, Little Birch's injury is on his chest. When I saw him, half of his body was floating on the surface of the lake, and the water around him was red. However, when Little Flea pulled him up, he said that his wound showed signs of healing, so it shouldn't be a problem to treat it. Young Birch is not important. We want to know more about the captain and Mr. Lunk, someone said in a low voice. Although it sounded cruel, it was the truth. Little Birch was far less important to the Moonlight Bird than Captain Barrow and Mr. Lunk. Captain Barrow's injuries were very serious. His head was smashed open by Sir Man's fist. When I saw him, there were still shattered bones on the ground. Little Saw's mouth began to tremble as he recalled the scene he had seen. It was obvious how tragic the scene had been. Can Captain Barrow still be saved? Xianxia replied. Because of that lord's timely treatment, there's still hope. That's what the little flea said. Some of the people who had gone to the front line knew who that lord was. They had seen with their own eyes the power that could tear the earth apart. Because they had witnessed such a powerful force, even if they knew the name of that person, they did not dare to mention it. They could only use that lord as a substitute. What about Mr. Lunk? Someone asked again. Speaking of Lunk, a trace of sadness flashed across Xiaoxia's eyes. I did not see Mr. Lunk's condition, but Little Flea said. Xiaoxia did not say the final conclusion, but some of the people present already knew the answer. A sailor who had gone to the front line hesitated for a moment before saying, actually, when I went to the forest to provide support, I saw Mr. Lunk. At that time, his condition was very bad. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were all bleeding. He did not recognize anyone else. Even if we went forward, he would have attacked us like crazy. However, there were piles of corpses of the members of the Bloodbreaker around him. These corpses were all scratched by night swords. They were all killed by Mr. Lunk. He sacrificed his own life to protect us. Everyone looked over. Then in the end, the sailor shook his head. No one could get close to him. In the end, it was that lord who knocked him out and brought him back. Will Mr. Lunk be cured? Someone could not help but ask. To them, Lunk was a spiritual leader and also a guardian. His importance was self-evident. No one answered. Xiaoxia's expression was sad, and the sailor was silent. After a while, someone said in a low voice, I heard from the ship's guard that Mr. Lunk was poisoned and took a forbidden medicine. Any one of those is enough to kill him. He might. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either, but that might really be the case. Captain Barrow might die, but the chances of Mr. Lunk dying are even higher. Everyone's faces were pale. Even though there were so many people standing on the deck, the air was still silent and cold. We should not give up hope. Don't forget that lord is here. Can that lord save Mr. Lunk? I heard that some shipping companies have superhumans guarding their cargo ships. I heard that they are omnipotent. If that's true, that lord should be able to save him, right? The gloomy atmosphere was slightly eased because of this sentence. Although the ordinary people in the Devil's Sea still didn't understand the abilities of wizards, they had heard of the various abilities of wizards. Their imagination of wizards had raised their psychological expectations. Maybe they could really save Mr. Lunk. While everyone was waiting for that lord to show her might and save Mr. Lunk and Captain Barrow, that lord was leaning against the wall of the infirmary with a pale face. Are you all right, Lady Aspel? A man in a white doctor's suit asked worriedly. Nausicaa clutched her chest. Cold sweat soaked her temples. It took her a while to catch her breath. I'm fine. She shook her head. Do you need me to take a look? No need. My physical injuries are nothing, Nausicaa replied. The doctors thought Nausicaa was trying to endure her injuries. But that was not the case. Nausicaa did not care about her physical injuries at all. As a bloodline wizard, it was not hard for her to heal her body. She would be fully recovered in half a month. The most troublesome injuries were non-physical ones. For example, spirit damage and soul damage. Ordinary doctors could not heal them. Nausicaa tried her best to endure the discomfort in her chest. She approached the bed and asked, "How are they doing?" Thanks to the Lord's timely treatment, Birch only has a few broken ribs. His organs are also healing. His life is not in danger. Captain Barrow's injuries are serious, but he's showing signs of recovery with the Lord's help. Another doctor added, however, even if he gets better in the future, the shape of his skull is still very likely to be deformed. Yes. But that's already a blessing. As long as he's alive, it's fine for a man to have a flat head. After talking about Birch and Barrow's injuries, Nausicaa looked at the last bed. There was only one monitor beside Birch's bed, one doctor and two nurses beside Barrow's bed, and many doctors were working together around the last bed, including Little Flea. Judging from the arrangement of the doctors, it was obvious that the patient in the last bed was the most seriously injured. Nausicaa walked over and asked, "Is he getting better?" After a moment of silence, Little Flea shook his head sadly with sweat all over his forehead. The other doctors who were wearing masks and were also exhausted looked helpless. "We've tried our best, but Mr. Lunk's life is still fading away. It was not because of the poison. It was the side effect of the potion. After going crazy, there would be an irreversible death. They could not even cure the side effects of the potion, let alone the poison." In the doctor's eyes, Lunk was already beyond saving. However, Lunk was still breathing. Even if they could not get anything out of it, they would still give it their all. This was why they stayed by Lunk's side and did not abandon him. Nausicaa looked at Lunk lying on the bed and recalled what happened in the stone cave not long ago. Although she was unconscious at that time, her spirituality was able to perceive everything that was happening around her. She heard Lunk's last words to Birch, after leaving Spectre Dock Island, "Send the news of my death to my distant family." Such plain last words were very similar to the will that her subordinates had made when they had sworn to follow her to the death when she had first entered the sea. Although they were vanguards who fought bloody battles on the sea, chasing after an exciting life and fighting against huge waves with no regrets, if they really wanted to leave behind their last words, they would still be as plain as before, expressing their guilt and hope for their distant family members. Nausicaa also remembered how Lunk did not complain at all when they were discovered hiding in the stone cave. He stood up trembling, picked up his sword, and stood in front of everyone. "Your opponent is me," he said fearlessly. This was the principle he kept in his heart with his life. Nausicaa did not like the saintly standards of knights, but she appreciated people who were willing to follow the principles of justice to their deaths. Besides, Lunk was the main reason why she was saved from the pigsty in Dock Number 1. Nausicaa had ways to escape even if they did not save her. However, since they saved her, she owed them a favor. She wanted to save Lunk. "Step back. I'll take a look." Nausicaa knocked on Little Flea's shoulder. His clothes were almost soaked with sweat. "Ma'am, your wounds." Little Flea said. "My wounds won't stop me from saving him. You, on the other hand, should rest. You've been up all night." Little Flea shook his head. This was the first time he met Lunk, but Lunk's actions had deeply affected him. He was willing to do anything for Lunk. "Ask yourself. Do you think you have a way to save him, or me?" Nausicaa asked in a plain tone. Little Flea lowered his head and stayed silent. But he still stepped back. He didn't know why Nausicaa had such supernatural powers, but he knew that Lunk was at his wit's end without a miracle. And Nausicaa, with her supernatural power, had the best chance to create such a miracle. He took a few steps back, but Little Flea didn't stop. He wanted to see how Nausicaa would do it with his own eyes. The other doctors also quieted down and watched Nausicaa's movements. But contrary to their expectations, Nausicaa did not perform any medical tests. She only reached out her left index finger and gently tapped on Lunk's body. From his forehead to his neck, to his heart and lungs, to his navel. Every time she tapped on Lunk's body, she seemed to release some light. As the light flickered, Nausicaa's face turned paler and paler. It was a sign that her mana pool was running out. When she released the last bit of mana, Nausicaa's legs gave out. Luckily, Little Flea caught her in time. Otherwise, Nausicaa would have fallen to the ground. "Are you all right, Lady Aspel?" Nausicaa shook her head. "I'm fine. Just a little exhausted." Little Flea glanced at Nausicaa and then at Lunk, who was on the verge of collapsing. "Can Mr. Lunk be saved?" Nausicaa wore a serious expression and remained silent. Nausicaa did not say anything, but everyone knew what she meant. Even a supernatural like Nausicaa couldn't save Lunk. Although they had already thought that it would be difficult to save Lunk, they still felt a deep sense of sadness when the final answer surfaced. The silence and sorrow lasted for a long time. When someone began to weep, Nausicaa finally spoke, "I can't save him. But I can use some methods to freeze him and delay his death." Her words brought hope back to everyone's hearts. "It's good to delay his death." Little Flea said, "We can't save Lunk because we don't have enough medical facilities. But if we can leave this godforsaken island and find a better place, we might be able to save Mr. Lunk." The Little Flea's words were filled with expectations, but they were not answered. No matter how good the medical facilities outside were, they could not compare to a supernatural like Nausicaa. If even Nausicaa could not save him, Lunk's fate was sealed. Little Flea knew what they meant. He considered for a moment and said, "My teacher once told me that there's a country called Acasolia on a faraway continent. It's the birthplace of modern medicine. It has a sacred place where miracles can be created. If we can find that place, Lunk can be saved." The other doctors had never heard of Acasolia before. They thought Little Flea was making up a story. But they did not expose Little Flea's lie. They also hoped that Nausicaa could freeze Lunk. Even if it could not be cured, it would still be better than turning into a pile of bones. Everyone agreed that Lunk should be frozen. Nausicaa nodded and took out a magic scroll from her pocket. There was a sketch of a frozen coffin on the back of the scroll, which was drawn by the seller. It was a type of scroll called frost coffin. Ice scrolls were usually used when one's physical body was about to collapse, or when one's body was about to be frozen. They were used to save people or themselves. The most advanced one was called time freeze coffin. This type of coffin did not have any healing properties, but it was more than just freezing people. When the coffin appeared, it would freeze time itself. It would keep your body in a state similar to time freeze. Almost any injury, even non-physical ones, would be frozen in an instant. This way, time would not worsen and wait for a chance to recover. Next was ice coffin of rebirth. As long as the injuries were not irreparable, they could be healed as time passed. Next were the ice coffins of different sizes. They all had different names and effects. The ice coffin of healing he used to seal John's body belonged to this category. Nausicaa's scroll was not one of them. She could not afford it. The ice coffin she was holding was a discounted frost coffin she got from David. It was called ice coffin of freezing. It belonged to the lowest grade among the ice scrolls. Its effect was only to freeze the body, and it was only used for emergency treatment when the body was injured. The effect was weak, but in Nausicaa's opinion, Lunk was just a mortal. It should be enough to keep him alive for a year or so. She and the doctors here might be able to find a way to save Lunk in a year or so. With that in mind, Nausicaa tore the scroll in half and placed it on Lunk's forehead. Tearing a scroll was also a way to activate it. However, most wizards preferred to use mana to activate the scroll because it was too inelegant. They would only tear the scroll if it was a one-use scroll or when they could no longer use mana to activate it. Nausicaa was the latter. She had run out of mana, and the ice coffin of freezing was a one-use scroll. Tearing it would not go to waste. As the magic scroll was torn, an icy wind seemed to blow in the spacious infirmary. Everyone could feel that the surrounding temperature had begun to drop significantly. Little Flea, who was wearing thin clothes, even shivered. The source of the drop in temperature was Luanku. Rays of blue light enveloped Luanku, and white frost spread across his skin. When the blue light brushed past, the white frost expanded into ice. In the blink of an eye, Lunk was frozen in a fitting ice coffin. Through the transparent ice coffin, they could see the clear lines on Lunk's skin. His eyes were tightly shut, and his cheeks were slightly flushed. He looked like he was asleep. "Is that all?" Little Flea asked in a low voice. Nausicaa nodded and stepped to the side. She leaned against the wall and tried to adjust her breathing to relieve the discomfort caused by the exhaustion of her spirit and mana. On the other side, the eyes of the doctors in white coats lit up as they whispered to each other. With such a miraculous supernatural phenomenon appearing before their eyes, no one would be able to remain calm. Not to mention, this was a medical method used to relieve Lunk's pain. Different people had different thoughts when looking at the ice coffin. In the eyes of these doctors, this was a supernatural medical method. They looked at the ice coffin and not only were their eyes filled with joy, they were also exclaiming in amazement. It was as if they had seen their first love, crazy and passionate. They began to study the structure of the ice coffin. However, this did not last for long. About half an hour later, Little Flea, who was also studying the ice coffin, noticed something unusual. Mr. Lunk's lips seemed to be darker than before. His cheeks are turning pale too. Nausicaa quickly opened her eyes and rushed to the ice coffin with a frown on her face. She quickly looked at the ice coffin. At first glance, Lunk didn't seem to have changed much. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to notice that Lunk's face had indeed paled a little compared to when he entered the ice coffin. The color of his lips had also darkened. Nausicaa couldn't believe what she was seeing. Unlike the time-freeze coffin, icebound coffin could not freeze time. However, it was still able to retain the vitality of the body. It might not work on supernaturals, but it was more than enough for a mortal like Lunk. But the reality was different. Lunk was successfully frozen, but his injuries were still worsening. The process was slowing down, but it did not drag on for more than a year. "Lady, Mr. Lunk is, something unexpected happened." Nausicaa did not look happy. She thought she had everything under control. But now, reality slapped her in the face. "Can Mr. Lunk's injuries buy him more time?" Nausicaa did not answer directly. Instead, she said, "Let me check him first." After resting for half an hour, her mana pool had recovered a bit. She could also control her spirit power, albeit barely. She tried to turn her spirit power into tentacles that reached into the ice coffin. Next, she turned her mana into an eye and injected it into Lunk's body. A moment later, Nausicaa withdrew her spirit power tentacles with a gloomy look. After a while, he said, "The side effects of poison tan are much greater than I imagined. Furthermore, it has formed a vicious cycle with the poison that Lunk was already afflicted with. Its power has multiplied." In short, they thought the icebound coffin could stop the two negative effects. However, he didn't expect that the combination of the two negative effects would be able to break through the freezing power. "Then, what should we do now?" The others did not look happy either. This was the side effect of losing hope. "Even with the icebound coffin, we can only buy him 2 more days." Nausicaa's eyes dimmed. She did not feel good either. She had already decided to save Lunk, but this was the result. Following this sentence, the air in the infirmary became heavy and silent. The silence lasted for a long time. When swirl of sorrow joined the atmosphere, Nausicaa spoke first. "We have 2 more days. Let's see if we can think of something." Little Flea pursed her lips and took a deep breath. "Don't give up. There must be a way." I'm going to dock one." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to study the poison in Mr. Lunk's body. If I can figure it out, I might be able to cure the first poison. As long as I can destroy one of the negative effects, the icebound coffin will take effect." Little Flea did not care if the others believed him or not. Because he could not bear the hopelessness of the situation, he had to do something for Mr. Lunk. Little Flea rushed out of the door. Time slowly passed. A day had passed. Dawn and dusk were reversed again. When night fell, Little Flea finally came back to the infirmary in excitement. He was holding a test tube in his hand. Inside the tube was a purplish liquid. "This should be the antidote. I made it as soon as possible by working on a semi-finished product." Little Flea only gave a brief explanation. He did not explain how he found the antidote or how he created the antidote. However, from his bloodshot eyes and his face that was as pale as a dead person's, it was obvious that he had worked day and night to finally achieve what he had. Little Flea handed the test tube to Nausicaa. Lunk was sealed in ice. Only Nausicaa could inject the antidote into his body. Nausicaa did not know whether the so-called antidote would work or not, but she had no other choice. She used her mana as a conduit and injected the antidote into Lunk's body step by step. After all this was done, everyone opened their eyes wide and stared at the changes on Lunk's skin. It had been more than 40 hours since Lunk was sealed in ice. His face was pale, and his lips were bruised. He looked like a dead man. Everyone was waiting for a miracle. Time ticked by. About half an hour later, there were still no obvious changes to Lunk's skin. Everyone looked at Nausicaa again. They could not see what was going on inside Lunk's body. Maybe the antidote was not working on the surface and he was recovering inside, but Nausicaa only shook her head. Nausicaa had been monitoring Lunk's body. The antidote did not work. After interacting with the poison pool, the original antidote had reached its peak. It even showed signs of multiple toxins. The antidote also lost its effect. Hearing this answer, everyone was in complete despair. Little Flea's eyes went blank and he slumped to the ground. There were only a few hours left. It was impossible to find a way to save Lunk in such a short time. Everyone knew that the end was already decided. After a long moment of silence, a doctor said, "Life will come to an end one day. Mr. Lunk is just one step ahead of us on his peaceful journey home. There's still time. Let the others come in and take a look. At least, let's see Mr. Lunk one last time." Little Flea stood up abruptly. "No. How can we lose hope? There's still time. We can still save him. Think. Think. Quickly think of a way. You have to save him." At first, Little Flea was still yelling. But now, he was crying and begging. Everyone could understand Little Flea's feelings. In fact, they were even sadder. Little Flea had only spent half a day with Mr. Lunk, while they stayed by his side the whole time. The pain of losing Mr. Lunk was something they knew better than anyone else. The atmosphere that had calmed down a little because of the silence was ignited again. Some people couldn't help but sob. As doctors, they had seen too many deaths, but none of them were as heartbreaking as this. Nausicaa leaned against the wall and looked at the crying crowd. She couldn't help but think about the past. Conquering Blackberry Sea was not an easy task. Nausicaa had to fight against pirates, and other forces for a long time. She saw her friends leaving one after another. Every time a comrade died, someone on the ship would cry. Nausicaa was the calmest one among them. She wanted to cry as well, but as the leader, she had to hold back her tears and comfort her comrades. She also had to create a better future for them. This went on for a long time until one day, one of her closest friends died on the sea route. That was the darkest day of Nausicaa's life. As strong as she was, she became weak on that day. Holding her friend's body in her arms, she cried uncontrollably in the dark, narrow room. She was the pillar of support for everyone on the ship. Her friend was also her pillar of support. Nausicaa understood the sadness of losing one's faith too well. Lunk was the belief of this group of people. He was the pillar that allowed them to maintain justice and principles on this ghost island where there was no light. Lunk's death didn't only signify the death of a person. It also meant that the light was being eroded by the darkness, and the laws had fallen into chaos. Their peaceful lives would be completely changed because of this. Nausicaa clenched her fists under her sleeves. She wanted to save Lunk. She desperately wanted to. Before this, she wanted to save Lunk because Lunk saved her. But at this moment, she wanted to save Lunk because she hoped that there would still be a lighthouse in the eternal darkness that could continue to illuminate and guide the Moonlight Diagram Bird's direction. But how? It was impossible to save Lunk in a short period of time with just the medical skills of these doctors. The safest way was to use her supernatural abilities. But she didn't have many potions on her, nor did she learn any healing or detoxification cantrips. How could she save a dying young man? Reynolds might have a solution. After all, he had been a supernatural for more than 30 years. Nausicaa couldn't compare with him in terms of experience and knowledge. However, they had no idea where Reynolds was at the moment. Even if they found him, could they bring him back in less than 8 hours? Nausicaa sighed. If only Angor was here. Angor was a master alchemist. Even if he was only a tooling student, he must have learned a thing or two about apothecaries. Lunk could be saved if Angor was here. But Angor was probably still at the Fey continent. Floating Mech City? Or Brute Cavern, either way, he wasn't here. They could find Reynolds faster than Angor. Nausicaa shook her head and chuckled. What am I thinking? How could Angor? Nausicaa suddenly stopped talking. She thought of something. Nausicaa considered and slowly took out a space capsule from her pocket. There was only one item in the capsule, a monocle made of polished crystal. When Nausicaa left Floating Mech City, Angor gave her the crystal monocle. Back then, Nausicaa thought that Angor was worried about her safety and made it for her as a secret weapon. However, Angor denied that idea. Nausicaa still remembered what Angor told her. It's not a weapon, and it won't help you much if you're in danger. But you can use it if you need to tell me something. So, it's a communicator? You can think of it that way. But you can only use it once, so be careful. Nausicaa had been keeping the communicator in her pocket ever since she got it. She never used it, nor did she think about using it. Instead, she used the monocle as a token of gratitude for her best friend. The truth was similar to what Angor told her. It was useless when she was in danger, but it didn't matter when she wasn't in danger. Even if she failed in her adventure and ended up crippled or half dead, she still wouldn't give up. She never thought about using the monocle to ask Angor for help. She would take responsibility for any decision she made, regardless of whether she lived or died. But now, she really wanted to use it. On the Reef Island. What's your plan now? Ness looked at Angor, who was deep in thought. I need to find Nausicaa first. Do you have any ideas? Asked Nessie. Angor remained silent. Nausicaa was carried away by the ocean currents, and he had no idea where she went. The only thing he could think of was to go to the dream wasteland and wait for Dodoro's arrival. But prophecies often came with risks, and Angor didn't want to ask Dodoro for help every time. I knew you couldn't do anything, Ness said. So you have a way to find Nausicaa? Angor looked at Ness. Ness nodded proudly. Of course. Under Angor's puzzled gaze, Ness took out a long and thin staff with a black skull on it from his sleeve and waved it in the air. Invisible mana and soul energy gushed out from the staff and formed a complicated rune in the air. A few seconds later, a humanoid soul with a sharp head walked out of the spirit rune. Angor noticed that the soul looked very old. Its head was bent so low that it almost reached its knees, and it was supported by a walking stick. He looked similar to a human, but the shape of his skull was different, as if he was wearing a pointy hat. He is? Ness said proudly, prophet of the Sharps. Sharp people? This was the first time he heard of such a race. With Nessie's explanation, he gradually gained some understanding of the Sharp people. This was a rare humanoid race found in the Drauna Plain. Their way of life was mostly similar to the barbarians, and they were considered a primitive tribal civilization. In the Jianren tribe, the most respected person was the prophet. Because the prophet was proficient in astrology and climatology, he could tell his people when to hunt, when to sow seeds, and when to offer sacrifices to the heavens. In terms of status and functions, they were somewhat similar to the Magispriests of the barbarian clan. However, the barbarian Magispriests had some supernatural powers, while the prophets of the Pointy Man tribe were all ordinary people. But Dia is different from the other sharp-toothed prophets. He has the ability of a prophet. Dia was the name of the sharp-toothed prophet. If that's the case, why did you ask Dodoro to help you solve the problem with the stone slab? It's not the same. I only said that he has the ability of a prophet. He's not really a prophet. To be precise, Dia's ability is a kind of divination ability. He could divine a vague result. For example, when he divined Yuqing, the answer he got was something like it might rain in the short term. Compared to a prophet, Dia's ability was much weaker. However, Dia still managed to touch the edge of fate. Then how do we find Nausicaa with Dia's help? Looking for people. That's Dia's specialty. You just need to give him something that has been used before, and he can use a short staff to find Nausicaa's current location. What do you think? At least it's more useful than you looking around aimlessly, right? It's very similar to a prophet's short staff. Angor remembered that White Bear was an expert at it. Similar on the outside, but different on the inside. They have different ways of reading fate. Angor could understand. A sharp-toothed prophet saw the world in a completely different way compared to a human. It does look good. But I can't use it. I don't have anything that Nausicaa used. No way. You didn't exchange any love tokens with Nausicaa? Angor glanced at Nessie without saying anything. But Nessie knew what Angor was trying to say. You're becoming more and more like Sunders. Nessie mumbled. Even if you're not lovers, it's normal for you to exchange things. Well, I don't have any. If not, can you do the divination? Nessie shook his head. What's the point? Angor ignored Nessie and went to talk to Reynolds. He wanted to see if the man knew anything about the nearby islands. Since he couldn't find any other way, he had to use basic logic to figure out where Nausicaa might be. If Nausicaa was still alive, she would try her best to get out of the sea or at least find a place to rest. Just like Cindy and the others, they could have drifted on the sea, but the pursuit of being grounded made them choose to land on Reef Island in the end. Perhaps Nausicaa drifted to an island nearby, or boarded a ghost ship in the mist. Maybe she was resting on a reef just like them. However, Reynolds' answer disappointed Angor a little. With the laboratory as the center, there were quite a few islands around. But they were hard to find. Because they were in a fog zone, it was very difficult to determine the direction in the fog. Even if Reynolds knew where the islands were located in the laboratory, he would take a fork in the road not long after he went out. Reynolds was not worried about getting lost on the sea path, but he wasn't strong enough to do so. Besides, Reynolds wasn't in the lab right now. It was impossible for him to find the other islands on this reef island. So we have to go to the lab no matter what. Nessie chuckled. His goal was the lab since it was related to souls. Angor's goal was to find Nausicaa, so he didn't need to go with Reynolds. However, if they wanted to find the other islands, Angor would have to go to the lab with Reynolds. Pharaoh is going there anyway. Let's help him. I'll go get the soul data. You go find the other islands, Nessie said. Angor considered for a moment. This was their only option if they couldn't think of a better one. Do you know how to find Nausicaa? Angor couldn't help but ask. Reynolds shook his head again. I don't know where she is, but I don't think she's dead. She was just swept away by the current. Even if someone from the lab caught her, she won't die anytime soon. They need a lot of test subjects and human sacrifices. Unless what? Unless Nausicaa ran into the worst-case scenario, which is that she was swept away by the current, or she ran into monsters at the bottom of the sea. Don't jinx it. Nessie knocked Reynolds on the head with his cane. Say something nice. Don't think about the worst. Reynolds felt wronged. You're the one who asked me that. Then I'll say something nice? Reynolds thought for a moment. Nausicaa is still alive. Maybe we'll see her soon? Nice asked, how soon is soon? Reynolds hesitated for a moment and said, an hour? What are you thinking? You've been here for days, and you didn't see Nausicaa at all. You want to see her in an hour? How? I'm just saying something nice. Reynolds looked at Nessie again. Don't think too much about it. Let's go find Philo first. I don't know if Pharaoh found the lab yet. Let's hope he doesn't. Even if he does, he won't cause any trouble and destroy the data. After Ness finished his sentence, he thought to himself, maybe that information will give me the opportunity to enter the truth-knowing realm. I trust you, Dodoro. Angor considered and nodded. All right. Let's go then. Oh, take Reynolds with us. It'll save us a lot of time, Nessie said. I'm not as stupid as Pharaoh. After saying that, Ness picked up Reynolds and rose into the air, preparing to fly. When Ness was about to leave, he looked down and saw Angor still standing there with a strange look on his face. Hey, let's go. Nessie flicked a soul flick at Angor. Angor blocked the flick but still didn't move. What's wrong? Aren't you looking for Nausicaa? Let's go. I still need to study the stone slab later. There's only a little bit left. Nausicaa, you're here. Angor looked up at Ness. Nausicaa, you're here. Huh? Nessie didn't understand. I said, Nausicaa came looking for me. She's in the dream wasteland. Ness was stunned and descended from the sky. What? Dream wasteland? When did you give her a login device? I thought she didn't come back after the Rising Star competition? I gave her a single-use device after the competition and told her to contact me if she needed help. Since then, Nausicaa never contacted him again, so Angor almost forgot about it. However, just a few seconds ago, he received a notification from the Dream Gate that the marked reporter had logged in. Angor made a special mark on Nausicaa's login device so that she wouldn't miss it when she entered the Dream Wasteland. As soon as he received the notification, Angor quickly entered the Dream Gate to observe. It really was Nausicaa. You gave her a login device already? And you said there's no special relationship between you two? Even Rain and the others didn't know about the Dream Wasteland until a long time later. Ness muttered to himself. Of all times, she just had to appear when we were about to go look for her. This is too much of a coincidence. Maybe it's luck? Angor mused. Luck? Nessie narrowed his eyes and looked at Reynolds, who was still in his hand. What did Reynolds just say? Nausicaa is still alive. We'll see her soon. Nessie? Ness could not help but curse in his heart. Did Reynolds really hit the nail on the head? Could it be that he was really a lucky person with extraordinary talent, but Ness had never heard of such a talent as luck before? Nessie never believed in luck. But after what happened to Skiz's descendant and what Reynolds said just now, Nessie began to believe him. Now, he was starting to believe it. Ness stared at Reynolds, his eyes suddenly glowing. You. Why don't you stop looking for a physical body and just follow me in your soul form? I'll find you 10,000 beautiful female souls. I have all kinds of souls. Combat souls, divination souls, sewing souls. Now, you're the only one I need. Nessie's eyes burned with passion as a thought appeared in his mind. Is this my opportunity? Dodoro didn't send me here to look for souls. He sent me here so that I can meet you. Nessie's gaze made Reynolds shrink back continuously. Unfortunately, Nessie was still holding him. No matter how much he tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid Nessie's wretched face that was getting closer and closer. When Reynolds' face almost touched Nessie's, a hand reached out and stopped him. Stop fooling around. I'm going to take Reynolds to Nausicaa in the dream wasteland. With that, he freed Reynolds from Nessie's clutches. I'm not fooling around. I mean it. I need a lucky soul like him. He's still alive. Don't worry. He'll be dead by the time I find him. Angor raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Nessie gulped when he saw Angor's threatening look. I'm just saying. I'll just wait for Reynolds to die naturally. I don't think he'll live long anyway. Angor didn't want to waste time on Nessie. He was in a hurry to get to the dream wasteland. Nausicaa's log was a one-time use item. If he missed it, he would have to find a needle in a haystack. Nausicaa stared at the scenery in front of her. Under the sunlight, she stood in the middle of the three-way junction in the city in her soft armor. There was a tall building in front of her. The words Rose Aquarium were glowing on the signboard. Illusions of rose petals floated down from the building. On the left was a fountain, but no one knew what secrets were hidden in the fountain. The water that sprayed out was not only sparkling, but it was also like a coiling snake, constantly rushing up to the glass corridor in the sky. On the right was a spiral staircase, which allowed her to step onto the streets at different heights. Where am I? Nausicaa frowned and looked around. Didn't Angor say that the monocle was a communicator? How did she end up in a strange city like this, and there were many people in the city? Nausicaa saw someone walking through a corridor in the air above her head. Smoke was coming out of a giant chimney in the distance. Someone must be controlling it as well. Nausicaa couldn't believe what she was seeing. Everything felt so surreal. However, the feeling of stepping on the ground, the rhythm of breathing, the warmth of the morning sun, all of these kept telling her that this place was no different from the real world. Nausicaa suddenly heard someone calling her name from behind. You're Nausicaa? Nausicaa turned around and saw a young woman wearing a mint green palace dress with puffy sleeves. She was holding a lace-folding fan. When she saw Nausicaa's face, she quickly covered half of her face with the fan. It's you, Nausicaa. Next, the young woman spread her arms and lunged at Nausicaa without caring about her ladle-like image. Out of instinct, Nausicaa reached out and put her arms around the woman's soft body. I missed you so much. The young woman not only hugged Nausicaa but also rubbed her head against Nausicaa's neck. Aren't you in the mirror world, Milo? What are you doing here? Nausicaa looked at the woman in her arms. Milo kept rubbing her head against Nausicaa's neck. I'm in the mirror world. I'm here for a mission, of course. Maybe I can find some handsome guys while I'm here. But don't worry. I love men, but I love you too. Milo seemed to be worried that Nausicaa might get jealous. Nausicaa, that's not what I want to ask. Nausicaa wanted to ask more questions, but Milo beat her to it. I've been waiting for you ever since the Rising Star competition ended. But you never came back. I thought something happened to you. Mother told me that you can challenge the endless corridor after the competition. You must be there. Milo stared at Nausicaa with glowing eyes. Nausicaa swallowed her words and nodded vaguely. Mrs. Bryn is right. I'm challenging myself. That's why I didn't come back. I knew it. You have no idea how worried I was about you. By the way, what's the endless corridor like? Milo asked before Nausicaa could finish her question. I heard that you'll get a reward for each floor you clear. Nausicaa didn't enter the endless corridor, so she didn't know how to answer. You'll see when you're stronger, she said vaguely. As for what I asked you before, stronger? I want to become stronger too. But I'm too weak. I'm still stuck as a level 1 apprentice, Milo interrupted again. With Mrs. Bryn's guidance, you'll surely, my mother is only a level 3 apprentice. She can't teach me anything. Moreover, compared to teaching me, she prefers to design and cut clothes. Mrs. Bryn got a golden poster too. She should be able to. Let's not talk about her. Every time I hear my mother's name, I feel like 1,000 frogs are croaking in my ears. It's so annoying. It's rare to see you again. Let's talk about something else. Nausicaa really wanted to tell Milo that Mrs. Bryn's words might sound like 1,000 frogs, but as Lady Merlot's daughter, Milo deserved 10,000 frogs. Nausicaa wanted to say it, but she didn't. She didn't want to hurt the girl's feelings. Besides, she didn't have the chance to do so. Milo always jumped from topic to topic. If she did not finish her own words, it would be hard for her to listen to others. For example, Milo was now moving on to a new topic. The origin of the topic was a flower rain somewhere in the sky corridor. Ah, it's the Blue Water corridor. It's flower rain day today. Usually, 2 people will come here to do maintenance. One is Fledgling, and the other is Jero. I hope it's Jero. I haven't seen him for a long time. Seeing him will be my motivation for the whole week. Milo dragged Nausicaa to a spiral staircase nearby. Let's go check it out. It has to be Jero. Before Nausicaa could react, Milo had already dragged her to the Blue Water corridor, which was 20 meters high. Once on the corridor, Milo saw a male apprentice doing maintenance not far away. The young man had his back to Milo and did not show his face, but Milo still gasped when she saw him. It's Jero. It's really Jero. Milo whispered into Nausicaa's ears. I'm so lucky today. I met you and Jero again. Could it be that I'm favored by the lucky prince? Nausicaa knew Milo too well. Back in Apprentice Town, her neighbor was Mrs. Bryn and her daughter Milo. Thanks to her relationship with Mrs. Bryn, Nausicaa had witnessed Milo's transformation from a little girl to a young woman. Ever since Milo reached the age of puberty, her young heart began to blossom as well. Her favorite hobby every day was to admire beautiful and handsome men. But to what extent? Just like the Mr. Lucky, she called herself. There was no goddess of luck in this world, but there was a fixed habit of associating luck with the goddess of luck, which meant that one was very lucky. However, Milo had changed it to Lucky Prince Charming, because in her opinion, the goddess of luck was unable to make her happy, so Prince Charming was better. Sometimes, Nausicaa felt a headache because of Mrs. Bryn. Shall we go talk to her? After Milo finished speaking, she shyly twirled around. Do you think I'm a little rude today? Big puffy sleeves and a fluffy skirt. She was not being rude. She was going too far. Of course, Nausicaa did not say that out loud. Milo rarely stayed quiet. For a while. Nausicaa had sensed enough of her surroundings and her own experience. She wanted to use this chance to get back on track. Let's talk about that later. I have something important to do. Very important. It's related to someone's life, Nausicaa said. Milo didn't know how to behave normally, but seeing Nausicaa's serious expression, she calmed down a bit and asked, Did something happen to you? You answer my question first. Milo nodded obediently. Where is this place? Why are you here? I mean, this city, this world. Milo was puzzled. This place could only be accessed through a login device. How could Nausicaa not know where this place was? Didn't the people in the questing hall tell you about this place when you accepted a mission? Nausicaa shook her head. I didn't accept a mission. I never went to the questing hall. Milo was even more confused. How could she use a login device without going to the questing hall? The login devices used by apprentices were kept in a special room in the questing hall. They were not allowed to take them away. Only wizards had their own devices and could take them away freely. Milo was still confused, but she still explained, "This is a new city. It's a temporary name. I heard the name will be changed after the construction is completed. Also, you can only use a login device." Login device? You mean a monocle? That's right. Most of the apprentices who have accepted the mission use a monocle as their login device. But I've seen other types of logins. There was a wizard in the mission hall, and his login was a ring. We have to use a login device to enter this world. What's going on here? Milo shook her head. I don't know what this world is like. Nausicaa felt a little disappointed that she didn't get the answer she wanted. However, at this moment, a voice came from the side and answered for Milo. This is the dream wilderness, the crack between reality and illusion. Nausicaa froze. Not because of the answer, but because the voice was familiar. Nausicaa slowly turned around and saw the final target of her strange journey, Angor. The golden-haired Angor was leaning against the railing in the hallway. The sunlight shone on his smiling face. Long time no see. Nausicaa was surprised at first. Then she lowered her head and chuckled. Long time? It's only been a few days since the Rising Star competition. You're right. Angor didn't try to flatter his best friend. He smiled and went straight to the point. When I gave you the login device, I thought you wouldn't use it before returning to Brute Cavern. Angor knew Nausicaa's personality well. She was independent to the point of stubbornness. Even in a life-or-death situation, she rarely asked for help. Angor didn't think Nausicaa would use the login device. She must have only thought of it as a memento. Because of this, Angor forgot that he gave Nausicaa a login device. Nausicaa chuckled. I still have a lot of questions about this place. But we're in a hurry, so I won't talk about them. She put away her smile and spoke in a serious tone, I'm here because I hope you can help me save someone. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Milo who was standing on the other side. Milo, on the other hand, was looking at Angor with a pair of big, heart-shaped eyes. Milo finally regained her senses when she saw Angor looking at her. At the same time, her heart skipped a beat. Did she just go crazy over a wizard? She did stare at wizards in secret before, but this time, she did it in front of Angor. Shit, Angor smiled at Milo. I think Jero wants to talk to you about something? Milo, huh? Milo turned around and saw Jero peeking at them. He was also surprised by Angor's words. He was supposed to be guarding the corridor. Why did he want to talk to Milo about something? He didn't even know her. Although that was what he thought, Jero didn't dare to say no. He quickly stood up and walked to Milo's side. Milord is right, I am indeed looking for me, Milo said. Milo. I'm Milo. Yeah. I need to talk to Milo. Then I won't interrupt your conversation. Jero nodded and gestured for Milo to follow him. When they were far enough, Nausicaa spoke again. That Jero isn't suitable for Milo. I'll tell her if you want to send her away. You shouldn't let her go with him. I'm afraid she'll get tricked. Do you really think Milo is that stupid? Nausicaa looked at the two and saw Milo and Jero walking away in different directions. Nausicaa chuckled. I see Milo has grown up a lot. Angor didn't continue the topic. Now, tell me. You said you want me to save someone. Who is it? Is it Reynolds? Nausicaa was about to say something when she saw two people running up the stairs. Didn't you say Nausicaa was at Rose Aquarium? Why is she here? It was Ness. Not long ago, Angor and Ness entered the Dream Wasteland together. According to Ness, Nausicaa's coordinates were set at the entrance of Rose Aquarium. But when he entered the Dream Wasteland, he couldn't find Nausicaa anywhere. Ness went to Rose Aquarium to check if Nausicaa was still inside. But when he looked back, Angor was nowhere to be seen. After a while, he saw Angor heading to the sky corridor. Therefore, he hurried over. Something happened. She was dragged up here by someone, Angor replied. Ness also saw Nausicaa in her soft armor. He couldn't help but admire her curvaceous body. However, Nausicaa wasn't looking at Ness at all. Instead, she was looking behind Ness. There was someone else behind Ness. It was someone Nausicaa didn't expect to see. Reynolds. While listening to Nausicaa's explanation, Reynolds stared blankly at his surroundings. When Angor told him that he was going to meet Nausicaa, he thought Angor was going to take him through the mist until he found Nausicaa in some dark place. But the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. In the end, he reunited with Nausicaa in a city of dreams he had never seen before, a bustling sky street. Even now, he still felt like this was a dream. 1 second ago, he was in a dark place, and the next second, he was in a bustling city street. It was a stark contrast, a strong contrast. While Reynolds was still in a daze, Nausicaa had finished telling him everything she saw from her own perspective. Nausicaa looked at Reynolds. I thought Reynolds was dead because he gave me his weapon. Thank goodness he's fine. Nausicaa let out a long sigh of relief. Her eyes were filled with joy. Not necessarily. When we met him in the real world, he only had his soul left. We don't know where his body is, Ness explained. Reynolds is a soul now? Nausicaa couldn't help but pinch Reynolds a little, but she didn't get any response. It was just like a normal body. This is the dream wasteland. His body is built based on the laws here. It's the same with your body. It's not a body from the outside world, said Angor as he noticed her confusion. So you're saying that the body in this world is an artificial consciousness? Anyone who can enter this place, including their soul? You can think of it that way. You can call it your own body, but it's not a real body. Nausicaa frowned. So as long as there's a consciousness in this place, it's a different kind of immortal? For those who truly seek immortality, this place is only a cage. He didn't answer directly because he didn't know if the residents of the dream realm were considered immortals. Besides, the dream wasteland hadn't existed for more than 5 years. It wasn't qualified to talk about immortality. Nausicaa sighed again. You're right. Immortality doesn't only mean immortality. It also means being unaffected by the outside world. Even so, this place is still terrifying. So this is the world of wizards? I've never heard of it before. Well, it has nothing to do with wizards. There were only a few wizards in the dream wasteland. Most of them were mortals. Should he explain it to Nausicaa? But if he were to explain, it would sound like he was praising himself. What do you mean by a wizard's world? Don't overthink it. Brood Cavern only has this dream wasteland, and it's only been around for 1 or 2 years. You're one of the early adopters, Ness said. He didn't mention that Angor was the one who created the dream wasteland, mainly because of Reynolds. Angor didn't know about Reynolds' background and stance. Is that so? Nausicaa was surprised by the information. These are all digressions. I'll tell you in detail when I have the chance in the future. Did you say Reynolds gave you his weapon? Angor asked. Nausicaa's story was more or less the same as Reynolds'. The only difference was the details. However, when it came to what happened after they escaped from the lab, Nausicaa gave more details. Reynolds' memories were already in disarray. They couldn't be pieced together. Among them was the weapon that Reynolds mentioned. Previously, Reynolds had said that he had used that weapon to block the tracking of the demon larva left behind by number 17. Both Angor and Ness wanted to ask about the weapon, but Reynolds only remembered that the weapon was always attached to his soul. As for where it was now, he had no idea. Angor and Ness thought the weapon was in Nausicaa's severed mind. They didn't expect Nausicaa to tell them that the weapon was with her. Yes. He threw the weapon to me at the last moment, Nausicaa said. Nausicaa gave a simple explanation. At the last moment, Reynolds used the weapon to knock the monster into the abyss. He thought he was about to die, so he threw the weapon to Nausicaa, who was about to be swept away by the current. What's that weapon? Ness asked curiously. It was the first time he heard about such a thing. I don't know. I saw some symbols in the lab, but I forgot about them. Nausicaa didn't know what to say. Those are soul symbols. It's normal that you can't remember them. I mean, what's the shape of the weapon? How powerful is it? It's a chain. It's very powerful. Nausicaa said, if it weren't for the chain, I wouldn't have been able to deal with those bastards in a short time. But it costs a lot. Not only does it consume my soul energy, but it also absorbs mana from my mana pool. Reynolds was puzzled. I remember that when I used it, it only consumed a very small amount of energy. Maybe it's because Reynolds is the owner of the chain. I need to check it out first before I can figure it out. Ness fell into deep thought. He had a feeling that this weapon was the reason Dodoro asked him to come here. When Ness remained silent, Nausicaa looked at Angor with a pleading look. I understand. I'll be there as soon as I can. As for that lunk you mentioned, I hope he can survive. Ghost Dock Island. When Nausicaa opened her eyes, she could hear the murmur of voices around her. He raised his head and saw a few doctors not far away discussing whether they should open the window and let the others come over to take one last look at Lunk. They chose to open the window instead of the door because Nausicaa was sleeping in front of the door. They didn't want to disturb Nausicaa, so they had to think of a way to let the others see Lunk through the window. However, they were still hesitating. If they really wanted to see Lunk through the window, they would have to build a 3-story ladder outside. That was dangerous, and only one person could do it at a time. Don't let them go through the window, a hoarse female voice came from behind them. They looked back and saw Nausicaa already standing up. You're awake, Lady Aspel? It was a question because Nausicaa only slept for about 10 minutes, which was not even considered a nap. Did our voices disturb you? The doctors who were whispering to each other earlier had apologetic expressions on their faces. Nausicaa shook her head. No, I wasn't sleeping. Nausicaa didn't know how to explain herself, so she changed her words. I closed my eyes to rest. I'm fine now. Should we open the door and let them in? Someone suggested. Nausicaa didn't answer right away. Instead, she glanced at Little Flea, who was still running around Lunk. Little Flea still didn't want to give up on saving Lunk. The others also noticed Nausicaa's gaze. We asked Little Flea just now. He didn't answer. Little Flea was against it at first. Now that Little Flea didn't answer, it meant something. Perhaps Little Flea also knew that Lunk was beyond help. Nausicaa looked away. Don't rush. Let's wait for a while. The doctors looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. But since Nausicaa said so, they didn't dare to disobey. They nodded and went to check on Burge and Barrow. Nausicaa, on the other hand, walked to the window and looked at the floating mist outside without saying a word. Time slowly passed. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Lunk's face was turning paler and paler. His lips were turning black and blue. His body temperature was dropping. The doctors knew that Lunk couldn't hold on for much longer. They wanted to let the others in to see Lunk one last time, but Nausicaa didn't say anything. They could only watch helplessly and sadly as the night was dragged into the abyss of death. 30 minutes later. Little Flea slowly walked to Nausicaa and spoke in a low voice, let them in, shall we? Nausicaa didn't look back. She was still looking outside. About half a minute later, Nausicaa's eyes suddenly lit up. She abruptly stood up and pushed the window open. Everyone was shocked by her actions and did not know what had happened. They're here. They're here. Nausicaa looked at the streak of light in the mist and spoke in a joyful voice. Who's here? They heard someone shouting outside the window. They looked closer and realized that it was the people on the moonlight diagram. But why were they shouting like that? While they were still puzzled, the streak of light suddenly stopped outside the window. A gust of wind blew against the window and made the items inside squeak. When the wind in their faces subsided a little, they secretly opened their eyes and looked outside. The streak of light outside was actually a giant monster with eyes that seemed to be burning with fire. It had the body of a lion and claws, and the head and wings of an eagle. Its mane flowed with flames, causing the surrounding air to distort due to the heat. As they retreated in fear, the monster rapidly shrank like a deflated balloon. Finally, it turned into a harmless-looking bird. It was only after it had shrunk that everyone saw a few figures behind it. With a light leap, they entered the room. Mr. Byron, Mr. Pat. You're finally here. Nausicaa greeted them in excitement. Nausicaa didn't mind addressing Angor as Mr. Pat most of the time, but in front of outsiders, Nausicaa still had to be polite. Angor nodded to Nausicaa with a smile. He already met Nausicaa in the dream wasteland, but seeing her in real life was a great relief. However, Nausicaa in real life did surprise him quite a bit. Her body was covered in wounds, and her clothes were stained with blood. Her right arm, which was a custom-made prosthetic, was almost destroyed. Only a few metal wires were still attached to it. This was the first time Angor saw Nausicaa in such a miserable state. Even the toughest battle in the Rising Star competition was nothing compared to this. Angor also noticed that Nausicaa's spirit was exhausted, and the mana around her was stagnant. Her injuries weren't just external. Her insides were damaged as well. He took out 2 potions from his bracelet. One was a regular potion bottle with a milky white liquid inside, while the other was a delicate, triangular potion bottle with a silver cork and a silver metal chain hanging from it. The liquid inside the bottle was a pale green liquid. The white one is glowing velvet potion, and the light green one is lawless charm. Angor handed the 2 potions to Nausicaa. Nausicaa took the potion and pushed it back to Angor. My body isn't injured that badly. Don't waste it. Glowing velvet potion was used to treat external injuries. Lawless charm, on the other hand, could heal a certain amount of spirit damage. Glowing velvet potion was relatively cheap, while lawless charm was extremely expensive. Nausicaa didn't reject the expensive lawless charm. Instead, she rejected the glowing velvet potion, which meant she really didn't need it. Angor nodded and put away the potion. Nausicaa didn't use the potion right away. She didn't want to be disturbed while using spirit potions like this. She put away the potion and led Angor's group to Lunk. Angor and his group showed up in such a terrifying manner that the doctors didn't dare to approach them even when they restrained their auras. As they approached, the doctors quickly moved away. Little Flea was pushed to the back of the group, but he secretly observed the newcomers. A handsome young man, a stooped old man, and a man whose body was translucent and floating in the air. Who are they? Are they friends of Mr. Aspel? As Little Flea pondered, Angor began to check Lunk's frozen body. The others also figured out Angor's intention from his actions. At this moment, everyone was silent. Their eyes were shining with anticipation. Could a person who was respected by Lord Aspel be able to save Mr. Lunk? A moment later, he withdrew his hand and looked at Ness without saying anything. Wizard Ness, what do you think of him? His soul energy is stronger than most people. He should be able to create a soul after his death. However, in terms of spiritual power, he should not have reached the standard of a talented person, but he should be very close. It's not easy for someone who isn't a talent to create a soul. I didn't ask about what happened after his death. Ness shrugged. Then I don't have anything else to say. Everyone's heart sank when they heard Ness' words. Did the old man mean that they could only talk about what happened after Lunk's death? A sorrowful atmosphere began to fill the air. But in the next second, Ness's words quickly calmed the atmosphere. Saving him is easy. What's there to talk about? Let him die and become a soul. Maybe I can take him back to the Valley of Souls. There's no point in keeping him alive. Ness used a casual tone to say these words, but it caused everyone to fall silent for a few seconds. Saving Lunk was easy, everyone here was a doctor, and they knew exactly how bad Lunk's condition was. This kind of injury was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of these mysterious people. This was completely different from what they knew. Was this the miracle of a supernatural? That's not what I want to ask. Angor glanced at Ness and said, that's not what I want to ask. I meant, how do you save him? I can directly revive him and make him recover perfectly. Or I can use a special potion to wake him up and let him fight his own way. Nausicaa was confused. What do you mean by that? She wondered. Reynolds, who was beside him, also did not understand what he meant. But if he had to choose, he would definitely choose the perfect recovery option. Lunk did save Nausicaa's life, and he deserved to be healed. Ness narrowed his eyes. You want to use crafting water? Angor nodded. I can't answer that. He needs to decide for himself. Ness paused and looked at Angor. You have a unique way of thinking. It's just an experiment, Angor said in a small voice. Reynolds was getting more and more confused. What are you talking about, mister? What's crafting water? It doesn't sound like a healing potion. Ness would have ignored this question if it was someone else. But it was Reynolds who spoke. Ness thought for a moment and replied, "You'll understand later." Ness looked at Angor. "Should I wake him up? Do you want to do it, or should I?" "I'll do it." Ness thought Angor would let him do it since Lunk was in a terrible condition and couldn't be unfrozen. The best way to wake Lunk up was to use the essence of his soul, which was Ness' specialty. But since Angor wanted to do it himself, Ness decided to wait and watch. He also wanted to see how Angor was going to wake Lunk up in this situation. Angor considered for a moment and placed a finger between Lunk's eyebrows. Invisible ripples rushed into Lunk's sea of consciousness. Lunk's sleeping consciousness seemed to be hugged by a pair of warm hands and rushed towards the unknown white light. Use the dream entry technique's dream tentacles to activate his consciousness and let his consciousness enter the surface. Then, he cut off the dream entry technique midway, preventing him from entering the dream bridge. This is a rather interesting method. Ness quickly understood what Angor was trying to do. But his consciousness is now active, but he still can't escape from the shackles of his body. He's still in a semi-conscious state. What should we do now? We don't need to do anything. He just needs to hear us. Lunk was still sealed in ice, but thanks to what Angor did, Lunk's mind was able to hear everything around him. However, he could not answer Angor's question. Lunk felt that he was in a special state. He could hear the rustling sounds outside, but he could not open his eyes. It was similar to the subsleep state that he would occasionally experience when he was under great mental stress. However, it was different from the pure subsleep state. He was not in darkness. There were two pillars of light of different colors in front of him. One was red, and the other was blue. As Lunk studied the two beams of light, he heard someone talking to him again. "Lunk, you can see two beams of light now. One is red, and the other is blue. Try to imagine that you're getting closer and closer to the red light." Lunk did not know who was talking to him, but in order to communicate with the outside world, he walked toward the red light without hesitation. Angor knew that Lunk had already reached the red light, but no one could see what was going on. He considered for a moment and placed several illusion nodes around him. Not long after, everyone saw a faint red light begin to float in the surroundings. Angor secretly controlled the nodes to release red light to reflect Lunk's choice. Good. Now, imagine that you're walking toward the blue light. Soon, the red light around them turned into a faint blue one. Seeing the change of color, everyone knew that Angor was going to use this method to communicate with Lunk. With the test over, Angor went straight to the point. "Lunk, listen carefully. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that I can save you. I'll give you two choices. The first is to restore your body to the state it was 1 day ago." Lunk did not go to the blood vessel 1 day ago. He was not poisoned, nor did he use any potion. His body was perfectly fine. The second choice is to use a potion called crafting water. It can stimulate your potential and help you overcome the poison in your body. However, the process will be very painful. If you can't endure it, the potion will fail and backfire, which will kill you for sure. However, if you persevere and defeat the remaining poison in your body in endless pain, you will also gain some benefits. It's like forging. You can't achieve its true form without going through thousands of trials and tribulations. Now, you have a choice. If you choose to recover, embrace the red light. If you choose to use crafting water, walk into the blue light. While Lunk was considering his options, the others were also pondering Angor's words. One was to recover immediately, while the other was to go through endless torment. What would they do if they were in Angor's shoes? The former would not hurt them, while the latter would grant them unknown benefits. If it were you, what would you choose? Ness looked at Reynolds. "I don't want to interrupt Lunk's decision," Reynolds said. The others nodded in agreement. They all tried their best not to say anything so as not to disturb Lunk. Angor spoke in a plain voice, he can't hear anything from the outside world now. Hearing Angor's words, everyone relaxed. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly just now for fear of disturbing Lunk and Angor's conversation. Everyone relaxed and looked at Reynolds. They also wanted to know what choice Valinko's people would make. Reynolds considered for a moment and said, "I'll choose crafting water. I know Mr. Pat won't give him a choice so easily." Reynolds's answer was also what some people thought. If a superhuman could have saved you directly, but he chose to give you an even more bumpy path, then there was a high possibility that the benefits obtained from walking the bumpy path would be astonishing. Therefore, they would choose the second type of forging water at this time. If you don't know what Angwar's choice is, which one would you choose if you were in Lunk's shoes? Reynolds pondered for a few seconds and said, "The first method is direct recovery." Everyone pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. Lunk was still unconscious. He did not know who was talking to him, and whether it was good or bad. For safety reasons, they would choose the first option. Ness nodded and looked at Nausicaa. "What about you? What would you do if you were in his shoes?" "Crafting water." Nausicaa answered without hesitation. "No hesitation? There is nothing to hesitate about. Even if the process of crafting will make you suffer a fate worse than death, would you?" "A fate worse than death? I'm not dead yet, right? As far as I'm concerned, no pain, no reward. I got those gifts easily because I didn't see a good price in the dark," said Nausicaa. Ness chuckled and did not comment on Nausicaa's answer. Angwar wasn't surprised at all when he heard her choice. Nausicaa rarely talked about her life as a pirate. Even if she did, she would only talk about the good stuff. Still, Angwar knew that Nausicaa's journey to become the Blackberry King must have been filled with a lot of pain. Moreover, most of the time, even after experiencing living a life worse than death, one might not necessarily obtain any benefits. Now that Nausicaa was presented with a choice that would bring her benefits as long as she went through hardships, there was no way she would hesitate. Nausicaa's answer was straightforward without any hesitation. This made the others start to ponder. Would they be able to face the painful future so calmly? He probably couldn't do it. Therefore, they had to put aside all distractions and make a choice. After hearing Reynolds and Nausicaa's answers, they were more inclined to recover immediately. What choice would Lunk make? Lunk did not know what had happened in the outside world, nor did he know that a superhuman had arrived. Without any interference from the outside world, would Lunk also choose the first option like them? The answer was, no. After about half a minute of silence, the surroundings began to emit a faint blue light. Lunk chose the crafting water. Everyone looked at the light around them. After being surprised for a while, they realized something. Lunk was different from them from the beginning. Even in Ghost Dock Island, which was filled with darkness and evil, Lunk insisted on his own principles. He was the only light on the moonlight bird that illuminated the darkness. How could such a person like Lunk vanish into the masses like them? From the looks of it, Lunk's choice seemed to be predestined. He took out an intricate potion bottle from his bracelet. It was small at the front and small at the end, but large in the middle. The bottle contained a liquid that was shining with golden light. It was dazzling. This was the crafting water. Melting the ice, removing the seal, and feeding Link the medicine. After doing all this, Lunk's condition seemed to have improved a little. His lips were no longer blue, and they gradually regained some color. "Is he okay now?" Nausicaa looked at Lunk, who was getting better. "Not yet. The crafting water only stimulated his potential. It didn't cure him directly." Angwar glanced at Lunk, who was still unconscious. "He's still being modified by the forging water. I think he'll wake up in a few minutes. Then, we'll be able to detoxify him. But I don't know if he'll be able to make it." Nausicaa and the other doctors sighed in relief. As long as Lunk could live, everything was fine. After feeding Lunk the medicine, Angwar fixed Barrow's broken skull. He then turned to Nausicaa and said, "Let's find a place to talk." Nausicaa nodded. "Do you need a quiet room, sir?" "The alchemy room next door is soundproof, and there's a resting room inside," a doctor suggested. Angwar didn't really mind. Nausicaa nodded at the doctor. The alchemy lab was right next door, and Little Flea had been there before, so he volunteered to be their guide and led them to the lab. The alchemy room was bigger than the infirmary. It was filled with all kinds of metal medical equipment, which looked quite new. There were also some purification and separation tools, which were used in recent years. As a former pirate captain, Nausicaa had seen a lot of alchemy rooms. However, this was the first time she saw one with such a modern design. Therefore, he subconsciously took a few more glances. Little Flea noticed Nausicaa's gaze and explained, "The alchemy room of the Moonlight Bird is bigger and more advanced than the one of the Blood Destroyer. I was surprised when I saw it for the first time yesterday. The Bloodbreaker is a pirate ship, after all, while the Moonlight Bird is a freighter that travels between continents all year round." Little Flea nodded in agreement. Yes, pirates and regular merchant ships are very different. The Blood Destroyer doesn't have a pharmacy, only a medical room, and many of the equipment inside are very old. Later on, under my suggestion, Captain Man found an island and had the blacksmith help to make some tools needed for modern medicine. But even so, it's only a rough prototype. It can't be compared to such a precise and detailed instrument here. Little Flea looked at the almost brand new medical equipment in the room with yearning in her eyes. I've never heard of many of the equipment here. I don't know how many generations have passed. I'm still using the first generation version of Acasonia. The difference is really huge. After Little Flea sighed, he suddenly felt that he had said too much. Moreover, he was in front of two great supernatural beings. He coughed embarrassedly. "My lords, I'll take my leave first." After saying that, the Little Flea quickly walked back. When Little Flea walked past Angor, he suddenly spoke up. "You mentioned Acasonia just now." Little Flea stopped and nodded in confusion. "Yes, sir." "You've heard of the Serpent Nation?" The Little Flea repeated doubtfully, "The kingdom of giant serpents? What's that?" Angor remained silent for a moment. "Where did you hear about Acasonia? What do you know about it?" "My teacher told me. He said Acasonia is the origin of modern medicine, a holy place for doctors who can create miracles. I don't know anything else." "Then how did your teacher know about Acasonia?" Little Flea considered for a moment. "I don't know. But when I was learning medicine from my teacher, he used medical books published by Acasonia." "Acasonia published medical books?" Angor grew interested. "Where are the medical books? Where is your teacher?" "Little Flea, my teacher died when I was 14. As for that set of medical books, my teacher treasured them very much. So when teacher was buried, I buried the medical book in the tomb as well." Angor nodded and did not say anything else. When Little Flea left the room, Ness, who was sitting on a sofa, asked, "You care about Acasonia a lot?" "A little." Angor nodded. "Because of Dodoro?" Ness didn't know that Angor had been to Acasonia before. However, he already heard that there used to be origin worshippers in the Serpent Nation. After Acasonia was destroyed, the origin worshippers disappeared. The next time they saw an origin worshipper was when Dodoro died 1,000 years later. When Ness saw Angor's interest in Acasonia, he immediately guessed that it had something to do with Dodoro. "Yes, it does have something to do with Dodoro," Angor added in his mind. "But not entirely." "Acasolia? What's that?" Nausicaa asked curiously. "It's a nation in fairy world. But it fell 1,000 years ago," Ness explained. Ness explained casually, "I remember that it was replaced by some court or something. The Court of Zeal." Angor continued, "I saw some ruins of Acasonia, and I did find a lot of medical tools there. They were different from ancient medicine, so I'm sure it's the birthplace of modern medicine. But as time went by, fewer and fewer people knew about Acasonia." "Then what about Dodoro?" "I met Dodoro in Acasonia's ruins. He didn't mention the origin worshippers because it involved some secrets." Nausicaa nodded and stopped asking about Acasonia. Instead, she changed the topic and asked about crafting water. "What kind of potion is crafting water?" "It's a potion that activates one's potential. It uses a person's potential to resist internal harm. It's a type of poison that can be neutralized," Angor explained. Ness chimed in, "I remember crafting water. It's a traditional potion of the Vanderwally school. It's an ancient potion with terrible side effects. It's almost out of use now." "Side effects?" Nausicaa frowned. "Like Angor said, the process is very painful." "So painful that you'd rather die than live." Ness chuckled. Why is it called crafting water? It means to hammer out a person's potential, just like forging. Every strike can cause a person's body to collapse or even their mind to collapse. There's also an even worse side effect, which is that it can exhaust a person's potential completely. It will lower the ceiling of a person's potential. That's why crafting water is no longer mainstream. It's replaced by other potions. Ness glanced at Angor again. I was shocked when I saw you taking out crafting water. You can't buy it anywhere. Why do you always carry it with you? When I was learning apothecary from Master Alchemist, Mitra used Vander Wally School as an example and taught me crafting water, Angor explained. I see. Ness didn't ask further. It was Angor's freedom to bring whatever potion he wanted. Nausicaa frowned. If the side effects are so bad, why did you give Lunk this option? It must be because of the crafting water, Ness said before Angor could explain. It must be because of the extra benefits. Think about it. If Lunk chose to heal himself, a level 2 detoxification cantrip or level 3 poison repellent cantrip would solve most of his problems. After that, I'll cast a healing spell on Lunk and he should be fine. In other words, if Lunk chose the first option, he could heal himself easily without using any potions. Even though crafting water was no longer mainstream, it was still an extraordinary potion that was almost impossible for mortals to get their hands on. Besides, it was a potion made by Angor himself. As a member of the research department, it would cost a fortune. Angor's choice meant there was something else to it. What's the extra benefit? Nausicaa asked. Ness said, like I said, every hit of the forging water can cause a person's body and mind to collapse. Do you understand what I mean? Nausicaa was an apprentice who knew a lot of things. There was no way she couldn't understand what Ness was talking about. Under normal circumstances, Lunk was treating the physical body. His mind would not be threatened at all. However, Ness mentioned that crafting water could break a person's spirit as well. This meant that crafting water was not only rebuilding the body but also casting one's spirit. Under every cruel blow, under the limitless development and activation of his potential, there was a great chance that his mental power, which was originally as stable as a fortress, would start to fluctuate. As long as he could endure it, his spirit value would increase greatly. Lunk's soul power is stronger than the average person's. He should be able to form a soul body after his death. However, in terms of spiritual power, I don't think I have reached the standard of a talented person, but I should be very close. This meant Lunk's spirit value was very close to 10. Maybe 8 or 9. If Lunk made it through and his mental strength reached 10 points, it would mean that he would become a talented person. In other words, Angor was giving Lunk a chance to enter the supernatural world. Even if the crafting water used up all of Lunk's potential, it was still a great deal to become a talent. After becoming a wizard, Lunk could solve the problem of his bloodline in other ways. Of course, Lunk had to survive it first. While Nausicaa was thinking, she heard someone screaming from the next room. Although the alchemy room was soundproof, to an extraordinaire, this little bit of soundproof effect was practically non-existent. Looks like he's awake, Ness said. Angor nodded. The potion is working too. It didn't take long for Nausicaa to recognize Lunk as the one who screamed. There was no doubt that Lunk had awakened, and the effects of the forging water had begun to take effect on him. Nausicaa did not know Lunk for a long time, but she could tell that Lunk was a determined knight. A knight like that was still screaming under the beating of the crafting water. It was enough to tell how serious the after effects of the potion were. Normal people would not be able to endure it. Even apprentices would not be able to endure it. Otherwise, the crafting water would not be so strong. Screams of agony could be heard one after another. It was obvious how painful it was. This reminded Nausicaa of Angor's brother, Leon. Nausicaa learned something about Leon when she was in Fragrant Tavern. Leon's spirit value did not reach 10. He became a talent not because of Angor, but because of Thua's willpower forging method. Through high-intensity, almost self-destructive training of the physical body, his will was tempered, and in the end, his spiritual power broke through the upper limit. Lunk's current situation was actually very similar to Leon's cultivation of the will forging technique. They were both tempering the will. Nausicaa sighed and prayed for Lunk in her mind. This was a precious opportunity. Lunk chose to use the crafting water, which meant he had grasped it. As long as he could hold on, there was hope. Ness drew a rune in the air. A force field that was hard to detect with the naked eye enveloped the entire medicine-making room. Lunk's miserable and stifled cries were immediately cut off. Let's not talk about business without music. Besides, the music isn't that good, Ness said. Ness shrugged. Screams? Hysterical screams are more pleasing to my ears, especially the screams of the undead. They're trying to restrain themselves, but they don't sound good. Also, they're men's screams. You're the only one who would use screams as music. Now that the noise was gone, they finally got down to business. There are many things you didn't know in the dream wasteland. Let's talk about them. What did you do? What caused this? Angor looked at Nausicaa. Nausicaa nodded and began to explain how she made up her mind back in Floating Mech City. Reynolds also added some additional information along the way. Time slowly passed as Nausicaa told her story. In her narration, she had perfected all the details that Reynolds had not mentioned before. Nausicaa followed. Reynolds to this lab for the sake of Night Butterfly's arm. The reason why Nausicaa was interested in Night Butterfly's arm was because of Reynolds' detailed description of the special object inside it. A special foreign object was an unknown object that was exchanged from a certain organization in Khazadar world through a sacrificial ritual. These foreign objects could be injected into organs and used in some special ways to transform them. According to Reynolds, Night Butterfly's arm was the organ that contained the most special foreign object and had the highest spirit value during the ritual more than 10 years ago. There had been many sacrificial rituals throughout the years, but almost none of them could surpass Night Butterfly's arm. The special foreign object inside an organ didn't contain the most special foreign object. However, the greater the spirit value and capacity of the organ, the more powerful it would be. Because of the strange object, Nausicaa paid more attention to the witch's arm. Nausicaa wasn't attracted to Night Butterfly's arm just because of its power. If that's the case, I can always wait for Mr. Pad to make a new prosthesis for me. He promised Nausicaa that he would make a better prosthetic limb for her after he found better materials and a better structure. With his alchemy skills, it wasn't impossible for him to make a powerful prosthesis. The reason why Nausicaa decided to follow Reynolds to steal Night Butterfly's arm was because of something special about the special foreign object. When an organ is transplanted, the special foreign object will somehow connect with the soul. Or should I say, resonate with it. It's like an equipment made for the soul. I can't remember its specific name. But according to its uniqueness, I gave it a name. Soul equipment. As a bloodline supernatural, Nausicaa was almost invincible among her peers. However, bloodline wizards had their weaknesses too, and the most obvious one was the lack of protection against their soul. When the enemy was prepared to attack the soul, bloodline transcendents, even official magi, could be severely injured. Before reaching Truthfinder, bloodline wizards rarely had the ability to directly protect their souls. The existence of soul equipment made up for the biggest shortcoming of the bloodline. Because of this, Nausicaa could not only restore her body, but also use the special foreign object in her body to form a soul equipment to protect her soul. This was something that couldn't be done with prosthetics or transplanted organs. Angor wasn't really impressed by Nausicaa's explanation. His soul was special. Even a banshee's howl wouldn't hurt him. He had never felt something like this before. However, Ness' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he heard Nausicaa's description. It's actually soul equipment? Soul equipment? This was a virgin land he had never set foot in before. Alchemists might be able to craft such soul equipment, but creating a connection with the soul and creating a resonance between the soul and the soul like Nausicaa said was almost impossible to do. As a soul manipulator, Ness knew the value of soul equipment too well. Think about it. When someone invades your soul and thinks that they can deal with you without any worries, your soul takes out a shiny golden wand. With a light wave, everything goes silent. This kind of situation where one's soul had been invaded was not uncommon. Back in Sky Tower, Parasite Queen almost took his soul away. If he could use his soul equipment to deal with Parasite Queen, it would be much easier. This was only one of the applications of soul equipment. As a soul manipulator, the most important thing was to use the power of the soul to cast spells. However, the soul itself wasn't as sturdy as it looked. If he had a defensive soul equipment, he would be able to fight without any worries. That was why Ness was so shocked. This lab actually created a soul equipment. Ness now understood why Dodoro suggested him to come to the Mist Belt. It wasn't because Dodoro wanted to help Angor or Reynolds. It was because of the soul equipment. When Ness learned of the existence of soul equipment, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He had a feeling that perhaps the path of truth he pursued would begin from this place. Where's the lab? I want to see it. Ness tried his best to suppress his desire and asked. Nausicaa and Reynolds didn't sense Ness's desperation, but Angor did. He considered for a moment and understood what Ness was thinking. You said Philo wasn't wise, and now you're jumping into his trap. Let's wait. There's no rush to go to the lab. Let her finish first. I have a feeling that she's going to tell you something else that might interest you. For example, that weapon. Ness took a deep breath and realized that he was too excited. Even if he really wanted to go to the lab, he still needed to know more about it. Besides, Ness understood what Angor was hinting at. The weapon Angor was referring to was the one Reynolds and Nausicaa used to stop the monster larvae when they escaped from the lab. Later, according to Nausicaa, Reynolds gave the weapon to her at the last moment. At that time, when Reynolds was telling the story, he did not explain what this weapon was. However, from the context of his description, it was obvious that this weapon was very powerful and very secretive. Otherwise, why would Reynolds only use it at the last moment? According to Nausicaa's explanation, Ness had a hunch that the weapon Reynolds never mentioned was a soul equipment. Ness suppressed his restless thoughts and kept listening to Nausicaa's story. The rest of the content was basically the same. The situation in the laboratory was not much different from what Reynolds had told them. The only thing worth mentioning was that Reynolds didn't tell Ness why he had to take Nausicaa to the lab. Reynolds told Ness that he wasn't taking Nausicaa to the lab for free. He was going to find some information, and he needed Nausicaa's help. However, Reynolds didn't tell Ness what it was. But now, Nausicaa was revealing the secret behind it. The information Reynolds was looking for was information on how to remove the soul imprint. He wanted to get rid of the X and 1 marks on his face. The marks were like the mark of a slave to him, reminding him of his painful past. If Reynolds had used his soul energy in the Rising Star competition, he might have gotten a better ranking. However, he didn't use his best ability because he didn't want to expose the mark on his soul. Furthermore, as long as this mark existed, he would never be able to escape from the laboratory's pursuit. Therefore, he had to get rid of the mark. And he needed someone to help him. In the end, he chose Nausicaa. Both Angor and Ness knew what Reynolds was thinking, so they didn't blame him for hiding the truth from them. They only asked Nausicaa to continue. They triggered a trap left by number 17 and were chased by a monster, which forced them to escape from the lab. The monster was still young, but it had a powerful bloodline. It was the offspring of a Truthfinder monster in the Mist Belt. It was only a few years old, but it was already as strong as a wizard. In the nick of time, Reynolds pushed Nausicaa out of the lab and took out his weapon to fight the monster. The process of the battle was not shown, but the final result was that Reynolds did his best to stop the monster, but it did not take long for the monster to rush up again. Nausicaa wasn't the kind of person who would abandon her teammates. She didn't leave. Instead, she tried to enter the lab to help Reynolds. Reynolds wanted Nausicaa to live. He didn't think he could save himself, so he gave his weapon to Nausicaa and pushed her into the sea again. This time, Nausicaa didn't come back because she was carried away by a strong current. The rest of the story was how Nausicaa drifted on the sea and ended up at Ghost Dock Island. Back in the Dream Wasteland, Nausicaa had already explained the situation of Ghost Ship Island to them. Now, she needed more details. What caught their attention the most was the battle after Nausicaa woke up. Nausicaa's mana pool was almost empty. To save her mana and end the battle as soon as possible, she used the weapon Reynolds gave her. "Is this a soul armament?" Ness asked. Both Reynolds and Nausicaa nodded. Ness looked at Reynolds again. "So you don't need a transplant to transfer your soul armament to someone else?" "Yes, but it'll be inconvenient," Reynolds said. Nausicaa explained for him, when I used Reynolds' weapon, I felt a little sluggish. It's like there's a layer of gauze between me and the weapon. I can't use it as I wish. Also, it consumes a lot of energy. It's not like what Reynolds said about soul armors. That's because it's not the most suitable material. The most suitable material for a soul armament is the organ and the soul that resonates with it. Nausicaa was using Reynolds' soul gear, so she couldn't control it as if it was her own arm. At best, she could barely use it. Ness said thoughtfully, I see. Can I take a look at your soul armament? Nausicaa looked at Reynolds. The chains belonged to Reynolds, after all. Reynolds nodded. However, Nausicaa didn't take it out right away. It wasn't that she didn't want to take it, but her soul energy had been depleted to a critical point. She couldn't summon any soul equipment, and she didn't have the ability to eject her soul. Ness noticed Nausicaa's hesitation and reached a hand toward her. Don't refuse. I'll transfer some pure soul energy to you. However, Angor stopped him before he could touch Nausicaa. Between her eyebrows will do, Angor said. The corner of Ness's mouth twitched. He cursed a few times before he slowly moved his hand to Nausicaa's forehead. My purified soul energy will be a great supplement for her soul. It might even strengthen it, Ness mumbled. I'm using my own energy to strengthen her soul. So what if I'm taking advantage of her? Is it necessary? I'm not really doing anything. Back when Sunders took Ness to the Valley of Souls to check his soul, Ness still took the chance to go out and play with some women during his free time, even though Sunders was there. Usually, Angor wouldn't care about it. It was all consensual anyway. But Nausicaa was his friend. He couldn't allow Ness to harm her, not even if it meant taking advantage of her. Ness was the kind of person who would take a mile when given an inch. Angor didn't want to give him any chances. He ignored Ness' complaints and continued his monologue on his own. After transferring his soul energy to Nausicaa, Ness had no choice but to stop the monologue. That should do it. Ness signaled Nausicaa to summon her soul armament. Nausicaa nodded. She closed her eyes and sensed the soul energy. The almost overflowing soul energy made her feel better than ever. As her mind and body were in harmony, Nausicaa tried to pull the chain in her soul. To the others, Nausicaa seemed to have gained a double image. When the double image merged with Nausicaa's body, a bottomless black hole appeared in front of her chest. A pitch-black chain shot out from the deep black hole like a viper catching its prey. After the chain crawled out of the black hole, it was like a living snake. It raised its head and carefully sniffed the surroundings. Ness narrowed his eyes and stared at the black chain as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, Ness pointed a finger at Nausicaa and released a wave of soul energy that contained a unique ripple. This soul ripple was filled with a thick evil intent. Angor frowned and tried to stop it. But after checking carefully, he decided against it. When the soul ripple reached Nausicaa's body, Nausicaa froze for a second. Her clear eyes were covered with a layer of gray. His originally clear thoughts also became confused in an instant. Nausicaa sensed the evil in the soul ripple and instinctively controlled the chain to attack the source of the evil. The black chain hesitated for a few seconds before it responded to Nausicaa's will. It was as swift as an arrow at dawn, impossible to be seen with the naked eye as it shot towards Ness. Ness didn't try to dodge. Instead, he used his physical strength to fight against the chain. Every time the chain came into contact with Ness, a loud explosion would be heard. Fortunately, Ness had set up a soundproof barrier around the place. Otherwise, it would have aroused suspicion. Every time Ness and the chain collided, the shockwaves sent alchemy tools, papers, and extracts flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, half of the room was turned into a mess. In order to prevent the entire alchemy lab from being destroyed, Angor tapped the ground with his foot and summoned a head from the shadow. Earl turned into a pitch-black shadow and trapped the area where Ness and the chains clashed in a small area. Meanwhile, the area outside was covered by El's shadow and turned into darkness. Both Angor and Reynolds were standing at the edge of the darkness, watching the battle unfold. Reynolds was worried at first, but he soon realized that Ness only wanted to test the power of the chain and didn't attack Nausicaa at all. As for Nausicaa, she was still affected by the soul ripple and couldn't see clearly. She was only attacking the source of the evil. Nausicaa, who was still in a state of confusion, began to get anxious when she couldn't remove the chains. Suddenly, the black hole in Nausicaa's chest released a purer and more powerful soul energy. The soul power attached itself to the chain, and the chain began to undergo visible changes. Black flames. The black chain began to emit black flames. These black flames didn't have any temperature, but they carried a sense of danger that made people tremble in fear. That's soul ignite. Reynolds couldn't believe his eyes. It's a forbidden spell. Even I have to use almost all of my soul energy to activate it. Nausicaa was only borrowing the weapon temporarily. How could she use it? While Reynolds' face was filled with bewilderment, the chain that was burning with black flames streaked through the air like a black phantom as it swung towards Ness. Seeing that the chain was about to collide with Ness, Reynolds shouted, "Don't touch that fire. It will burn your soul." Ness glanced at Reynolds out of the corner of his eyes. He did not move, but he narrowed his eyes and looked more serious when he saw the chains coming at him. Boom, black flames danced in the air, but Ness still managed to grab the chain. At the moment of contact, the soul-burning black flame let out a sizzling sound, as if it was roasting something. For the first time in the battle, Ness frowned. He pulled the chain lightly, and it began to vibrate. When the vibration reached a certain level, Nausicaa's muddled eyes suddenly brightened up. His mind, which had been clouded, regained its clarity. Seeing that Nausicaa had regained control of herself, Ness let go of the chain and let it return to her side. Nausicaa's face turned pale. She was frightened, and she was suffering from the after-effects of using too much soul energy. Once the battle was over, Angor and Reynolds finally came inside. He looked at the ruined battlefield and sighed. With a snap of his fingers, darkness engulfed the area around him. After clearing away the debris, Angor used some simple cantrips to repair the damaged ground. When everything was done, the place was much cleaner. Reynolds approached Nausicaa and asked about her condition in a whisper. "I'm fine." Nausicaa's face was pale, but she did not feel any discomfort. She had used up too much of her soul energy, but at least she felt better than when she fought against Mr. Man. Nausicaa was surprised. She used more soul energy than when she fought Mr. Man, but she still managed to hold on. Her soul did not feel drained. She only felt a little tired. It was as if the source of the soul had expanded several times in a single day. I controlled her soul energy perfectly. Plus, she got my soul energy. "She'll be fine," Ness muttered. Ness stood to the side and muttered, "I'm the one who should be worried about this old man. Using my soul energy to ignite those black flames only burned me instead." While speaking, Ness unfolded his hand that was holding the chain. His hand was still white and flawless. However, this was only the surface. Ness slowly revealed his soul hand. The soul hand inside Ness's body was now covered by a layer of charred skin. The damage to his soul did not look serious, and Ness knew he could heal it in no time. However, the fact that the soul fire could do such damage to a soul trainer was proof of its power. If a wizard of another class was unlucky enough to get hit by the soul fire, he or she would be seriously injured. Nausicaa was a little embarrassed by Ness' words. She did not know what happened either. "Don't mind him. He asked for it. He only wanted to test the power of the chain." Angor walked to Nausicaa and looked at the moving chain. Without the soul fire, Angor reached out his hand to touch the chain. The first thing he felt was something cold. It felt like he was holding a cold wind. It was a strange feeling. He felt something metallic in his hand again. He used Narda's vision and saw that the chain was in a state of aggregated particles. Some of the particles seemed to be made of materials, but most of them were composed of some kind of energy. Angor could not tell the nature of the chain. "Do you see anything?" Ness came to him. Angor shook his head. "I think it's made of materials, but I can't see them clearly." "Are you saying that it's possible that it's an alchemical creation? Can you reconstruct the crafting process?" "I can't tell if it's made from alchemy or not. As for reconstructing it, I don't think I can do it unless I have the relevant information." Angor glanced at Reynolds. Reynolds was stunned for a moment before he said, "Tay. Forget it, I'll just use soul equipment. The crafting process of soul gear is always the subject of the lab's research." As an experiment subject, I don't know if they've found anything. The only thing I know is that the essence of soul gear comes from a ritual, and it's given by the beings of that world. It's not made in a lab. Angor nodded and looked at Ness. You've tested its power. What do you think of it? Ness was silent for a long time before he said, very strong. And then? If soul gear can be used by everyone, it'll change the entire wizarding world's understanding of souls. In other words, soul gear could change the entire world. Reynolds noticed Ness' expectation. It's hard to use because soul gear is mainly given by others. The lab can't make it on its own yet. I guessed that too, because when I was fighting against the chains, I could smell the scent of the Khazadar world. Ness said. What do you mean? Maybe the creation of soul gear depends on some kind of primordial substance from Khazadar world. It's hard to replicate it in the real world. Ness' eyes glowed. But it doesn't matter. I'll find the coordinates of Khazadar world soon. I'll try to find the primordial substance. Thinking up to this point, Ness glanced at Reynolds a few more times. Speaking of which, the Khazadar world coordinates that he analyzed came from Reynolds' laboratory. Both the coordinates and the hope of the future were given to him. Reynolds didn't understand why Ness was looking at him in such a strange way. I don't know if it's suitable for everyone. However, back then, there were many people in the laboratory who were used as test subjects like me, but in the end, only a few of them remained. At this point, Reynolds's eyes dimmed slightly. Among the abandoned experimental subjects, there were many companions who grew up with him. At this moment, almost all of them were sleeping underground. So the failure rate is very high in the early stages. How's the success rate for the recent ones? Reynolds nodded. Not bad. I overheard a conversation between number 21 and number 17. They said we can try to contact the gray market on a small scale. The gray market was the dark side of all major wizard markets or supernatural cities. It could be considered a black market. Things that were forbidden to be traded, such as slaves smuggled from another world, could be found here. That means it's suitable for everyone. But the success rate might not be high. No matter what, Ness felt that this trip was definitely worth it. Soul equipment. He saw a future here. While Ness was thinking, Angor signaled Nausicaa to put away the chain. It was a burden for Nausicaa to maintain the chain. However, Nausicaa didn't do it right away. Instead, she looked at Reynolds and said, "Since you're here, I'll give the chain back to you." Nausicaa didn't mind at all. The chain didn't belong to her anyway, and she couldn't control it as she wished. Her reaction time during the fight with Ness was obviously delayed. Nausicaa was interested in soul gear, but she still wanted to find one that was suitable for her. And to get a suitable soul gear, she had to get the Night Butterfly Witch's help. Reynolds hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I can use the chain, but I can't use it with my soul. I need a body. The chain didn't mean much to Reynolds. Nausicaa didn't insist. It was only a matter of time. With that in mind, she put the chain back into her soul. Reynolds didn't want to take the chain back for now, but his words brought up a question. Why was Reynolds' soul separated from his body? Is he still a living soul? Angor asked. Ness nodded affirmatively. In other words, Ness' body wasn't dead yet. Then where was his physical body now? Since Reynolds' memory was missing, Angor looked at Nausicaa to see if she knew anything. Nausicaa shook her head. The last thing I remember is Reynolds giving me the chain. Then I was carried away by the ocean current. I don't know what happened after that, or why Reynolds' soul was separated from his body. However, what I can be sure of is that when I was swept away by the current, Reynolds had not retreated from the laboratory. Ness said, so, it's more likely that Reynolds' body is controlled by the lab. It makes sense. If you really sank to the bottom of the sea, your body would have died long ago. But if a living soul is separated from the body for too long, the body will slowly wither away. As an apprentice, you can last longer than mortals, but not by much. Your soul is already tainted with a lot of death aura, which means your body is about to collapse. What should we do then? Nausicaa asked. What else can we do? Find his body first and let his soul merge with it again. But it's fine if your body dies. Your soul is still there. Follow me, and I'll find you a few thousand. Let's try to find Reynolds' body first. Anyway, Wizard Ness's goal is to get to the lab. Let's go look there. What if Reynolds' body isn't in the lab? Nausicaa asked worriedly. It was highly likely that Reynolds' body was in the lab, but Nausicaa's suggestion wasn't impossible. Perhaps Reynolds' body was taken away or used as food by some sea monsters. To ensure the freshness of their food, the sea monsters would try their best to keep Reynolds' body active. Then there's only one way. Take Reynolds to a prophet. A prophet? Nausicaa was surprised. Are there any prophets around here? I don't know if there are any around here, but there are in the Dream Wasteland. Angor looked at Reynolds. Let's go. The Dream Wasteland. Nausicaa was still in a daze when she returned to this strange yet familiar city. It's not your first time here. Why do you still look like you've never seen the world before? Ness's teasing voice came from behind her. Nausicaa wasn't the kind of girl who would blush because of dirty words. She used to be a pirate, and she had seen too many similar scenes. She wouldn't mind saying something dirty if it was someone else. But it was Ness. Nausicaa could only smile and pretend that she didn't hear anything. Don't mind his nonsense, Angor said. Nausicaa gave Angor a thoughtful look. The young man who would blush whenever someone flirted with him had grown up and learned how to protect a lady. Nausicaa wanted to compliment Angor, but she decided against it. Since Angor was a wizard now, there was a huge gap between them. No matter how casual they were, Nausicaa still had to abide by certain rules. She would try her best not to say anything that was out of line. Did you forget what I used to be? I don't mind jokes like that. Nausicaa blinked and chuckled. I was just thinking that we don't need a login device to enter this world. Her login device was a single-use device. She couldn't use the previous one. Angor was the one who dragged her into the Dream Wasteland this time. Angor didn't answer since it involved nightmare illusion, which was hard to explain. So he simply smiled and didn't say anything. The Dream Wasteland is really amazing. I never thought I could find a prophet here. Nausicaa didn't want to ask too much about it. Of course you can ask a prophet if they're in the Dream Wasteland, Angor said. But the Dream Wasteland isn't open to the public yet. Only wizards from Brute Cavern are allowed to enter. As you know, there aren't many prophets in Brute Cavern. None of them are online right now. Online? It didn't take long for Nausicaa to understand the strange word choice. Do we need to wait for them to log in? Angor shook his head. No. Just send someone to notify them. Ness stopped a bald apprentice and told him to go to Star Island and find Dodoro. Nausicaa didn't realize what was going on until the apprentice logged off in a hurry. The apprentice was obviously in Brute Cavern right now. He could just go to those who were offline and ask them to come online. They were separated by thousands of miles, yet they were able to interact and search for someone so easily. Based on this situation, if they continued to expand, if Mr. Grass Snail is here, I can ask him to teach me bloodline training from thousands of kilometers away, right? Nausicaa asked. Sure, but the Dream Wasteland only covers the southern region of the Sorcerer World. If you leave the southern region, you won't be able to log in. Angor knew about Grass Snail Fantace, who was Nausicaa's teacher. The wizard was a typical battle maniac. He would either fight at the front line of the Abyss Plane or join expeditions to explore new worlds, to explore new battlefields. Ever since he joined Brute Cavern, he had only seen the man a handful of times. Although there was a distance limit, the southern region itself was very big. Only a few magi would leave the southern region. If that's the case, the future talents will be able to enjoy the same education even if they're not in Brute Cavern. Nausicaa sighed. She never thought that she could listen to her teacher's teachings from thousands of kilometers away. Most of the scenarios you mentioned are feasible. Some are already trying it out. But the Dream Wasteland has a limit. It's still a long way to go before you can fully realize it. Also, the mana here is illusory. If the teacher keeps using it as a guide, the talent will go astray in the end, Angor explained. The Dream Wasteland could provide relevant theoretical knowledge, but it was better to learn the practical application in the outside world first. I see. Nausicaa nodded. Even so, it's still very powerful. When I'm training in Brute Cavern, I don't have the courage to ask about it. I'll only ask my teacher when I'm back at Brute Cavern. If I can use the Dream Wasteland to achieve my goal, it'll save me a lot of effort. By the way, if I encounter an unknown puzzle or danger while exploring the ruins, can I go to the Dream Wilderness for help? Sure. I remember Leona built a questing hall in the outskirts of the new city. Is that what you're doing? Angor glanced at Ness. He didn't pay much attention to those tiny eyebrows, but he vaguely remembered such a thing. Ness nodded. Yes. But it's not Leona's idea. It's Mr. Rain's idea. His Excellency Rhine originally had plans to build a place similar to the mission hall in the new city, but because he hadn't decided on a specific location and building, he first designed a simplified version outside the city. That place can indeed provide limited help. Nausicaa nodded. For an adventurous person like her, having a limited amount of help was a good backup plan for her adventures. Even Reynolds had a look of yearning as he listened. Unfortunately, the information was only available to Brute Cavern members, so he couldn't do anything about it. While waiting for Dodoro to come online, Angor continued to explain the Dream Wasteland to Nausicaa. He also talked about the Mother Tree connection. It was the most helpful tool for Nausicaa right now. After several versions of the game, the tree group had more functions than before, and the information in the forum had also become more abundant. If Nausicaa had any questions, she could go to the tree group to ask. If she wanted to find some basic information, she could also find it in the forum. While accepting the new knowledge, Nausicaa couldn't help but exclaim in awe at the new content. You're quite familiar with the Dream Wasteland, aren't you? Of course. The Dream Wasteland was Angor's backyard after all. Angor chuckled. Come here a few more times and you'll get to know it. When we get out of here, I'll give you a login device so you can come online whenever you want. If you need anything, just leave a message in the group. Nausicaa didn't refuse. She didn't know the value of such a device yet. She thought Milo would get one for everyone. They waited in the Rose Aquarium for about a quarter of an hour before they finally heard footsteps coming from outside. However, it wasn't Dodoro who came in. It was Witch Maya, who was wearing a classic black wizard robe and holding a cane. Witch Maya walked over slowly, and everyone quickly stood up. She wasn't the strongest wizard in Brute Cavern, but she had a high status in the organization. Even Ness had to greet her. Witch Maya looked around and stopped at Angor. Dodoro entered the Tower of Stars not long ago. He's bathing in the starlight to find the future star chart. He won't be able to come out anytime soon. Tower of Stars. Angor remembered that it was a building on Starry Island, but he didn't know what it was used for. Judging from what Witch Maya had said, this might be a place for seclusion. Was Dodoro training? If Dodoro couldn't come online, it would be difficult to predict Reynolds' location. Unless... Angor glanced at Witch Maya. I can help you if you need a prophecy, Maya said. Angor blushed. He felt embarrassed as if he was caught red-handed. He didn't mind asking Dodoro for help, but he didn't dare to ask Maya for help. Which was why he didn't ask Maya before. Now that Maya offered to help, Angor sighed in relief despite his embarrassment. Thank you so much, Witch Maya, Angor said gratefully. I've never made a prophecy in the Dream Wasteland before, so I don't know if it'll come true. Don't get too excited just yet. Unlike Dodoro, Maya's prophecies were different. Dodoro's prophecies relied on his aura to see the future, which was why he didn't need to use prophecies. Maya, on the other hand, had to use prophecies to locate variables and calculate the most probable outcome. It was easy in the real world, but in the dream wasteland, she could only use illusory mana. She didn't know if her prophecies would be affected. It's fine. It's fine even if I'm wrong, Angor said. Reynolds was speechless. You're fine, but I'm not. Maya looked at Reynolds and asked, what's going on? It has something to do with him, right? Angor nodded. His name is Reynolds, and he came to the Dream Wasteland as a soul. According to Ness, he's still a living soul. Reynolds lost part of his memories. He doesn't remember when he was separated from his body, nor where his body is right now. So, I want to see if I can use a prophecy spell to give him a hint. Witch Maya nodded her head in understanding. She had done this many times in the real world. Reynolds' situation was slightly different, but it was the same type of prophecy. She only used the spell to locate his body instead of his corpse. In the real world, Maya only needed to use Mind's Eye to solve the problem. However, Mind's Eye was a spell she half created and half created. She couldn't use it in the dream wasteland right now. Maya considered and decided to use a prophecy spell that most prophet apprentices would learn, but very few of them were proficient in it: correlation divination. Correlation divination was a level 3 cantrip. It involved calculating and gathering information to perform a vague divination. The reason why so few people were proficient in it was that the cantrip was extremely difficult. It required excellent imagination and calculation skills, as well as an unattainable condition, inspiration. Inspiration referred to the interpretation of the result of a divination. The stronger one's inspiration, the truer the result would be. The weaker one's inspiration, the more fragmented the result would be. There were only 2 ways to obtain a high level of inspiration. First, someone like Dodoro was born with a high level of inspiration. Second, they could nurture their inspiration by accumulating a large amount of knowledge and experience. Those who could nurture their inspiration were already stronger than wizards. If they wanted to perform a prophecy, they must have a better prophecy spell. There was no need to learn correlation divination. This was why very few people were proficient in correlation divination. I'm going to ask you something next. This is a prerequisite for correlation divination. I need to know more about your mind so that I can gather all the information. Maya looked at Reynolds. Reynolds nodded without hesitation. The first question is simple. If these 3 colors represent the future, which color do you prefer? Maya asked. White, gray, and black clusters of colors floated in front of her. Reynolds thought for a moment and was about to answer, but Maya continued with her second question. If you encountered an enemy and needed to change your appearance to avoid them, what would you choose? Again, several answers appeared in front of Maya. They were for men and women of different ages, as well as non-humans. While Reynolds was still thinking, Maya started her third question. Reynolds was dumbfounded. You haven't answered my first 2 questions. Maya raised her head and said, Did I ask you to answer my question? Reynolds thought for a moment and realized that Maya didn't ask him to answer her questions. She only said that she wanted to know more about his mind so that she could perform a divination. But if he didn't answer her questions, how could he gather more information? How was she going to integrate the information? Maya seemed to be able to see through Reynolds' thoughts. Even before he opened his mouth, she said, The choices you speak of may not be your true thoughts. Just like the first question, tell me, which color do you prefer? Reynolds thought for a moment and said, White? Maya didn't comment. She looked at Reynolds coldly and said, Do you understand now? Huh? Reynolds was puzzled. Seeing that Reynolds still didn't understand, Maya frowned as if she was looking at an idiot. After a long time, she said, When humans think, the truth laughs. Shaking her head, Maya didn't say anything else. Ness also shook his head and said to Reynolds, Think about it carefully. If you were really sure that it was white in your heart, would you say something like white, right? Reynolds vaguely understood something from Ness' words, but he still didn't understand. Maybe his answer was uncertain, but if he didn't answer, there wouldn't be an answer. Ness didn't bother to explain. Trust me, Maya will see the answer in your heart before you do. Reynolds didn't want to ask any more questions, so he just looked at Maya in silence. Continue, the third question. When you wake up from your coma, what is the temperature and texture of the first thing you want to touch? Fourth question. Maya asked a lot of questions in a row, but Reynolds didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. The whole interrogation session was over. I've learned enough. Next, I'll combine the information and perform a correlation divination. Maya closed her eyes before anyone could say anything. In order not to interrupt Maya's divination, no one dared to speak. Time slowly passed in silence. Strange ripples began to appear around Maya's body. These ripples didn't involve energy, so they couldn't be sensed by others. However, he still couldn't understand the core of these ripples. He could only guess that it was the nature of divination. About 5 minutes later, Maya opened her eyes again. The divination is done. I have an answer. Compared to the Dead Sea, the bottom of the sea was full of life. There were schools of fishes, dancing jellyfish, corals so red that they looked like they were dripping blood, and all kinds of strange creatures that Angor didn't know the names of. Together, they created a rich undersea ecosystem. At this moment, this gorgeous and colorful seabed welcomed a rare visitor. It was a group of humans who were surrounded by a strange glowing force field. "We've returned to the territory of that purple monster," Angor said while asking Toby to sense the scents around them. A moment later, Toby chirped at Angor. "There's no sign of the purple monster coming back," Angor translated. Ness nodded. "That's good. There's still its scent here, so we don't have to worry about other sea monsters. Let's wait here for noon." After saying that, Ness took out a reclining chair made of bones from his spatial equipment, and threw it on the slope of the seabed at a suitable height. He then lay down on it lazily and leisurely. "There's still half an hour until noon." Angor looked at Reynolds. "I need to check again. Is what you said about the sea currents changing at noon true?" Reynolds pondered and said, "It doesn't change every day at noon. But if we want to find the laboratory, we can only confirm it through the changes in the ocean currents." They came to the bottom of the sea to wait for the change in the sea currents. According to Reynolds, the location of the laboratory was hidden at the bottom of the sea somewhere in the fog zone. Furthermore, the laboratory was mobile. If they wanted to determine its coordinates, they could only do so by observing the ocean currents at noon. Angor looked at Nausicaa, who nodded back at him. Nausicaa had been to the lab before. If she was so sure, it had to be true. Using the current to locate the lab. "Interesting," Ness said as he lazily laid down on the couch. "Come to think of it," Ness said lazily. "Philo hasn't returned for so many days already. He should have found the research lab by now, right? I wonder how he's doing. Why don't we go back and ask which Maya?" "Which Maya has left the dream wasteland?" Ness said, "All right, forget it then. Tell me more about the lab. How many people are in there? What are their positions? Also, who are the fighting forces in the laboratory?" Reynolds never told Nausicaa this information before. The more she knew, the more likely she would be harmed. As a truth-finder wizard, Angor should be able to remain calm in front of the lab's weapons. Thinking of this, Reynolds finally opened his mouth and slowly explained the information in the laboratory, starting from the most basic details. Following Reynolds' explanation, everyone gradually understood the basic situation of the laboratory. Initially, there were more than 300 people in the laboratory. 1/3 of them were staff, and the rest were experimental subjects like Reynolds. In the eyes of the official staff of the laboratory, the experimental subjects were not of the same kind at all. They were consumables. Although he would often explain channeling methods to them and even teach them some simple tricks, it was not really to guide their talents. It was purely to add different types of experiments and increase the success rate. Moreover, those who didn't have enough spiritual power to practice the channeling method by force would die from confusion. As a result, more and more experimental subjects died. As time went by, the number of experimental subjects dwindled. In the end, there were only 9 survivors. These 9 people were used as tools by the laboratory. Or rather, they were sent to different places to carry out missions, such as assassination, collecting materials, and kidnapping slaves. "They're using you guys as assassins," Ness sighed. "But why are they buying slaves? They're even experimenting on them?" Reynolds shook his head and uttered a word in a heavy tone, "Ritual." Ness was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. "Oh, I almost forgot about that. That underground cave in the Land of Revelation was where the ritual was conducted, right?" Reynolds nodded without saying a word. "Let's continue." Reynolds took a deep breath and continued, "These 9 people include me. To separate us, they left tattoos on the faces of our souls as numbers. The left side of our faces has an X, which means we're experimental subjects. The right side has numbers from 1 to 9. My number is 1. This was also the reason why Reynolds had given himself the nickname of Number 1 in the Rising Star competition. The 9 of them became the lab's weapons and dogs, but they still didn't cherish their freedom. For more people died in the past few years. Among the remaining 5, after years of brainwashing, they did not treat themselves as humans at all. Only Reynolds still maintained his yearning for freedom. Ness said, he said that you escaped before. There are still traces of their pursuit on Sidro Fog Island. Reynolds, yes. They didn't punish you when they knew you wanted to run away? It even allowed you to retain your own thoughts, and even allowed you to participate in the Rising Star competition? Reynolds lowered his head. I don't know why, but they didn't use any harsher methods. When Reynolds expressed that he didn't want to kidnap slaves, his superiors agreed. Afterward, they only assigned him to collect materials and search for information. Maybe it's because you're special. I'm special? Reynolds looked at Angor with a puzzled expression. Angor didn't explain, but Nausicaa, Ness, and even Angor knew what he meant. John's counterattack, Nausicaa whispered. Nausicaa muttered those words in a low voice. It was what all the contestants thought of Reynolds during the Rising Star competition. Reynolds, huh? Nausicaa shook her head. It's nothing. Go on. Among the 5 who survived, all of them except for me can be a hindrance. But they're not strong, so they shouldn't be a threat to you, sir. But you need to be careful of X3. Her soul equipment can control sea monsters. She can't control wizard-level sea monsters yet, but some of the bigger ones can still do a lot of damage in the sea. Angor didn't care too much. He wasn't even afraid of the sea monster he suspected to be Skiz's descendant, let alone other non-wizard-level sea monsters. Ness, on the other hand, was quite interested in X3. He heard that soul equipment could do more than just weapons. Now, he learned that X3 could control sea monsters. Now he was looking forward to learning more about soul equipment. Apart from the 5 of us, the rest are official members of the lab. I don't know how many of them there are, but from the tattoos on their faces, the biggest one I saw was number 99. According to the situation where one number corresponded to one pit, there were at least 99 staff members in the laboratory. The smaller the number, the higher your status in the lab. Those with numbers above 30 are mostly non-combatants. They're researchers, but they can still fight. As for those who are numbered within 30, their strength is relatively stronger. I haven't seen them do a specific battle, but there was a mutant blood sea lion that invaded the laboratory before, and number 30 took care of it in one move. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it. In other words, at least number 30's strength had far surpassed Reynolds. As one of the judges of the Rising Star competition, Angor knew how strong Reynolds was. Gossip magazines often talked about Reynolds' luck when talking about his matches. However, that was only one side of the story. Readers liked to read interesting stories, and ordinary battles were not as interesting as John's counterattack. However, if one thought about it carefully, Reynolds would not be able to stay on the stage of the Rising Star competition if he only relied on luck. Reynolds himself also had a very powerful combat ability. In terms of physical strength, he was not much weaker than Nausicaa. His final ranking was not too high, but there were some objective factors that could not be ignored. Reynolds did not dare to use soul gear in the competition. Most of his fighting style revolved around soul gear, and without it, he would lose half of his strength. With soul gear, Angor believed he could get into the top 10 of the competition. To make a comparison, Reynolds could be ranked in the top 10 if he went all out, but the top 30 in the laboratory were all stronger than him. This meant that the people in the top 30, other than the official magi, were already standing at the peak of the wave set off by the extraordinaries. Although they were only apprentice adepts, the organization behind them was not to be underestimated for being able to cultivate so many powerful top-notch apprentices. Number 30 is already at the peak of the apprentice level? Ness thought for a moment and asked Reynolds, is there anyone who has reached the level of an official wizard? Yes, Reynolds confirmed. Reynolds said with certainty, number 03, number 02, and number 01. Although I have not seen the strength of these 3 before, from the attitude of the other numbered personnel around them, as well as other signs, I can tell that they have reached the level of official magi. Ness furrowed his eyebrows. 3 official magi? That's quite a lot. However, if they are official magi, they shouldn't be so nameless. Do they have official nicknames or names? Reynolds shook his head. Maybe, but I don't know. We call them by their numbers. Then what do they look like? Reynolds shook his head again. They always wore hoods. When I woke up, I never came into close contact with them. I only know that other than 03, who is a woman, the other two are men. In the past, when he was an experimental subject, he had been in close contact with them on the experiment table. However, when he was lying on the experiment table, he basically lost the ability to think normally and could not remember the other party's appearance. Ness said, 3 official adepts with unknown faces. Could they be sorcerers from the southern region? Or did they come from somewhere else? Or perhaps, the numbers 01, 02, and 03 are just their private identities, and they have other identities on the surface? Ness could not guess the identity of the other party, so he could only give up for now and signal for Reynolds to continue. Apart from these 3, there is one more thing that we need to pay attention to. Reynolds hesitated for more than 10 seconds before saying, I heard about this from number 11. Reynolds gave a brief introduction of the number 11. He was one of the few moderates in the laboratory, or at least, on the surface, he was gentle. His attitude towards experimental subjects was relatively friendly. Number 11 had a well-known hobby. He had no resistance to mana algae powder. Therefore, the Tool men, whose numbers started with X, often used mana algae powder to bribe number 11. From him, they learned the tendency of the recent missions, as well as which missions were more difficult and could be avoided as soon as possible. After number 11 took mana algae powder, he was like a drunk person. He basically did not have any control over his mouth and often revealed a lot of secret information. Once, Reynolds learned a secret about the laboratory from the high number 11. Above number 01, there was a number 00. Number 11 said this himself, but after he finished, he seemed to feel that it was inappropriate and immediately shut up. No matter how we asked, he no longer spoke. Reynolds, this is the first time I've heard of number 00. I've never seen it before. Number 00, sounds like a secret existence, Ness whispered to himself. I don't know if number 00 is real or not. However, even if there is a number 00, he should not be in the laboratory. Reynolds had lived in the laboratory for decades. Whether near or far, he had seen all the numbers, but number 00 was definitely not one of them. If he didn't hear about it from number 11, he wouldn't have thought about it at all. If number 00 is really here, he should be the strongest of all, Ness said as he looked at number 00. No matter what, we still need to be careful. Don't get us into trouble because of our carelessness. Angor nodded and kept number 00's information in mind. Then, he asked some questions about the other people with higher numbers. However, Reynolds did not know much about them. The people with higher numbers rarely showed up, so he had to give up. While they were asking and answering questions, it was already noon. Time's up. He closed his pocket watch. Now let's see if the current will change. While speaking, he reached his spirit feelers out of the force field and used them to sense the changes in the current. However, his spirit feelers were now waving left and right like the brown algae at the bottom of the sea. From a macroscopic perspective, the current had a general direction. However, if one focused on a single spot, the current would become chaotic. In Angor's mind, the direction of the current was like a single arrow, which was moving in all directions like dancing ribbons. There was no way to tell which direction it was going. That's normal. Don't worry. The current that determines the lab's location is very obvious. It won't be affected by these details. Reynolds nodded. That's right. We'll sense it as soon as it shows up. Angor felt that Reynolds' words were not natural. But when he thought about it, he realized that it was a joke to talk about the laws of nature at Devil's Water. Besides, they were in the Mist Zone, a forbidden area of Devil's Water. It was possible for anything to happen here. Since Reynolds was so confident, they would just wait and see. Everyone stopped talking and used different methods to wait for the change in the current. Time passed second by second. The change in the current had yet to happen, but the quiet atmosphere was broken by Dankros. Dankros didn't say anything. He just kept wriggling around and making some rustling noises. Angor looked at him, and the noise stopped immediately. Dankros kept wriggling around as if he was trying to make some noise to prove his existence. Toby lost his patience and began to yell at Dankros, who was still hanging on Bloody Night shelter. Grr grr grr. Mr. Toby, do you have something to tell me? Dangros tried his best to suck up to Toby. However, Dangros and Toby had their own language barrier, and Dangros could not understand what Toby was saying. Angor had no choice but to help Toby translate. "It's greeting you kindly. What were you doing?" Of course, Toby's friendliness was just politeness Angor used during the translation. Dangros hesitated for a moment before saying, I was. Before the stuttering Dangros could finish, they heard some buzzing noises coming from the distance. Angor quickly signaled Dan Grosby to keep quiet and listened carefully. The noise didn't come from a sea monster. It was the sound of the sea. "It's here. It's here." Reynolds also floated up at this time and shouted in surprise in the direction of the buzzing sound. As his voice fell, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching their location. At first, Angor thought it was the purple behemoth coming back. But after taking a closer look, he realized that the shadow wasn't a living creature. Or rather, it was not all the creatures in the sea, but a special phenomenon of flying sand and pebbles formed when the sand and pebbles were stirred up and rolled over with the surging currents. As the shadow approached, the flying sand and tiny mayfly creatures came right at their faces. "So that's the current," Angor muttered to himself. No wonder Reynolds said they could use the current to determine the direction of the lab. It was just too obvious. "Let's go." Angor maintained his force field and moved against the crazy current. The current was rampaging at the bottom of the sea, leaving dust and corals in its wake. It looked like a hurricane. On the surface of the sea, huge waves were formed one after another. It looked very crazy and very dangerous. Still, it was nothing for Angor's group. In fact, it was not even as dangerous as the inverted seawall wall he encountered earlier. They followed the direction of the current and moved quickly. Along the way, they ran into some sea monsters. However, they couldn't even resist the current, so they couldn't do anything to Angor's group. The roaring current lasted for more than 10 minutes before it finally calmed down. However, even though the surface of the sea was relatively calm, the currents at the bottom of the sea were still very turbulent and could continue to point out a clear direction for them. After about half an hour, they arrived at a dust-filled area of the chaotic reef sea. "I think I know this place." "We're not far from the lab," said Nausicaa. It was Nausicaa who spoke. She was able to see her surroundings through the dim light of her force field. That was how she came to a conclusion. Nausicaa looked at Reynolds to see if he could agree with what she said. However, Reynolds didn't seem to be in a good mood. "What's wrong, Reynolds?" Nausicaa asked. Reynolds took a while to regain his composure. "Nothing. I'm just thinking. We're already very close to the lab, but I can't sense anything." Reynolds looked into the distance. He seemed to be able to see the underwater laboratory filled with steel bars and machinery through the turbid seawater. "I'm a little suspicious. Is my body really in the laboratory?" Reynolds' question reminded everyone of the 2 prophecies that Witch Maya had given them in the dream wasteland. Your body is in a cold environment, and it might even be frozen. This kind of freezing will do you no harm. "I heard people talking around your body," said Nausicaa. According to their deductions from the 2 prophecies, Reynolds's body had likely been saved by someone. Furthermore, it was very likely that Reynolds's body was in a scene similar to the ice coffin of healing. It was precisely because of this conjecture and the fact that there were no human settlements nearby that they unanimously believed that Reynolds' body should have been picked up by the people in the laboratory. After all, in the known environment of the fog zone, only the laboratory could perfectly fulfill the 2 prophecies. However, they were already very close to the lab. Considering the natural attraction of a body to a soul, Reynolds should have sensed something. But the reality was that Reynolds still didn't sense anything. This was a little strange. "Maybe there's a rune in the lab that interferes with senses," said Nausicaa. "If that's the case, then it's fine," said Reynolds. He was afraid that they had guessed wrong and that Reynolds's body was not in the laboratory. Reynolds shook his head and put aside his worries for the time being. Regardless of whether his body was in the laboratory or not, he had to make a trip to the laboratory in order to remove the soul imprint. It wouldn't be too late to discuss everything after he arrived at the laboratory. Reynolds pulled himself together, looked around, and said to everyone, "We're about to enter the patrolling area, we have to be careful. There aren't any guards around here, but there are some herded sea beasts patrolling the area. Don't underestimate those sea beasts. At this point, Reynolds let out a soft sigh. If only we weren't discovered by the monster left behind by number 17. We could have followed the usual pattern of herding sea monsters, avoided their route in advance, and sneaked into the laboratory. Now that they're on guard, they'll definitely change their routes. It'll be hard to sneak in without alerting them. Reynolds had just finished lamenting when he heard a cold snort. Who told you it's difficult? It was Ness. He glanced at Reynolds and said, that's because you're not strong enough. There are plenty of ways to hide from the sea beasts. With that, Ness prepared to use a soul manipulator's concealment ability. But before he could do anything, a ripple appeared in the air around them. Next, their bodies, scents, and all remaining information elements were all gone. Even the faint glow of the force field was hidden. It's an illusion. It was Angwar who did it. Ness wanted to complain, but Angwar didn't even look at him. Instead, he kept looking into the distance. Ness hesitated and followed Angwar's gaze. He still couldn't see anything with his naked eyes. There was only darkness and dust. However, through the ripples in the water, Ness clearly sensed that a rather large creature was swimming in their direction. A few seconds later, a grayish-black creature that looked like an eel approached them. From afar, it did look like an eel. It swam gracefully, but its body was 100 times thicker. However, as the creature approached, everyone frowned. It had the streamlined body of an eel, but there was a large, round mouth on its head that could not be closed. Inside the mouth were many tentacles and sharp teeth, and at the end of the mouth was a polyp that looked like a chrysanthemum. This huge circular mouth would make even people who didn't have a phobia feel that their minds were being contaminated by something strange. Ugh, so ugly, Dankros muttered softly to himself, voicing everyone's thoughts. There are many creatures uglier than this one in the sea, Ness answered casually. This one doesn't look like it's fit for battle. I've taken a closer look and noticed that its skin around its mouth is slightly corroded. It looks like it's been poisoned by some kind of poison. It's very likely that it's a sea beast that fights with poison. We should be able to deal with it soon if we take precautions. Shall we? Before Angwar could say anything, Reynolds quickly added, the sea monsters here are all the eyes released by the lab. What they see is also what the lab sees. If they're hurt, the people controlling the sea beasts in the laboratory will be able to detect it immediately. Since the illusion could block the sea monster's vision, Reynolds believed that it was best not to touch the sea monsters to avoid alerting the lab. It doesn't matter. The lab won't be able to stop us even if we force our way in. Ness grumbled. However, he was a pragmatist. Killing the sea monster was both risky and low risk, so there was no need to do so. Therefore, he did not insist on killing the sea monster. Angwar did not want to fight a meaningless battle unless the sea monster noticed them. However, just as Ness had said, the sea beast's ability was not high enough to detect the existence of the illusion. Even if it had the instinct of a wild beast and sensed something strange in this direction, it still did not find anything after wandering around for a long time. A while later, the sea monster swayed its long body and disappeared from everyone's sight. They waited until the sea monster was gone before they kept moving forward. With the concealment of the illusion, as long as he didn't cause too much of a ruckus, there shouldn't be any problems. As they went deeper, the surrounding seawater became more and more turbid, and the currents became more and more unstable. From time to time, dark whirlpools would appear. There weren't many sea beasts, but these whirlpools were the biggest source of danger. Moreover, these vortexes often appeared out of thin air. It was basically impossible to avoid them in advance. He could only be on high alert and avoid the vortex as soon as he encountered it, or destroy the convergence of the vortex. In just a few minutes, they destroyed more than a dozen vortexes of various sizes. One of them was so powerful that it tore a hole in Angwar's force field. Fortunately, Ness had used the water structure method to destroy the essence of the vortex and stabilized the force field in time. However, after Nessie destroyed the vortex, there were some side effects. Due to the internal instability of the vortex, energy began to converge. More than 10 seconds later, an explosion occurred at the bottom of the sea. The sound of the explosion wasn't loud, but according to Reynolds, what the sea beast saw was what the laboratory saw. Once the sea beasts were attracted by the sound of the explosion, the laboratory would quickly discover the problem. To avoid this, Angor planned to set up a natural illusion to confuse the sea beasts. However, they waited for a long time without seeing any sea beasts. It was as if the explosion didn't attract any sea beasts at all. This is strange. Last time we came here, we tried to avoid the sea beasts, but we did see a lot of them. Why are there so few sea beasts this time? It was Nausicaa who spoke. She looked at Reynolds and asked for his opinion. Reynolds's eyes were also filled with confusion. Something is indeed wrong. The number of sea beasts seems to have decreased a lot. What's going on? Maybe something happened to the lab, Ness said. Let's go check it out. Angor nodded. Since the explosion didn't attract any sea beasts, they shouldn't waste time and head to the lab. As for the accident Ness mentioned, everyone had their own guesses. Maybe it was Philo's doing. Philo didn't know that the sea beasts were the eyes of the lab. Maybe he cooked all the sea beasts when he entered the lab. They continued forward. Perhaps it was because Reynolds was in the group, but fortunately, they didn't encounter any more vortexes during the rest of the journey. They arrived at the parting wall. According to Reynolds, the center of the parting wall was where the lab was located. And the parting wall literally meant parting the sea. Angor looked calm on the surface, but his mind was in turmoil. The lab was located at the bottom of the sea, but there was no water around it. Just like Moses parting the sea in John's story, right in front of them, behind a wall of water that was rippling nonstop was an empty undersea plain. It was an empty land filled with vague mist without any water. The parting wall kept pressing down, and the pressure of the sea was about to reach the bottom of the sea at any time. However, every time the parting wall reached a certain threshold, the parting wall would separate the nearby water to maintain the parting wall. And each time, the parting wall would be done at noon. This was also why the ocean current would fluctuate at noon. It was because the separation of the ocean had begun. You're expanding the parting wall every once in a while. Why do you have to spend so much effort on it? Ness looked at Reynolds in confusion. With this amount of time and ability, it's more than enough to build an underwater laboratory. An underwater lab. It sounded like a lot of pressure, but there were many ways to avoid the water pressure. Why else would there be a city of mermaids and an underwater city like Lloyd's? Song of the Deep's HQ was also located at the bottom of the sea. Therefore, there were actually quite a lot of ways to build a pure underwater laboratory. Even if they used the most expensive method to build it, it would definitely cost less than this method of extracting water from the sea every once in a while. Reynolds shook his head. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Parting the parting wall is a common practice here. In the beginning, Reynolds might have been puzzled by this, but after seeing parting sea often, even the most uncanny craftsmanship would become common, and his desire to get to the bottom of the matter had also faded. Ness shook his head and muttered, "There's no need to separate the parting wall method. There must be a reason behind it." Angor agreed. However, they had not even seen the front of the lab yet, so there was no way they could figure out what was going on. Instead of worrying about such details, it was better to go to the lab first and figure out the answer later. Will anyone notice us going through the parting wall ? No. Reynolds hesitated for a moment before adding, I don't think so. Don't think so? Don't you have an accurate answer? Do you know or not? Reynolds remained silent for a moment. I didn't think so. Last time, Nausicaa and I went to the lab, we were discovered by number 17's backup plan. I thought it was just an accident. But after thinking about it, I made a lot of preparations before returning to the lab. I only entered the lab when most of the staff left and the guards were handing over their duties. But we were still discovered. Now that I think about it, something is wrong. Perhaps we were already discovered before we entered the laboratory. But I don't know what went wrong. Reynolds didn't have any conclusive evidence. It was only a guess. However, if one thought about it carefully, Reynolds' guess was not without reason. Such a secret organization, let's call it Organization 4 now, didn't exist in the southern wizarding region at all. Even after using all kinds of resources to search for them, they only found a small clue, 2 apprentices who witnessed an insignificant chase. If the strength of this organization was weak, then so be it. After all, no one paid attention to it, so it didn't matter if it was hidden or not. But from what they knew, they weren't weak at all. Their high-level combatants were stronger than most wizard clans. Even their apprentices were as strong as supernovas. Such an organization was unknown in the southern wizarding region. It must be because they chose to stay hidden. Since they chose to stay hidden, the lab itself would be kept highly confidential to prevent its existence from being exposed. Under such circumstances, there must be some kind of security mechanism in place, including stepping through the parting wall method. What should we do if we go through the parting wall method? Nausicaa asked. It doesn't matter if the parting wall will expose us. We'll be discovered anyway, so we don't need to worry about the parting wall method, Ness said. Although that was the case, they were about to face an unknown opponent. In an unknown battle, whoever revealed the least trump cards would have a greater chance of victory. Besides, the lab could easily detect their presence. Both Angor and Ness were famous in the southern wizarding region. They would be at a great disadvantage if a fight broke out. Then let's not go through the parting wall method. We'll go through the parting wall method from above. Ness' suggestion was also a good one. However, if the lab was determined to take precautions, there should be some kind of security mechanism in place. Still, they had to go to the other side of the parting wall method. Since they could be monitored either way, they might as well choose the less likely option. In the end, Angor decided to go through the parting wall method. When the time came, he would change the illusion to nightmare to reduce his presence and blur and distort the perception of the outside world. This way, they could avoid being discovered as much as possible. However, when they were about to leave the water, they sensed a chaotic energy coming from behind the parting wall. The energy was not coming for them. Something happened behind the parting wall and caused the energy to leak out. Everyone stopped moving. Ness sensed the energy coming through the parting wall. It's primal mana. I can feel the rhythm of water. And, Dankros interrupted, I can feel the power of fire. Such strong control. The fire is getting smaller and smaller, and it's going to explode at any time. But it's being restrained by some kind of law. Even the parting aura is not completely out of control. Dankros' words were complicated, but they only meant one thing: there must be a fire wizard inside. Dankros was a fire creature. Their fire attacks were all indiscriminate. They would not hurt themselves anyway, so they did not know how to restrain themselves. Only fire wizards or fire creatures who had been trained would learn how to restrain themselves to avoid harming themselves as well as their enemies. As for fire wizards, Angor and Ness looked at each other and thought of a name. Could it be that Fire Walker Philo was the one causing all this commotion? Could it be that a battle had taken place inside to cause such an energy leak? If there was a battle, then Philo was on one side, while someone who could control water elements was on the other side. What should we do now? Ness looked at Angor. It was only a guess, but it was highly likely that it was Philo. Wait a little longer, Angor said in a small voice. Ness frowned. He thought Angor was hesitating and wanted to make sure it was Philo. But if Philo was really inside and something happened to him while they were waiting, it would not be good. Before Ness could say anything, Angor cut him off. Alright, let's go inside. Huh? Didn't he say they were going to wait? Why did it take less than 2 seconds? Angor did not explain. Instead, he reached out a hand and gathered a mysterious energy in his palm. With a flicker of light, an ancient-looking door appeared in front of him. I've restrained the leaking energy as much as possible. Let's go inside while the energy inside is still chaotic, Angor said. He wasn't waiting to see if Philo was inside. Instead, he was waiting for the chaotic energy inside to leak out. Only when the chaotic energy was present could the Gate of Illusion's energy not be noticed by the people inside. This way, they could hide as much as possible. Mist continued to rise from the bottom of the ocean, where there was no water. Through the mist, one could vaguely see red flames and dust swirling about. Trespassers, die. A cold, mechanical voice boomed out from within the mist. Following this voice were several pillars of water, each the size of an adult's fist. These pillars of water pierced through the mist and sliced through the air, creating loud hissing sounds. Their power was not to be underestimated. Almost every pillar of water was as powerful as a peak-level spellcaster, and their destructive power was astounding. One of the pillars of water struck a piece of sedimentary rock on the seafloor, which was instantly reduced to dust. One had to realize that these sedimentary rocks were formed from the ocean's sediments billions of years ago. They had not been damaged by the passage of time or the attacks of sea beasts, but these pillars of water were able to easily destroy them from the inside. This was a testament to how powerful these pillars of water were. Which alchemist created this lump of metal? It's too extravagant. Philo had no choice but to dodge as he watched the pillars of water hurtle towards him. He had already clashed with the lump of metal hidden within the mist several times. He knew just how destructive these pillars of water were. He could endure one or two of them, but this was a man-made construct that did not know fatigue. It could release hundreds of them at once, and it could sustain them for a very long time. Trying to fight these pillars of water head-on was the stupidest thing to do. Not to mention, Philo was a fire-type adept. The pillars of water would deal a certain amount of damage to him. As such, Philo had no intention of fighting the pillars of water head-on. Instead, he quickly moved around, dodging as he closed in on the enemy. However, Philo was not a bloodline adept, so dodging was not very realistic. He still had 18 balls of fire burning around him. These flames could be used as weapons at any moment. When he couldn't dodge the pillars of water in time, Philo could reach out with his hand, and a ball of fire would quickly form into a shield of fire. This speed was incredibly fast, and it was almost as fast as a spell slot. When there were pillars of water blocking his path, he could also use these balls of fire to fire arrows, fire spears, or even fire bullets, which would quickly vaporize the pillars of water. It could be said that the flames around Philo's body were both offensive and defensive. Furthermore, they could be replenished at an extremely fast rate. In a battle like this, they could be recharged endlessly. This was the technique that Philo was most proud of, and he had always wanted to use this technique to reach the level of truth, flame recharge. Thanks to Philo's excellent dodging abilities, he was able to get closer and closer to the metal lump in the fog. He could even hear the hissing sound of the metal parts running at high speed, as well as the roar of steam. Banish! 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 The mechanical voice in the fog became more and more urgent. A giant column of water locked onto Philo's position and began to surge toward him. This massive pillar of water had already reached the level of a formal spell technique. Philo didn't dare to take it head-on. He pinched another flame. This time, the flame directly merged into his body. Everything below his waist turned into rolling fire elements. The flame's legs came together like the tail of a genie in a fairy tale. Steam rose from it as it twisted at an astonishing angle, almost sticking to the pillar of water as it spun toward its target. After piercing through the fog and dissipating the white steam, Philo finally saw his opponent. This was a silver human head that was about 4 meters tall. It had no body or legs, and it was purely a mechanical head made of metal. Its face was very long, and even though its facial features were similar to those of a human, the shape was very strange. At this moment, the mechanical head had its mouth wide open. The terrifying pillar of water was coming from its mouth. This wasn't Philo's first time seeing this mechanical head. He had already fought this metal lump twice before, so he was very familiar with its combat style. He didn't blindly attack the mechanical head. Instead, he stared intently at the base of the mechanical head. It looked like it was standing on the ground, but its neck was actually connected to a layer of water. It was floating on some kind of water-type energy. The reason why Philo hadn't been able to gain much of an advantage over the mechanical head was because the mechanical head would disappear into the water whenever it sensed that something was wrong. When the mechanical head reappeared from the water, the energy it had expended to unleash the pillar of water would be fully replenished. Once again, the battle would become a battle of attrition. Thankfully, Philo had the flame recharge ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. This time, however, Philo wasn't going to be careless. Since he knew that his opponent was relying on the water to avoid him, he was going to destroy it. Philo's eyes suddenly became the color of flames as he locked onto the light blue ripples below the mechanical head. "Let's see how you're going to run this time." Philo roared in anger as he crushed the 8 balls of flame around him, leaving only 2 as reserves and a guide for the flame recharge ability. These 8 balls of flame transformed into pure fire elements, They flowed through Philo's palm like a stream of red light. Philo didn't attempt to create these fire elements. Instead, he pressed them against the ground, which was filled with dried corals. The flames were transmitted through the ground. Before the head of the robot could react, a pillar of fire rose from the bottom of the robot's head. The scorching flames instantly incinerated the light blue ripples. Philo's eyes flashed with joy when he saw this. As long as he could destroy the water ripples, there was no way this metal lump would be able to escape. The flames continued to burn, scorching the metal on the mechanical head's neck and chin black. Sparks of electricity danced above the mechanical head. Evidently, there was something wrong with its internal structure. If he put in a little more effort, he would definitely be able to turn this metal lump into a pile of scrap metal. Philo happily summoned another ball of flame, which transformed into a flaming hand, and slammed it down from above. In Philo's eyes, victory was already in sight. However, at this moment, the back of the half-crippled robot head suddenly rippled with familiar watercolored ripples. Philo's pupils constricted. No way. Why is there a ripple on its back? Before Philo could even finish his sentence, the robot head seemed to have been sucked into the rippling water behind him before disappearing without a trace. The only thing left in the air was the sound of steam rising from the flames, as well as Philo's helpless howl. Based on the previous battle, Philo knew that it wouldn't be long before that lump of metal appeared again. Even if he managed to find the door to the research lab, he wouldn't be able to open it in a short period of time. As such, the best course of action was to quickly replenish the 18 balls of flame and prepare for the upcoming battle. This was something he had learned from experience. When he thought of this, Philo didn't try to avoid it. Instead, he stayed where he was and began to create more balls of flame. Intentionally filling them up was much faster than naturally filling them up. In less than 2 minutes, 18 balls of flame had once again appeared around Philo's body. At the same time, a familiar voice spoke up from the depths of the fog. "Intruders, die. You damned metal lump. I'll definitely turn you into a pile of scrap metal." Philo cursed viciously. Without pausing for a moment, he crushed another ball of flame and charged in the direction of the voice. However, Philo only took a few steps before he sensed that something was off. He saw a familiar pillar of water shooting out from the fog. However, these pillars of water weren't shooting in his direction. Instead, they were shooting in the opposite direction. Philo looked over in confusion and found that there was another Philo in that direction. That Philo looked exactly like him. When faced with the water pillars, he constantly dodged. Then, he summoned more balls of flame, created more shields, and fired more arrows. This was a perfect replica of Philo's battle from before. What's going on? Philo stared at this scene in a daze. Who was this Philo? Was it an illusion, but who had created this illusion? Was this some kind of strange phenomenon in the fog? Philo's expression was filled with confusion and wariness when a voice suddenly entered his ears. Wizard Philo. The voice had come from behind him. Philo quickly turned around and saw several figures standing behind him. A handsome young man with red hair and golden eyes, a gray-haired old man who was looking into the distance, a woman in soft armor, and Reynolds' soul. Philo had seen Angor's disguise before, so he immediately recognized the newcomer. Angor? And Ness? Philo couldn't believe his eyes. What are you doing here? Philo glanced at the metal lump in the distance and realized something. You're the one who created those illusions, aren't you? Angor nodded. I created an illusion to cover us as well. Without wasting any time, Angor quickly told Philo why they were here. Due to the urgency of the situation, Angor didn't go into details. He only told Philo that they were here for his lab. Philo already knew about the altars, so he quickly accepted Angor's reason for coming here. But he was still a little confused. Why did Ness come here himself when he already told the others to take the lead? Over the past few days, I've had a feeling that my future might be in the mist belt. Ness stroked his beard and put on an unfathomable expression. So, I'm here. A wizard's omen? Philo was surprised. Ness only chuckled. Dodoro asked him to come. Angor quickly added, Dodoro asked him to come. Ness' expression crumbled. He gave Angor an angry look. You're just like your professor. Angor didn't mind Ness' reaction. He looked at Philo. What's with that robot head over there? What's it doing? I don't know. It wasn't there when I came here yesterday, and now it's here. I think it's an alchemy puppet released by someone in the lab. You came to the lab yesterday? Didn't you go in? Philo shook his head. There's a door in the lab. It's covered with complicated runes that kept me there for several days. I figured it out later, but I can't crack it in a short time. I didn't plan to crack it yesterday. I was going to force my way in. But... Philo paused for a moment. Something happened, and I was delayed. I came here after everything was taken care of. Something happened? Ness was puzzled. What happened? Philo remained silent for a moment. I saw traces of people at the bottom of the sea, so I followed them, and I ran into someone. Nice asked, who did you meet? Philo was just about to reply when a series of explosions interrupted their conversation. Everyone turned around and saw Philo's figure appear before their eyes. He was once again standing near the robot head. The robot head seemed to have learned its lesson. No more ripples appeared around it. Instead, it was enveloped by a bubble. The bubble floated in the air with Philo in tow. From time to time, Philo would open its mouth and fire water bullets at him like a shower, sealing off all of his escape routes. Every time a water bomb landed on the ground, it would create a huge crater. The explosion just now was caused by the water bombs hitting the ground. The water bullets are too dense. I don't think I can trick it with illusions, Angor said. His illusions couldn't really control fire. Let's work together and take care of it before it realizes what's going on, Philo said. Philo wasn't a brute who only knew how to fight alone. Now that he had a helper, he could use it to his advantage. What do you have in mind? Ness asked. He saw how Philo fought the robot head, and he didn't think it would be easy to deal with it. The core ability of this metal lump is water ripple. Once it's inside, it can quickly recover, Philo said. If we want to deal with it, we need to stop it from using water ripple. Philo paused for a moment before continuing, I know a certain sequence of fire. I call it fire domain. Sequence of fire? Ness narrowed his eyes. Philo never told him about this before. It seemed that the resident wizard of Sleepless City had a lot of hidden abilities. Angor didn't really care about Philo's ability. What's a fire spell for? It can create a domain that can only contain fire energy. In other words, once the robot is trapped by the fire domain, it won't be able to use any water energy, and water ripple will be useless. Without water ripple, it wouldn't be hard to deal with the robot head. Since you have a fire spell, why didn't you use it before? Ness asked, puzzled. Philo, I need to store energy. Not only do I need to unleash all 18 fireballs, but I also need to store up 7 more. This will take time, about a minute or so. Philo couldn't even spare a second to fight the robot head, let alone a minute. Also, he couldn't use fire domain ahead of time because its domain was too small. He couldn't tell where the robot head would appear, so he couldn't do anything about it. Philo never thought about using fire domain before. However, with the help of someone else, the fire domain could quickly take care of the robot head. Angor wasn't so optimistic about Philo's plan. It's possible, but it won't be easy to fool the robot head while you're accumulating the fireballs. In Philo's plan, Angor would control the fake Philo to distract the robot head while he stored up more fireballs in his illusion. Once he had enough fireballs, he would use a fire spell to trap the robot head and finish it off. Everything sounded reasonable, but he would need a lot of luck to pull it off perfectly. First of all, the fake Philo would have to stall the robot head for at least 1 minute without being noticed. The possibility of this was actually relatively low. With the dense rain of water bullets, and the fact that the illusion could not use fire spells, the robot head would definitely notice that something was wrong. It was very likely that it would expose the fact that it was an illusion. Second, Philo had to stay hidden while accumulating the fireballs. This was still very difficult to achieve because the fire spell ground was not an ordinary fire spell ground. It involved the veins of fire. Angor wasn't confident that he could hide the ripples of the sequence of fire using illusions. After all, he had never sensed the sequence of fire before. Even if he could use illusions to hide the ripples, he would need to use a lot of illusion nodes. The robot head might not notice the sequence of fire, but it would most likely notice the illusions. Third, Philo's fire spell didn't have a large effective range. If he wanted to trap the enemy with a fire spell, he would have to use it at close range, which would expose him more easily. Even though Philo's plan seemed perfect, there were still a lot of loopholes in it. You're right. But we don't have any other choice. Unless we expose ourselves and directly distract that iron lump. Sunders shook his head. But once we do, the metal lump will quickly melt into the water. Besides, I'm sure there's someone controlling it. They'll come up with a plan when they see us. Therefore, it was better for them to stay hidden for now. They would only push Philo to the forefront, while the rest of them would remain hidden as secret weapons, waiting for the right time to reveal themselves. We don't need to think too much. Maybe the heavens are on our side. After Ness finished speaking, he turned to look at Reynolds. His meaning was obvious. John's lucky boy, with this person here, Philo's flawed plan might actually succeed. Angor understood what Ness meant. He also considered using Reynolds as a lucky pendant, but he didn't think it was a good idea. It was true that Reynolds was lucky, but it seemed he was the only one lucky. And this time, Reynolds had merely been a spectator to Philo's plan. He hadn't participated at all. Would luck really favor Philo because of this? What do you suggest we do then? Angor didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the fake Philo who was still dodging the water bullets. The robot's head was still raining water, but it wasn't as concentrated as before, giving Philo more room to dodge. Angor's plan. If the robot head was still focusing its attacks on the fake Philo, that meant that it hadn't discovered that Philo was a fake. However, it was beginning to decrease the number of attacks and expand the range of its attacks. This meant that it was beginning to suspect that Philo was real. Once the Philo was confirmed as a fake, the Philo would change its way of fighting, regardless of whether the Philo was an outsider or not. This wasn't good for them. That robot head is trying to see if Philo is real or not. No one was stupid. Even Nausicaa could tell what was going on. Ness nodded and said, yes. So what do we do now? Reynolds asked. Ness glared at Reynolds. I was going to ask you what we should do. Isn't this iron lump from your lab? Why do you look so unfamiliar? Reynolds tapped his cheek awkwardly. I didn't know there was such a thing in my lab. Or maybe I just forgot about it. While Ness and Reynolds were talking, Angor looked into the distance and muttered, if only my illusion can cast real fire spells. Ness's eyes lit up. That's right. If your illusion can cast real fire spells, it should be able to fool that metal lump. Also, the thicker the fire aura around us, the more likely it is that Philo's fire techniques will be concealed. That way, everything will go according to Philo's plan. This is killing two birds with one stone. Too bad I can't use fire spells. As an alchemist, Angor knew a lot about fire spells. However, his fire spells were mostly supportive spells rather than offensive ones, so he couldn't use them in this battle. More importantly, he wasn't good at controlling fire. Once he used it, his opponent would notice it right away. I don't know either, Ness said in frustration. Just as the atmosphere was gloomy, a voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. Fire spells? Of course. When Xiaochen turned around, he saw that it was Dankros, who was hanging from the Blood Knight shelter, who spoke. Everyone was stunned at first, but soon, they seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes slowly lit up as they looked at Dankros. Let's go. Ness looked at Dankros. We'll see what you can do today. Dankros was still a little confused. He didn't expect to be dragged into the battle so quickly. He just wanted to show off his existence. This was what it meant when the stage ran to their feet while they were watching. I. Dankros looked at Angor and Toby in fear. Angor hesitated and patted Dankros' shoulder. If you don't want to, we have other plans. You can refuse. No one will blame you. Angor had a plan to protect Dankros as much as possible. However, nothing was absolute. There were still risks. Furthermore, in the first few seconds when Dankros replaced the illusion, the risk factor was extremely high. If Dankros refused, Angor would understand and respect his decision. Dankros wasn't their pet, after all. There was no reason for him to take such a big risk for them. Angor thought Dankros would back down after hearing his words. To his surprise, Dankros didn't back down. Instead, he made up his mind and proposed a condition. I'll do it. But when we're done, I want you to answer a question. What is it? Dankros hummed. I'll tell you then. All right. Angor considered and nodded. With Dankros' knowledge, the question he raised should not be too difficult. Time was of the essence, and the robot head was getting more and more suspicious of the fake Philo, so Angor didn't waste any time. Later, I'll control the fake Philo and turn him into elementization. Then, I'll create a cloud of steam. You'll turn into Philo and replace the fake Philo on the other side. Do you understand? Dankros bowed seriously with his palm and nodded his head in agreement. The first few seconds after the replacement are the most critical and dangerous. You need to release fire as fast as you can to deal with the water bombs. Once its attention is attracted to you, pretend to use fire summoning immediately, and then I will have Elmi turn into a summoned creature to protect you. At that time, with Elmi's protection, Dankros would be much safer. In addition, Elmi could also help Dankros expand the fire area and fill the area with fire elements, which would provide cover for Philo's fire spells. In other words, Dankros would be in the light while Elmi was in the dark. This was the overall plan. He did consider using Elmi to replace the illusions. However, Elmi's realm of fear was too obvious, and it was too easy to get exposed. Dankros' fire was purer, which made him more suitable to play Philo. After explaining the key points, Angor immediately controlled the fake Philo to enter elementization. Dankros would only be able to play the role when Philo entered elementization. Otherwise, the difference between a real person and an elemental creature would be too obvious. Philo roared at the robot head, "Damn you! I'm going to melt you, you piece of metal." As soon as he finished speaking, all of the flames around Philo's body were absorbed into his body. His skin seemed to be coated with a layer of light, with the flowing light of the flames slithering about. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in red flames. In the next second, his body turned into an energy form. He turned into a flaming man. At least, that was what it looked like to the naked eye. As soon as the flame man was born, a hissing sound could be heard from the surroundings. White steam rose around the man's body, which looked like water droplets turning into mist due to the high temperature. But in reality, it was just an illusion created by Angor's illusion nodes. When the white steam grew stronger, Angor looked at Dankros. Go. Without hesitation, Dankros used the white mist as cover and leaped forward to reach Philo as fast as he could. Under the cover of the mist, Dankros controlled the flames inside him and turned them into Philo's image, which replaced Angor's illusion. At this point, the replacement was complete. The next step was to use the real flames to create a big commotion and attract the robot head's attention. Without hesitation, Dankros unleashed the flames that he had been storing inside him for many years. Under the control of Dankros, the flames turned into a continuous red cloud of fire that went against the scattered water bombs. White steam rose into the air, and a hot gust of wind swept across the area. That wasn't all. The fire cloud wasn't completely destroyed by the scattered water bullets. Instead, the remaining flames began to rise and transform into streaks of red light that rushed toward the robot head. The robot head was surprised. Perhaps it was because Philo had been avoiding attacks all this time, so it didn't know how to react to the sudden attack. While the robot head was still in a daze, one of the streaks of red light reached the water bubble around it and shrunk it by a lot. The heat of the fire penetrated the bubble, and the robot head finally came back to its senses. It stared intently at Philo and began to conjure up a large number of water bullets before hurling them at Philo. This time, the water bullets didn't scatter. This meant that the robot head was focusing on Philo again. His plan worked again. But he wasn't completely relieved. This was the most dangerous moment. Dankros had to survive this wave of water bullets. At least, he had to survive the first half. Dankros didn't try to dodge the water bullets. Instead, he raised a hand, put his index finger and middle finger together under his lips, and puffed up his cheeks like a balloon. A large amount of fire came out of his mouth and spread into the air. This time, the fire cloud was even bigger than before. It reached dozens of meters. The water bullets that landed on the fire cloud were all vaporized. The fire cloud was getting smaller, but it was enough to withstand the first wave of water bullets. As the water bullets and the fire cloud collided, Dankros began his performance. He made a strange pose and drew a strange flame symbol in the air. The symbol glowed brightly as soon as it appeared. As the light flickered, a creature covered in flames slowly crawled out of the symbol. To those who didn't know the truth, this creature was summoned by Philo using some kind of fire ability. But in fact, it was Elmi, who had been hiding underground all this time. Thanks to Dankros' performance, this awakened demon from the realm of terror slowly appeared on the scene. On the other hand, Angor felt relieved when he saw Elmi's appearance. He was worried that Dankros wouldn't be able to survive the first wave of water bullets. The water bullets were as powerful as a spell, and Dankros wasn't a wizard yet. Angor even planned to let Elmi come out earlier to protect Dankros. He did not expect Dankros to be able to withstand it. Angor couldn't help but look at Dankros in a new light. Elmi was only an elemental spirit, but its performance was probably one of the best in the entire fire domain. Angor didn't think too much about it. He turned to the real Philo. Let's begin. The fire energy has reached this area. If you start gathering fire now, that robot head won't notice you. Philo nodded and took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he quickly entered his fire domain. As more and more balls of flame appeared around Philo's body, a strange ripple of energy began to emanate from his body. End of chapter 2379. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.